Chapter 1. Where am I? In a state of weightlessness. The body suspended in a void. Amidst a hazy slumber, Sheila felt as though he was being enveloped by an unseen force, ascending. The warmth surrounding him was intoxicating, prompting an instinctive shift to find a more comfortable position. The sensation of floating upwards abruptly vanished, replaced by a swift descent, as if plummeting from a cliff. Zyle's heart skipped a beat in fright, his legs trembled, and he opened his eyes wide. Soft white light surged into his vision from all directions. In this pure white realm, the sky and ground extended infinitely, merging indistinguishably. In this vast expanse, a modern two-story villa stood quietly, its white brick walls harmonizing beautifully with the greenery at its base. In the courtyard of the villa, the surface of the swimming pool was as tranquil as a mirror. Sheila stood by the poolside, surveying his surroundings. The remnants of fear on his face gradually dissipated, giving way to confusion, and eventually settling into a blank stare as he uttered a heartfelt inquiry. Where am I? As he posed his question, a voice echoed beside him, mirroring his curiosity. Where am I? In another world, the land of fire, Konoha village. The brightly lit streets contrasted starkly with the shadows above. In a residential home, the young Minato Namikaze opened the bathroom door, a rush of steam billowing forth. His youthful visage already hinted at the future brilliance of the fourth Hokage. Dressed in his pajamas, he sat at his desk, where homework from the Ninja Academy lay waiting. As a war orphan taken in by Konoha, Minato excelled at the Ninja Academy, consistently ranking among the top of his class. The assignments posed little challenge for him. Yet at this moment, he was evidently distracted, his pupils dilated, thoughts drifting away as he recalled the fiery-haired, spirited figure from class. It was akin to observing a prickly hedgehog, seemingly covered in quills, capable of inflicting injury with its spines, yet beneath that fierce exterior lay a creature simply striving to protect itself in an unfamiliar environment. Minato could not comprehend why such feelings arose within him, yet they persisted. His hand, holding the pen, unconsciously followed his thoughts, and with a few strokes, a girl's likeness sprang to life on the paper, her fists raised in furious defiance. Seems her name is Kushina Uzumaki. Should I make an effort to greet her in class tomorrow? Surely I wouldn't be seen as someone wishing to bully her, would I? Minato reclined back, his gaze directed at the ceiling, contemplating various approaches to initiate a conversation. Should I simply approach her directly? Or wait until she and the other classmates are about to clash? What should I say? Would a hero saving the damsel be too clicked? Besides, the classmates don't seem a match for Kushina. If I intervene, would she think I wish to bully her as well? That would surely earn her disdain. Perhaps I ought to consider a different approach. What should I do? Minato was not given to indecision. Yet at this moment, he acutely felt the pangs of inner conflict. After much contemplation, he ultimately arrived at no resolution. Instead of being lost in thought for too long, Minato realized that he had made little progress on his homework assigned by the Ninja Academy. He set aside the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind and prioritized the completion of his assignments. It is worth noting that the curriculum at the Ninja Academy encompasses not only literature and mathematics, but also an extensive array of ninjutsu, intelligence gathering, and astronomical and geographical knowledge. Consequently, the homework assignments often appeared quite peculiar, with numerous questions rooted in real-world scenarios. For instance, one question posed: a ninja standing a height of 1.6 meters discovers an enemy ninja from a rival village, slightly taller than himself, hiding 200 meters ahead. If he were to launch a shuriken attack, how far should he advance, at what angle, and with what amount of force to achieve optimal effectiveness? Such teachings would evidently be unsuitable for the education of ordinary children, not only due to the dense and challenging content, but also because of its excessively violent nature. Yet within this ninja world, such matters are considered entirely normal. After all, the major ninja villages train warriors, and their perception of a ninja is that of a fighter, often confronted with scenarios involving assassination, war, infiltration, and protection, thereby grappling with the darker aspects of society. The skills required are vastly different from those of an average person, making the acquisition of intelligence and assassination skills a matter of course. Fortunately for Minato, the current period is relatively stable, with no widespread conflict erupting between the great nations, allowing the ninja villages to refrain from deploying the children of the academy to the battlefield for the time being. After spending nearly 2 hours completing his ninja homework, he took the opportunity to preview the upcoming lessons. Once he had finished everything, Minato closed his book, glanced out at the night sky, exhaled deeply, and lay down to sleep, quickly slipping into the realm of dreams. Time became an indistinct concept, and the hazy dreams gradually sharpened into clarity. When Minato's consciousness became lucid, the surroundings had transformed entirely a pure white world where the sky and ground infinitely extended and melded together, exuding a dreamy, ethereal glow. The only distinction was the patch of earth beneath his feet, tinged with other colors. Am I dreaming? Minato pinched his hand, but felt no pain. It was peculiar to have a clear consciousness, yet be unable to awaken. Could this be an illusion? Minato formed a hand seal, attempting to disrupt the chakra within his body. According to the teachings of the Ninja Academy, illusions are a form of ninjutsu that disrupts the mind, with chakra being the product of the fusion of mental and physical energy. In most cases, one could counteract the effects of an illusion by disrupting the frequency of their internal chakra. Unfortunately, despite completing the hand seal, it proved ineffective. He remained in the same spot. Reluctantly, Minato began to observe his surroundings, muttering, "Where am I?" As soon as the words left his lips, he suddenly vanished from his location, appearing beside the swimming pool on the first floor, as though traversing through time and space. Not far away, a young boy stood with his back to him. Upon hearing the sound, the boy slowly turned around, revealing an expression of astonishment akin to seeing a ghost. "Excuse me," Minato raised his hand, but before he could utter another word, he abruptly sat up in bed, awakening to the moonlight streaming through the window in silvery beams. Was that a dream? Minato opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed and uncertain. The recent scene felt unnervingly vivid, and the memories were strikingly clear. Yet if it was not merely a dream, what could it be? An illusion? What significance would such an illusion hold for a child still attending the Ninja Academy? I must be overthinking, he mused, glancing at the clock on the wall. Bathed in moonlight, Minato could barely discern the time. Over 2 hours remained until dawn. He rose, leaped onto the balcony railing, and effortlessly scaled the roof. Gazing into the distance, the entirety of Konoha lay in serene silence, devoid of even a passing cat. After a thorough inspection of his surroundings yielded nothing, Minato could only conclude that he was indeed overreacting. Truth be told, even if something were amiss, as a mere student of the Ninja Academy, he was powerless to intervene. Resigned, he jumped down from the roof and returned to his bed, slipping once more into the realm of dreams. Chapter 2. Immortal? What on earth? Am I seeing things? In a world of pure white, Sheila rubbed his eyes, still confronted by an empty void. In a fleeting moment, he had seemingly glimpsed a familiar, yet impossible figure, causing his heart to momentarily falter. It must be my imagination that he swiftly dismissed the intrusive thoughts. Surveying his surroundings, he found not a single silhouette. Reluctantly, Sheila entered the villa, hoping to uncover some clues. After exploring the first floor, he found no signs of life. There was not even a kitchen or restroom. Essentials for sustenance and hydration were conspicuously absent. Instead, the villa was filled with books, music, and various electronic entertainment devices, offering an abundance of sophisticated mental indulgences. Most rooms were dedicated to gaming and reading, while the sole bedroom on the first floor housed an array of peculiar items: figurines, mechs, skulls, swords, gems, and more. Were it not for the presence of a bed, Sheila would have doubted it was indeed a bedroom, and perhaps even that bed was merely a collectible. The villa might not have a proper bedroom at all. Surely someone must reside here, Sheila pondered uncertainly as he ascended to the second floor. The main hall on the second floor featured greenery in each corner, with black sofas arranged in a semicircle against the walls. Opposite was a massive electronic screen, and game controllers lay haphazardly on the table. Notably, a glowing tablet rested atop the table, seemingly unlocked. Approaching it, Sheila picked it up, hoping to find clues within. Suddenly, the screen flickered to life, displaying a video that a dashing man with multicolored hair filled the frame, fussing with the tablet while muttering, "This should do the trick." Before Sheila could process this, the man plopped down onto the sofa and began speaking to himself, as if something invisible was beckoning him to hasten his words. "Hello, brothers." Behind the screen you can see, this is an alternate world, or perhaps an alternate dimension. You have crossed over and cannot return. Surprising, isn't it? Strangely, though the language was entirely foreign to Sheila, he understood every word. Recognizing that this was crucial to grasping his predicament, he immediately focused his attention. "While you are still in high spirits, allow me to impart a rather disconcerting piece of news. In this world, you are the sole inhabitant, and you shall remain so indefinitely. Though occasionally, beings from other realms may be summoned, they seldom linger for long. Thus, their presence bears little distinction from your solitary existence. You are destined for eternal solitude. Ha ha ha. Isn't that delightful?" Sheila was momentarily taken aback. So it wasn't merely a figment of my imagination, there truly were others? When individuals from otherworld arrive, you shall be tasked with addressing any inquiries they may have. Typically, they are allotted 60 seconds for questioning, during which our responses do not count against that time. Whether you choose to answer truthfully is a matter of your own conscience. I suggest you seize the opportunity for amusement, otherwise, the monotony of eternal life may prove exceedingly tedious. The man emphasized the word eternal with a drawn-out tone, imbuing his voice with a hint of desolation. Eternal life? Sheila echoed. As if anticipating Zyle's confusion. The multicolored-haired man replied, "Oh, did I forget to mention the aspect of immortality? We, beings of our kind, are the sole entities in this blank world, bound to it, devoid of the need for sustenance, metabolism, or the capacity to be harmed. We can even wield the forces of this world to create as long as we remain here. We may be considered immortal." It sounds appealing, does it not? However, this creative mode may be engaging at first, but over time, it loses its allure. I still recommend deriving pleasure from the individuals summoned from the blank world, perhaps by leading them astray or simply toying with them, for such novelty can prolong your interest. Sheila furrowed his brow. He was a rather serious individual, not particularly fond of treating everything as a source of amusement. While he could understand the extreme measures an immortal might resort to in the throes of profound boredom, comprehension did not equate to endorsement, nor did it imply imitation. Of course, if you're one of those individuals with an abundance of moral scruples, I wish you the best in maintaining that tedious endeavor, ideally forever, lest you succumb to madness brought on by ennui. The man on the screen wore a barely concealed smirk, seemingly mocking Sheila. Should you choose not to respond, the space will return the questioner to their realm, allowing you to summon them back when you feel inclined to answer, without consuming their questioning time. By merely concentrating and envisioning, you can perceive the questioner's world and witness its unfolding. This may be one of the few redeeming qualities of this dismal place. Although you possess no means to directly intervene or decide who to summon. Well, that is all for now. Farewell, fellow unfortunate soul. The man abruptly halted, donning a grin steeped in sarcasm. As the video concluded, the screen faded to black. Sheila dismissed the final curse and tapped the other applications on his tablet, hoping to uncover further clues. Regrettably, each was met with a blank void. This tablet served only as a conduit for information, devoid of any other functionality. Nevertheless, it clarified his current predicament. He had traversed realms and attained immortality. Although this immortality comes with certain stipulations, the figure in the image stated that one must answer the inquirer's questions, exhibiting an air of nonchalance, yet failing to mention the consequences of not responding. Likewise, the rationale behind the necessity to answer and the reason why this world draws individuals from other realms remains unexplained. It could be a deliberate omission, or perhaps he is simply unaware or knows yet remains indifferent. Sitting on the sofa, Sheila pondered over the words of the world's former inhabitants. He neither fully believed nor entirely dismissed their claims. While they provided some information, it was evident that deeper pitfalls lay concealed within. The most glaringly contradictory point was the assertion that Sheila was the sole living entity in this world, and that remaining here equated to eternal life. But what of the speaker himself? Where had he gone? Had he perished? Or had he escaped? Sheila leaned towards the latter, primarily because the man in the video displayed no urgency or fear, suggesting he was not confronting death, but rather leaving behind a token in a hellish realm, perhaps to ensnare future arrivals for amusement. Overall, there are many traps, yet some insights can be gleaned. Sheila sighed, massaging his temples. He had merely taken a nap, and now everything had transformed. Could it be that while he slept, the earth had exploded? Shaking his head, he continued to explore the villa. Unfortunately, after traversing the entire estate, he found little of significance. The only potentially enlightening aspect seemed to be the collection of items. Diverse in nature, if his knowledge were sufficiently vast, he might discern something of value. Within I recall seeing someone earlier. Sheila suddenly remembered a figure he had previously overlooked. Employing the methods from the video, he soon achieved results. A hazy image began to materialize before him, accompanied by a distortion of the surrounding time and space. Chapter 3. The Ghost Beyond the World. Upon noticing the shift in his environment, Sheila promptly halted. He was reluctant to ruin the villa, especially before mastering the powers of this pristine white space, as it might yield unexpected discoveries. Departing from the villa and moving straight ahead until it reduced to a mere speck in his vision, he finally paused. Focusing his thoughts, he envisioned the white ground transformed in a refresh of data, revealing an uneven terrain. Shadows flitted past him, too swift for him to discern their nature before they vanished entirely. The interplay of light and dark, created by the transition of day and night, was strikingly apparent. The weeds and the desolate surroundings grew at a visibly accelerated pace, then withered beneath a blanket of snow, only to emerge anew once the frost melted. It was as if the world had compressed months into mere breaths. Sheila also noted the disappearance of the pure white space he could now see far into the distance, suggesting he had not merely altered his surroundings, but had genuinely entered a new realm. Just as he stood bewildered, unsure of how to proceed, the hastening passage of time began to decelerate, gradually returning to normal, instilling in him a sense of the possibility of returning at any moment. In the primordial jungle, towering trees rise majestically, casting vast shadows upon the ground. Their stout, brown trunks partition the world, while golden sunlight filters through the canopy's gaps, cascading down in countless speckles of light. The incessant chirping of birds fills the air. Sheila stands upon the solitary path, observing the surroundings return to normalcy. A sigh of relief escapes him, yet a deeper sense of curiosity stirs within. It seems as though he possesses the ability to manipulate this environment, accelerate. Everything around him begins to hasten. Light and darkness alternate in a swift dance, and occasionally, fleeting figures dart past. Decelerate. The world around him gradually slows. The interplay of light and shadow eases, ultimately freezing time in the brilliance of day. Sheila, stroking his chin, surveys his surroundings. Is it not possible to influence this? According to the accounts of the inhabitants from the realm of pure white, Sheila can observe the world of the inquirer, yet cannot intervene. It now appears that this prompt harbors some issues. However, is it truly necessary to leave such a conspicuous flaw? Shilu instinctively kicked a clod of earth, only to find his body passing straight through it. Momentarily taken aback, he crouched down to retrieve it, only to discover his arms similarly traversing through. As he reached for other objects, which yielded the same result, everything around Shilu seemed to elude his existence, even when he accelerated time to approach a passerby. The individual appeared oblivious to his presence, passing right through him. So this is what it means. After extensive experimentation, Sheila finally grasped the situation. To put it simply, this world unfolded before him as an extraordinarily immersive cinematic experience, allowing him to control the speed of time, whether to fast forward or slow down, and even to replay events that had transpired, yet he remained powerless to intervene in any manner. He is the audience before the screen, a specter beyond the realm of the world. Having conducted the test, Sheila was not disheartened. This result had been anticipated, and now it merely served to confirm his suspicions. Following the instinct within, his figure flickered back to the pristine white space, where before him, the fractured edges of the void revealed a verdant forest akin to a portal. Further afield, a villa stood unscathed. Satisfied that all was well, Sheila confidently stepped into the scene once more. If he could influence the flow of time, might he also affect other aspects? For instance, perspective. With a mere thought, a kaleidoscope of bizarre colors coalesced into swift lines, and the world receded from him at an unfathomable pace. Forests, land, oceans, each appeared in succession, shrinking before his eyes. Ultimately, the entire planet came into view. The boundless silence of space enveloped him, the void beneath his feet devoid of substance, while the immense azure planet rendered him akin to an ant. Its radiance was not blinding, yet its grandeur was ineffably profound. Remarkable, Sheila mused, considering whether he had, in essence, become an astronaut, drifting through space, alighting on the moon one moment and Mars the next, reveling in this newfound freedom. Walking upon the sun's surface, he beheld an ocean of flames, the intense heat transforming everything within his sight into a viscous haze of particles, with sporadic solar flares erupting into towering columns of fire reaching thousands of kilometers high. Everest appeared as mere dust in comparison. Yet Sheila did not cease his explorations. If he could pivot his macrocosmic perspective at will, was it possible to do the same on a microcosmic scale? The moment the thought took shape, the sea of flames within his view magnified exponentially, all colors gradually fading until consumed by a brilliant red light, transitioning from large-scale matter to particles, from particles to molecules, from molecules to atoms, from atoms to atomic nuclei. The secrets of the microscopic realm unveiled themselves before Sheila. The countless scientists on Earth who dedicated their lives to uncovering these mysteries would be astounded at how effortlessly they were revealed. Every moment, innumerable rays of light traversed from all directions, densely packed until reaching the atomic layer, where they began to thin out. The deeper one delved, the more expansive and vacuous the space became, leaving Sheila with the impression that the atomic scale was even more desolate than the vastness of outer space. If scientists on Earth could visually perceive these phenomena, they might well be driven to ecstatic frenzy, potentially propelling technological advancement forward by several generations. Reflecting on this, Sheila shook his head. While excitement was undoubtedly a given, the tangible impact of these visions remained debatable. Ultimately, these were two disparate universes, governed by fundamentally different physical laws. With this realization, Sheila suddenly felt a tinge of ennui. No matter how potent his abilities, if they bore no fruit, they held little meaning. Departing from the microscopic perspective, he returned to the immaculate world. He wished to bring forth the inquisitor he had encountered previously for a conversation. In the land of fire, within the village hidden in the leaves, the moonlight, sparse and ethereal, cascaded down, illuminating the fourth face on the Hokage rock, which remained a work in progress. Minato Namikaze sat in the Hokage's office, slightly reclined, resting his weight against the chair's backrest. He exhaled deeply, revealing a rare moment of relaxation. For the duties of a Hokage were far from easy. At last, he had completed all his tasks. Over a decade had passed since that peculiar dream. And while he had initially been vigilant, nothing had transpired, prompting him to dismiss the matter from his mind. Stretching languidly, he glanced at the wall clock. Only a few hours remained until dawn, quelling any thoughts of returning home. Kushina had likely already fallen asleep, so he opted to spend the night in the Hokage building. Retrieving a blanket from a nearby cabinet, a sudden wave of drowsiness overcame him, and he succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, a familiar yet alien sensation enveloped him, as if his soul had liberated itself from the confines of his body, ascending beyond the realms of existence. The indistinct dreamscape gradually faded to white. When Minato regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by an expanse of pure whiteness. The environment, both strange and familiar, heightened his alertness, and he instinctively reached for the kunai at his back. Wait. There's no need for alarm. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to engage in conversation. A voice interjected. Chapter 4. The questions of Minato Namikaze allow me to introduce myself and address the inquiries we exchanged during our last encounter. The speaker, Sheila, smiled, scrutinizing Minato with keen interest. Given the accelerated passage of time, the emergence of an adult Minato did not surprise him in the least. Minato, upon hearing this, adopted a defensive stance, refraining from speech as his eyes darted around, surveying his surroundings. My name is Sheila, a resident of this world. We met over a decade ago, though I was rather bewildered at the time, leading to your unceremonious return. Upon hearing this, Minato's vigilance intensified. He recalled the peculiar dream from his childhood. No wonder he had always felt a sense of familiarity. There was indeed a secret lurking behind it. Although Sheila sensed the vigilance of Mizukage, he remained unfazed, having never anticipated anything from the other party, rendering their attitude inconsequential. He responded to himself, I am not entirely certain about this place. You may regard it as a peculiar space beyond the world, or perhaps another realm altogether. Like you, I too have been summoned here by this space. The distinction lies in my obligation to answer your inquiries, while you are free to pose questions to me. After Sheila spoke, he observed Mizukage in silence. In the resonance, he discerned that the time allotted for questions had not elapsed during Mizukage's silence. After a considerable pause, Mizukage finally spoke. Beyond the world? Questions? Is this not an illusion? Frankly, his mind was still in disarray. While Sheila spoke, he had been striving to disrupt the chakra within his body to escape. Yet, the peculiarity was that he could sense his chakra but could not mobilize it, as if it were merely an illusion. One must acknowledge that his current strength was incomparable to that of his childhood, and in the face of this unfamiliar world, he found himself utterly powerless. Sheila deliberately paused, noting that the questioning time remained intact. This implied that only the act of questioning consumed time, while contemplation did not, which was somewhat reassuring. Despite still being limited to 60 seconds for dialogue, he sighed inwardly. This is the real world, existing beyond your own. You have 60 seconds to inquire of me. The time spent on mutual contemplation and my responses will not be counted. If I possess the knowledge of your query, I will share it with you. As for the veracity of my answers, you may verify them upon your departure. I trust you have the capability to do so. With a wave of his hand, the stark white expanse instantly manifested a countdown. 56 seconds remaining. Upon returning to the world of Naruto, Sheila found the method of utilizing the power of the pure white realm unexpectedly simple, akin to the concept of wishes coming true. Mizukage immediately seized upon the crux of Sheila's words. Can I leave? Of course, if that is your desire, I can transport you right now. He gestured again, before Mizuki's. A portal materialized, displaying an image of the Hokage building. The ANBU ninjas of Konoha, witnessing Mizuki's collapse against the cabinet, promptly appeared to check, confirming that he was merely asleep and not under a genjutsu. They assisted him into a chair, covered him with a blanket, and seamlessly melded back into the shadows. Mizuki exhaled in relief, somewhat inclined to believe Sheila's words, yet the weight of pressure within him only grew heavier. He recalled the myths of his world, particularly the legend of the moon goddess Tsutsuki Kagaya, who descended from the heavens. Many regarded her as mere mythology, yet due to his connection with Kushina, Minato took the initiative to delve into the history of the Uzumaki clan. Some ancient records mention the moon goddess, along with certain confidential texts accessible to the Hokage. He is firmly convinced that Kagaya Otsutsuki truly existed, and currently, some scholars within the ninja world speculate, based on ancient myths, that she may have originated from another celestial body. Now, yet another individual, possibly from the stars, has emerged. Even though this person claims to harbor no ill intentions, it nonetheless amplifies the pressure on Minato significantly. He suddenly seemed unhurried to leave. May I inquire if any question is permissible? Anything is acceptable. Yet I am still quite young and my knowledge is rather limited. Thus, I would advise you to pose simpler, more meaningful inquiries. Otherwise, it would merely be a waste of time. Sheila pointed to the countdown timer beside them, which displayed approximately 51 seconds remaining. Upon hearing this, Mizuki pondered for a moment. He did not possess any particularly pressing questions. With a successful career, a harmonious family, and formidable strength, coupled with the recent conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, there was little to worry about. From any perspective, he could be deemed a true victor in life. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Can I become a good Hokage?" As soon as the words left his lips, Mizuki regretted the question. It was essentially indistinguishable from asking nothing at all, as anyone could provide an answer, even if it were merely a consolation. As he contemplated retracting his statement, he noticed Sheila gently cupping his chin, a look of distress etched upon his face. Meeting the gaze of Minato, Sheila spoke. "This matter is rather intricate. After all, you passed away shortly after assuming the role of Hokage." Minato exclaimed, "I died." "Indeed." Sheila confirmed, "You succumbed in the aftermath of the Ninetales incident, not long after your succession as Hokage. As a leader, your legacy is rather limited. You scarcely enacted any policies of significant impact, and your political influence remains feeble. However, as a warrior, you valiantly defended your village against the Ninetales onslaught, and in the eyes of your people, you are regarded as a hero, a devoted leader." Minato stood momentarily speechless, the shock resonating within him more profoundly than the revelation of his own demise. He had long prepared for the inevitability of death. Yet the prospect of perishing at the hands of the Ninetales was an unforeseen twist, as it implicated another individual. His wife, Kikina Izumaki, as the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, had her very existence tethered to the beast. Should the Ninetales break free and unleash its wrath, the fate awaiting Kikina would be dire. In an instant, his heart was thrown into disarray. "Could you enlighten me on the precise reasons?" he inquired. "Certainly. Moreover, there is no need for you to harbor excessive trepidation towards death. The future is not immutable." With that, a single hand gesture summoned forth a portal. The scene before Minato shifted dramatically to a shattered battlefield, where the ground bore the scars of unimaginable devastation. Deep fissures crisscrossed the terrain, as if the very fabric of the world had been cleaved asunder. At the heart of this battlefield, two youthful figures joined forces to seal away an individual. Before Minato could voice his curiosity, Sheila took the initiative to explain. "The circumstances surrounding your demise trace back a millennium." Minato's expression faltered, the tension within him dissipating considerably, as he began to question whether Sheila was jesting. How could a humble ninja of common origin be entwined with events from 1,000 years past? Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of a countdown timer, prompting him to silence, for the opportunity to converse with Sheila was fleeting. The chance to inquire was undoubtedly precious and must not be squandered. Since Sheila was willing to divulge, he would listen intently. Sheila nodded subtly, recounting how, 1,000 years ago, the goddess of the moon, Kagaya Otsutsuki, sought to amplify her power by cultivating the world. The sage of 6 paths and his brother united to seal their mother, Kagaya, upon the moon. Yet, before her sealing, Kagaya bore a third child. As Sheila spoke, the imagery within the portal morphed, revealing authentic events from this world's past, a glimpse into what was witnessed through Sheila's temporal regression, rather than mere remnants of a previous life. Subsequently, in a bid to unravel their mother's seal, Kagaya's third son, Kurizetsu, commenced a relentless quest across the world, planting the seeds of tragedy that would later befall your realm. Chapter 5. The Disturbing Truth. Though all three were progeny of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Kurizetsu, regrettably, did not inherit much power, perhaps due to being born prematurely, rendering him no match for his two elder brothers. He could only lurk in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment. During this period, the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja sect, unveiling the secrets of chakra to the world, and fathered two sons, Indra and Ashura. The portal's imagery shifted again, depicting the inception of the ninja sect a millennium ago, while the Sage of Six Paths still walked the earth. In an open field, he elucidated the concepts of chakra and ninjutsu to his sons and their followers. Indra and Ashura each inherited a portion of the sage's power. These powers were crucial to the formation of the Rinnegan and were essential for unsealing Kagaya Otsutsuki. In addition, the existence of 9-tailed beasts was required. The tailed beasts, a flicker of understanding ignited within Minato's heart. If this were the case, it indeed made sense. In his quest to resurrect the 10 tails and revive the legendary Kagaya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu would undoubtedly target Konoha and Kushina, a scenario he could never permit. Was this the reason for my demise? Minato felt he had grasped a thread of clarity, and his focus deepened. The scene on the irregular portal continued to shift. Although Indra and Ashura were brothers, their temperaments were starkly contrasting. Indra, the elder, was more proud and obstinate, convinced that power could surmount all challenges, whereas Ashura, the younger, was gentler, believing that love and emotion could dissolve discord and usher in peace. The rift between them provided Black Zetsu, lurking in the shadows, the opportunity to sow discord, ultimately leading the Sage of Six Paths to abandon Indra and choose Ashura as his successor in the ninja way. The brothers irrevocably parted ways, embroiled in relentless conflict. Within the portal's imagery, colossal wooden giants clashed with Susanoo, their titanic battle sending shockwaves that shattered the earth, flattening mountains and evaporating lakes. It resembled an apocalyptic scene. Indra, defeated yet unwilling to concede, had his chakra passed down through generations, perpetuating his ideology. Conversely, Ashura made a similar choice, his chakra reincarnating continuously. The closest reincarnations to you are Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, and Madara Uchiha. Their voices resonated almost simultaneously. While Madara spoke aloud, Minato voiced his thoughts silently. Any Konoha ninja witnessing the battle between Indra and Ashura would likely draw parallels to Hashirama and Madara. Black Zetsu, having failed to achieve his aims during the era of Indra and Ashura, now set his sights on their reincarnations, which naturally included Hashirama and Madara. In more modern times, Madara and Hashirama joined forces for the sake of peace, collaboratively establishing the Hidden Leaf Village. However, the ideological rift between them persisted, as did the estrangement between the Uchiha and Konoha. Hearing this, Watergate fell silent, fully aware of the estrangement to which Sheila referred. It pertained to the deeply ingrained sentiments, or rather prejudices, held by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, towards the Uchiha clan. This animosity primarily stemmed from the Sharingan, a powerful ability of the Uchiha. The more extreme and obstinate the Uchiha became, the greater the stimuli they experienced, resulting in an even stronger Sharingan and heightened power. However, in an era of peace, such a family, prone to extremism, posed a threat to the stability of the regime. Moreover, the millennium of enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans was not easily resolvable. Senju Tobirama, in alliance with other ninja clans, sought to suppress and ostracize the Uchiha, wishing to keep them from accessing the core of power within Konoha. This intent did not go unnoticed by Uchiha Madara. Even when the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was still alive, tensions were palpable. Once Hashirama passed and Tobirama ascended, it was inevitable that the Uchiha would face annihilation. Madara foresaw this fate and yearned to lead his kin away from Konoha. Yet, prior to the establishment of Konoha, the prolonged warfare had rendered many unwilling to relinquish the hard-won peace to accompany him. Consequently, Madara clashed with his clan and departed alone. Later, following the death of the first Hokage and the rise of the second, the Uchiha indeed suffered severe oppression, fostering profound discontent that had now escalated to the brink of transforming them into a ticking time bomb within Konoha. Contemplating this, Watergate felt a headache coming on. If he could resolve the Ninetales incident and continue to live, he would undoubtedly seek to mend the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha. But the approach to such a delicate matter was fraught with challenges. Shiela, unfazed by Watergate's thoughts, continued. Due to these grievances, Uchiha Madara ultimately departed from Konoha, subsequently engaging in a fierce battle with Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End, where he met his demise. Upon hearing Shiela's peculiar tone, Watergate suddenly experienced an ominous premonition and blurted out, "Is that not the case?" "Certainly not. I have mentioned that unsealing Otsutsuki Kagaya requires the power of the Sage of Six Paths, specifically the Rinnegan. However, due to Black Zetsu's insufficient strength to obtain the Sage's eyes, he directed his focus towards the two sons of the Sage. Indra and Ashura inherited portions of the Sage's power, so what if these two powers were to be fused?" Just as Watergate was about to interject, Shiela raised his hand to halt him, explaining, "The Rinnegan will resurface." Watergate trembled at this revelation, and the unsettling premonition surged anew within him. Black Zetsu had previously altered a stone tablet within the Uchiha clan's territory, believed to be left by the Sage of Six Paths. On it, he divulged the method for awakening the Rinnegan and disguised the ritual for resurrecting Otsutsuki Kagaya as a ninjutsu capable of achieving eternal world peace. Uchiha Madara's confrontation with Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End was fundamentally aimed at acquiring Hashirama's power. He successfully bit off a piece of flesh from Hashirama Senju, subsequently feigning death to escape. The morsel he had severed was transplanted onto himself, merging the powers of the Uchiha and Senju clans. In his twilight years, on the brink of death, he awakened the Rinnegan. Although he has since passed away, the Rinnegan persists, residing within the body of a child. Before his demise, he orchestrated events during the Third Shinobi World War, entrapping and rescuing his disciple, Obito Uchiha, while instilling his own philosophy. He manipulated the hidden mist village to abduct Rin Noara as a vessel for the Three Tails, luring the Leaf Village ninja, ultimately leading to Rin's death before the tardy Obito Uchiha, thereby shattering his beliefs. The final outcome saw Obito awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, becoming his puppet, and commencing the collection of the nine-tailed beasts in preparation for the impending infinite Tsukuyomi, crafting a world within an illusion where everyone's desires could be fulfilled. The last words of Shiela held immense significance. The imagery displayed by the portal was astonishing. Minato Namikaze stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. To him, figures such as Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths, as well as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, were merely historical figures. Their grievances and schemes, though significant to Minato, lacked a personal resonance, creating a sense of detachment. However, Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin were entirely different, as they were his students right beside him. Minato had only recently attended their funeral. He clenched his fists. Dying on the battlefield is merely a reflection of one's inadequacy, and there is little to be said about it. However, being ensnared by deceit is an entirely different matter. Fixating on the image displayed on the portal, Uchiha Obito donned the white spiral mask, aligning himself with Uchiha Madara in the embodiment of darkness. During the summoning of the Jinchuriki, the seals were at their weakest, and it was then that Uchiha Obito infiltrated Konoha, inciting the rampage of the Nine Tails, leading to the demise of both you and your beloved wife amidst that chaos. The portal dimmed momentarily. As for the future, he chose not to reveal any further images. Upon learning the cause of his death, what thoughts occupy your mind? Shiela gazed at Minato Namikaze. The latter stood frozen, his hands clenching and unclenching, his emotions a tumultuous storm. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse and parched. "Thank you. I will verify this later. Could you return me home first?" "Certainly." With a single wave of his hand, Shiela found himself alone in the pristine white expanse. He glanced around, took a step forward, and entered the world of Hokage, finding himself within the Hokage building. Invisible to all, in Shiela's line of sight, a countdown hovered above Minato's head, 42 seconds. Chapter 6. The Stone Tablet of the Sage of Six Paths. Inside the Hokage building, Minato abruptly sat up from where he had been resting his head on the table, his mind vividly recalling the events that had transpired in the pure white expanse of his consciousness. Was it a dream? No, that was not right. It could not have been a mere dream. Rising, he stood before the window. The night outside was so deep that it felt as though it could drip with water. His mind raced, and all fatigue faded away in that moment. Soon, clarity emerged. It was paramount to ascertain the veracity of Shiela's claims. Though he leaned towards believing Shiela's words, as the Hokage and a leader of one of the 5 great military powers. He could not make decisions solely based on personal inclination. That would be irresponsible to the populace. Minato directed his gaze to a corner outside the window, and immediately, the dark-suited Umbu ninja understood, swiftly appearing within the Hokage building. The ninja, clad in a trench coat with a hood and a fox mask, bowed respectfully to Minato, addressing him as Lord Fourth. I wish to discuss a matter with the Uchiha clan leader. Please inform him on my behalf. Additionally, have the head of the intelligence department prepare a comprehensive report on the Mist Village over the past decade, as well as information regarding the incident involving Noera Rin. At this last point, Minato paused momentarily. Understood, the Umbu ninja replied without hesitation. If the politicians of Konoha were to hear Minato's orders, they would likely conjure a series of political struggles, yet the Umbu ninja were solely required to execute commands. Minato's will was soon put into action. Uchiha clan grounds. Uchiha Fugaku was roused from his slumber by his clan members. Upon hearing of the 4th Hokage's summons, he appeared astonished. While he harbored hopes that the ascension of the 4th might alter the Uchiha's precarious situation, truth be told, their personal relationship was cordial. Yet the connection between the Uchiha clan and Namake's Minato was not particularly deep. What could have transpired to prompt such urgency from Minato? What is it? What happened? Uchiha Makoto inquired softly, glancing at her husband from their bed. Nothing much. The 4th has some matters to discuss with me. I shall step out for a bit. You continue to rest, Fugaku replied succinctly, donning his attire before departing. Makoto paid little heed to his words, as the 4th was renowned for his gentle demeanor. In a certain room within the Uchiha clan grounds, Fugaku entered and respectfully greeted Minato, Hokage-sama. There is no need for such formality, clan leader Fugaku, Minato replied. Minato smiled gently, gesturing with his hand as he surveyed the crowd around him. The Umbu ninjas and members of the Uchiha clan discreetly withdrew, closing the door behind them. Upon witnessing this formality, Fugaku immediately sensed the seriousness of the meeting. Perhaps this new Hokage intended to enlist the Uchiha clan to bolster his own power. The thought of the Uchiha clan gaining access to the core of Konoha's authority quickened Fugaku's heartbeat, yet he was soon met with disappointment. Once seated, Minato addressed the matter directly. To be candid, I have come to seek your confirmation on certain matters. Of course, what would you like to know, Lord Hokage? Fugaku replied. Some historical details regarding the Uchiha and Senju clans, Minato interjected swiftly. It is said that the Uchiha clan descends from the elder son of the Sage of Six Paths, and within our clan lies a stone tablet inherited from that era. Fugaku's expression momentarily froze, and he nodded stiffly. Indeed, that is one of our most significant heirlooms, carried by our elders despite numerous relocations. Minato felt a surge of reassurance. The information revealed by the West was difficult to verify, particularly events from a millennium ago. There were few certainties Minato could ascertain swiftly, one being the contents of the Uchiha clan's stone tablet, the other being the intelligence regarding the control of the hidden mist. This urgency to meet Fugaku was thus clarified. Does the stone tablet mention the powers of the Senju and Uchiha clans? Minato inquired. Fugaku's countenance flickered, and the astonishment in his eyes was nearly impossible to conceal. Some of the contents inscribed on the Uchiha stone tablet could only be deciphered by those possessing the Sharingan. The higher the rank of the Sharingan, the more one could perceive. Due to this threshold of understanding, the related information was shrouded in secrecy. The specifics concerning the powers of the Uchiha and Senju clans could only be discerned by those with the Mangekyou Sharingan, knowledge unattainable to the average Uchiha clan member. Even Fugaku himself had only glimpsed this knowledge after the accidental awakening of his Mangekyou. Where had Minato acquired such classified information? Had a member of the Uchiha clan with awakened Mangekyou sought allegiance with him? What was his intention in confronting Fugaku? His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, and Minato's presence before him transformed into an enigmatic shadow of unfathomable depth. After a brief silence, Fugaku murmured, "Yes, but these matters should be known only to the Uchiha clan." He gazed towards the water gate, yearning to uncover the truth. The precise source was rather obscure. Once I ascertain some details, I shall willingly divulge them. If the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan is inclined to place his trust in me, could you kindly share the specific inscriptions upon the stone tablet? Uchiha Fugaku did not remain silent for long, providing an affirmative response. After all, he had intended to align himself with this Hokage. The information inscribed upon the tablet was indeed secretive and of great significance. Yet, in this era, with the Senju nearly dissolved, revealing it would not bear substantial repercussions. The outer layer of the tablet primarily recounts the history of the Uchiha clan, descendants of Indra, the son of the Sage of Six Paths. Upon the evolution of the Sharingan to a certain degree, one can perceive the concealed contents within. It subtly suggests that the fusion of two powers gives birth to a mightier force. Based on the historical lineage of the Uchiha clan, I surmise that the two powers referred to are the Uchiha and the Senju. After a brief introduction, Fugaku articulated the tablet's most pivotal phrase: mutually exclusive forces, united as one, give rise to the myriad of phenomena. Their conversation persisted until dawn broke. "Thank you for your cooperation, Leader Fugaku," Watergate expressed, having acquired all the intelligence before bidding farewell to Uchiha Fugaku. The latter escorted Watergate to the entrance and, almost instinctively, inquired, "Why does the Hokage wish to know this?" To ascertain certain matters, in preparation for future dangers, Watergate paused momentarily, replying earnestly, without waiting for Fugaku's reaction. He vanished in a flash, as the head of the intelligence department awaited him. Uchiha Fugaku pondered, is a significant event about to unfold? In the underground chamber of the Konoha Intelligence Department, a lengthy corridor led to a dimly lit room where a robust ninja, scarred across his face, sat in quiet anticipation until a figure with golden hair appeared. Marino Ibiki promptly stood. "Hokage-sama. Have the recent documents regarding the Mist Village and the case involving Rin been compiled?" Marino Ibiki replied, "They have been organized. Fourth Hokage, if you have any uncertainties, you may directly inquire with us. It would expedite the process considerably." "I shall, but prior to that, I wish to quickly review the material." Marino Ibiki refrained from further persuasion. Understood. Leaving Watergate alone, he swiftly browsed through various documents. To his surprise, upon investigation, he indeed uncovered a significant issue. According to the records, the Hidden Mist's Umbu planned to seal the Three Tails within Noera Rin, waiting for her return to Konoha to unseal it, thereby allowing the beast to wreak havoc in the village. However, if their intention was merely to unleash destruction in Konoha, there was no necessity to deploy a large number of Umbu to monitor Rin alone. The documents suggested that Rin was compatible with the Three Tails and could serve as a Jinchuriki. Yet, Watergate was acutely aware that Rin was merely an ordinary ninja without any special lineage. Given that their goal was to inflict chaos, the distinction between a meticulously chosen target and a random ninja was negligible. Furthermore, Rin had never been captured before. How did the Hidden Mist ascertain her suitability as a Jinchuriki beforehand, and what criteria did they employ for selection? Of course, Watergate recognized that he was inferring causes from effects. He had already gleaned the true reason from Siriai, and it was undoubtedly simpler to identify problems when armed with conclusions. Moreover, there was the matter of Kakashi, who had only incapacitated a portion of the Hidden Mist Umbu before losing consciousness. Yet, when he was found, other Hidden Mist ninjas were also dead. How did they perish, and who was responsible? Astonishingly, the documents contained no record of these events. Such glaring discrepancies should not have been overlooked by the Konoha Intelligence Division. Could it be that there were collaborators within Konoha? A chilling thought crept into Watergate's mind. Chapter 7. Open and honest discourse. Even after hastily reviewing the crucial documents filtered by the Intelligence Division, Watergate spent over a day. When he finally emerged, twilight had fallen once more. "Fourth Hokage, would you care for a moment's respite?" Mori no Ibiki remained, noting the weariness etched on Watergate's face with concern. "I shall. Thank you," Watergate acknowledged with a nod as he departed from the Intelligence Department. However, instead of heading to the Hokage Tower, he returned home. Even for a ninja, prolonged concentration on profound thoughts was a draining endeavor, and what troubled Watergate more was the impending decisions he had to make. The errors in the Hidden Mist intelligence were not limited to the case involving Rin, but were widespread. Should these cases be thoroughly investigated, the shocking truths hidden beneath each one would be staggering. If Watergate's suspicions were correct, the orchestrator of this sinister force was Root. Apart from the Hokage faction, only the Root, led by Danzo, possessed such capabilities. While dealing with the machinations of Obito and Uchiha Madara, he also had to contend with Root, which, despite being a part of Konoha, harbored ulterior motives, along with those powers entangled with them. Watergate felt an immense weight upon him. Unknowingly, he found himself at his doorstep. Pushing open the door, warm light spilled from the room, and a red-haired woman in casual attire, her pregnancy evident, turned to the entrance, her face lighting up with joy. "Watergate, you're back." Dinner will take a little while longer. Please rest for now. I'll take care of it. You should rest as well. Soon you'll be a mother. Minato concealed the weariness etched upon his face, his eyes radiating warmth. Given Kushina's current condition, it was entirely reasonable for her to hire a caretaker. Minato held this sentiment as well, yet Kushina firmly dismissed the idea, as she preferred not to have outsiders intrude upon her life. What? Do you think I'm incapable now? Kushina flexed her arm, showcasing her muscle to express her discontent. Had it been before her pregnancy, she would have surely delivered a punch to Minato. Of course not. I merely believe that with your due date approaching in the next couple of months, it would be prudent to minimize your exertion for the sake of the child. Minato replied hastily, shaking his head as he donned an apron and ventured into the kitchen, skillfully preparing a meal. It was during these moments that he could momentarily set aside the burdens of his work. Soon enough, a table brimming with fragrant and visually appealing dishes was laid out. During dinner, Minato once again broached the subject of hiring a caretaker. Although Kushina was inclined to refuse, Minato grasped her hand with a resolute demeanor. In light of upcoming events, he anticipated a demanding schedule and felt compelled to ensure the household was well organized. In addition to a caretaker, he also deemed it necessary to bolster the security measures discreetly. Feeling the pressure and warmth of his grip, Kushina, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced with a nod. After a restful night, the following day, Minato convened his advisors, former teammates, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uchiha Fugaku, along with other high-ranking officials of Konoha. Apart from Fugaku, the others were either Minato's trusted allies or respected elders, steadfast supporters of his cause. In the conference room, Nara Shikaku was taken aback upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku's presence. Glancing at Minato, who remained unperturbed, and silently closing his mouth. The astonishment shared by the others was no less than Shikaku's, particularly Sarutobi Hiruzen, who nearly dropped his pipe in disbelief. The third understood that Minato, as a Hokage from a commoner background, sought to unite the noble clans to establish his foundational support. His endorsement of Minato's ascension was partly aimed at mending the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. However, had Minato not overstepped by inviting the Uchiha clan leader into the inner circle for a private meeting, potentially alienating other powerful families? After a contemplative drag on his pipe, it was just then that Uchiha Fugaku nodded to the assembly, prompting the third to respond with a polite smile. Intending to have a thorough discussion with Minato after the meeting, Minato gestured for Fugaku to take a seat, and after a brief wait, the remaining members arrived. Standing up, Minato surveyed the room and announced, "The purpose of this gathering is to address a matter of great significance concerning Konoha and the entire shinobi world, and I implore everyone to treat it with the utmost seriousness." Those who initially harbored dissatisfaction towards Uchiha Fugaku were instantly captivated by Minato's words. Even the indifferent attendees straightened themselves and sat up attentively. They began to reminisce about significant events that might impact the entire ninja world. And it seemed that only the third great ninja war came to mind, which had, for the most part, concluded. Only Uchiha Fugaku, having had a prior conversation with Minato that illuminated his thoughts, sat up even straighter. Minato did not keep them in suspense. "I believe you are all familiar with the legend of the goddess of the rabbit. In mythology, she is a celestial being, the mother of the sage of six paths, the founder of the ninja religion. In modern times, as the ninja world has come to understand the cosmos, some have posited that the celestial realm refers to the stars, and the goddess of the rabbit is, in fact, an extraterrestrial." Nara Shikaku timely posed a question. "Indeed, such a perspective exists, but Lord Fourth, are these not merely myths?" Minato took a deep breath. They were once myths, but now, they have become tangible history. "Gentlemen, not long ago, I encountered an entity that may very well originate from another planet." The sudden revelation left the audience in stunned silence, mouths agape, their reactions momentarily delayed. Even the seasoned third Hokage was no exception. This astonishing news, reminiscent of the 20th century's discovery of extraterrestrial life, rendered them utterly speechless. Before they had even traversed beyond their own planet, a force capable of interstellar travel undoubtedly possessed greater power. The assembly fell silent, and Minato quietly exhaled. This was precisely the reaction he had desired. If an ordinary ninja were to connect with an entity from beyond their world, and if that external force were sufficiently benevolent and willing to offer assistance, while the upper echelons of this world remained uncertain, it would be prudent to maintain secrecy for self-preservation and the pursuit of greater interests. However, Minato saw no need for such caution. He is the Hokage. a leader among the 5 great military powers, and one of the few decision-makers in this world capable of influencing its future trajectory. His personal strength is unparalleled, and few can pose a threat to him. To keep secrets would only hinder his actions. Thus, it is preferable to disseminate the information regarding the West. This approach will maximize the unity of Konoha in countering Uchiha Madara's schemes and the threat of Kagaya, while also alleviating internal conflicts within the village and igniting the curiosity of the higher-ups about the world beyond the stars. Through my exchanges with him, I acquired critical information pertaining to Konoha and the entire shinobi world. Minato presented a report to those gathered, elucidating the truths concealed within the myths. Over 1,000 years ago, the Sage of 6 Paths, in an effort to save the world, sealed his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, alongside his brother. However, Kagaya did not perish. Before her sealing, she bore a 3rd child, Black Zetsu. To lift his mother's seal, Black Zetsu instigated chaos. The enmity between the Uchiha and Senju clans is directly tied to him. In this era, he has chosen Uchiha Madara as a pawn, aiding him in collecting tailed beasts to break Kagaya's seal. In truth, Minato need not elaborate, for those present were already perusing the materials he had provided, which detailed the historical grievances dating back over a millennium. After a swift glance, they meticulously re-examined each word, fearful of missing any information. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt suffocating. Black Zetsu's millennia-long plot has nearly rewritten the history of grudges within the shinobi world. It has transformed the fierce conflicts among the great clans into a narrative of familial strife. Absurd and surreal. After a prolonged silence, a voice shattered the stillness. 4th Hokage. Is what you have stated truly the case? All eyes turned to the speaker, none other than Uchiha Fugaku, whose emotions were perhaps the most complex among them. The Uchiha clan, proud of their lineage tracing back to the Sage of 6 Paths and their rich history, now seemed to have become a mere joke. Indeed. And in addition, the existence of that extraterrestrial being has unveiled some insights into the future, which is also the reason I have convened you all for discussion. Watergate presented the 2nd document. Chapter 8, Transforming Passivity into Initiative. The first document described the grievances of the Otsutsuki clan over 1,000 years ago, including some accounts of Uchiha Madara. The second document, however, concentrated on contemporary matters, detailing Uchiha Madara's experiences and how Uchiha Obito became a puppet of Madara, as well as various ambiguities encountered by the Konoha Intelligence Department during their information gathering. Upon reaching the latter half of the second document, the expression of the 3rd Hokage became somewhat uneasy, as a significant reason for the current state of affairs under Danzo's leadership of Root was his indulgence. Watergate's tone suddenly grew grave. Apart from the events concerning the Otsutsuki clan a millennium ago, the individual I communicated with imparted knowledge about matters of both the present and the future. If left unchecked, Konoha shall soon face a tumultuous upheaval from the Nine Tails. Thus, the gazes of all present converged upon Watergate. Not only did he possess insight into past and present events, but he also had foreknowledge of future occurrences. It was rather alarming. Nara Shikako had swiftly perused both documents, closing the report with a sharp gaze. The critical issue at hand was no longer Uchiha Madara or even Otsutsuki Kagaya, nor the impending Nine Tails turmoil. Rather, it was the enigmatic extraterrestrial entity. 4th Hokage. May I inquire how you established communication with this extraterrestrial guest? Is he truly a benevolent presence? Watergate understood Shikaku's concerns and provided an affirmative response, at least for now. I believe he harbors goodwill towards us. The content of these documents was primarily disclosed at his initiative. Shikaku fell silent, as Watergate had already set a tone for the meeting, to trust this information and formulate plans based upon it. The morality of the extraterrestrial force was not within the scope of this discussion. Shikaku, please share your thoughts. How might we utilize this information to alleviate the threats facing Konoha? Nara Shikaka pondered for a moment before swiftly devising a strategy. If the goal is merely to mitigate the threats to Konoha, it is not particularly challenging. It merely depends on how we wish to approach the matter. Ultimately, Konoha possesses the upper hand in strength, no matter how formidable Obito may become in the future. Gathering the Nine-Tailed Beasts and becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails to overpower the Shinobi Alliance, he has only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. Despite having awakened the Meijiki Sharingan, he possesses only one, and the transplanted cells of Hashirama cannot rapidly convert into combat prowess, rendering his overall strength significantly inferior compared to his future self. Even Watergate, with insufficient intelligence, could defeat him single-handedly, let alone now, with the advantage of information. Please, elaborate. Nara Shikaku continued. If we desire to handle this discreetly, we should fortify Konoha's perimeter in advance, waiting for Uchiha Obito to approach us. At that point, we can capture him and extract intelligence. However, this approach is rather passive, as it relies solely on waiting for the opponent's arrival. In the report from the 4th Hokage, it is revealed that the future Obito Uchiha possesses the capability to breach Konoha's defenses and unleash the Nine Tails. From this foundation, one might reasonably deduce that he likely possesses considerable intelligence-gathering abilities. Should he sense any anomalies, he may abandon his plans. Minato nodded thoughtfully. What if we handle it with a bold approach? Nara Shikaku shot a glance at Minato. We should disclose all information. The moment the words left his lips, a heated debate ensued. Disclose? Publicize it. Shikaku, what are you suggesting? The more seasoned ninjas place great value on intelligence, with some exhibiting a pathological obsession. The intricate grievances of the Tsutsuki clan from 1,000 years ago could significantly influence the history of the ninja world, involving pivotal intelligence related to Kagaya's millennium-long schemes. Even if they cannot immediately conceive how to exploit this information, it does not deter some ninjas from hoarding it like a squirrel stockpiling nuts. However, others began to contemplate the feasibility of Shikaku's proposal. They soon recognized that this approach held substantial practicality. The report from the 4th Hokage mentions that Obito Uchiha is not inherently malevolent. His descent into despair was triggered by the death of the girl he secretly loved at the hands of Kakashi, ultimately rendering him a puppet of Madara Uchiha. If he remains in such an extreme environment, the likelihood of his further decline is significant. But what if he were to learn the truth? If he discovers that the girl he adored was orchestrated to her demise by Madara, would he persist in executing Madara's plans? Shikaku's words prompted deep reflection among the assembly. Instigating infighting is also a method of combat for ninjas. Given that there remains a possibility for Obito's redemption, there is no harm in extending a hand, especially considering that he is also Minato's disciple. Minato quietly nodded. After all, he is his student, and if feasible, he would like to intervene before Obito commits any irrevocable errors. Yet, this strategy is not without its flaws. The risk of exposing Tsutsuki intelligence is one aspect, while the other is our uncertainty regarding Obito's current state of mind and whether Madara has left any means to control him. Although leaking the information would likely provoke Obito's resistance against Madara and Kagaya, there is an equally strong chance that he may recklessly oppose them and fall victim to the traps set by Madara and Kagaya. While we may temporarily thwart the adversary's plans, as long as Kagaya remains unaddressed, she will continue to linger, perpetually causing trouble. He has waited for over a millennium. Waiting a little longer holds no significance. Rikuji gazed at Minato, a lingering thought unspoken in his heart. If only Minato could establish contact with that extraterrestrial visitor, all plans would become irrelevant. Simply ascertain the location, gather the shinobi, and apprehend him directly. Regrettably, Rikuji could discern no indication of such intent in Minato. Perhaps it was beyond his capability, or perhaps he was simply unwilling. After a moment's contemplation, Minato resolved to adjust the plan. The information regarding the Tsutsuki could be disseminated, albeit partially 9 truths and 1 falsehood, to provoke the vigilance and curiosity of Kagaya, ensuring her inevitable arrival in Konoha. He would bolster the village's defenses, maintaining absolute vigilance in the face of any suspicious figures or those adorned with spiral masks. If necessary, during an engagement, all known intelligence could be cast aside. On the battlefield, even if Uchiha Madara and Kagaya possessed formidable tactics, they would lack sufficient time to execute them. At that moment, they would subdue Obito and bring him back. Minato's strategy essentially fused Rikuji's 2 proposals, transforming passivity into proactivity, not merely waiting for Uchiha Obito to strike, but instigating a preemptive offensive and laying traps. No further objections were raised in the assembly. In a different dimension, the carefree Sei listened to the dialogue among Konoha's higher-ups and naturally arrived at a conclusion. The narrative of the Hokage was doomed. In truth, should the secrets of the Tsutsuki clan be exposed, the likelihood of Kagaya's reemergence would be drastically diminished. Uchiha Obito would resist. Nagato might discern the need to guard against the infinite Tsukimi plan, and the major shinobi villages would heighten their vigilance. The Nine Tails turmoil would be rendered nearly impossible. Minato's continued existence would ripple through Naruto and the Uchiha clan, disrupting the entire future. A mere deviation in history would lead to a cataclysmic transformation of what is to come. Sheila smiled gently, casually taking out a book to peruse. It was a recent discovery of his. Although he appeared to inhabit the world of Naruto, he remained fundamentally in a realm of pure white. With this world merely a simulation crafted from collected data, Shilu could not interfere with the true Naruto universe. But he could utilize the powers of the pure white space to replicate certain ninjutsu materials and scientific literature for his own study. With nothing else to occupy his time, he considered it an opportunity to enrich his experiences and acquire knowledge, should future inquiries arise regarding physical formulas, mathematical equations, or the mysteries of extraordinary power systems. He would be well prepared to respond. Chapter 9. The imminent eruption of plot in the 51st year of Konoha, shortly after the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War. The major hidden villages were left severely weakened. They now lingered in the shadows, quietly nursing their wounds and regaining their strength. Despite the underlying tension, a fade of tranquility had been restored. During this precarious time, news regarding the Uchiha and Senju clans spread like wildfire throughout the shinobi world at an astonishing pace. While clearing their clan's territory, the Uchiha inadvertently unearthed a stone tablet that had been passed down since the era of the Sage of Six Paths. This tablet chronicled the evolution of the relationship between the ancestors of the Uchiha and Senju clans, detailing their journey from deep brotherly bonds to mutual animosity. The two clans had once coexisted harmoniously until Indra was incited by a dark figure, leading to a rift between them. Ultimately, a series of unforeseen events drove them to opposing sides, resulting in fratricidal conflicts. Consequently, whenever a talented ninja emerged from either clan, they would invariably oppose the other, and any budding peace would be swiftly extinguished by unseen saboteurs. This cycle perpetuated a long-standing discord between the Uchiha and Senju clans. It was only in more recent times, through the vigorous efforts of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Madara, that peace was finally achieved. Ninjas from Konoha speculated that the artifact might embody the negative chakra of the Sage of Six Paths, or perhaps serve as a conglomeration of malevolent chakra akin to tailed beasts, intent on unsettling the world. Due to its ancient origins, the tablet was encrypted with complex codes, and many of its contents remained undeciphered. Yet it was merely a matter of time before they were unraveled. The fourth Hokage suggested that this discovery could enhance the public's perception of the Uchiha, providing an opportunity for further integration of the clan into Konoha. This sparked extensive discussions within the shinobi world. While many believed in its significance, others remained skeptical. Some deemed the approach clumsy, suggesting that Konoha was regressing. In Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, scoffed, tossing the report onto the table with a thud. His earnest assistant scratched his head, inquiring, "Is there a problem, Tsuchikage-sama?" It was evident to Anoki that if Konoha truly possessed such an artifact from over 1,000 years ago, they would have revealed it long ago. They did not emerge early, nor did they appear late. Rather, they chose to reveal themselves only after the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, when all were left severely weakened. Their emergence was a calculated move, a response to the tremendous losses suffered during the conflict. To consolidate their strength, they concocted a fabricated tale of an ancient feud between the Senju and Uchiha clans, a deception designed to manipulate the lingering influence of the Senju over Konoha and to forge a common adversary that would unite the Uchiha. On a side note, Anoki recalled that the current Hokage of Konoha was Minato Namikaze, and he could not help but utter a disparaging remark. Indeed, a mere youth is inherently unreliable. His actions are hasty, and he cannot even weave a convincing lie. His assistant held a somewhat divergent perspective. "Lord Tsuchikage, what if it is true? Shouldn't you send someone to investigate? Even if it's merely a rumor, spreading it could turn the truth into falsehood." "Do I really need to teach you this?" On hearing this, Noki shot his assistant a frustrated glance. He had been contemplating whether to nurture the younger generation post-war, considering his own advancing age. In his youth, he had endured numerous battles as a ninja, and with age, the latent injuries within his body had become increasingly pronounced. However, it appeared prudent to wait a while longer. The affairs of Iwagakure still required his attention. The changes occurring in Konohagakure were not unique to Noki. Similar sentiments echoed within Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure, where many astute individuals shared analogous thoughts. Even within Konoha, a considerable number of people harbored the same sentiments. Some scoffed, dismissing the notion that mere words could bring about peace. If that were the case, the world would have been harmonious long ago. and the millennia of bloodshed would not have transpired. Even if there were no enmity initially, it had now deepened into a chasm, making resolution exceedingly difficult, and the turmoil within Konoha was likely to persist. Others approached the matter with caution, acknowledging that mere gossip was indeed futile, yet it could serve as a harbinger of change. Should Minato Namikaze be willing to extend an olive branch to the Uchiha clan, and if his methods were to prove even slightly more effective, he might indeed succeed in elevating Konoha's overall strength. Various factions, sharing the same assessment, exhibited differing reactions. Yet, there were those who were so intimidated by the news that they nearly succumbed to panic. For instance, Kagaya's manifestation, the major ninja villages, unaware of the intricacies, speculated wildly. Did he not already know? He had existed since the era of the Sage of Six Paths, stoking the discord between Indra and Ashura, his form a dark, swirling mass of chakra. It was as though he were narrating his own tale, merely withholding the revelation of his name. Kagaya experienced an unprecedented sense of urgency. From where had Konoha obtained his intelligence? Who had recorded his information? You seem rather agitated, he remarked. In a secluded underground cavern, Obito, enveloped in white zetsu, cast a surprised glance at Black Zetsu. Something about him had seemed peculiar since earlier. Indeed, Black Zetsu fell silent momentarily, not denying the fact that Konoha had disseminated the information widely, rendering it common knowledge throughout the ninja realm. Concealing it from Obito was hardly feasible. Rather than allowing Obito to hear the news and draw connections that could jeopardize their plans, it would be far wiser to turn the situation to their advantage. Implanting a preconceived notion in Obito's mind and enlisting his assistance in uncovering what had transpired in Konoha. Why had their intelligence suddenly leaked? Did it contain information regarding the infinite Tsukuyomi? The resurrection of his mother was a matter of utmost importance to Black Zetsu. Obito, I have just come across some intriguing news regarding Konoha. Black Zetsu did not engage in his usual playful banter with Obito. Without waiting for Obito to inquire, he directly divulged the intelligence. It appeared that Konoha had uncovered some ninjutsu documents left by Madara from the Uchiha clan. They fabricated a fictitious enemy based on my visage, claiming that someone had been inciting the Senju and Uchiha to stand against one another. The intention was to unite the various factions within the village, consolidating their strength, and perhaps even reignite the flames of war. Black Zetsu deliberately lingered on the word perhaps, elongating the syllables. Despite a shift in mentality, Obito's experience and insight paled in comparison to that of Black Zetsu, this ancient entity. Indeed, upon hearing this, Obito clenched his teeth tightly, his reason scorched by an inexplicable surge of fury, threatening to shatter at any moment. War. A deep, thunderous voice resonated within the dim cavern, filled with both disdain for warfare and loathing directed towards Konoha and Minato Namikaze. He lost an eye in the war and also lost Len. Now that the war has come to an end, Konoha is impatiently instigating another conflict. To this end, they fabricate lies and concoct falsehoods. Do you revel in bloodshed and destruction so much? Indeed, it appears that this world, irrespective of its place or its people, is profoundly flawed. Black Zetsu timely intervenes, drawing Obito back from his fury. Calm down, Obito. This is merely a possibility. To preempt any unforeseen consequences, we must venture to the Uchiha clan grounds and obliterate the records left by Madara. Otherwise, should Konoha decipher them completely, it could pose significant trouble for us. I understand. When I present Konoha with a grand surprise, I will resolve this matter simultaneously. Obito replies with a cold scoff. Best of luck to you. Black Zetsu chuckles softly and, alongside White Zetsu, silently melds into the earth. Time flows steadily onward, arriving at the moment just before Naruto's birth. Chapter 10. The Unraveling Plot in the Land of Fire. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, the night seeped into every corner, while bright lights sparkled like islands upon the sea of darkness. The Third Great Ninja War had largely concluded, and civilians along with ninja gradually returned to their daily lives. The shops lining the streets began to flourish again, blending with the cacophony of voices, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The oppressive weight of war was slowly dissipating. Amidst the bustling crowd, a specter drifted casually, physically passing through individuals while occasionally snatching small snacks or toys from stalls, astonishingly leaving no trace behind. Shilla took a bite of a dumpling, finding it a touch too sweet. Nonetheless, he consumed everything he gathered. He began to empathize with the feelings of the individual who had resided in that pure white world before his arrival. Despite the constant flow of people around him, none paid him any heed, and there was no one to converse with. The 60 seconds of question and answer time bore little distinction from the brief moments of freedom within a prison, perhaps even shorter. For a social creature such as man, living as an invisible entity is, in a sense, a torment. After a brief stroll, Shilla lost interest. The vibrancy of life or its stark absence held no significance for him. One step forward, and he found himself at the Konoha Library. To facilitate his research, he had augmented the original library area, establishing a new library that spanned 100 times the area of the original. The new library housed a far greater variety of books. He meticulously replicated every tome on ninjutsu and science from the Naruto universe, relocating them here as part of his collection, a primary means of passing time. Additionally, he gathered various bloodline samples from within the Naruto world. Boom. Shortly after Sheila settled down, a tremendous explosion erupted from the Uchiha clan grounds. Have things escalated to this point? It is time to investigate. With a raised eyebrow, Sheila picked up a book and vanished in an instant. In the Uchiha clan's territory, civilians near the site of the explosion were thrown into disarray by the sudden blast. While some rushed toward the scene, both Uchiha clan ninjas and ANBU operatives encircled a figure clad in black, wearing a cloud-patterned mask. A trap, perhaps? Obito furrowed his brow as he observed the growing number of people. Under Kagaya's suggestion, he refrained from immediately seeking Kushina to release the Nine Tails, opting instead to head to the Uchiha territory. The infinite Tsukuyomi plan required the sequential absorption of the nine-tailed beasts, with the Nine Tails positioned last. Capturing it for revenge against Konoha could be postponed. However, the stone tablets belonging to the Uchiha clan were critical to his subsequent plans and needed to be destroyed first. Yet, as Obito slipped past surveillance and infiltrated the room housing the tablets, an alarm was triggered. The explosive tags embedded within the tablets were activated instantaneously, and the numerous explosive tags buried nearby were also set off. Had it not been for his intangibility, Obito would have suffered severe injuries, if not death. In the shadows, Kagaya's expression darkened to an extreme as he sensed the situation slipping from their control. Konoha's intelligence might be more comprehensive than anticipated. Damn it, who leaked his information? Retreat. Obito, there is no longer any necessity to continue. Kagaya signaled for retreat through White Zetsu, who was attached to Obito. Encircled, Obito remained composed, even finding time to taunt. Well done, Konoha ninjas, but next time, there won't be such spatial distortions. As Obito's figure began to fade, a sudden voice interrupted. Uchiha Obito. Do you wish to escape? Stunned by the voice, Obito halted his teleportation, turning to face the speaker. Uchiha Fugaku regarded him with unwavering certainty. Obito scoffed. Who are you referring to? No need to feign ignorance. I possess unique methods to discern my kin. I have heard of your tale. How you became a puppet of Madara after Rin's death. How pitiful, to abandon the pride of the Uchiha clan entirely, Fugaku derided, piercing through Obito's last vestiges of hope with his scornful words. Obito's gaze turned icy as he regarded Fugaku as if he were a corpse. Like an arrow released from its bow, he shot toward Fugaku, prompting the surrounding ninjas to react immediately. Shuriken, kunai, and Sunban rained down upon Obito, forming a veritable wall of weapons aimed at him. Yet, Obito did not flinch. The projectiles seemed to strike only air, passing directly through him. Is this your confidence? A unique Sharingan ability? Fugaku was unyielding in his demeanor, yet his actions were swift. He hurled several shurikens towards the obscure corners, probing the extent of Obito's abilities. Unfazed, Obito closed the distance in mere strides, transitioning from intangible to tangible in an instant, launching a strike. However, as he attacked, an unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him, causing him to abandon his offensive intent and activate his intangibility. Almost simultaneously, hidden ninjas unleashed a flurry of shurikens from the shadows. Obito, do not linger in battle, urged Black Zetsu, his voice laced with urgency. The situation had spiraled entirely beyond his control. You cannot allow Obito to continue fighting. Yet, Obito paid no heed. Emboldened by his Manjiki Sharingan, intent on eliminating Fugaku, forming a series of seals, he summoned robust roots from the earth, thrashing like a mad dragon, compelling the surrounding ninjas to retreat. Would release the jutsu of the first Hokage. The ninjas on site were momentarily thrown into chaos. Obito, the Yellow Flash and Kakashi Hatake are approaching. You must hasten your departure, Black Zetsu insisted. Intangibility was not infallible. Kakashi's Sharingan, paired with Obito's, had the potential to cast individuals into the Kamui dimension. They were initially stationed on the other side, guarding Kushina's delivery. Upon receiving the news, they hastened to the Uchiha clan's territory. The caustic remarks of Fugaku Uchiha stemmed largely from a desire to buy time. By the time Minato and Kakashi arrived, it would be significantly more challenging for Obito to escape. Just a moment longer. Amidst the chaos, Obito was poised to strike again when he suddenly felt an immobilizing force envelop him. This was not the moment for reckless defiance, Obito. Kagaya's Black Zetsu activated the curse mark left on Obito by Madara, seizing a fleeting opportunity to attach itself to him and initiate the phasing technique, attempting to forcibly extract him from the situation. Get away, you bastard. The space twisted into a spiral, and their figures were on the verge of vanishing. At that critical moment, an overwhelming force emerged from behind Obito, disrupting the transfer and sending him rolling across the ground until he collided with the wall. A flash of yellow light. Controlled by Black Zetsu, Obito struggled to lift his head. Minato, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, appeared before him, offering no chance for Obito to phase out. With a powerful strike, he rendered Obito unconscious. Unfurling the sealing mechanism in his hand, he placed it upon Black Zetsu, and a torrent of sealing inscriptions surged forth. With a resounding thud, the seal was completed. From the moment he engaged to the conclusion of the battle, no more than 5 seconds had elapsed. Despite the fortunate circumstance of seizing Obito during his immobilization, it was still evident that Minato possessed formidable strength. Lord Hokage, Fugaku, and the other ninjas approached, bowing respectfully to Minato. Sensei, is it truly Obito? Kakashi stepped forward, his expression filled with complexity. Having just been informed of the truth by Minato, Minato nodded at Fugaku and the others, his gaze fixed on Obito, equally complex. Yes, let us take him back. We will reveal the complete truth to him gradually. Chapter 11. The synthesis of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Obito opened his eyes, the dim light flooding in like a tidal wave. Every part of his body radiating pain. As he lifted his head, he realized he was confined in a dungeon, with Kakashi leaning against the wall, head bowed in silence, seemingly having waited for a long time. Faced with his former close friend, Obito harbored no inclination for nostalgia and shut his eyes. Just kill me. Kakashi, as if oblivious to his plea, spoke softly. Rin was killed by Uchiha Madara to turn you into his puppet. The words reverberated through the air like a tsunami. And Obito's heart, once lifeless, widened in shock. Their teacher had learned of Madara's scheme through special channels. During the battle at Kanabi Bridge, he had deliberately led IWA to force them into a corner, orchestrating your false death and abducting you. When you had nearly recovered, he manipulated the mist ninjas to take Rin, implanting the three tails within her. The ostensible goal was to wreak havoc on Konoha's headquarters, but in truth, it was to have Rin die before you, for only then could you fully embrace his ideology. Kakashi's voice grew significantly heavier, his hands trembling. He seemed to be transported back to that fateful day when the torrential rain poured down, and Lin's lips were stained with blood as she clutched his hand in her final moments. He personally took the life of his companion. Raising his head, he returned to the present, a dimly lit cell, his eyes bloodshot. Why should I trust you? How can you prove the veracity of your words? Black Zetsu, the entity that clings to you, was involved in Uchiha Obito's schemes. Once the teacher devises a method to extract his memories, everything will become clear. Moreover, there is no need for me to deceive you. Extracting memories from the human brain is not exceedingly difficult, as the Konoha Intelligence Department possesses a comprehensive and refined process. However, those methods are ineffective against Black Zetsu. Calm yourself, I shall return. With that, Kakashi departed. Shortly thereafter, an anguished roar erupted from the underground prison. Uchiha Obito. With the chaos of the Nine Tails incident concluded, despite its lack of initial occurrence, Minato remained by Kushina's side, gazing at the newly born Naruto with the joy of a child. With his presence, the tragedies that might befall Naruto and the Uchiha clan in the future would likely be averted. Everything seemed perfect. Yet, there were clouds of discontent. Sirai withdrew his gaze from the root headquarters. Obito had not instigated significant turmoil, as the Nine Tails had not emerged from the onset. However, the closeness between the fourth Hokage and the Uchiha had been laid bare to the upper echelons of Konoha. Danzo was infuriated, smashing several tables in his rage. Where would this lead next? Sirai suddenly felt an urge to hasten time. Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed the thought. That which was meant to be seen would eventually come to light. His time is prolonged, necessitating the mastery of restraint and contentment. He wanders through the library. On the shelves, aside from books, live blood samples, tailed beasts, and various peculiar creations from the world of ninjas. These items serve as invaluable teaching tools for Shilu, aiding him in his pursuit of chakra knowledge. Yet, the deeper he delves into his studies, the more perplexed he becomes. According to the Sage of Six Paths, chakra is fundamentally a fusion of physical energy and spiritual power. Ninjas utilize hand seals and chakra to perform ninjutsu, transforming it into various unique substances, even capable of transmitting chakra to others. Following this line of reasoning, chakra should be an actual substance or energy. Upon microscopic observation, the smallest unit of chakra indeed manifests as particles. The conundrum arises here. Why does the combination of physical energy and spiritual power yield new particles? What exactly does physical energy refer to? And what constitutes spiritual energy? What are the underlying physical laws at work? I require more advanced research materials. Shilu gazes at the nine-tailed beasts in the collection room. If one were to investigate the relationship between chakra and life, the tailed beasts in the Otsutsuki clan undoubtedly represent the finest specimens. The former epitomizes chakra aggregates, while the latter has mastered the utilization of chakra to an unparalleled degree, penetrating into the realms of bloodlines and even souls. With a mere thought, the 9 miniature-tailed beasts materialize. Yet, the Rinnegan and the Outer Path Golem are still lacking. Gathering these two elements is not a formidable task. As we delve into the annals of Western music, time appears to reverse, and Obito, who has been cast into the depths of incarceration, reemerges. He returns to the Uchiha clan's domain, retreating from Konoha to his former lair. Guided by the enigmatic black and white Zetsu, he arrives in the Land of Rain. Following Obito's trajectory, I locate Nagato and, in turn, trace Nagato's path of growth upstream through time. The third great ninja war has yet to conclude, with the Land of Rain serving as one of the principal battlegrounds. The conflict has wrought immense devastation, rendering countless civilians homeless as famine, disease, death, and suffering run rampant. It is amidst this turmoil that the Akatsuki organization is born. Distinct from the terror it would later become. In its nascent form, the Akatsuki harbored lofty ideals, resisting the oppression of great nations, aiding those in need, uniting individuals who yearn for peace to establish a harmonious order and eradicate strife. Yet, ideals lacking in power are destined to be feeble. As the Akatsuki organization grows stronger, it nears reconciliation with the Rain Village, aspiring to establish peace. However, sensing a threat, Danzo resorts to treachery, orchestrating a murder to incite discord between the fledgling Akatsuki and the Rain Village. Under the relentless drizzle, Hanzo of the Salamander stands upon a precipice, using Konan as a hostage to force Yahiko to his demise, plunging Nagato into madness, prompting him to summon the Outer Path Golem for a rampage. Suddenly, the scene freezes. I replicate both Nagato and the Outer Path Golem. The chakra of the nine-tailed beast flows sequentially into the golem, and the colossal humanoid, like a mass of clay, contorts into a monstrous form towering hundreds of meters, crowned with a spiraled structure that is utterly terrifying, the 10 tails. After backing it up, I infuse the 10 tails into the replicated Nagato. Thus, the 10 tails Jinchuriki Nagato is born, wielding a 10 staff, encircled by the truth-seeking orbs. His once crimson hair now turned white. The entire process is not particularly thrilling, lacking the suspense and excitement depicted in anime, flowing smoothly yet rather monotonously. Next, it is imperative to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi and absorb a substantial amount of ninja chakra, alongside merging with Kaguya Otsutsuki's consciousness. The chakra issue is easily resolved, as the pure white space allows for the replication of as many ninjas as required. However, compelling Nagato to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi proves to be somewhat troublesome, for he is merely an unthinking vessel. I shall take matters into my own hands. I attach my consciousness to the 6 paths Nagato, opening the third Rinnegan in his forehead to resonate with the moon above. From the earth, the divine tree sprouts, its roots sprawling like serpents, lifting the ninjas to siphon their chakra. I withdraw, summoning a black Zetsu as a fusion material, casting it into the body of 6 paths Nagato before departing. Yet, after a considerable wait, Kaguya Otsutsuki fails to materialize, and the black Zetsu merely clings to the 6 paths Nagato without any further transformation. Has something gone awry? Sheila raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback, yet it was within the realm of reason. The replication of powers from the pure white world is inherently limited. For instance, if Sheila wished to replicate an individual, everything about that person would be copied except for their consciousness. as the free will of consciousness is the most fundamental criterion by which the pure white world assesses living beings. Furthermore, apart from the questioner and the respondent, no other living entity may exist within the pure white space. The failure to synthesize Kaguya Otsutsuki clearly underscores this point. Her consciousness plays a pivotal role in her resurrection, suggesting a closer bond between chakra and mental will. Initially, Sheila harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that even a soulless Otsutsuki body would suffice. However, reality dictated otherwise. With synthesis proving impossible, he was left with no choice but to continue his journey back over 1,000 years. Sighing, he resumed his retrospection. Chapter 12. The second questioner time ambled forward. Sheila remained engrossed in his studies within the world of Naruto, though his focus had shifted from chakra knowledge to mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Despite having acquired the genetic samples of the Otsutsuki clan, Sheila lacked the requisite knowledge to analyze them. On the library desk lay a hefty notebook filled with intricate equations, yet he found himself stumped by a particularly vexing problem, struggling to formulate a solution. If only the denizens of the Naruto world could assist him in unraveling these conundrums, surely there would be a few prodigies capable of lending a hand. With a heavy heart, Sheila lamented, questioning whether he had become so idle as to seek out torment. Having achieved immortality, why would he still pursue problems? Yet, apart from this, he could not conceive of any other means to pass the time. Should he regard the Naruto world as an elaborate theatrical performance? Yet, reality is not like an anime. It does not curate the most thrilling moments, nor does it accompany them with music. The majority of ninjas undertake missions that are exceedingly mundane and tedious. The entertainment industry within the Naruto world is hardly flourishing, without an understanding of its cultural nuances. Engaging with many cultural works of this realm is scarcely different from enduring a form of torment. It would be wiser to focus on learning, for at least that would foster personal growth. Lost in thought, Sheila suddenly looked up, as the pure white world granted him an odd feedback. In the boundless expanse of white, a boy clad in a black coat and donning a fox mask coldly surveyed his surroundings. His left hand was pierced by a kunai, yet no trace of blood was visible at the wound. Crawling insects. Do you only know how to ensnare others with illusions? The boy, named Mima, endeavored to break free from this illusory realm through various means. Even self-mutilation culminated in failure. Young man, it is not wise to hurl insults without grasping the situation. The emergence of Sheila sparked a moment of awareness. As the time for the youthful inquiries commenced upon the sound he heard, there remained 55 seconds. Allow me to introduce myself. However, before Sheila could complete his sentence, Myanmar shot forth like a released arrow, drawing forth the kunai embedded in his left hand and aiming it directly at Sheila. Die. Just as the kunai was about to pierce Sheila's skull, a surge of invisible repulsion manifested, momentarily freezing Myanmar in midair before he was propelled backwards at an even greater velocity. I believe you should at least allow me to finish my statement, Sheila remarked with exasperation, pondering the impulsive nature of this second questioner. Myanmar tumbled several times upon the ground before coming to a halt, instinctively wiping the corner of his mouth and rising to prepare for another bout. Suddenly, he realized he could not move. It was not due to confinement, but rather his mind could no longer perceive the existence of his body, leaving a void below his neck. He was beheaded. My name is Sheila, and I am a denizen of this realm of questions and answers. Sheila slowly grasped the head of Myanmar, removing his mask. Upon revealing the visage beneath, a look of surprise crossed his features. The face was strikingly reminiscent of the fourth Hokage, with a resemblance of about 70%. If one were to pinpoint the most significant difference, it would likely be that the expression of the fourth Hokage exuded a greater warmth, while the Myanmar before Sheila was imbued with a chilling madness and a coldness in his eyes. He glared at Sheila, his teeth clenched, yet words eluded him. Here lies a realm beyond the confines of your existence, not an illusion, nor have I summoned you. It is the world itself that dictates the arrival of souls from other dimensions. As a denizen of this realm, my duty is to address your inquiries. Within the span of 60 seconds, you may pose any question, and I shall endeavor to provide an answer, excluding the time taken for contemplation from both parties. Do you comprehend? Sheila affixed the mask back onto his body, adjusting it until it felt right, nodding in satisfaction. Myanmar sensed his ability to move returning, yet hesitated to act further, his eyes filled with apprehension. In that fleeting moment, he perceived an insurmountable disparity in strength. Though seemingly frail, Sheila wielded an unfathomable power. What questions do you have? Questions? Myanmar gazed at Sheila with skepticism, tentatively probing. Could you assist me in conquering the shinobi world? Theoretically, it is possible. But why would you desire such a thing? In your world, there should be few who could oppose you. Do you harbor aspirations that necessitate dominion over the world? Myanmar responded coldly. What does that have to do with your answers? Sheila smiled radiantly. Indeed, it bears no relation. Yet your ambition to rule the world holds no significance for me, does it? I can choose to aid you earnestly or provide perfunctory responses. Is there any particular rationale required to seek greater power and command the entire world as your own? Perhaps there is none, having witnessed many driven by specific goals. Sheila found Myanmar's desire for power, devoid of other motives, intriguing. If it is power you seek, I suggest you delve into the realms of mathematics and physics. Reliance on ninjutsu and brute strength has persisted for millennia and will inevitably be supplanted by more advanced technologies. I can bestow upon you a jutsu of mental fortitude to aid in your studies. A scroll materialized before Myanmar. Ninjutsu, total concentration of the mind. To extract chakra, a ninja must harmonize mental and physical energy, necessitating a degree of bodily control. Many jutsu and techniques demand high levels of dexterity. Sheila's total concentration of the mind technique is designed to clear the mind of distractions, allowing one to maintain prolonged focus and deep contemplation, thereby enhancing both physical control and learning capacity. He synthesized his knowledge and harnessed the power of the pure white world, conducting thousands of experiments before finally completing his development. Regrettably, Myanmar did not express gratitude, not even acknowledging the scroll. He yearned for potent ninjutsu. Many formidable techniques come with their own prerequisites, including chakra capacity, bloodline limits, or control abilities. If one merely seeks a technique of considerable power, it is imperative to continuously enhance one's chakra and subsequently detonate that chakra. A new scroll materialized, which did not elaborate on extensive training methods, but presented several equations regarding the transformation between chakra and energy. In another realm, a similar mass-energy conversion equation was initially applied in the context of nuclear weapons. In the Naruto world, due to the existence of chakra as a unique force, the threshold for material to energy conversion is, in fact, considerably lower. Myanmar glanced at the scroll and found himself momentarily perplexed. He recognized each character, but could not comprehend their collective meaning. Sheila observed his discomfort and remarked, "Thus, I suggest you need to learn." This time, Myanmar did not refute the suggestion and accepted 2 scrolls. The scrolls transformed into radiant light, imprinting themselves into his mind. "How do I return?" he inquired. With a snap, the space fractured, revealing a portal. Simply step inside. As Myanmar prepared to depart, a countdown above him indicated he had 31 seconds remaining. Chapter 13, Parallel Worlds. Is his world not a mere illusion? After Myanmar's departure, Sheila's gaze turned towards the second portal, where another ninja world awaited, the 5 great nations. The 5 great ninja villages, the 5 Kage-tailed beasts, and even the Otsutsuki clan. It appeared indistinguishable from this world. In fact, even the microscopic structures were fundamentally similar. Traversing the microscopic realm, the physical laws that constitute the macroscopic world are rendered so intuitively and clearly. Although my understanding of the Naruto universe was rather scant prior to this transition, upon crossing over, all that had been forgotten resurfaced with astonishing clarity. Even the number of steps taken on a certain day could be calculated through recollection. In his memories, Meitarumi is a denizen of a world governed by illusions. To seize the 9 tails, Obito utilized the power of the tailed beasts to develop a jutsu known as the limited Tsukuyomi, which transports individuals to a mirrored realm distinct from reality, akin to an incomplete version of the infinite Tsukuyomi, yet possessing the same capacity to fulfill desires. However, fundamentally, the limited Tsukuyomi is a form of illusion. The world within the limited Tsukuyomi is inherently non-existent, a mere virtual construct. Yet reality reveals to Sheila that he is gravely mistaken, for this world indeed exists in a tangible form. The inhabitants are real, and the microscopic laws within this realm do not differ from those in another Naruto world, a feat unattainable by mere illusions. Can both sides be authentic? Or perhaps both are illusory? Emerging from the limited Tsukuyomi, Sheila enters the world of Minato Namikaze. Until this moment, he had believed he was interacting with the Minato from the original storyline. Yet the limited Tsukuyomi presented a younger Meitarumi, prompting Sheila to question the validity of his judgments. After all, the 2 worlds do not exist within the same temporal framework, unless the flow of time differs. It is implausible for Naruto and Mei Terumi to appear at the same age within the limited Tsukuyomi. In Minato's world, nearly a year has elapsed since the last attempt to capture Obito, during which Konoha has undergone significant transformations. The core power structure of the village has opened a pathway to the Uchiha clan. Obito has returned to Konoha, fervently accepting missions to force himself to forget the experiences of this interim, ultimately being assigned by Minato as Konoha's envoy to negotiate with Nagato of the Rain Country, aiming to ease relations. Naturally, some aspects adhere to the original plot, exhibiting minimal change. Orochimaru, sensing the village's shifts, defected from Konoha prematurely. The following day, his human experimentation was exposed, with substantial evidence collected, much of which pointed towards the root organization, indicating that Danzo had exerted considerable effort in Orochimaru's experiments. Minato seized the opportunity to challenge the root organization, imposing restrictions on their authority, funding, and personnel. Sheila harbored little interest in these developments. He was fervently eager to discern the true state of the Naruto world. Is this world indeed the ninja realm of his recollections? As his will took hold, the world began to regress, and Sheila's gaze fell upon the characters of the narrative, tracing the trajectory of their growth. At last, time rewound to the days of Watergate's schooling, and the world abruptly halted. The first scene that starkly contradicted Sheila's memories materialized. In Sheila's recollections, Watergate had little interaction with Kushina Uzumaki during their time at the Ninja Academy. It was only after the abduction by the Cloud Village that Watergate, following the threat of fate, heroically rescued her, leading to a confession beneath the moonlight, and thus, their relationship blossomed. However, in this alternate reality, Watergate appeared to harbor affections for Kushina from the outset, displaying a remarkable maturity as he pursued her even during their academy days. Moreover, the subsequent abduction incident by the Cloud Village never transpired at all. Of course, if one were to seek an explanation, it could be attributed to the butterfly effect. The gentle flutter of a butterfly's wings on the East Coast might, through a series of complex physical transformations, culminate in a hurricane on the West Coast, thereby altering the course of the world. Sheila had encountered the young Watergate at one point. Although their exchange had lacked dialogue, the impact was undoubtedly significant, potentially shifting his mindset and thus influencing his decisions. Noting this revelation, Sheila continued to observe the primary characters as the narrative unfolded when a second divergence appeared, Senju Tobarama. In the original tale, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, ventured to the Cloud Village for peace negotiations amidst the war, only to encounter a rebellion instigated by the rogue ninjas, Kin and Jin. In a bid to safeguard the youth, Senju Tobarama chose to remain behind, allowing his guard and disciples to escape. He perished as a result, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was appointed as the third Hokage during this event. However, in this altered world, it is not merely Senju Tobarama who remains. There is another ninja who also lingers behind. This incident could have transpired prior to the emergence of Minato Namikaze, for no matter how profound the butterfly effect may be, it cannot reverse the flow of time. Furthermore, there are numerous other discrepancies, all of which are subtle details. If it were not for Sheila's exceptional memory, such differences would have gone unnoticed. Thus, this is not the narrative world I recall. Rather, it is a parallel realm. As time progresses to the moment when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara first encounter each other, Sheila halts his advance. There is no longer any necessity to proceed further. The world of Naruto may encompass numerous parallel timelines, and the realm before him is merely one among them. Its trajectory aligns closely with that of the original narrative, yet it diverges significantly in intricate details, now veering towards a wholly different path. The temporal progression of various parallel worlds exists at disparate stages, some advancing swiftly, others languishing. In this realm, Naruto has only recently been born, while in the limited world of Tsukuyomi, Sasuke has already matured into a young man. If a true original timeline exists, time there would undoubtedly flow more swiftly than in these two worlds. Perhaps even more rapid parallel worlds exist, where Naruto's own grandchildren have already taken their first breaths. Should this be the case, the concept of parallel worlds becomes rather plausible, with both realms possessing their own veracity, rendering the infinite Tsukuyomi technique exceedingly intriguing. Sheila pondered, stroking his chin. Before this, he had been plagued by a question for an extended period. Based on observations from the microcosmic realm, the physical formulas derived to extrapolate macroscopic data diverged significantly from the observations of the macroscopic world obtained in the pure white realm. Sheila had struggled to identify the cause. even doubting himself at times. Now, the existence of parallel worlds prompted him to realize that perhaps he had been misguided in his approach, necessitating the reconstruction of a new worldview. For an ordinary individual faced with such a scenario, the task of independently establishing an entirely new worldview could lead to despair. However, Shilla is different. He possesses the remarkable ability to directly observe both the micro and macro realms. He formulates principles from phenomena rather than retroactively deriving other formulas through observations, which entails a vastly different level of complexity. He has journeyed from nothingness to achievement, and even accounting for deliberate pauses and a deceleration of time. Approximately a decade has elapsed in subjective experience. In this span, he has accomplished feats that many scientists may never achieve in a lifetime. This is a source of immense pride, offering no justification for despair or relinquishment. However, what should be the course of action? He once personally executed the infinite Tsukuyomi, initially to discern why Kaguya had not manifested, even delving into the microscopic realm for observation. Yet, no anomalies were detected. This indicates that the pure white world, which simulates the ninja realm, possesses certain blind spots and cannot be wholly relied upon. Chapter 14, Dragon Veins and the Limited Tsukuyomi World Question. Is there a method to swiftly remedy the prospective blind spots? Answer. One must traverse the blind spots to gain insight. This encapsulates Xie Lu's line of thought. He was not entirely certain about the structural existence of the Naruto parallel universe, yet he knew that witnessing it firsthand, aided by the power of the pure white world, would soon clarify everything. Taking a step forward, he arrived at a unique location, Lulon, a desolate expanse of yellow earth, where beneath lay one of the greatest treasures of the ninja world, the Dragon Vein. This vein harbored an unimaginable reservoir of chakra. The force unleashed by a mere upheaval was sufficient to disrupt the fabric of time, allowing Naruto to traverse back into the past. However, upon grasping the existence of parallel worlds, Shilla found himself questioning whether what he perceived as the past was indeed genuine or merely a parallel realm entwined with his own, akin to quantum entanglement. Due to this connection, actions in one world could influence another, yet they would not genuinely alter the order of time. Otherwise, the temporal framework of the Naruto universe would appear exceedingly fragile. An aspect of the power buried within a life-bearing planet could warp time. Considering the countless trillions of celestial bodies in the universe, many of which possess greater mass and energy than the ninja realm, it seemed implausible that none would harbor a phenomenon akin to the Dragon Vein. What chaos would ensue? It was worth a trial, regardless of the outcome. It would address the deficiencies in his perspective. With a subtle flick of his fingers, a complete dragon vein emerged from the ground. Accompanying his motion, the earth trembled violently, fissures splitting the terrain in a chaotic lattice. The world transformed into a solid ocean of yellow, millions of tons of soil heaving and boiling, dust rising like a cataclysmic wave, sweeping everything into the distance, reminiscent of an apocalypse. As everything settled, a chakra river, stretching hundreds of miles, floated in midair, flowing serenely and emitting a cerulean glow. The terrifying reservoir of chakra eclipsed even the Ten Tails. Now, before an even grander force, it gradually coiled, its chakra compressing and refining. The tumultuous chakra twisted space, creating vortices, yet no other passages emerged. Instead, it pierced through the layers of the pure white space that enveloped the primordial world. Ultimately, it coalesced into a small orb resembling jade, resting in Shilla's palm. Indeed, it had failed. The pure white space serves as an anchor for the Inquirer's world. On this foundation, Shilla can wield the power of the pure white space with reckless abandon, engaging in learning or amusement, destruction or creation. As long as the world of Hokage endures, and the original data remains intact, it can be restarted an infinite number of times. Yet, he is unable to proactively expand his worldview or utilize the dragon veins to forge pathways to parallel or past worlds. Perhaps it is only when the Inquirer ventures into other realms that new perspectives may be unlocked. In the limited realm of Tsuki no Yomi, within the training cavern, Myanmar sits serenely upon a high stone chair, propping his head with one hand, seemingly lost in a light slumber. Below the elevated platform, a figure clad in a fiery cloud robe, adorned with a spiral mask, appears translucent. You seem to have fallen asleep quite suddenly, Abido observes, his dark eyes gradually revealing the three tomo. Without shifting his head, Myanmar allows his gaze to drift downwards, looking down upon Abido. What is it you wish to say? Obito closes his Sharingan. I was merely concerned for you. After all, you fell asleep without any forewarning. It appears, however, that all is well. With a hint of boredom in his voice, Myanmar replies, you may take your leave. I require rest. How cold you are. Obito shrugs, finding it remarkable how, despite being in a mirrored world, the personality of Uzumaki Naruto, no, Uzumaki Myanmar, has undergone such a drastic transformation. His figure slipped into the depths of the earth, vanishing within the training cavern. Myanmar sensed the air around him and confirmed that Obito had indeed departed. He bit his finger and performed the summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, revealing a scroll before his eyes. Myanmar transcribed the knowledge he had retained in the pristine white space onto the scroll, subsequently creating several copies. He had always maintained a heightened sense of caution regarding gifts freely offered by others. One could never be too sure of their intentions. The most prudent approach was to utilize others as test subjects, ensuring the absence of any hidden dangers before proceeding to learn. Myanmar ventured deeper into the training cavern, where a few survivors remained imprisoned. Among them was the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Yumu, who found herself in a dire state. Her limbs were shattered, her chakra was incessantly siphoned away, and cursed seals had been etched onto her body, severing her connection to the two-tails. Should her injuries persist, even if Myanmar chose not to end her life, her survival would be fleeting. Upon hearing footsteps approaching the entrance, all heads turned in unison, only to witness the masked man who had captured them tossing several scrolls into the cell. Myanmar declared, I offer you a chance at survival. Whoever can master the techniques inscribed here first shall be granted a reprieve. With that, he departed, indifferent to whether the number of scrolls sufficed for each prisoner. The value of the inmates had been thoroughly extracted. They were now merely tools for utilitarian purposes. The gazes exchanged among the prisoners grew tense, the camaraderie they once shared evaporating. Only the one who mastered the techniques would have a chance to live. The rest became rivals. Words were unnecessary. Battles erupted swiftly within the confines of the cells. Though chakra was scarce, they still possessed physical prowess, knee strikes, headbutts, and biting. In one cell, the prisoners engaged in primal and bloody combat until a victor emerged. Yumu, perhaps due to her status as the two-tailed Jinchuriki, was fortuitously isolated in her own cell, spared the need to compete for the scrolls or resort to murder to eliminate rivals. Struggling toward the scroll, she was determined to survive. Upon unfurling the scroll, she was captivated by its contents, which diverged from the conventional realms of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. It ingeniously amalgamated the characteristics of all three, birthing an entirely novel technique. By manipulating chakra, it influenced her brain and spirit, a sight Yumu had never before witnessed, such audacity and madness embodied in a technique. Even more astonishing was the creator's meticulous refinement of the technique, rendering it clear and coherent. The details suggested the existence of a comprehensive theoretical framework behind this ninjutsu, distinct from the mainstream doctrines of the contemporary ninja world. What a waste of my goodwill, thought Sheila, observing Myanmar as he distributed his techniques to the prisoners rather than focusing on his own training. He discerned that Minma's mental state was amiss, prompting him to bestow the art of complete focus upon him, initially hoping to dispel his shadowy side and transform Minma into a different Naruto. However, it now seemed that this aspiration was entirely misplaced. At this juncture, even with training, it appeared to be somewhat too late. Sheila cast his gaze into the distance, where a figure emerged in the hidden leaf village. From another realm, Uzumaki Naruto reveled in the rare affection of his parents within the confines of the limited Tsukuyomi world. Beneath the bright lights, Naruto perused a family album, filled with photographs of the Minato and Kushina couple alongside Minma, chronicling moments from infancy to adolescence, births, school enrollments, birthdays, graduations, and vacations. Each pivotal moment of life in this world was captured in vivid imagery. As Naruto caressed the album, he seemed to lose himself within it, experiencing a life where he was born, grew up, and reveled in parental love, playing joyfully with peers, rather than languishing in a dark corner, alone with expired food. Returning to an empty home each day, unbeknownst to him, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Perhaps remaining in this world was not such a lamentable fate. Chapter 15. Uzumaki Minma's restoration. Naruto's tranquil existence was short-lived, as Minma's assault soon commenced. Seeking to seize the Book of the Red Moon, prophesied to vanquish him, Minma unleashed a cataclysmic force, leveling the entire Hidden Leaf village. Sheila witnessed the annihilation of Konoha firsthand. In an instant, everything was reduced to rubble, countless civilians, unable to escape, were obliterated in that singular strike. In the narrative world, they served merely as background figures, nameless and numbered casualties, eternally excluded from the main storyline. Yet in the realm of reality, each one was a living being, possessing families, friends, aspirations, and thoughts. It was indeed a ruthless world. Sheila gently raised his hand, and beams of light began to manifest over the ruins of Konoha, increasing in number and speed, resembling a constellation that nearly illuminated the entire world. Each ray represented a lost soul. There were the elderly, children, newlywed couples, and youthful aspirants who had just become ninjas. No one could see them, and perhaps no one would remember them, except for Sheila. To be candid, Sheila felt little emotional resonance. These individuals were neither kin nor acquaintance. Their lives or deaths bore little significance to him. Yet, out of a shared humanity, he chose to erect tombstones for these souls, albeit only he could perceive them. In the ruins of Konoha, Naruto wished to rescue Sakura, resulting in a fierce confrontation with Minato and Kushina. From a young age, he was instilled with the will of fire by 3 generations, taught that for the sake of comrades and the village, one must be prepared to sacrifice oneself at any moment. However, for Minato and Kushina, who were trapped in the limited world of Tsukuyami, family and their own lives took precedence, and they fervently tried to dissuade Naruto from his mission to save others. Stunned by their words, Naruto took a step back, unable to ignore the truth he had long suppressed. Silently, he picked up the kunai on the ground, gazing at his concerned parents, and revealed the reality. "I'm sorry. I have deceived you all along. I am not from this world, and my name is not Menma." Kushina's voice trembled as she stepped forward. "What are you suddenly saying?" Naruto's voice quivered with a sense of relief. At this moment, he finally understood the answer that had been dwelling in his heart. It was a choice between remaining in this world where his parents lived or protecting the world his parents wished to safeguard. "My true father is the 4th Hokage, and my mother is the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails." Naruto lowered his gaze to the kunai in his hand, memories of another world flooding his mind. Lessons from the 4th. His mother's comforting words, and their unwavering resolve to protect the village. His voice slowed, yet his determination solidified. They had sacrificed themselves to protect everyone, to protect the village, to protect him. They taught him the importance of guardianship, and thus, he must go save others. Tears streaming down her face, Kushina pleaded, "Menma, please, don't say any more." Naruto shook his head, picked up the 4th Hokage's ceremonial cloak from the ground, donned it, and before departing, left behind a smile as he vanished, uttering, "I'm off." In the training cave, Menma awaited silently on the bridge, the anxiety and disdain within him intensifying. When Naruto finally arrived, this tension peaked. Without any preamble, he summoned the 9 beasts. The 9 uniquely empowered summoned beasts worked in unison, overwhelming Naruto with their assault. In a fleeting moment, as the Grim Reaper swung its scythe, Naruto attempted to block it with his kunai, but the anticipated massive collision did not occur. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, as a uniquely shaped sword appeared before him. I have yet to taste the Grim Reaper's chakra. Kisame, wielding the sword Samahata, appeared with excitement, having just saved Naruto. The Akatsuki, in the world of Tsukuyami, was a mercenary organization, serving whoever paid for their services. Following Kisame, Deidara, Sasori, Kakazu, Haiden, Itachi, Konan, and Pain emerged one after another, engaging in battle with Menma's 9 beasts. "We have accepted the Hokage's commission to assist you in dealing with the masked man." Itachi gazed down at Naruto and spoke in a calm tone, eliciting great joy from Naruto. The Akatsuki as adversaries were a source of frustration, yet as allies, they were utterly dependable. In stark contrast, the impatience reflected in Menma's eyes reached a pinnacle of exasperation. Time and again, he pondered why it was always like this, and why Naruto could not simply perish. Channeling an extraordinarily high-quality chakra sphere with one hand, he cursed, "It is you who should be damned." Naruto, undeterred, began to form his wind release, Raisen Shuriken. With a thunderous clash, the 2 advanced ninjutsu collided, obliterating everything in their vicinity. In a moment of disorientation, Naruto felt as if he had entered a spiritual realm. Menma's mask shattered, revealing a visage strikingly similar to his own. "I have always sensed something strange within me, an ever-growing irritation, knowing there exists something as vile as you in this world." Returning to reality, Menma struggled to rise, his expression replete with disdain. "Thinking of this, I have resolved to kill you, no matter what." Naruto still grappling with the revelation that the masked man was a manifestation of his own world, suddenly noticed Minma forming hand seals. The defeated nine tails of the Akatsuki surged into him as a radiant light. The immense chakra summoned the nine tails of this world, which sensed the presence of another within Naruto. Kill it, consume it. One nine tails is sufficient for this realm. Gathering energy, the tailed beast unleashed a barrage of tailed beast balls, causing explosive detonations that disturbed the entire lake, vaporizing water into a dense mist. Sakura, witnessing this scene, attempted to intervene but was halted by Itachi. The situation has transcended the parameters of our mission. Battling tailed beasts entails a different price. With that, he led Sakura away from the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, Naruto was propelled by the tailed beast balls, and the nine tails could no longer remain passive. The two-tailed beast shared a connection, and the nine tails, equally displeased with the other, lent its power. Thus, the confrontation escalated into a battle of tailed beasts. The cacophony of their fierce clash resonated far and wide. The explosions of tailed beast balls ceaseless, wreaking havoc that far surpassed the animated portrayals. The entire lake evaporated, cliffs fractured into canyons, and waves of heat surged relentlessly into the distance. With a resounding crash, much of the valley was annihilated, and Minma's summit Ninetales could no longer sustain itself, ultimately succumbing to Naruto's might and plummeting from the sky, rendered incapable of further combat. It is coming to an end, sighed Zetsu, observing the battlefield. The unfolding events aligned closely with Zetsu's expectations. Obito, possessing Minma, sought to claim the Ninetales but was vanquished. This time, Naruto did not even fall victim to genjutsu. Upon the arrival of the fourth Hokage and his wife, Obito relinquished his final glimmer of hope. Seizing the Ninetales within this limited world of Tsukuyomi was no longer feasible. After his disappearance, the limitations on Tsuki no Yomi were lifted. At that moment, the black-haired Minma regained his original appearance. A white light enveloped Naruto and Sakura. Minato glanced at Naruto, sensing the bond of family that could not be feigned, and asked, "Are you leaving? Returning to your original world?" Kushina interjected, "Is it time for parting?" Naruto bit his lip, tears welling in his eyes, unable to confront the parents of this world, unable to face the farewell from his own. Yet, his reluctance transformed into a serene smile. "Thank you for coming to rescue me. Although our time together was fleeting, I am truly grateful to you both. This is the first time I have experienced something like this since my birth. Thank you for worrying about me, for your anger, all for the sake of my well-being. I am sincerely thankful." The light gradually intensified, and the figures of the two vanished. Chapter 16. Minma's Despair in the Ruins of Konoha. All that met the eye were shattered walls and remnants, splintered wood, and debris forming small mountains. The cries of the living, trapped beneath the rubble, seeped through the gaps. Minma's eyelids fluttered, consciousness slowly returned, as if he had been asleep for an eternity. He wished to continue his slumber, but the incessant buzzing in his ears disturbed his peace. Summoning all his strength, he opened his eyes, eager to comprehend the unfolding events. However, upon opening his eyes, he was struck motionless, as though paralyzed. An invisible force gripped his throat, rendering him speechless and breathless, though many aspects of his surroundings bore no resemblance to their former state. The familiar terrain and the presence of Konoha ninjas moving about conveyed an undeniable truth. This was indeed the place. "You have awakened." Minma turned his head, following the voice to find a young man sitting cross-legged on the ground to his right. "I am Suraku," he said, retracting his gaze from Naruto to nod at Minma. "This is the Konoha village within my simulated world. I have encountered your darker self once, so I shall refrain from further introductions. Reflect upon it. You should possess my memories." Without the need for an introduction to the Western music, the moment Minma laid his eyes upon it, a torrent of memories surged forth. It was his shadowy side, everything that transpired during his slumbering period. Murder, 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 murder. During the time of lost recollection, his most frequent act was that of taking lives, whether they belonged to the ninjas of the 5 great nations, the bounty hunters in pursuit, or even his kin and friends from Konoha. His master, Jiraiya, met his demise at his hands. Comrades from Konoha were slain by him, and even his parents nearly fell victim to his wrath. As a multitude of memories flooded his mind, Minma painfully clutched his head. Despite the absence of any physical pain, he experienced a sensation as though his mind were about to shatter. An overwhelming wave of nausea rose from within, causing him to retch continuously, as if he were to expel all that resided within him, his very entrails. At that moment, a luminous silhouette passed by. A little girl of perhaps 5 or 6 years, holding her parents' hands, joyfully skipping home. As the light passed through Myanmar, the girl's memories rushed into his consciousness. For a fleeting instant, Myanmar felt as if he had become a 6-year-old girl, eagerly awaiting the school holiday, with her parents finally having free time, joyously playing together all day long. The simplicity of that happiness reverberated in his heart for an eternity. Just after finishing dinner, an explosion echoed nearby, and her parents pulled her towards the village's shelter. Midway, a sudden burst of light engulfed everything. Myanmar jolted awake. As a result of this assault initiated by you, the current death toll stands at 11,223, including 1,321 official ninjas, with injuries exceeding 100,000 and countless more displaced. Due to the war, many among them were orphans, and once dead, they would be forgotten. Out of a sense of moral obligation as a human, I erected tombstones for those who perished in this conflict. Each flickering light represents an individual, and upon touching them, one can faintly sense fragments of their final day. Myanmar raised his gaze, seeing an innumerable throng of luminous beings wandering in Konoha, among them several familiar faces: Ino, Shikamaru, Niji. The deceased were reliving the last day of their existence in this realm. Some unknowingly tread over their own corpses, while others lay amidst the ruins as if they had returned home. Kill, kill, kill me. I implore you, kill me. After several choked attempts, Myanmar finally uttered a complete sentence, tears streaming down like a broken string of pearls. He cannot, nor is he qualified to return. Death, paradoxically, is the most favorable choice for him, a choice born of cowardice. Cielo shook his head, stating, "You must understand, I am merely a respondent to inquiries, not a harbinger of death. Allow me to return, permit my demise." Yet, Cielo continued to shake his head, illuminating the consequences that would befall Myanmar after death: to perish before his parents, to burden them with the sins he leaves behind, facing ostracization from Konoha, enduring scorn, to have them die alongside him in spirit after his passing, or perhaps to atone for his transgressions for the rest of their lives. Myanmar wept, lost in uncertainty, truly unsure of what choice to make. Ultimately, reality is not a game, nor a comic. It is not a realm where one can commit murder without consequence. Redemption? Return? Such notions are non-existent. What would the friends and family of the deceased think? How would the village's laws and the integrity of its justice be upheld? You possess your own grievances, your own misfortunes. You feel remorse, you wish to return. But what of others? Families obliterated, loved ones lost. If one commits a grave error yet incurs no repercussions, and a mere declaration of repentance suffices for universal acceptance and forgiveness, treating the matter as if it never transpired, then the cost of crime is rendered excessively low. Can anyone resort to extreme measures to attain their desires, and then simply repent? On the battlefield, in order to confront stronger, more perilous foes and to save the world, one may indeed find it necessary to forge alliances with former adversaries. However, once the battle concludes, one must still confront the sins of the past. For Myanmar, his identity has been unveiled. The Akatsuki is aware that the masked man is he, and this information will undoubtedly find its way to the Hokage's desk. He is inevitably faced with the stringent punishments from Konoha, and even other great nations may exert pressure, compelling Konoha to provide an explanation. The couple, Minato and Kushina, will be implicated, unless they can eradicate all members of the Akatsuki organization and seal off any information. I have perused your past. It was originally your mother who was chosen as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. However, due to Uzumaki Mito's prolonged life, your mother had not accepted the inheritance until your birth. In her final moments, Mito lost control, and your parents were absent on a mission. You were then selected as the Jinchuriki by the fourth Hokage, Haruno Sh. Cielo has long pondered a question regarding the limited Tsuki no Mi world. If Kushina had not perished, she should have become the Jinchuriki. Why did the Nine Tails still fall upon Naruto? These uncertainties dissipated as he delved into the past of the limited Tsuki no Mi world. In this realm, a similar Nine Tails incident occurred, but it was not instigated by outsiders. Rather, it was due to Uzumaki Mito's loss of control before her death. The Nine Tails was inadvertently released. Haruno Sh forcibly took Naruto, making him the Jinchuriki, and he himself perished in that chaos, becoming the hero who saved the village. Upon returning to the village and learning that their son had become the Jinchuriki, the Minato couple was exceedingly discontent. They would have preferred to bear that heavy fate themselves. Yet, the instigator, the fourth Hokage Haruno Sh, had already died in the Nine-Tails incident, leaving them without a venue for their grievances. They could only accept this outcome. Perhaps it was this very event that instilled in the Minato couple a sense of self-preservation. They felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to their son, preferring to devote their lives to safeguarding their family rather than sacrificing themselves for others. And what of Myanmar? For an extended period, his disposition mirrored that of Naruto, bright and cheerful. However, upon maturing, he became acutely aware of his parents' guilt stemming from his role as a Jinchuriki. He aspired to embody the ideal Jinchuriki, to master the power of the Nine-Tails and alleviate his parents' remorse. Yet, he faltered, allowing the dark emotions within the Nine-Tails chakra to consume him, drastically altering his temperament. Having disappointed them once, did he now wish to do so again? To bear yet another burden of despair? Myanmar felt as though he were being mercilessly shredded by blades, countless forces pulling at him, tearing him apart. The pain was excruciating. What am I to do? Please, I beg you, help me. Myanmar suddenly looked up, tears streaming down his face, gazing at the one who claimed to exist beyond the world, as if clutching at a final lifeline. There are myriad methods. The legendary sage of 6 paths possessed eyes that could sacrifice one's life to cast a jutsu capable of resurrecting the deceased, provided the chakra was sufficient. Countless souls could be revived. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, had the Edo Tensei technique, which could summon the dead back to the world using the flesh and blood of the living as offerings, bestowing them with an undying form. Beneath the ruins of Lulon in the Wind Country's desert lay a dragon vein imbued with the power to traverse time, capable of rectifying past mistakes. Should one persist in research, unraveling the secrets of the soul and chakra could easily lead to the resurrection of those one wished to bring back. Sheila gazed at the despondent Myanmar and sighed. Ultimately, he chose not to steer him deliberately. The world had become profoundly disheartening. Perhaps there should be fewer schemes among people. Chapter 17. The Uchiha Clan's Secret Weapon? The Limited Tsukuyomi World. Minato and Kushina bid farewell to Naruto, turning their gaze to Myanmar in silence, both contemplating a certain possibility. Minato, are we returning to Konoha now? No, you must take Myanmar away to another country. I will return to the village for a moment. If you hear nothing from me, do not come back. Minato rose to pick up the flying thunder god Kanai from the ground. Myanmar had erred gravely this time, and even his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could not shield him. The best outcome might be that he would be confined in a cage, reduced to a mere weapon of the tailed beast, fading from everyone's sight. If Konoha could harden its heart, they might strip him of the tailed beast and execute Myanmar, providing a resolution for all. As a ninja, Minato concurred with Konoha's proposed course of action, yet as a father, he could not bear to witness his son's demise. After taking only a few steps, he was halted by Kushina. Minato, let me go instead. If Konoha truly intends to take action against Myanmar and replace the Jinchuriki, I am the best choice. Let me go. They will not kill me. Upon hearing this, Minato merely released Kushina's hand, instructing her to take care of Myanmar. Throughout my life, I have failed to fulfill my responsibilities as a father. In my youth, I was unable to protect my wife from becoming a Jinchuriki. As I matured, I could not prevent my son from suffering the same fate. I yearned to make amends, yet inadvertently, I have placed an immense burden on Myanmar, oblivious to it all. The unfolding events weigh heavily on my conscience. Minato then recalled Naruto, recognizing the hardships that child had endured, his yearning for a family. His parents were heroes. Yet I hope that tragedy does not repeat itself with my own child. However, Kushina remained resolute. Minato gently embraced his wife before delivering a swift strike from behind. Just as it was about to connect, a hand intercepted him. Myanmar, having awakened unbeknownst to them, grasped Minato's hand, declaring, "No, I have other ways to rectify everything." "Myanmar, you're awake," Kushina exclaimed, her surprise evident as she had not noticed Minato's earlier motion. Bowing his head before Kushina, Myanmar uttered, "I am sorry for the calamity I have caused." It's all right, as long as you are back." Kushina fervently shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she clutched Myanmar, terrified that this moment might be another dream. Minato sensed something amiss in Minma's words, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" "I have other ways to resurrect those I have killed." Minma paused momentarily. Ultimately, he confronted the reality of his actions. Being slain by his darker self was, in essence, no different from being the one who caused the death. He is the murderer. Kushina was exceptionally surprised. Really? Minato remained cautious. What method? The Rinnegan. The Rinnegan? The Rinnegan? Minma nodded slightly, affirming, "Yes, It is said to be the eye of the Sage of Six Paths, attainable only through the fusion of the powers of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. The Rinnegan allows the user to perform resurrection techniques. As long as there is sufficient chakra, any number of individuals can be revived. Without a moment's hesitation, Kushina believed Minma's words. Nothing is more exhilarating than witnessing hope amid despair. Good, good, it is reassuring to have a way. Minato inquired. Minma, where did you acquire this information? It is from my dark side's intelligence. He has long sought to conquer the ninja world and has gathered much information about bloodlines. Minato remained somewhat skeptical, yet, confronted with Minma's earnest gaze, he softened and chose to believe. What should we do? Shortly after the village was established, both the Uchiha and Senju clans disbanded and integrated into Konoha. The Uchiha clan is relatively straightforward. Once the eyes are awakened, they can be easily identified. However, the Senju clan's strength is primarily reflected in their physical prowess, making it challenging to ascertain whether their powers have awakened. Finding an individual capable of merging these two powers and awakening the Rinnegan is no simple task. This is yet another significant distinction of the infinite Tsukuyomi world. After the village's founding, the Uchiha clan made the same choice as the Senju clan, completely merging into Konoha. The clan extermination war did not occur, and Sasuke bore no familial pressure, evolving into a playboy. Itachi, in pursuit of power and the unknown, grew up to join Akatsuki as a mercenary. It need not be so complicated. There is already someone who has awakened the Rinnegan. Minato asked, who? I do not know her name. I discovered her existence in a historical scroll of the Uchiha clan. Minma shook his head, recounting that during the Warring States period, before the Uchiha and Senju reconciled, a forbidden child was born in the Uchiha clan. Her father was a Senju, and her mother hailed from the Uchiha. Thus, she was ostracized by the Uchiha. Shortly after her birth, her mother was executed, and her father was killed while attempting to rescue her. As she witnessed her parents' tragic deaths, she awakened her Sharingan, which directly evolved into the Rinnegan. Consequently, she was regarded by the Uchiha clan as a secret weapon for eliminating the Senju. However, the power of the Rinnegan is formidable and difficult to control. The Uchiha initially intended to seal her away until they discovered a means of control. Yet she found an opportunity to escape. Minato inquired, is she still alive? Considering she awakened the Rinnegan during the Warring States period, she must be at least 70 or 80 years old, perhaps even older, so the hope of her still being alive is quite slim. She may already be deceased. Yet if we can locate her body, we could use the impure world reincarnation to revive her, controlling her to resurrect those who have perished in Konoha. Myanmar elucidated that she had uncovered several clues regarding the secluded abode of her late ancestor. She turned her gaze towards her parents, stating, Father, Mother, we may need to split into 3 parties. 6 months hence, regardless of whether we have made any discoveries, we shall reconvene at the ruins of Lulon in the Land of Wind. Upon concluding her words, Myanmar pricked her finger, summoning 2 scrolls, which she presented to Minato and Kushina. The couple nodded in agreement, and after deliberating on a few details, they each departed. In the simulated realm of pure white space, Sheila fixed his gaze upon Myanmar and suddenly smiled, remarking, the current generation is far more adept at deception than I ever was. Alas, the body of impure earth cannot wield the power of the rebirth. Shortly after their departure, the ninjas of Konoha arrived, discovering deep within the cave the kidnapped bloodline ninja and the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails. Lord Hokage, we have yet to locate Masked Man or the whereabouts of Minato-sensei and the others, Kakashi reported to Tsunade. Understood, continue the search. We must find them, Tsunade replied, her heart heavy with exhaustion. Konoha had been attacked, and the 9 tails Jinchuriki and the Yellow Flash had seemingly vanished at this critical moment. What on earth had transpired here? Her gaze fell upon the composed figure of Itachi Uchiha, who sensed her scrutiny and spoke in a calm tone. The mission to rescue is complete. If you wish to locate someone else, it will require a different price. Tsunade inwardly cursed his greed, abandoning any thoughts of hiring Akatsuki. The compensation for the deceased, burial costs, and the reconstruction of Konoha demanded substantial funds. Every unnecessary expense must be minimized. Itachi Uchiha, given your past as a villager of Konoha, could you perhaps offer some advice? Itachi averted his gaze, examining the grim aftermath of the battle. Who knows? Perhaps they perished together. With that, his figure transformed into a multitude of crows and vanished. Chapter 18. Where to seek redemption come forth. After parting from his parents, Minma hastened toward the Land of Wind. Upon traversing a forest, he suddenly halted, feeling a gaze that had been fixated on him since a moment ago. Itachi Uchiha emerged from behind a large tree, his keen senses proving worthy of being the son of the Yellow Flash. Itachi Uchiha. Minma's expression betrayed his apprehension. His chakra has yet to fully recuperate. Thus his chances against Itachi in his prime are rather slim. There is no need for such precautions. Konohagakure has not assigned me any new missions, and I have no intention of capturing you. I have come merely to ascertain certain matters. Itachi produced a scroll from the long sleeve of his garment. At a glance, Ma Yin recognized the item in Itachi's possession. It was the scroll he had cast into the cell of the prisoner in the training cave. It contained the comprehensive technique of Sheila's cerebral focus. Could you enlighten me on the origin of the ninjutsu inscribed within? The Uchiha and Senju, who confine the world of Tsukuyomi, have seamlessly integrated into Konoha. Itachi is liberated from the dichotomy of choosing between village and clan, enjoying an unprecedented autonomy that has fostered within him an extraordinary thirst for knowledge. He harbors a profound interest in the concept of complete cerebral focus, which diverges significantly from contemporary mainstream techniques. Why am I divulging this to you? Your identity has yet to be communicated to the Hokage by the Akatsuki. Implicitly, he could assist in concealing the identity of the masked man from the Hidden Leaf Village, thereby enabling you to return to Konoha. However, should you refuse, he could just as easily reveal the truth to Konoha, placing you and the Minato Kushina couple in a precarious position. Upon hearing this, you fell into a contemplative silence. If it were only you at stake, Uchiha Itachi's threats would hold no power. You had already prepared for the worst. Yet, you have a family. Should you falter, at the very least, Minato and Kushina should not be drawn into your predicament. I established contact with another being from beyond this world, who discerned my psychological struggles and gifted me this jutsu. Itachi's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. He had long been intrigued by Obito's existence since their first encounter. However, Obito was not an ideal partner for collaboration, and the circumstances were unsuitable for a meaningful discussion. Fortunately, while searching the dungeon for the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Itachi stumbled upon the scroll that you had released. He realized that there was another collaborator, one who had returned to a normal state, possessing commendable character and with leverage firmly in his grasp, truly an ideal partner. The other one, was it not the individual clad in the Akatsuki attire? It was not him. The figure shook his head. What was the means of contact? I am unaware. I have only met him twice, both times summoned by him. He seems to understand the circumstances I am facing, merely providing answers to my inquiries each time. Itachi pondered this. So, what was your second question? The method to save Konoha? The figure's expression shifted subtly. Upon noticing this, Itachi confirmed his suspicions. This is not difficult to deduce. You claim that the jutsu inscribed on the scroll was a gift from someone beyond this world, yet you sought someone to experiment with it. This indicates a lack of trust in him, which must have occurred during your first meeting. The second time must have just been recently, as I overheard your conversation with the Yellow Flash, a person who has just extricated himself from darkness, without hesitation, provided a solution to the problem. Does that not strike you as peculiar? At that moment, a raven descended onto Itachi's arm. It was his summoned beast. Having previously lingered not far from the Minato couple, the figure remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. However, Itachi was not inclined to let the matter rest. Pressing on, you cannot truly believe that the method you imparted to the Yellow Flash was genuine. I have gathered extensive historical records of the Uchiha clan, none of which mention a clan member capable of awakening the Rinnegan. What is your true plan? What concern is it of yours? Merely curiosity. A method capable of resurrecting others on a grand scale would pique the interest of any inquisitive ninja, would it not? Itachi, observing the silent figure, intensified his pursuit. There exists an individual within the Akatsuki who possesses the Rinnegan. He informed me that the Rinnegan can indeed perform resurrection jutsu, albeit at the cost of the user's life. Yet, this is not insurmountable. While such jutsu capable of perfect resurrection are rare, possessing even one and persuading him could greatly mitigate the difficulty of rectifying one's mistakes. The figure's expression remained unchanged. Oh, you are already aware of this? Knowing he possesses the Rinnegan, yet not considering him a target. Choosing an alternative method, does that method prove superior? Is it of lesser cost or swifter? Or does it offer greater capabilities? Itachi pressed on relentlessly. Enough, there is no need for further probing. What is it that you truly wish to accomplish? The figure could no longer contain himself, feeling that if this continued, his very foundations would be laid bare. Itachi simply stated, collaboration. In the desolate land of the Wind Country, amidst the ruins of Lulan, an ashen world reveals not a hint of verdancy. The vast expanse of yellow sand stirs with winds that seem capable of burying the entire realm. The inhabitants who once thrived in this place have long since departed, seeking new abodes, leaving behind only crumbling brick walls as silent witnesses to the illustrious history of the original denizens. The entire landscape appears as if ensconced within a scenic box, frozen in a singular tableau, until the tranquility is disrupted. Two foreign figures, clad in black robes adorned with crimson clouds, enter the Lulan ruins. They are Myanmar and Itachi, who have journeyed for a week. Given that Myanmar's attire was damaged in battle and the necessity to conceal their presence, Itachi lends him a set of Akatsuki uniforms. As they stand before a dilapidated stone wall, Itachi brushes away the dust, revealing ghostly murals that spring forth, albeit somewhat obscured by the ravages of time and sand. Yet, the remnants of its former beauty are still palpable. It seems we have arrived, he states, activating his Sharingan to survey the surroundings, finding no suspicious signs. The immense source of energy known as the Dragon Vein rests here, unguarded and unutilized, a remarkable waste and a flagrant oversight. Perhaps this is a reflection of the absurd reality within the shinobi world, where some fight fiercely for resources while others disregard treasures laid before them. Myanmar nods, an inexplicable tension stirring within him. Recollections of the inquiries posed in the simulated world flood his mind, along with the answers provided by Xiaolu, leaving him uncertain of the correctness of his choices. There are 4 methods to rescue the fallen of Konoha. The first involves the moon reading world, currently accessible only to Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan. Myanmar must either defeat Akatsuki to seize the Rinnegan or persuade Nagato to rectify the errors. Both paths prove arduous. The second method, using Edo Tensei, requires living sacrifices. Reviving all Konoha residents would necessitate thousands of lives, and the resurrected bodies lack the sensations of the living, rendering it an imperfect resurrection with significant flaws. The third method entails utilizing the Dragon Vein to alter the past, presenting the highest risk yet also the greatest reward, with the shortest duration. Should the Dragon Vein connect to a temporal past, it may trigger a cascade of reactions, potentially leading to a temporal loop and steering the world into unknown trajectories. However, if it merely represents a quantum entanglement-like relationship between two realms, the concerns may be less pronounced. Lastly, there lies the endeavor to decipher the mysteries of chakra and the soul, which entails minimal risk but immense challenges in knowledge acquisition, requiring considerable time. Evaluating these 4 methodologies, the utilization of the Rinnegan emerges as the most prudent and feasible option. Myanmar has contemplated Itachi's proposal of discovering a technique for perfect resurrection and enlisting Nagato's aid, yet he shares no rapport with Nagato, and finding such a technique would demand an inordinate amount of time. He could not afford to wait. Thus, he made an agreement with Sheila. If it truly was a matter of traversing time and space, they would be notified to return and explore alternative methods. However, if it was merely an entanglement of time and space, notification would be unnecessary. In the simulated world, Sheila muttered to himself. Myanmar ultimately chose the Dragon Vein from the 4 available methods. The reason was simple. It yielded the quickest results, the most profound effects, and presented the least difficulty. Sheila had no justification to refuse. His gaze followed Myanmar and Itachi as they stepped into the realm of the Dragon Vein. Let me behold the mysteries of parallel dimensions. Chapter 19, Entangled Worlds. Let us commence. Myanmar and Itachi stood at the source of the Dragon Vein, sensing a surge of formidable energy pulsating beneath the earth. The chakra emanating from any individual appeared trivial in the presence of the Dragon Vein. I understand. Myanmar took a deep breath and advanced to the platform ahead. This world's Dragon Vein was unsealed by the techniques of the 4 red suns. Perhaps due to its long-standing tranquility, Myanmar could act without excessive preparation. He bit his finger and struck down with his palm. Summoning technique. From the center of his palm, countless runes radiated outward, extending into the depths of the earth. Yet nothing was summoned. As a form of summoning ninjutsu, the summoning technique could, in a certain sense, be regarded as a space-time ninjutsu. By stimulating the Dragon Vein with the technique's formula, it increased the probability of opening a portal through time and space. Itachi, after a moment of contemplation, discerned the intentions of Menma, silently admiring his ingenuity. Even if he were in Menma's position, He could not conceive of a more effective or expedient method. At last, the continuously expanding summoning formula reached a critical threshold. The dragon vein beneath surged suddenly, and then, as if in resonance, began to oscillate rhythmically. An ever-increasing chakra erupted from the depths, cascading forth like a torrent of the Milky Way, overwhelming the world. This fearsome power, devoid of any transformation, shattered the barriers of time and space solely through its sheer mass. Itachi and Minma felt as though they were leaves caught in a tempest. Adrift in a sea of chakra, utterly devoid of resistance, the waves swept the two of them into a rift in time and space, and as the turbulence subsided, the once agitated dragon vein gradually calmed. In a pure white world, Selek stood poised, slowing his own time to the utmost, intently watching as Minma traversed the rift in time and space. Suddenly, a heavy sensation lifted, the shackles were undone, and the once crowded world transformed into an unprecedented expanse of beauty and grandeur. Countless worlds, numbering in the billions and trillions, were stacked together, forming a colossal fibrous structure on a broader scale of time and space. Each inch of radiance contained innumerable worlds. This collective of all the worlds constituted the community of the Naruto universe, the true rift in time and space, the genuine grand cosmos. Selek was left speechless and entranced by the scene before him. It is said that the microscopic world reveals the fundamental mysteries of the universe, yet certain forces, like gravity, are so faint that their effects are only perceptible on a macroscopic scale. The colossal fibrous structure of the Naruto universe unveiled to Selek an alternative realm of physical existence. He eagerly leapt towards a distant realm, yearning to glimpse the circumstances of other worlds and to engage in comparative exploration. Thud. He collided violently, leaving his head battered. Yet, undeterred, Sheila aimed for another nearby glimmer and lunged forward. Thud. He crashed into the wall once again, though it did not hurt. The feeling of being unable to enter the treasure trove was quite disheartening. Repeatedly thwarted by the pristine white expanse, even Sheila's patience wore thin, prompting him to utter a fierce proclamation. I shall dismantle the constraints of this place, sooner or later. After venting his frustration, he turned to gaze at the intricate structure of the cosmic realm, reluctantly restoring time to its normal flow. If he could not access those worlds for more in-depth exploration, a mere photograph of the entire universe would reveal little. He adjusted his state, awaiting Myanmar and Yu to enter the new world. Determining whether the new realm was a past iteration of Myanmar's original world was quite straightforward. One simply needed to compare it with the previous world. However, a simpler method presented itself to Sheila. He took a step back, entering the world of limited Tsukuyami. At last, the pure white space performed a modicum of service, allowing him entry into the limited Tsukuyami realm instead of barring him due to Myanmar's departure to the new world. Although the absence of Myanmar as an anchor made it somewhat troublesome for his perspective to align automatically with Myanmar, Sheila stood before the dragon vein and reversed time to a century prior, during the flourishing period of the Lulan ruins, yet saw no sign of any figures from the future. It was evident these were two distinct worlds. Now, it remained to be seen whether that young lad could salvage his own tragedy. What Sheila had accomplished remained a mystery to Myanmar from his vantage point. He was engulfed by the infinite radiance emanating from the dragon vein, and upon reopening his eyes, the surroundings transformed completely. The rush of air whistled past his ears as it flowed at high velocity. He was plummeting from a great height at an alarming speed. In a moment of shock, he swiftly recalibrated his state. A repulsive force emanated from his being, counteracting gravity, causing his descent to gradually slow until he landed steadily on the ground. It was only at this juncture that he found the opportunity to observe his surroundings. The earthen brick houses and walls bore the scars of wind and sand, teetering on the brink of ruin, yet not completely uninhabitable. Was this a return to years past? He murmured to himself, choosing not to act immediately, but rather to find a spot to sit down. He and Sheila had agreed that, should circumstances become unmanageable, he would summon him to the pure white space within the hour. As time slipped away, Myanmar's anxiety intensified. He counted the seconds silently, and upon reaching 3006, his apprehension transformed into exhilaration. Yes, this was indeed feasible. Finally, a heavy burden lifted from his heart. All that remained was to prevent him from being consumed by the darkness during the subjugation of the Nine Tails. If it proved impossible to avert this fate, even sacrificing himself would be worth it, as long as he could rescue the people of Konoha. Taking a deep breath, Myanmar resolved to hasten toward Konoha. However, as he exited the city, his movements abruptly faltered, a peculiar sensation flickering within him. This was a reaction to the disturbance of the barrier technique. Looking up, he spotted two figures clad in crimson cloud robes not far away. Vortex Myanmar, welcome. Pain, the embodiment of the Akatsuki, perched upon a stone pillar, his youthful visage unchanged. Yet the coldness in his violet Rinnegan remained. Akatsuki. His gaze shifted to the other figure, none other than Uchiha Itachi, who had accompanied him to this world. Realizing that Itachi must have arrived at an earlier juncture and engaged with the Akatsuki, he questioned with a grim countenance, Uchiha Itachi, are you not the least bit afraid? What if your interference plunges the entire world into irreversible chaos? Itachi leaped down from the pillar, replying, because I have already ascertained that this world is not our past. Myanmar was taken aback. How could you possibly know? Itachi's expression remained inscrutable. Why not? Anything that exists must leave a trace. As long as one identifies certain immutable elements, even an ordinary person can accomplish extraordinary feats, such as determining whether a world is truly their past. Considering the necessity of collaboration with Myanmar, Itachi ceased his cryptic remarks. Before my arrival, I observed this relic with my Sharingan and recorded most of the murals on the walls. While the sands of time may obscure the landscape, they cannot alter the historically significant murals. With careful observation, extensive knowledge, and a stroke of luck, one can ascertain whether they have entered a new world by comparing the murals. If everything remains unchanged, I can at least wait for you. Upon hearing this, Myanmar was utterly convinced. Both were powerful in their own right. If his darkness manifested as brute strength, crushing all in its path with unparalleled force, then Uchiha Itachi embodied a different kind of power, one that combined strength with profound insight and analytical prowess. Since you already know everything, why do you still seek me? Chapter 20, Pain's Invitation and Invitation. An invitation? Indeed, Vortex Myanmar, we extend an invitation for you to join us. To become the bridge of communication between the world you inhabit and another realm we speak of. In return, we assure you that you shall achieve your aspirations. Pain spoke with a measured tone. Whether it be your vigilant observation of this world until you become the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, or intervening when you seek to obliterate Konoha in the future, or perhaps utilizing the rebirth of the Earth technique to resurrect those you wish to save. I guarantee your success. Had these words been uttered by another, Myanmar would surely scoff. He has arrived in this world, capable of saving Konoha even without Pain. However, the Akatsuki organization led by Pain serves as a safeguard, possessing sufficient strength. Yet, why must one go to such lengths? Myanmar is perplexed. If it were merely to observe this world, that might be understandable, but the cost of the Rinnegan's ability is life itself. Why must Pain pursue such extremes? My ideal, Pain declares, is to forge a world of everlasting peace and prosperity, and the power of the dragon vein is indispensable. Pain gazes upon the ruins of Lulan, where a vast chakra, sufficient for humanity's use for centuries, swells beneath. What is more remarkable is that the power of the dragon vein is regenerative, capable of self-repair, akin to an inexhaustible energy well. Closing his eyes, Pain seems to return to his childhood. Can you imagine? He muses. An infant crawls from the body of its deceased mother, weeping before the corpses of its parents, starving by the roadside. A 3-year-old, amidst torrential rain, desperately searching for food, only to drown in the mud. The elderly, parents, and children controlled by ninjas as puppets, becoming fodder on the battlefield, reduced to ashes by jutsu, passing ninjas, merely to prevent the leakage of information, slaughter an entire village. With each word, memories surge within Pain's mind, a world shrouded in perpetual rain, filled with corpses. A red-haired boy witnessing it all. At last, he opens his eyes, the purple Rinnegan fixed upon the silent Myanmar. I have emerged from such an era. Thus, I yearn for peace, true peace, the eradication of all conflict. To achieve this, one requires the power to reshape the entire world, to subdue all great nations, instilling in them the fear of war. I once contemplated collecting tailed beasts to transform the world, but that would provoke the sensitive nerves of the 5 great nations. And the Akatsuki is currently unable to confront them, so I set it aside. Now, the dragon vein lies before me, perfectly suited, immensely powerful, and drawing little attention. Yet, harnessing the dragon vein is fraught with difficulty. I have located the indigenous people of Lulan. Their royalty possesses the ability to resonate with the dragon vein, allowing for its appropriate utilization. However, this is far from sufficient, which is why I believe that those behind you can assist me. Pain lays bare his intentions. Compared to the original Nagato, this world's Nagato is far more rational and less extreme. Minma remains silent, contemplating or perhaps taken aback by Pain's experiences. After a lengthy pause, the silence is finally broken. Minma does not offer a direct response but instead states, "I must return to Konoha first." Pain and Itachi exchange a glance, tacitly stepping aside to allow passage, offering no resistance. They are aware of the purpose of Minma's arrival in this world, to prevent the destruction of Konoha. Pain and Itachi are here to recruit individuals, and there is no need for Minma to conflict with them over such matters. As Minma passed between the two, Itachi suddenly spoke, "It has been 10 years since our era. We shall remain here, awaiting your return." "Thank you," Minma replied, turning his head in gratitude before vanishing into the golden sands. In Konoha, Minma briefly disguised himself, utilizing transformation techniques to adjust his features before entering the village, heading directly towards the mountains where he often trained as a child. As the sun began to set, he finally encountered the version of himself from his youth. In terms of training habits, both versions of himself were remarkably similar. Just as Minma was about to step out, his movements suddenly halted, disbelief washing over him as he beheld the scene before him. By the pond, young Minma was enveloped in a vibrant orange-red cloak of chakra, leaping between trees and rocks with astonishing agility, leaving a trail of orange-red afterimages in the air as he shattered boulders and massive trees with a mere wave of his hand. He had evidently mastered a portion of the Nine Tails chakra. He found himself questioning the reality before him. Despite being the same individual, the disparity was striking. Influenced by the Nine Tails, he had succumbed to a darker side, while this version of himself had mastered the Nine Tails chakra at such a tender age. Wasn't it said that the entangled worlds shared many similarities? His astonishment lingered only for a fleeting moment. Soon, he comprehended the reason. This world and his own past bore significant resemblances. The same person could undergo such profound transformation only if external forces were at play. The only other arrivals in this realm, aside from himself, were Uchiha Itachi. It was obvious who was responsible for the changes. As the young version of himself practiced his techniques, he seemed to sense something, glaring toward his hiding spot. "Who goes there? Show yourself. Do not be alarmed. I merely passed by and noticed your training, so I lingered a moment longer. If my presence disturbs you, I shall take my leave at once." Emerging from the thicket, he raised his hands to signal he posed no threat. Passing by, the young one displayed a wary demeanor. "Who are you? I have never seen you before. I am here on a mission. However, the person responsible for handling it is unavailable. I heard that the Hokage lost a bet and sent others to deal with the creditors, leaving me to explore on my own." The young one was taken aback. Given Tsunade's notorious gambling habits and her unfortunate luck, it seemed entirely plausible. He pondered the negative impression this might leave on the clients of Konoha. Quickly dismissing his doubts, he donned a new expression, eager to establish rapport with the visitor and help enhance the village's image. "Ah, so you are a client. Greetings." In truth, Lady Tsunade is quite amiable. She simply requires occasional relaxation. Yet, mid-sentence, the Nine Tails within him suddenly stirred, unleashing an overwhelming wave of agitation. Fortunately, the young one had devoted 6 months to training his mind, becoming adept at resisting negative emotions, thus maintaining his composure. He apologized to the young woman and sat cross-legged to expel the negative emotions swirling in his mind. For quite some time, the tumultuous presence of the Nine Tails within him finally subsided. The young woman opened her eyes and murmured, "It has been a while since the chaos began. Why has it returned?" Glancing around, she noticed that darkness had nearly enveloped the surroundings, and the young woman had completely vanished. Had it been a seasoned ninja, they might have sensed something amiss at this moment. However, the young woman, being merely 6 years old, lacked the experience. Despite her ability to focus her intellect to outwit the darkness and control a portion of the Nine Tails chakra, she was still far from adequate in other aspects of strength. After observing the twilight, she concluded her training and set off home for dinner. From a distance atop a cliff, she reined in all her emotions and caught a glimpse of her younger self returning home before diverting her gaze. It was time to return. Chapter 21. A glitch in the wind country. Having departed from Konoha, the young woman journeyed for a week, once again arriving at the ruins of Lulan. Reflecting on her state from a week prior, her mindset had significantly transformed. Gazing at the ancient city in the distance, she felt as if a great burden had been lifted, and her spirit was considerably lighter. As she entered the Lulan ruins, a disorienting sensation triggered by a technique enveloped her. She stood still, anticipating the arrival of the Akatsuki. Before long, a figure emerged from the swirling sands, a woman with long light blue hair, adorned with a paper flower on the right side of her head, and a multitude of paper sheets forming wings behind her. Conan descended gracefully, addressing her. Vortex Minma? Yes. Pain is occupied. Please follow me. Confirming the visitor's identity, Conan led the way into the depths of the ancient city, vanishing after passing through a grand, arched doorway. A barrier? Surprised for a moment, Minma followed her into what felt like a new world. Before her unfolded a vast expanse of flat land. The incessant sound of wind ceased, and the once tumultuous sands lay still. Greenery emerged from the desolate soil, as clear water flowed through the channels, dividing the land. Plainly dressed villagers toiled in the fields, and Minma even spotted several ninjas from the land of rain, identifiable by their headbands, diligently assisting with ninjutsu to till the soil and remove weeds. The serene, idyllic atmosphere felt surreal to Minma. Was this truly the long-abandoned Lulan? Indeed, it was Lulan. Approximately half a year ago, Pain and Itachi arrived here, collaborating with the indigenous inhabitants of Lulan to harness the dragon vein, thus establishing this barrier to fend off the encroaching sands. They employed ninjutsu to transform the internal environment, rendering it habitable. Conan provided a brief introduction and nodded at a passing red-haired woman, Queen Sarah of the Lulan royal family. Endowed with the ability to sense the dragon vein, contributed significantly to the transformation of Lulan, in this haven established by Nagato. Besides the inhabitants of the Land of Rain and members of the Akatsuki organization, a portion of the residents includes the native people of Lulan. Minma expressed his admiration. Remarkable. Let us proceed. Pain is ahead, Conan remarked, clearly pleased by Minma's compliment. Her gaze towards him softened considerably. As they traversed the agricultural district, the buildings in the core area began to multiply, revealing numerous cables and pipelines designed for chakra transmission, powering puppets and machinery. Although, viewed through Minma's future perspective, the city appeared rather rudimentary, considering that a decade ago, the understanding and utilization of chakra were not as advanced as in later times. Achieving such a state was quite commendable. In the Dragon Vein source area, Pain and Itachi completed their tasks and arrived early at the conference room. Turning their attention towards the door as it swung open, Pain nodded to Conan, then shifted his gaze to Minma. Have you made your decision? Minma nodded in response. I apologize. While I am grateful for your assistance, I am a ninja of Konoha, and I will not betray my village. Furthermore, I am unable to aid you. I have merely 12 seconds left. 12 seconds? What do you mean? Pain and Itachi stared at Minma, unable to fathom how he could only have 12 seconds left to live. It is the time for questioning. Minma paused, gathering his thoughts before revealing what he had previously concealed. He granted me 60 seconds to pose my questions. Within that time, he would respond. The time taken for contemplation and his answers is not included. The prior two inquiries consumed most of the allotted time, leaving me with just 12 seconds. In return, I can inquire about some matters for you when he summons me next, but establishing a long-term and stable communication is impossible due to insufficient time. Hearing this in the secret chamber, Nagato was momentarily taken aback, a bitter smile crossing his face as his emaciated frame visibly sagged, a palpable sense of despair enveloping him. Without the aid of Sirii, their quest for a safe and efficient method to utilize the Dragon Vein chakra might consume decades, if not centuries. Itachi, however, pondered thoughtfully before asking, is it 12 seconds of objective time? Minma was momentarily stunned by the question, having communicated with Sirii on 2 occasions. He had not paid much attention to this detail and felt somewhat uncertain. It should be. Yes. Time can be divided into objective time and subjective time. Objective time is straightforward. It is measured by clocks, calendars, and is comparable and immutable. Subjective time, on the other hand, pertains to one's personal perception of time. At times, moments may feel prolonged, even though they last but an instant. This cannot be quantified or compared. In a scientific realm, discussing the significance of objective and subjective time may seem trivial. However, within the ninja world, certain techniques influence perception, capable of stretching an individual's sense of time to an agonizingly slow pace. For instance, Itachi's Tsukuyomi claims dominion over all aspects within its realm. Time, space, and matter can be manipulated by the caster. Yet, such assertions are contingent upon chakra and ocular power. In the original narrative, Itachi ensnares Kakashi in the Tsukuyomi world, piercing him repeatedly with a ninja blade for 3 days, while only an instant passes in the real world. If the question pertains to objective time, perhaps a similar technique could slightly extend it. After listening to Itachi's musings, Minma pointed out a flaw. This is a challenging endeavor. As both of our interactions were initiated by him, we cannot predict when he will summon me. Even if you could elongate my moment to several days, it would still merely be an instant in reality. In that instant, I may not be able to await his summons. Itachi responded. But you mentioned that he knows what you are doing, so could it not be inferred that he will summon you at an opportune moment? Minma hesitated, recalling that he had indeed said so, but qualified it as mere speculation. That is sufficient. Without attempting, how can one ascertain the possibility of success? Itachi turned to Pain. What would you like to inquire? Surprisingly, Pain's first question did not concern the utilization of the dragon vein. History. I wish to know if they achieved peace in history. And if so, how they accomplished it. Minma interjected. What about the method of utilizing the dragon vein? Pain replied. That too, please inquire. Minma then looked back at Itachi. I wish to understand how to stabilize travel to other worlds using the dragon vein, or alternative methods of interdimensional crossing. Very well, Minma acknowledged. Shall we commence now? Let us begin. Within the obsidian depths of his eyes, 3 tomo gradually materialized, slowly revolving, coalescing into a pinwheel pattern. Tsukuyami. The moment Minma beheld Itachi's eyes transform, he felt himself plunging into an inescapable vortex. A stream of crimson tears fell from Itachi's left eye. Did it succeed? Pain inquired. It should have. He is absent from the Tsukuyami space. Itachi wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, revealing an uncommon glimmer of exhilaration upon his face. Chapter 22. The Distortion of Reality. It appears to adeptly exploit bugs. Sheila listened to the conversations of several individuals in the QA space, raising an eyebrow slightly. Had he encountered such a situation upon his initial arrival in this world, he might have danced with joy, eager to communicate with the inhabitants around him. Humans are inherently social creatures. A day or two without conversation or interaction poses little issue. However, what if that duration were to extend exponentially? A month, a year, or even 10 or 20 years? The consequences would be drastically different. A decline in linguistic capabilities, a deterioration of social skills, and the onset of mental instability would be entirely expected. Yet, Sheila could only endure, seeking distractions to alleviate his solitude. Initially, he observed the lives of others, immersing himself in their narratives and reflecting on the annals of history. Eventually, he began to learn from the past, striving to address the inquiries left by scholars throughout civilization's timeline. Ultimately, he developed his own insights, gradually becoming engrossed in the pursuit of knowledge and the endeavor of answering questions. He has fully adapted to his current life, only occasionally finding himself perplexed by challenging problems, at which times he yearns for a companion or a civilized interlocutor to share the journey. He occasionally pays attention to the worlds of Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki, observing their progress. However, he no longer fixates entirely on the plot and its characters, able to face various circumstances with equanimity. Congratulations. You've discovered a method to extend the question and answer time, Sheila remarked to Minma, a gentle smile gracing his face. In his perception, the speed of thought on the vortex plane was accelerated to an astonishing degree. Although this acceleration was gradually dissipating, it was still sufficient to amplify the information that could be conveyed in 12 seconds to several hundred times its original magnitude. To some extent, one could say that time had been elongated by several hundred times. Despite the necessity for mutual cooperation, they were indeed able to communicate for an extended duration. I cannot believe I have succeeded. He glanced around, a mixture of excitement and astonishment illuminating his expression, rendering his speech somewhat incoherent. He felt as though he had traversed a dual leap through worlds. One moment he was enveloped in a sanguine moonlit realm, and the next he found himself in a pristine white expanse. This was not particularly surprising. With a mere thought, methods to extend the dialogue time could certainly be devised. I could even say something here to send you back to the reality you inhabit, and upon your utterance from that realm, I could draw you back to listen to my words, thereby circumventing the limitations imposed on our exchange. Myanmar was rendered speechless. He had always believed that Sheila's inquiries were of a grave nature. How was it possible that, apart from Uchiha Itachi, even Sheila was contemplating ways to sidestep the established rules that were not of his own making? It indeed seemed plausible that they might not be. Myanmar recalled that during their initial conversation, Sheila had mentioned that the choice of whom to summon was determined by the world itself. Sheila, unfazed by Myanmar's change in expression, continued, however, If the intention is merely to engage in casual conversation, then such back-and-forth exchanges would prove to be excessively cumbersome, both for you and for me. He pointed at Myanmar and then at himself. However, since you have found other means, I see no reason to refuse dialogue. Thank you for your response. How should I address you? Myanmar held great respect for Sheila, who had assisted him significantly. You may simply call me by my name. Are the inquiries you wish to make concerning Uchiha Itachi and Nagato? With ample time at hand, Sheila was unconcerned about engaging in a more extended conversation with Myanmar. Aside from those, I also wish to ask, have I succeeded? Myanmar's throat tightened, his heart racing. Sheila regarded Myanmar earnestly, and as Myanmar's complexion gradually paled, a wicked smile of satisfaction crept onto his face when he could scarcely endure the tension any longer. Ha ha ha, merely jesting. Do not be anxious. You have succeeded. Myanmar's emotions resembled a roller coaster, soaring then plunging. Really? Is what you say true? Has Konoha truly returned? Shall we go and see? With a swift motion, Sheila pulled with one hand, and the intangible space unfolded like a curtain. Behind this curtain lay another world, the Konoha hidden village within the confines of the infinite Tsukuyami. Not long ago, this place was but a desolate ruin. The memories of countless deceased souls crystallized into living tombstones. Yet, when Uchiha Itachi imparted his cerebral focus technique to the younger Myanmar of another realm, and Myanmar mastered the Nine-Tails chakra, this place transformed. A surge of power coalesced above the ruins of Konoha, forcibly distorting reality, restoring Konoha, resurrecting the deceased, and altering the memories of all. As Myanmar stepped through the portal, the world before him shifted instantaneously. The joyous clamor of the bustling crowd filled his ears. At a nearby stall, a cheerful ramen vendor was serving customers, and in the distance, playful children could be seen frolicking on the rocky outcroppings. Myanmar exhaled a profound sigh of relief. But do not rejoice too soon. Many in your world have experienced alterations in their memories of you. In their recollections, you mastered the Nine-Tails at a very young age. Upon your return, if you wish to assimilate, it is imperative that you quickly adapt to these changes. As Sheila spoke, Myanmar's anxiety resurfaced. Mr. Sheila, may I inquire if there are any other changes? The Akatsuki organization has also transformed. They now reside near the Dragon Vein in the Land of Wind. You need not worry about other matters. Those who will be affected are primarily those who have had direct contact with you. The most significant changes are the destruction of Konoha and the relocation of the Akatsuki. Sheila casually picked up 2 skewers of grilled meat from a nearby stall. Would you like some? Thank you. Myanmar accepted 1 skewer, turning to observe the stall, which appeared to be fully stocked. Skeptically, he took a bite, finding the flavor indistinguishable from that of the real world. You're welcome. The bustling world fragmented at his words, reverting to the initial pure white space. The only evidence of their recent excursion to Konoha perhaps lay in the skewers of meat they held. Very well, what would you like to know next? How might I harness the power of the Dragon Vein to return, as well as traverse worlds? With a snap of his fingers, Sheila conjured a diminutive figure within the void, its form imbued with azure markings. Utilizing the Dragon Vein to return is quite straightforward. Your world and the new realm are intricately entwined, closely connected. Each inhabitant of a world inherently carries the essence of that realm. By inciting a disturbance within the Dragon Vein, and subsequently being swept into a chaotic spatial current, one would essentially find themselves back in their original world. As Sheila elucidated this process, the blue figure ventured into a realm teeming with multicolored bubbles, swiftly drawn to a cerulean expanse, ultimately returning to its former world. Regarding methods of world traversal, I can bestow upon you the limited Tsukuyami technique. However, to wield this art, one requires the chakra of at least 7-tailed beasts. You must endeavor on your own. As for other methods, I possess none. Sheila shrugged. Yet, it's not as if alternatives are entirely absent. For instance, methods akin to the formidable strength of the Dragon Vein, capable of breaching the barriers between worlds, do exist. However, if one possesses such formidable power, why not continue to utilize the Dragon Vein? If stability and safety are not paramount, one could venture into any world without concern for life or death. Sheila had numerous proposals at his disposal, though they remained untested in reality, which could lead to unforeseen calamities. The pure white space constrained his ability to actively expand his worldview. Each test of world traversal culminated in breaching the layers of existence, leaving the destination shrouded in mystery. Sheila felt a profound sense of despair. The sole method validated by reality, the limited Tsukuyami, was derived from his analysis of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 23. Historical Materialism and Dialectical Materialism. The discourse on traversing worlds has reached a temporary conclusion. However, Myanmar inquired once more about how to utilize the dragon vein. Sheila possessed little expertise in this area. Within the pure white space, his research primarily focused on theoretical aspects, with minimal engagement in practical matters. Thus, he could only provide some research materials concerning the properties of chakra. Should the Akatsuki organization manage to uncover something, that would be their accomplishment. If they fail, it bears no relation to Sheila. He is merely an ordinary individual summoned by an immaculate white space to answer questions. He has much to learn and can only assist others within his capabilities. He is not an omniscient being and cannot achieve perfection in every matter. Myanmar hesitates to voice any dissent. The dialogue swiftly transitions to the final inquiry. Has peace been realized in your world? Peace? It depends on which kind you are referring to. I find it somewhat perplexing. Sheila can only respond based on his own understanding. If we consider peace in its broadest sense, it would entail a world comprising a single nation and government, where all individuals unite in collaboration, fostering mutual affection as they strive towards a brighter future, or perhaps all nations submit to a united government to maintain a harmonious existence. Such a peace has not been attained in the world I once inhabited. Sheila reminisces, the image is vivid as high-definition photographs, unfading with the passage of time. In truth, the overall situation there is quite similar to yours, with major powers maintaining peace while localized conflicts persist. Perhaps it is slightly better than your circumstances, as the last global conflict there occurred 70 or 80 years ago, whereas you have experienced 3 world wars in less than 60 years. Myanmar feels somewhat disheartened upon hearing this. So, does true peace not exist in any world? Although he is reluctant to betray Konoha by joining the Akatsuki, he finds himself in agreement with their ideals. The world ought to transition from war to peace and sustain it. However, that is not entirely accurate. If we consider peace in a narrower sense, allowing a region to emerge from chaos and poverty to attain prosperity, my world offers tangible examples. Myanmar eagerly inquires, how did they accomplish this? By accurately understanding history, society, and humanity, and then uniting all possible forces to develop productive capabilities and advance themselves. Myanmar feels somewhat confused, as Sheila's approach seems overly grand. While it poses no issue on a societal level, it leaves one uncertain on how to implement it concretely. Sheila is certainly aware of this and asks, why do you think wars occur among the nations in the ninja world? Because the daimyo and kage of various countries desire more land and seek to plunder wealth, unable to coexist with understanding and tolerance. But why do they act in this manner? What drives them to do so? The daimyo and kage of major nations are the highest leaders of a country and a ninja village. They enjoy the best privileges in the ninja realm. What compels them to wage war? The expansion of their nations and villages. Myanmar wishes to attribute this to ambition, but that seems to circle back to the previous answer, leading him to hesitate and express uncertainty. Sheila remains non-committal regarding his response. Then, what constitutes the nations and villages? Is it not the people? As a shiver coursed through his mind, he realized, almost unconsciously, that he had overturned his previous judgments. War is fundamentally a collective endeavor, while individuals may serve as catalysts. It is the collective that ultimately determines whether a war can commence and how long it may endure. Of course, there are exceptional circumstances, such as when a single individual's power can overshadow the world and obliterate it. In such cases, that pivotal individual becomes the primary factor in the war's continuation. However, this reasoning does not apply universally and must be analyzed in light of specific contexts. Most often, the military prowess within the ninja world has not escalated to the point where one person could vanquish the entirety of existence. It is, after all, humanity, the vast majority of society, that shapes historical trajectories. Thus, it can be posited that, in the overwhelming majority of instances, wars are initiated by collectives striving for tangible benefits. This holds true across nations. While emotions such as hatred may play a role, they are far from the predominant factor. The words of Sheila effectively dismantled and trampled upon the worldview that had long been upheld by Myanmar. He has always been schooled in the tenets of hatred, understanding, sacrifice, and guardianship. War arises from hatred and misunderstanding. In turn, war intensifies hatred, leading to further discord and intolerance among people. This cyclical pattern results in ceaseless conflict. Humanity should embrace mutual tolerance and relinquish hatred. Only then can we avert war, or, in its inevitable arrival, willingly sacrifice ourselves to protect our comrades, our villages, and our nations. In Sheila's perspective, the rationale behind war has been reduced to mere plunder. He cast a bemused glance at Myanmar, remarking on the extremity of her thoughts. Myanmar countered, seemingly oblivious to her own misjudgment. The terminology is flawed. If one party instigates war while the other merely defends, is it also an act of plunder? It would be more appropriate to substitute plunder with interests, as the latter is a neutral term. The reality is intricate. There may indeed be wars that are not driven by self-interest, necessitating a nuanced analysis of each specific situation. Sheila refrained from making overly definitive statements. After all, they had traversed realms, and the formidable nature of the ninja world could not simply be attributed to individual circumstances. In an infinite world, the occurrence of anomalies is to be expected. Returning to our previous discourse, war is a collective endeavor driven by interests. If we reflect on history, we might inquire as to periods of heightened conflict within the ninja world. Myanmar shook her head. For a prolonged duration, the ninja world lacked a tradition of historical record-keeping, and such knowledge was not imparted in ninja academies. Sheila offered a direct answer. When population growth nears the land's carrying capacity, the territorial expanse of a nation is fixed, as is the land itself, and the amount of arable produce is limited. However, the population continues to rise, with individuals aspiring for an improved quality of life. When the population approaches the land's capacity and living standards begin to decline, resentment accumulates. At such times, a single voice can rally the populace, transforming their grievances into the impetus for war. Only when the population is sufficiently diminished, or when sufficient land and resources have been acquired, will the environmental carrying capacity exceed the total population, leading to the natural cessation of war. Upon concluding his thoughts, Sheila observed Myanmar's mind seemingly explode with revelation. Does this not imply that war can never truly end? Sheila discerned her thoughts and admonished her. I have stated that reality is complex and requires specific analysis of circumstances. The number of people that a piece of land can sustain is not immutable. Advances in agricultural techniques and the application of fertilizers can enhance crop yields, allowing for the sustenance of a greater population. Moreover, if ninjutsu and chakra are employed in productive research, they too can substantially increase land productivity. Additionally, the distribution of societal resources plays a crucial role. The nobility and the powerful possess a greater share of societal resources for their own enjoyment, and it is conceivable that the resources squandered in their extravagance could suffice to sustain tens of millions, if not over a billion people. Adjusting the distribution of resources within society could alleviate such disparities. In my world, some summarize it as the relationship between productive forces and production relations. The definitions of these concepts vary across different eras and are not necessarily always linked to agricultural output. Productive forces determine production relations, which in turn exert a reciprocal influence on productive forces. Once one comprehends these dynamics and contextualizes them within historical circumstances, a fresh perspective emerges regarding past wars and societal transformations. Sheila presented a book, stating that our worlds differ. There, chakra and ninjutsu do not exist. And I am not skilled in societal interpretation, thus I cannot instruct you on the way forward. However, I can offer you this book, from which you may glean greater insights. Myanmar instinctively accepted it, glancing at the cover. Historical Materialism and Dialectical Materialism, Chapter 24, Return and Mutual Influence. The third dialogue concluded. Remaining time, 1184. Sheila bid farewell to Myanmar and turned his gaze towards the restricted world of Suki no Moku. A flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Wasn't he there a moment ago when nothing had transpired? In the ancient city of Lulan, within a conference room. As Itachi finished responding to Payne's inquiry, Myanmar opened his eyes and awakened. Before either could inquire, he spoke. I have seen him. He then recounted his conversation with Sheila in its entirety. Upon hearing this, both Itachi and Nagato fell into silence. Nagato, in particular, was profoundly impacted, far more so than Myanmar and Itachi. In the past, he had pondered the reasons behind the outbreak of war. Yet without data to support his thoughts or rigorous logical analysis, his speculative conclusions often skimmed the surface. This limitation hindered people's understanding of the brutality of war and their ability to empathize with others' sufferings. As he had never delved so deeply into the causes and consequences of conflict, most often, war is not instigated by the whims of an individual or a select few. Its persistence is not merely a matter of whether people can feel pain. but rather an inevitable outcome arising from a collective response when objective realities fail to satisfy their desires, driven by a quest for a better life and self-interest. Sheila's insights struck Nagato with profound clarity, rendering all questions lucid, orderly, and logically coherent. Simultaneously, he became increasingly curious about the contents of the book Sheila had given to Myanmar. Myanmar remarked, "I will transcribe the contents of the book shortly." Conan. Pain glanced at Conan, who immediately grasped his intent and took Myanmar aside to rest, preparing paper and pen. Only Pain and Itachi remained in the conference room. Itachi, emerging from his contemplation, turned to the still figure of Pain. "Do you intend to act according to his advice?" Nagato was awakened by his call, and controlled Pain replied, "One must always give it a try. At the very least, they can articulate matters more clearly. Of course, immediate changes are unlikely, as the respondent noted. Methods should be formulated based on actual circumstances. I shall gather specific details regarding the various nations in the ninja world. That endeavor will likely take considerable time. As for what to do afterward, that remains too distant." Itachi ceased to speak, finding Nagato to be far more rational than he had anticipated. "Enough about me. What about you? Are you prepared to return?" Despite the mere 6 months, Nagato had indeed come to regard Itachi as a friend. The thought of leaving was bittersweet for Itachi, as he knew he would also follow. Reflecting upon it now, he felt a twinge of reluctance. "Very well. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not dissuade you. Please convey my regards to my counterpart over there, and if they lack the memories of this place, kindly relay the contents of our conversation." Nagato did not fully comprehend the principles governing the entanglement of worlds, nor did he grasp how changes in this world would affect another. Not only Nagato, but even the theorist, Sirai, was still in a phase of blind exploration, relying on the observation of the disparities between the two worlds and the influence of Uchiha Itachi and Minma on them to refine the theory. "I shall do so." Itachi slightly bowed his head, concealing his expression within the collar of his garment, and exited the conference room. A fortnight later, Minma remained seated in a meditative pose within his chamber, chakra coursing through his meridians and flowing into his brain, rendering his thoughts remarkably lucid at that moment. Upon opening his eyes, the world appeared to unfold in slow motion, and his senses became extraordinarily acute. The rhythm of his heartbeat and the secretion of hormones within his body were now under the dominion of his conscious mind, previously governed by the subconscious and instinct. He possesses the ability to completely control this body, even transcending its limitations to unleash powers that should be impossible. Alas, this is merely an illusion brought on by overly heightened senses. Myanmar quickly reigned in his uncontrollable thoughts, in the initial stages of mental focus. The rapid enhancement of the senses creates a deceptive perception. With a slight adjustment, the illusion dissipates. The sound of footsteps reaches his ears. Myanmar glances towards the doorway. Conan opens the door. All personnel near the Dragon Vein have been evacuated. For over half a month, apart from training, Myanmar has devoted his time to transcription. He has meticulously copied not only the principles of historical materialism and dialectical materialism, but also the foundational theories of the limited moon reading and various properties of chakra. The latter is paramount, encompassing not merely the formulas for chakra conversion, but also a plethora of definitions, explanations, and graphical analyses. Were it not for Sheila embedding related memories into Myanmar's mind, he would seriously doubt his ability to retain the information independently. During this time, the Akatsuki organization has not been idle. The upheaval of the Dragon Vein may extend over a vast area. For safety's sake, they must relocate various large devices and evacuate residents. Thank you. Upon hearing the news of their return, Myanmar can't help but feel a surge of excitement. After such a long wait, they can finally go back to the source of the Dragon Vein. Pain and the members of the Akatsuki have long since arrived. And in addition to them, there is a red-haired stranger, Queen Sarah of Lulan, who has been summoned due to her sensitivity to the power of the Dragon Vein. Myanmar glances at her briefly and then turns to Pain. Shall I proceed, or will you? One of the figures from the 6 paths of Pain steps forward. I shall take the lead. You may stand aside. Myanmar and Itachi remain silent. The upheaval of the Dragon Vein presents an excellent opportunity for data collection, and if Pain desires it, let him take it. Once the two are in position, the animal path of Pain casually presses a hand to the ground, summoning a rapid spread of summoning technique runes that stimulate the Dragon Vein beneath. A tremendous force erupts from the earth, and a sea of chakra engulfs the three, sweeping them into other worlds. The perceptive ninjas and researchers around them swiftly record various data. In a certain secret chamber, Nagato, with over a dozen black rods protruding from his back, momentarily stares blankly, as if catching a final glimpse of something, but before he can discern it clearly, the signal from the animal path is lost. May they reach home safely. QA space. Indeed, the influence is bidirectional. Time in the realm of limited moon reading has nearly come to a standstill. Sheila has always perceived time at a languid pace, allowing him to observe the intricate details of various worlds. Thus, he remained oblivious to the fact that the world before his eyes had transformed into slow motion. It was only when he drew Myanmar into the spatial realm that he realized the limited Tsukuyomi world had become excessively sluggish. As Myanmar and others began to influence the new world, thereby altering the limited Tsukuyomi, the effects of the latter on the former also became apparent, most conspicuously reflected in the flow of time. Time in the new world accelerated while it decelerated in the limited Tsukuyomi. The two realms were rapidly converging across epochs, societal realities, and various other dimensions. Should Myanmar and Itachi remain in the new world for an extended period, it would not be long before the two worlds appeared indistinguishable, akin to twins. This convergence dissipated entirely upon their departure, returning to a state of normalcy. Perhaps I ought to embark on a new research endeavor to explore this phenomenon, Sheila pondered, his chin resting thoughtfully in his hand as he adjusted his perspective to observe the state of the Naruto world. The newly acquired viewpoint remained constant, bestowing upon Sheila considerable convenience. Through this lens, the two worlds appeared somewhat closer. Chapter 25 Summary. The limited Tsukuyomi world had scarcely settled after the upheaval akin to a dragon veins tumult. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi and Uzumaki Myanmar materialized in midair, plummeting rapidly. On the ground, a golden-haired figure seemed to sense their presence. A bird crafted from white clay swiftly took shape, its wings flapping to catch the two. Ah, Itachi. It's been quite a while. What brings you to be with the little brat from Konoha? Deara greeted Itachi before turning his gaze toward Myanmar. A few matters arose. And I've been working with him for a time, Itachi replied, leaping down from the clay bird, noting Deidara's wariness toward Uzumaki Myanmar, confirming that his memories had indeed shifted. Had it been before, upon completing a mission for Konoha, Deidara's vigilance would not have been so pronounced. Myanmar, however, was preoccupied with a singular thought, to return. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. Listening to their exchange, Deidara's expression shifted multiple times, his impulse to intervene nearly overwhelming. Yet Itachi's demeanor left him perplexed. As Myanmar began to distance himself, a small white clay spider emerged from beneath his feet, hastily following him. Snap! Itachi placed a hand on Deidara's shoulder. Nothing will happen. All right, you're the senior. I'll defer to your judgment. By the way, Pain is looking for you. Deidara, suddenly deflated, watched as the clay spider he had released melted away. So, has anything significant occurred recently? Itachi inquired, nodding slightly. Significant? Deidara stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. Not that I've heard. But there has been quite a ruckus in Konoha. Konoha? What has transpired there? I've heard that many have experienced collective amnesia, their memories in disarray. It's suspected that someone is experimenting with large-scale ninjutsu, causing quite the uproar, and investigations are ongoing. A malicious smile erupted on Deidara's face as he reveled in the misfortunes of the 5 great ninja villages. After walking for a while, he turned to find Itachi standing still, unmoving. What is the matter? Could it be your doing? He inquired. No, Itachi replied. Yet, for some reason, Deidara sensed something peculiar about Itachi. Although Itachi typically exuded an air of aloofness and mystery, this time it seemed especially pronounced, particularly with the presence of the Konoha youth. Itachi offered no explanation, lost in contemplation about the connections and transformations between the two worlds. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the headquarters conference room. Pain is inside. I must take my leave, Deidara announced, offering a brief farewell before departing. As he entered the room, he found it sparsely decorated, even lacking in furniture. Nagato, known as Pain, stood alone by the window, observing the people working outside. He spoke first. In my recollection, you once tracked a Jinchuriki from Konoha during a mission from the Hokage. Shortly after that, everything changed. The Akatsuki headquarters inexplicably relocated to this desert, and all of Conan's members experienced altered memories. In their recollections, the move occurred a decade ago, during which the Akatsuki engaged in several battles with the Wind Country to solidify its position having garnered the support of the indigenous people as a legal basis. Nagato slowly turned to face Itachi. Itachi, I believe you owe me an explanation. Thanks to the Rinnegan, Nagato's memories remained untouched. He still recalled the previous tailed beast war and remembered Itachi's pursuit of a peculiar ninjutsu in the dungeon. Now, with Itachi suddenly appearing alongside this enigmatic figure, Nagato's intuition suggested that they must possess some crucial knowledge. Indeed, I am aware. We traversed to another world through the dragon vein, and the changes there have impacted this realm. Itachi recounted the events transpiring in both worlds, then produced a book from his sleeve, Historical Materialism and Dialectical Materialism, which had been handed to him by Nagato from the other side, containing Nagato's interpretations and annotations of various passages. Intrigued, Pain opened the book, quickly captivated by its content, becoming absorbed in its depths. Itachi chose not to disturb Nagato further and quietly stepped out. He harbored a curiosity regarding the current operational status of the Akatsuki organization in relation to the Dragon Vein, if merely enabling a counterpart from another realm, like Uzumaki Menma, to achieve a singular focus of mind could influence the fate of Konoha a decade hence. What transformations might arise within the Akatsuki, having already gained enlightenment and strategic foresight concerning their utilization of the Dragon Vein? Alas, he found himself disheartened. The Akatsuki's engagement with the Dragon Vein was marginally superior to that of the other world, yet the disparity was minimal. What could account for such a phenomenon? If the alterations wrought by the entangled worlds had no bearing on the future, it would be one matter. Yet, they evidently did, as Konoha had already been altered, albeit through the direct distortion of reality. Could it be that the power of world entanglement, while capable of rewriting reality, falters when it comes to more intricate abstractions? Itachi's mind raced, filled with perplexity. This was illogical. The transformation of life and death, as well as the alteration of memories, was evidently far more nuanced and challenging than the enhancement of technological apparatus. The human body comprises trillions of cells, far more intricate than any modern machine, yet the distortion of reality could resurrect and regenerate them. Why then could it not refine machinery? What distinction lay between the two? As Itachi returned to his dwelling, dusk descended, illuminating the surrounding buildings with electric lights. The brightness of the environment momentarily induced a sense of dislocation. The electrical appliances of the other world, Lulon, were not nearly as ubiquitous. Appliances. A flash of insight illuminated his mind. If one were to pinpoint the differences between the two occurrences, there existed a singular, most apparent, yet easily overlooked factor: the disparity in technological advancement. Both worlds were inhabited by humans, who shared no essential differences. Resurrection and memory alteration were feasible. However, machinery was another matter entirely. The other realm represented the past, lagging behind in development, while this world, though more advanced, had not transcended its era. Thus, the manifested machinery had not surpassed the bounds of time or reality. Itachi felt a clarity of thought beginning to emerge. He picked up a pen and, drawing from the insights gleaned by Uzumaki Menma in the question and answer domain, summarized the implications of the phenomenon of world entanglement into several points. First, a connection should be established between the two worlds, necessitating a tangible medium. Second, that which is subject to alteration must have had direct contact with the medium. Third, the effects of change, when measured against the two worlds, could not yield non-existent concrete entities, though memories and behaviors remained unaffected. Beyond the realm, the medium must possess a concrete understanding of the matters one wishes to alter or has already altered, and must enact modifications within the entangled world that adhere to the principles of causal logic. A hand delicately revised Itachi's summary. In truth, Itachi's summary was already commendable. However, it lacked a broader perspective. It is not that the non-existent cannot manifest, but rather that as a conduit of the world, one does not possess a clear and concrete concept of the non-existent. Even with modifications that adhere to causal logic, the world remains unembodied due to the absence of specific ideas. Sheila also exerted considerable effort, conducting meticulous observations on both macro and micro scales, which ultimately led to his discoveries. After completing his writing, he returned the paper, and although Itachi could not see it, the act resembled a ritual in life, bringing a sense of satisfaction. As he floated out of the room, preparing to visit Konoha, the question and answer space suddenly trembled. Buzz, the third questioner, had arrived. Chapter 26. The third questioner, although it was anticipated that not all questioners would be human, the emergence of a different species as the third questioner caught Sheila somewhat off guard. In the pure white question-and-answer space, a slender, pearlescent snake surveyed its surroundings, twisting and turning. Whether it was merely an illusion, Sheila perceived a glimmer of excitement on that serpentine visage, a sense of hope akin to grasping a lifeline. It was in stark contrast to the caution exhibited by the previous questioners, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki. His third questioner seemed somewhat different. Greetings, questioner. I am Sheila. Welcome to the QA space. You have 60 seconds to pose your inquiries, and I shall endeavor to provide you with answers. The time spent in contemplation and my responses does not count against this limit. Do you have any questions? Shibai was momentarily taken aback, surprised to encounter another being in this enigmatic realm. Was he not the master of this mysterious space, but merely a questioner? After a fleeting moment of astonishment, he quickly accepted this reality and began to bombard with questions. 60 seconds? What happens when that time elapses? Is it always limited to just 60 seconds? No. You have a total of 60 seconds for your inquiries. Within this time frame, I will do my utmost to address your questions. You may leave and return at any point, and the remaining time will continue from where you left off. As for what occurs after 60 seconds, I cannot say. I have only recently taken on this role, and you are my third questioner. Thus far, no one has exhausted their allotted time. Gradually, Shibai regained his composure. If there was only a total of 60 seconds, he would need to be judicious. Can I ask anything? Aside from questions, can you send me back? Of course, you may inquire about anything you wish, though I cannot guarantee that I possess the answers, as I am not omniscient. If you desire to return to the ninja world, that can be arranged at any time. Sheila replied candidly, opening a portal beside Shibai. Ninja world? No, wait. You are an extraterrestrial, an alien civilization beyond the ninja world? Shibai retorted excitedly, suddenly struck by a thought and quickly altering his statement. If you refer to everyone outside the ninja world as aliens, then that is not incorrect. However, strictly speaking, I should be considered a being from an alternate universe. Sheila stroked his chin, pondering before responding. The pure white world began to transform, revealing an expanse of endless starlight. Within each glimmer of light lay countless worlds, stacked and compressed, the infinite gathering of starlight forming the intricate fabric of the grand universe. With a sweep of his right hand, Sheila gestured to showcase. If we were to consolidate all parallel universes into a single grand universe, you would find that many parallel worlds share similarities. I hail from beyond this universe, from a realm entirely distinct from here. Shibai gazed in awe, hope rekindling within him. If such an entity existed, surely there would be possibilities. Yet, Sheila's next words extinguished his hopes. However, my authority permits me only to return you to your original ninja world. I cannot transport you to other universes or other worlds within this universe. Falling into silence, Shibai's tail flicked restlessly, revealing his evident agitation. Then, dear answerer, can you impart to me a method to traverse other worlds? A feasible approach given my current abilities. The methods for safely traversing the world are few and far between in my knowledge. If you seek a viable approach given your current circumstances, it may only be the dragon vein. The pristine white world began to transform, revealing the ruins of Lulan within the realm of Shibai. Upon perceiving the surrounding scenery, Shibai's expression turned to one of disappointment. I have been here before. There is no dragon vein. Wait a moment, let me take a look. It was now Shi Li's turn to be astonished. Having encountered dragon veins in all three worlds of the fire shadow, he instinctively assumed that such veins were ubiquitous. However, he was met with the immediate correction from the questioner, rendering the situation somewhat awkward. As he delved into the history of Lulan, the desolate desert visibly began to change. The lifeless, deeply buried tree trunks rose anew, and leaves defied gravity, ascending to the branches. The subterranean waters of the dark river surged to the surface, forming lakes. The inhabitants of the city moved in reverse, as the vitality and prosperity that had been siphoned away began to return. From decay to prosperity, and then to the initial desolation of development, Shi Lu traveled back a millennium. The original inhabitants of Lulan had vanished, and there was no sign of the dragon vein taking shape. Continuing to regress, he found that in the era before the divine tree of the Tsutsuki clan was planted, the dragon vein was also absent. Thus, it appeared that this world had never possessed a dragon vein from the very beginning. Shi Lu turned his gaze toward Shibai, pondering a rather intriguing question. If the dragon vein had never existed, how did Shibai come to know of the term? And why had he journeyed to Lulan in search of it? Are you a traveler from another universe? Or perhaps from another ninja realm? As the words slipped from his lips, Shibai regretted speaking. In a world devoid of dragon veins, uttering the term was akin to revealing a problematic identity. Indeed, after Shilu reviewed the history, he immediately fixed his gaze upon him, unmasking his identity without hesitation. In that fleeting moment, Shibai felt as though the scales on his back had burst open, his heart skipping a beat. The discomfort of having one's greatest secret exposed so bluntly was profound. Yet, Shilu remained unwavering, his eyes locked on Shibai, awaiting a response. Shibai opened his mouth, his voice dry. It must be from another universe. Shilu clicked his tongue in intrigue. He would be encountering another traveler for the first time, excluding himself. The previous responder from the QA space hardly counted, as that individual merely left a video and vanished without divulging how they escaped. Intriguing. Were you a serpent before, or perhaps another creature? To what extent has civilization progressed in your realm? At that moment, it seemed as though a role reversal had occurred between the two interlocutors. If it weren't for the fact that the QA space comprised solely of consciousness, Shibai would have been drenched in cold sweat. Tentatively, he ventured, Mr. Responder. Shouldn't we first attend to the matter of time? Sheila glanced at the countdown, revealing just over 29 seconds remaining. My apologies for wasting a few seconds of your time. How about this? I shall bestow upon you a technique that, once mastered, can enhance your reflexes several-fold. Elongating your subjective perception of time as compensation. A stream of light surged into Shibai's mind. Shilu, drawing inspiration from the Uchiha clan's Tsukuyomi ocular technique and integrating biological principles, developed a version 2.0 of the brain focus technique. This iteration provided a considerable enhancement in learning capabilities and bodily control compared to its predecessor. Additionally, it included supplementary content that, when combined with specialized substances, could temporarily synthesize a unique chakra, concentrating in the brain to elevate reflexes and induce a bullet time state. You may keep this technique for now. I will later modify it specifically for serpentine creatures and provide you with an updated version. Do you have any further inquiries? Shibai initially thought to respond in the negative but reconsidered as he was uncertain how to contact Shilu proactively. Well, on the first day of each month, I will routinely check in on your side. You may either express your thoughts directly or write them down. At other times, I cannot guarantee what I will be engaged in, but if you call for me, I will respond if I hear you. Shibai nodded and vanished from the QA space. Remaining time, 27:48. Chapter 27. Cyber Ninja Realm. The dark passage resembled the innards of a colossal serpent, devoid of even a sliver of light. Sounds of creatures crawling, accompanied by the rustle of sand against the ground, emerged from the shadows. Suddenly, rows of lights flickered to life, their brilliant radiance illuminating the corridor and its innermost depths, revealing a vast expanse exceeding 10,000 square meters. Within, a grotesque white serpent, measuring no less than 40 meters in length, coiled ominously. Its face was partially obscured by mechanical devices, its abdomen adorned with fleshy claws, growths protruding from its head, and its tail bifurcated. The manifestation of Shibai in the realm of reality stood in stark contrast to his conscious entity within the QA space. As he rose, a glimmer of human-like astonishment illuminated his eyes. It was not a dream. Everything that transpired within the realm of inquiry was vividly apparent. Even the intricate details of the cerebral mastery technique were remarkably clear. Although this technique was originally designed for humans, certain elements were independent of species differences, achievable merely through the presence of chakra. If he could fully assimilate this technique, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Shibai felt a surge of exhilaration, contemplating the possibility of escaping this wretched world through such means. Until then, he resolved to maintain a low profile. The mere thought of Orochimaru, that mad scientist, made Shibai instinctively shrink back. Initially, when he had just traversed into the ninja world as a mere serpent, he had felt discontent. Yet, the allure of ninjutsu and the enchanting power of chakra transformed his sentiment into eager anticipation. He is destined to transform the world. Until he inadvertently overheard the news from outside, Orochimaru had ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage, promoting human experiments within the land of fire and advocating for a new order. Subsequently, everything unraveled. The narrative descended into chaos. 4 of the 5 great nations were rendered crippled, leaving Konoha in solitary dominance. Becoming a ninja, or rather possessing chakra, had become the fundamental requisite for survival in this world. The misuse of forbidden resurrection techniques, such as the impure world reincarnation, led to the revival of historical geniuses and formidable warriors. As long as one was deemed valuable, exploitation was inevitable, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. Even summoning beasts were not exempt from this fate. Shaking his head to dispel the tumultuous thoughts, Shibai emerged from his laboratory and ventured outside. The once humble dragon cave had undergone transformation, now resembling a modern marvel. Everywhere, creatures that had undergone the training of sage arts had morphed into half-human, half-snake monstrosities. Some bore slit pupils and horns, while others sported serpentine appendages protruding from their abdomens, and many were entirely cloaked in scales. It was not solely the dragon cave. Mayaboka Mountain and the Wetbone Forest had suffered similar fates. After the three great sanctuaries were conquered, they became the primary centers for ninjutsu research under Konoha's dominion. With most sentient beings within these sacred lands now being ninjas from Konoha, the Dragon Cave was somewhat better off due to its pre-existing collaboration with Orochimaru. Moreover, the White Snake Sage, recognizing the dire circumstances, had directly allied with him, leading some talented summoning beasts to become researchers. As for the others, they were all confined and treated as research materials. Upon his arrival, Shibai immediately attracted numerous gazes, which swiftly retreated. Although this individual rarely left the laboratory, he had gained a modicum of renown within the Dragon Cave due to some innovative proposals that had captured Orochimaru's attention. I require 100 serpentine summoning beasts as materials, Shibai declared, unfazed by their scrutiny, as he approached the head of the Dragon Cave, the White Snake Sage, and presented a meticulously prepared project proposal outlining his demands. He does not intend to idly await an answer from the White Snake Sage. Rather, he is prepared to modify his mind, focusing entirely on adapting the technique to suit himself, even if only slightly. Reclining upon the stone bed, the White Snake Sage leisurely indulges in a smoke, exhaling clouds of vapor. Upon hearing Shibai's request, he taps his pipe, shaking off the ashes, and replies with a calm demeanor, "Impossible. Your siblings are dwindling in number, and the newly born have yet to mature. 50 is the bare minimum." The White Snake Sage remains silent, releasing a plume of smoke. 10. After uttering this, he glances at Shibai. "If you can provide me with half a year's worth of your sage chakra, I might consider sourcing from elsewhere." In today's ninja world, chakra energy is in constant demand, prompting Konoha to impose a chakra tax. Based on the amount of chakra, each individual must contribute a certain quota monthly, with a minimum of 50%. Sage chakra is even more precious, able to be exchanged for valuable resources, yet few possess the capability and qualifications to cultivate sage techniques. Thus, the White Snake Sage occasionally exploits applicants, whether they be individuals or serpents. Through gritted teeth, Shibai responds, 3 months. Deal. More is never too much, and less is never too little. After all, it is a no-risk transaction. Upon signing the agreement, the White Snake Sage promptly provides a receipt. "You may collect your share from the breeding area. Remember to handle them gently and use sparingly. They are your siblings." Shibai's expression turns cold as he detects a hint of sarcasm in the White Snake Sage's words. Without lingering, he proceeds to the breeding area. The guard stationed there, a ninja from Konoha, verifies the receipt before signaling to the ninjas inside. 50 summoning snakes of various sizes are soon packaged and delivered. Upon returning to his laboratory, Shibai eagerly commences his work, employing illusion techniques to invade their consciousness and subsequently infusing them with his chakra. No need for excessive amounts. Temporarily controlling these summoning beasts' movements suffices. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, changes are also unfolding. At the Lulan ruins, a sudden loud noise startles the civilians hidden within, leading them to believe that a battle between ninjas has erupted, causing them to scurry deeper into hiding like ants in a panic. After a considerable period of silence, they cautiously venture out from their shelters. In the current ninja world, there is scarcely any space for civilians to exist. Their only value lies as expendable resources and in producing the next generation. Those unable to endure the oppressive policies retreat to desolate wilderness and deserts, surviving tenaciously in barren lands that ninjas disdain. As if all were well, the emerging civilians notice no changes in their surroundings, gradually lowering their guard and beginning to search the vicinity. Soon, they discover the source of the loud noise, a corpse, having plummeted from a great height, nearly reduced to a puddle of flesh. Yet from the clothing, they can still barely discern his identity. This individual was a member of the Akatsuki. The commoners who recognized the clothing first experienced a moment of surprise, which quickly gave way to a somber mood. Had the Akatsuki organization arrived in this vicinity? With Akatsuki members having perished nearby, it was possible that the Leaf Village's forces were also present. Should we consider relocating? But where else could we go? Panic ensued among some, while others felt a deep unease, and a few burned with righteous indignation. In this cybernetic ninja realm, the Akatsuki had been imbued with a new significance. It represented a coalition of valiant souls resisting Orochimaru's unscrupulous experiments and exploitative regime. Symbolizing the dawn, it signified that even the darkest night must yield to the light. As the discussions flowed, few noticed that several individuals had begun to display unusual expressions. They retreated to the back, casting hidden explosive tags, and then, boom, 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 an unrelenting series of explosions erupted, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Those who survived were left bewildered and disoriented, uncertain from whence the chaos had emerged. Run! Someone's consciousness has been manipulated. The Leaf Village had ensnared us with a suggestive genjutsu, should the conditions be met. The slaughter would commence. Run! Do not regroup with others. We must return and inform more people. We can no longer gather. We must not gather. Everyone could be a spy for the Leaf. A cacophony of disjointed voices erupted. Some ignored the warnings, focusing solely on their escape, while others heeded the call, returning to their dwellings and spreading fear among the masses, inciting a collective breakdown. The few who had deployed the explosive tags seemed to awaken from a stupor upon hearing the mention of Leaf spies and fled in a frantic panic. Hours later, several ninjas arrived, surveyed the scene, and subsequently removed the corpses of the Akatsuki members. Chapter 28. Note: in this world, Orochimaru's extremism had become rather excessive. Walking through the cybernetic realm of the hidden Leaf Village, one encounters an array of chakra banks ubiquitous throughout the landscape. The chakra of an ordinary jonin, when fully charged, is defined as a singular unit. The latest chakra extractors facilitate simultaneous usage by multiple individuals, capable of extracting over 50 units of chakra within a second for storage. This swift and efficient mechanism greatly alleviates the burden of chakra tax for ordinary ninjas, enhancing the exchange of resources among them. In addition to chakra, other tradable commodities bearing equivalent value include Kekkei Genkai, specialized jutsu, and the souls of the powerful. If one were unaware that this existed within a ninja world, they might mistakenly believe they had stumbled into a dark demonic realm, permeated by a stench of distortion and moral decay. Yet, if one were to set aside the extreme distortions of societal culture and the grotesque nature of its institutions, this world stands unparalleled in its exploration of science and ninjutsu among the various realms that Sheila has encountered. Significant advancements in fundamental physics have been achieved, recognizing the considerable advantages of chakra and energy transformation, culminating in the development of a chakra cannon capable of annihilating cities. The more chakra infused, the greater its destructive power, with no upper limit. In the realms of medicine and biology, the mysteries surrounding various common Kekkei Genkai and their elimination have been unraveled. For a price, an ordinary ninja devoid of any special abilities can undergo surgical procedures to acquire multiple Kekkei Genkai and formidable strength, ensuring no side effects and indistinguishable from the original. Psychologically, genjutsu can effortlessly implant thoughts in others, weaving and altering memories at will. In every field, a flourishing diversity thrives. If one were to overlook the millions treated as mere expendables, disregard that the majority of advanced technologies were birthed solely to better exploit the value of others, and ignore the relentless self-modification leading to madness, one might deem this world flawless. Sheila remained silent, tracing the research trajectory of a soul-related project group within the cybernetic Leaf Village, traversing upstream through time. He arrived at the pivotal moment when Orochimaru succeeded the fourth Hokage. A day prior, he had orchestrated the demise of the third Hokage, Danzo Shimura, who possessed the cells of Senja Hashirama and a singular Sharingan, successfully executing a coup d'etat. With such a third Hokage, a semblance of normalcy seemed to return. With an inherent bias against Danzo, Cielo nodded and continued onward. Indeed, during the era of the third Hokage, there were numerous human experiments conducted on bloodline ninjas within Konoha. Among the various projects, the subjects concerning the Uchiha and Senju clans were particularly predominant, with the Hyuga clan ranking third. However, as Xiaolu arrived at the time when Danzo succeeded, he discovered that the roots of these experiments did not lie with the third Hokage Danzo, but rather with the second Hokage. The second Hokage of Konoha, Tobirama Senju, was a versatile ninja endowed with exceptional research capabilities and a remarkable talent for transforming research findings into formidable strength, earning him the title of Master of Forbidden Techniques. Many of the forbidden jutsu inscribed in Konoha's scrolls were the masterpieces of Tobirama Senju. In an era when the Senju and Uchiha clans were fiercely at odds, Tobirama became aware of a particular affliction known as the bloodline disease, a unique condition that accompanied bloodline ninjas and was transmitted solely within the related ninja families. He drew inspiration from the notion that the bloodline limit of the ninja clans is inherited through their lineage, and due to the inherent flaws of these bloodlines, bloodline diseases may arise. This led him to ponder the possibility of developing a virus-like jutsu, specifically targeting the Uchiha clan's bloodline, capable of eradicating them in one fell swoop. This idea remained deeply rooted in the heart of Senju Tobirama, undiminished even after the Senju and Uchiha clans reached reconciliation and the establishment of Konoha. He has been clandestinely conducting experiments, and even if he refrains from targeting the Uchiha clan, there are still other ninja clans within the shinobi world. It is imperative to retain a hidden weapon as a precautionary measure. His disciples, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, under the influence of their surroundings, exhibited a rather low moral threshold concerning human experimentation, which subsequently affected Orochimaru as well. If one were to trace the roots of this moral decay, the responsibility of the second Hokage cannot be overlooked. Thus, you met your demise in such a manner. Sirai stood before the lifeless body of Uchiha Madara, bemused and perplexed. History has unfolded to the era of the climactic battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Under the machinations of Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara successfully appropriated the flesh of Senju Hashirama, preparing to feign death to escape. He accurately deduced that even if he were to meet his demise, Senju Tobirama would not dispose of his corpse, motivated by his desire to study the Sharingan. Thus, he preemptively embedded a delayed ninjutsu, Izanagi, within the Sharingan. This ultimate illusion has the power to alter reality itself. Madara's plan was to rewrite the narrative of his own death and retreat into the shadows. However, the more meticulous the plan, the greater the chance of error. Although Senju Tobirama preserved Uchiha Madara's body, he exhibited a slight impatience, perhaps fearing that the eternal Mangeki Sharingan would lose its efficacy over time. Tobirama hastily extracted Madara's 2 eternal Mangeki and replaced them with ordinary eyes to facilitate the funeral. Consequently, Madara's feigned death transformed into a genuine demise. The corpse was later exhumed and became the subject of Tobirama's research. Black Zetsu, with unfulfilled ambitions, met his end, yet with his strength. He dared not confront Senju Tobirama directly, opting instead to await the next reincarnation. The historical narrative henceforth diverged little from other realms. Sheila, disinterested in tracing each lineage, initially intended to return and gather the technological advancements of this world. Abruptly halting, a thought crossed his mind. If Uchiha Madara had perished so early and Indra began his reincarnation, would this affect Ashura? The 2 sons of the Sage of 6 Paths are eternally intertwined in love and conflict, always manifesting in the same era. With Madara's absence, Indra could indeed reincarnate. Would Ashura's chakra resonate in response, hastening Hashirama's demise? Might a new Indra and Ashura arise before Naruto and Sasuke? Or would Indra wait for Ashura's return to commence his reincarnation? Sheila's curiosity led him to investigate, and he found that Senju Hashirama indeed passed away earlier than in other worlds. Since the battle at the Valley of the End, he had been mired in melancholy, compounded by the unseen wounds of war, leading to his demise within a few short years. Tobirama ascended to the position of Hokage even sooner, emboldened by Hashirama's absence, thus altering the course of subsequent history. However, no new reincarnations appeared prior to Naruto and Sasuke. Upon concluding the tale, Sheila could only marvel at the profound impact of the butterfly effect before returning to his own time, resuming his pursuits of collecting unique technologies from the cyber world and diligently studying to refine his knowledge system. The sins of the ninja world pertain solely to the ninja world. Technology itself is devoid of inherent morality, and he would not allow a trivial sense of moral purity to hinder his quest for learning. The slow-paced learning continued for an extended period until Sheila stumbled upon an extraordinary corpse. Pain, the body once ensnared in the dragon vein, had indeed fallen into this world. Konoha Research Institute. Researchers removed the black rods from the corpse for material analysis. In an adjacent department, an anesthetized civilian was brought to the altar, where a researcher produced pre-prepared flesh and blood to perform the impure world reincarnation technique. The stone floor suddenly became enveloped in a multitude of dust, coiling around the offering like a malignant growth. However, just as the technique was halfway through, all the runes abruptly ceased, and with a resounding bang, the dust scattered, leaving only the asphyxiated offering behind. The researcher, perplexed, communicated through the intercom. "Sanai, I've encountered an issue here. Please send another material." Chapter 29. The mind holds its own power. The impure world reincarnation has failed. On the top floor of the Konoha Research Institute, the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of a significant portion of Konoha. Orochimaru, clad in a white lab coat, exuded an air of sophistication, his golden slit pupils revealing a hint of malevolence. Yet, apart from this, there was little that seemed extraordinary. Far removed from the terrifying image propagated by the outside world of a being transformed into a non-human entity, he swiftly leafed through the reports on the table, his expression one of indifference. Not to mention a puppet seemingly controlled by someone. Even if a true member of the Akatsuki were to perish, it would not find its way to his desk. "Indeed, my lord, the Research Institute has conducted 3 attempts at Edo Tensei, all culminating in failure." Kabuto instinctively adjusted his glasses, providing timely clarification. "Of course, were it merely this, I would not have troubled you." He presented 2 additional reports. One contained the material analysis results of the black rods found on the puppet's corpse. The report indicated that the performance of the black rods in chakra conduction far surpassed the alloys currently in use, with losses being virtually negligible. Achieving similar effects with other materials would require extreme conditions, either exceptionally high temperatures and pressures or extremely low pressures. However, the black rods accomplished this under conventional conditions. Once they master this peculiar material, large-scale production and application would render long-distance chakra transmission losses minimal. Certain significant scientific endeavors constrained by reality could also find breakthroughs. A revolution in ninjutsu science is imminent. Orochimaru immediately recognized the value of this material, his eyes narrowing with increased focus. "Is what the report states true?" "Absolutely, my lord. Not only is the chakra conduction efficiency remarkable, but the inherent strength of the black rod material is also exceptionally superior. It is hard to fathom that the Akatsuki has access to such an exceptional material. Utilizing it in puppet techniques is indeed a waste." Kabuto sighed. The current ninja world belongs to Konoha, more precisely, to the Konoha Research Institute. The vast majority of new technologies within the ninja realm are introduced by the Konoha Research Institute, propelling humanity to continually transcend its limitations. As for the Akatsuki, they are merely a coalition of organizations rendered obsolete by the times. It is not arrogance on Kabuto's part to look down upon them. Rather, the Akatsuki truly poses little threat. Not to mention the historical forces of Edo Tensei. Even the 3 sage research institutes of Konoha surpass them in strength. Thus, upon witnessing the Akatsuki unveil the era-defying black rod material, his first reaction was incredulity. How could those who possess nothing produce such an item? Yet, facts speak louder than words. It is only natural that the world will present us with the unforeseen, and that geniuses will emerge. Orochimaru held the report, unable to suppress a smile, his tongue flicking across his lips. Upon witnessing this expression, Kabuto immediately discerned that Orochimaru's old habit of abducting individuals had resurfaced. Even before he ascended to the position of Hokage, Orochimaru had a penchant for abducting bloodline ninjas and researching talents. The former served as subjects for experimentation, vessels for reincarnation, and subordinates, while the latter were students, assistants, and followers. It was only after Orochimaru acquired his current perfect synthetic body, which amalgamated the majority of bloodlines from the ninja world, that he shifted his focus towards the latter group. In a hierarchical society, those with research-oriented genius were afforded extraordinary privileges. Even opposing Orochimaru was inconsequential. As long as one possessed intelligence and value, he would readily accept them. Should rebellion occur, it was feasible to employ genjutsu to forcibly alter their attitudes. Death posed no barrier either, for Konoha's Edo Tensei technique was remarkably advanced, capable of resurrecting individuals to serve under him once more. Observing your expression, it seems there are further concerns. Orochimaru suddenly lifted his gaze. Under normal circumstances, Kabuto would have sought guidance on how to proceed at this juncture, rather than remaining silent. "Yes, my lord," Kabuto replied, directing his attention to another report on the table. As conventional methods proved ineffective, I resorted to a more rudimentary approach, restoring the appearance of the deceased and mobilizing intelligence operatives within the ninja world to gather information. During this process, an unusual discovery emerged. Orochimaru regarded him quietly. Kabuto hastened his pace, no longer withholding information. We found an individual within the Edo Tensei allied forces who bears an uncanny resemblance to that puppet. This person was resurrected during the first project of the ninja world's Return of the Undead, belonging to the Kazekage clan, possessing limited strength and no research aptitude. Primarily functioning as a chakra battery. Initially, we presumed it to be a mere coincidence. But subsequent intelligence from an insider within the Akatsuki revealed that there had been no information regarding any black rods, causing our leads to falter. It was not until one of our researchers conducted a genetic comparison between the two corpses that we discovered they shared identical genetic sequences. We conjecture that they are either clones or the same individual. Once Kabuto completed his explanation, he fell silent, patiently awaiting Orochimaru to peruse the second report, which contained more detailed information. Orochimaru's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he sank into contemplation. Although a clone theory seemed more plausible, allowing the failure of the resurrection to be attributed to the adversary's prior preparations. Perhaps they had already resurrected the person to prevent leaks or sealed their soul. Orochimaru found himself inexplicably inclined towards the latter hypothesis. Sometimes, what appears rational is, in fact, erroneous. Those extreme improbabilities often conceal the truth and harbor exceedingly vital information. Where was the puppet discovered? In the Land of Wind. At an ancient site known as Lulan. We recalled those who had been buried among the civilians with illusionary bombs, but they merely reported hearing a sudden loud noise. And upon investigation, they found him. There are no traces of a struggle at the scene. None. Orochimaru, deep in thought, stood up and placed his hand on Kabuto's shoulder. Follow me. With a resounding thud, the two vanished in a cloud of smoke. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an expansive, otherworldly realm. The vast emptiness was punctuated by several enormous, dark cubes suspended in midair, the most conspicuous of which caught the eye. Master, what are these? Kabuto inquired. My collection room. Weren't you curious about where Zero Tail, the Wraiths, and the Paradise Box ended up? Orochimaru replied casually. The conquest of the ninja world by Konoha was not without its challenges. Many nations harbor hidden treasures, some of which may date back to the era of the Sage of Six Paths, while others are the result of their own research. Many of these powers may not surpass the tailed beasts, yet they are far more troublesome, with a select few even exceeding most tailed beasts in strength. They have caused considerable trouble, and sealing them required immense effort. Unfortunately, the items used to seal these monsters have since vanished. So, they were relocated by you, Master. Kabuto realized. One might say that, Orochimaru mused. Do you not find these historical monstrosities to be of significant representational value? Beside the colossal cubes lay numerous smaller artifacts. Uchiha clan fans, the Ten Fingers sword, various Kusanagi blades, the fan once wielded by the Sage of Six Paths, the Kinshasa rope, the Seven-Star sword, and the pure glass bottle. Your discernment is remarkable, Master, Kabuto complimented. Orochimaru, perceiving Kabuto's flattery, paid it no mind. He retrieved a specially crafted sealing scroll and prepared to package Zero Tail. In the realm of illusionary technique studies, one inevitably encounters concepts of the mental space. Yet the specifics of these phenomena remain elusive, with no clear explanations provided. Various documents are often vague and enigmatic, failing to yield a genuine answer. It was not until the advent of a new era, with the deepening of research into the mental domain, that it was discovered that the mind itself possesses certain entangling and jumping characteristics, leading to speculation that one might traverse to other worlds through these properties of the mind. Kabuto, enlightened, realized that Orochimaru intended to convey that the corpse originated from another realm. Prior to this, he had not paid much attention to such notions. After all, he was merely a scholar, and had it not been for the pursuit of power for research, he would not have ventured this far. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. He turned to Kabuto, handing him the sealed scroll. However, now the existence of other worlds has revealed its power and mysteries. I wish to validate this hypothesis. The dark chakra within the Zero Tail is laden with a plethora of sinister emotions and in-release chakra, making it an excellent subject for research in the realm of the mind. Subsequently, I shall assign you a team of researchers skilled in illusion techniques, with a chakra reserve of 50 million units. Do not let me down. Upon hearing this, Kabuto's excitement surged. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Chapter 30. The Path to Other Worlds. When Orochimaru spoke, the formidable machinery of Konoha's society sprang into action at full throttle. Within 3 days, all funding, personnel, and equipment were meticulously prepared. Yet, regarding the specific course of action, Kabuto remained uncertain. The realm of illusion techniques offered an overwhelming array of developmental avenues. Memory, personality, soul, cognition, and perception were all domains intertwined with illusions. Clearly, what Orochimaru sought was not these. He desired a key capable of unlocking the gateway to other worlds. This indicated that the original trajectory of illusion studies was no longer suitable. A departure from conventional thinking was necessary, steering towards a more fundamental essence. At the very least, one must touch upon the realm of the mind to be deemed worthy of reference materials or guidance for research directions. Kabuto convened a considerable assembly of scholars proficient in illusion techniques, pooling their insights. The conference room brimmed with a multitude of individuals, their expressions exchanging glances after listening attentively. At this moment, a female voice suggested, "Perhaps we could experiment with the Tsukuyami of the Uchiha clan." This ocular technique allows the user to draw their opponent into a mental world entirely under their control, governing all within that realm. If we could reverse engineer it to uncover the secrets of the mental world, it might prove beneficial. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, revealing a female ninja from the Uchiha clan, her eyes as dark as night, and her visage marred by faint cracks, unmistakably bearing the traits of a reanimated ninja. This was hardly surprising. In an effort to vastly augment their chakra reserves and talent pool, Konoha had long been engaged in the reanimation initiative within the ninja world. They sought to resurrect the flesh and blood of ninjas from history, regardless of their strength, utilizing civilians as sacrifices to bring them back to the realm of the living. Previously, the ninjas from the Wind Demon clan were summoned during the first wave of this reanimation campaign, but lacking both strength and scholarly aptitude. They were merely converted into chakra batteries. It is noteworthy that while reanimated ninjas possess immortal bodies, they do not possess an inexhaustible supply of chakra. Otherwise, one could simply transform them into perpetual motion machines, thereby permanently resolving energy issues. Within the grand reanimation endeavor, the majority of the resurrected ninjas were of mediocre ability, typically at the level of Nin or Jinin, their primary function being to supply chakra. However, there were also a select few formidable individuals and geniuses among them, who enjoyed greater freedom and privileges. Uchiha Chiri was one such individual. As the creator of one of the Uchiha clan's 2 forbidden techniques, Izanami, her voice held considerable weight within the newly reconstituted Uchiha clan of the Reanimated. Upon recognizing the identity of the speaker, the assembly collectively withdrew their gazes, nodding in acknowledgement. Following closely behind her, another reanimated ninja spoke. The Jinjutsu of the Kuruma clan can interfere with reality through cognitive distortion. Since we aim to explore and utilize the properties of spiritual power, the bloodline of my clan is indispensable. T nodded in agreement, acknowledging the renowned expertise of both the Uchiha and Kuruma clans in the realm of Jinjutsu. And what of the rest of you? Please share your thoughts. This is no longer the previous era where ideas were stifled. Speak freely. With this encouragement, others began to voice their opinions. Some suggested starting from Yin release, as it symbolizes spiritual power, positing that studying the essence of Yin release's influence on the mind would be beneficial. Others proposed focusing on the soul, noting that at the moment of death, the soul traverses between the world of the living and the afterlife, and harnessing this phenomenon might allow for passage to other realms. Additionally, some, like Uchiha Chiri and the ninjas of the Kuruma clan, recommended utilizing their clan's secret techniques and bloodlines as a foundation for reverse analysis and exploration of principles relating to spiritual space and characteristics. The meeting continued throughout the morning, with a plethora of ideas presented. Some even piqued T's curiosity. However, the abundance of directions sometimes posed challenges. At the meeting's conclusion, T rapped the table lightly. Upon your return, please compile your thoughts into a report. We shall reconvene to discuss and select the most feasible and valuable directions. I hope everyone will devote themselves fully, as this will greatly impact the future trajectory of our ninja world. As the meeting adjourned, Uchiha Chiri intended to exit but was halted by T's call. Master Chiri, may I ask you to wait a moment? The dark, reanimated eyes turned towards him. Sir, do you have further instructions? I dare not presume, but there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you. With a gentle smile, D subtly shook his head, while others might be oblivious. He had perused Uchiha Chiri's report. The individual's aptitude in genjutsu was nothing short of extraordinary. In this new era, within a month of study, he had devised a genjutsu based on contemporary theories of mental prowess, successfully shielding himself from the mental control of the Edo Tensei summoner. Not only that, but he also liberated a considerable number of Edo Tensei ninjas from their constraints, acquiring data on the Edo Tensei technique, thereby completely breaking free from its control. Had the discovery not been made promptly and suppressed in time, Konoha could have faced a catastrophic uprising of Edo Tensei ninjas. Since then, Konoha has tightened its management of Edo Tensei ninjas significantly. Some renowned ninjas, upon resurrection, are subjected to mental reprogramming for the village's use. What is it? Uchiha seemed to allude to a world-class genjutsu known as infinite Tsukuyomi, which I noticed you did not mention during the meeting. Although D had not gleaned information about the black rods from the Akatsuki, he fortuitously uncovered other vital intelligence. During the Third Hokage's era, the Uchiha clan fractured under oppression, with a faction later opposing Konoha and ultimately perishing, while the remaining defectors fled and are now affiliated with the Akatsuki. This splintered group of Uchiha discovered an ancient technique called infinite Tsukuyomi among the texts they took with them, a technique with the potential to envelop the entire shinobi world. The Akatsuki members yearn to utilize this technique to reclaim the world, and they have initiated actions toward that end. D remained non-committal regarding their ambitions, but found the concept of infinite Tsukuyomi particularly intriguing. A genjutsu capable of enveloping the entire world must possess unique properties, perhaps serving as the key to unlocking a portal to another realm. Unfortunately, the Akatsuki is heavily fortified, and D has only acquired the most rudimentary information. However, Konoha currently boasts an abundance of Uchiha clan members, as well as those well-versed in the clan's ancient secrets. Upon hearing D's description, Uchiha Chiri shook her head. I have not heard of infinite Tsukuyomi, though the concept is indeed promising. If vast amounts of chakra could be catalyzed in the medium of the technique shifted from sight to something else, perhaps not enough. The foundation of Tsukuyomi lies in the Manjiki Sharingan, and the human eye cannot sustain such an immense influx of chakra. Adjustments to the eyes themselves would also be necessary. D observed her contemplation without interruption, adhering to the wisdom of speaking less and learning more in areas beyond his expertise. Fortunately, Uchiha Chiri soon regained her composure. I will inquire and research among the elders of my clan upon my return. Should I find anything significant, I shall compile a detailed report. Thank you for your efforts. Master. Uchiha Chiri shook her head and departed from the conference room, yet within her heart, she mused, Genjutsu, spirit, another world. This new era is indeed vibrant and diverse. Yet one cannot help but pity the younger generation and the common folk in such times. Soon, she chuckled inwardly. Why should I, a spirit not belonging to this era, concern myself with such matters? 10 days hence, the exploration of the characteristics of spiritual consciousness and the discourse surrounding interdimensional travel have taken a definitive turn. Although the infinite Tsukuyomi is not in play, it remains the preeminent illusion among various other jutsu. Under the leadership of Uchiha Shursui, a research group has commenced the deconstruction of the myriad mechanisms underlying Tsukuyomi's control over consciousness. The entity known as the Eight Tails has been temporarily entrusted to them, its vast reserves of in-release chakra serving as a potent energy source and material for large-scale illusion experiments. Other secondary topics have been delegated to smaller teams, progressing simultaneously. Chapter 31, The Might of the World. The illusion deconstruction project steadily gains momentum, thanks to the concerted efforts of various research teams. Meanwhile, other departments within Konoha remain industrious, deploying numerous reanimated ninja squads to pursue the Akatsuki organization across the entire ninja realm, determined to unearth any information pertaining to the infinite Tsukuyomi. Concurrently, the Eight Tails has proven to be of considerable significance in the Tsukuyomi Research Initiative. The dark chakra within it, born of a fusion of in-release chakra and abundant negative emotions, exhibits marked stimulation and enhancement of spiritual consciousness. Consequently, Kabuto has sought permission from Orochimaru to create additional Eight Tails as experimental materials and energy supplies. Orochimaru, with unyielding resolve, has allocated the Wind Country region and its civilian populace to Kabuto for his endeavors. In the wake of the Eight Tails creation, numerous so-called civilian protection zones have emerged. While termed protection zones, they are, in reality, enclosures for exploitation and torment. Ninjas ruthlessly employ jutsu to inflict suffering upon civilians, extracting vast quantities of negative emotions to nourish the eight tails. Given the sharp decline in civilian numbers in recent years, ninjas have opted for psychological torment over physical abuse to ensure sustainable development and conserve medical resources. Similarly, to enhance the efficacy of their torturous methods, these zones have abandoned traditional approaches to amplifying illusion strength, focusing instead on broadening the scope of their illusions to transform civilians into reservoirs of negative emotions. If the ninja world resembles a cybernetic society where social structures and cultural norms are grotesquely distorted, it at least retains some semblance of order. Within this framework, recognized members still possess avenues for advancement and the possibility of a normal existence. In stark contrast, the so-called human protection zones are nothing more than a fetid quagmire, a repugnant amalgamation of filth and despair, existing solely for the sake of torment and suppression. Any semblance of beauty is utterly absent. Betrayal, deceit, oppression, humiliation, hunger, and mental illness coalesce to define the grim atmosphere of these zones. Those who attempt to end their suffering find their memories forcibly extracted and cruelly implanted into the minds of others. Loved ones, under the influence of illusion, betray one another only to have their perceptions forcibly restored, plunging them into a cycle of anguish. A faint yet persistent psychological dullness lingers. And if one were compelled to identify a place that embodies the term protection zone, it would be where survival is not a right, but an obligation. After all, only the living can continuously generate emotions. It is the agony of existence that sustains the eight tails, preventing them from devolving into worthless carrion. Beyond the protection zones, Konoha has established additional policies and continuously augmented its budget, effectively mobilizing the might of the entire world to achieve a singular goal. The ramifications of these actions have even reached advanced sage arts research institutions like the Dragon Cave. Prior to the initiation of the interdimensional project, funding for several sage arts research institutes had never been lacking. Yet now, the times have changed. Emerging from the laboratory, Sebai discovered the Dragon Cave considerably quieter and, somewhat perplexed, sought out the White Snake Sage, who lay upon a stone bed, smoking and appearing rather despondent. White Snake Sage, it seems quite desolate here. Is the Dragon Cave truly on the verge of closing its doors for good? So it is you, young man, who has swiftly brought mischief upon your siblings and descendants. Why did you not bring forth a few little serpents to enliven the Dragon's Cave? Upon hearing the voice, the white snake Immortal immediately responded with sarcasm. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he suddenly found himself frozen in place. Although on the surface, Shibai appeared unchanged for some inexplicable reason, the white snake Immortal sensed a profound transformation emanating from within, a shift in his very essence. No wonder he behaves so audaciously. Has he significantly advanced in his celestial arts? After taking a puff, the white snake Immortal, rarely sitting upright, clicked his tongue in astonishment. How remarkable, in this chaotic world, a capable descendant has emerged among the younger generation. His mood has certainly brightened despite the substantial reduction in resources. Shibai disregarded the white snake Immortal's sarcasm and casually inquired, what significant events have transpired recently? Not long ago, he acquired the Brain Full Focus 3.0 version designed for serpents from the musician Sheila, and since then, he had been sequestered in the laboratory, engrossed in practice and oblivious to the outside world. It was only upon achieving the ability to enter a state of slow motion, transforming the world before his eyes into a languid spectacle, that Shibai deemed his seclusion fruitful enough to conclude. Was there significant news? Perhaps, as Konoha had suddenly embarked on an extensive study of mental powers, claiming a desire to explore other worlds. The funding for this research had been drastically slashed, and many from the Dragon Cave had been reassigned to participate in this new endeavor. With a wry chuckle, the white snake sage remarked, "One world is insufficient for their mischief. They yearn to infiltrate others. I wonder who will bear the brunt of their folly." As it spoke, it exhaled clouds of smoke, its tone tinged with complaint. Having lived for over a millennium, the sage had witnessed humanity's history of incessant conflict and cyclical violence. One might have thought that no matter how the world evolved, the essence remained unchanged. However, the emergence of the shinobi village system by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha was unexpected. Even more so was the fact that less than a century into the establishment of this system, Orochimaru arose, replicating the grim practices of the Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had once sought to cultivate trees for the collection of chakra. Yet, while Kagaya's intent was to gather energy, Orochimaru aimed to extract every last vestige of value from both the living and the dead. What a dismal kinship. Shibai felt a profound shock within, yet maintained an exterior of composure. To venture into other worlds, are they speaking of extraterrestrial realms? What connection does that hold with mental powers? Who knows? I am not a researcher. Does it truly matter where they go? Misfortune will inevitably find someone. After finishing his words, the white snake sage cast a glance at Shibai, inquiring, "What brings you here, you rascal? Merely to ascertain if you still draw breath?" With a light laugh, the sage showed no concern for Shibai's taunts and lowered its form, ignoring him thereafter. Shibai bid farewell to the white snake sage and leveraged his network to gather intelligence. Upon receiving news, he discovered that Konoha's activities were far more extensive than the sage had indicated. In less than 3 months, how could such monumental changes have transpired? Shibai was astonished. It had been less than 3 months since he first encountered Sheila. However, he soon recognized this as an opportunity. If he could obtain the research data from this world and escape the dystopian realm of cyber shinobi, liberation would be within reach. Yet, if he aspired to ascend, to join the Interworld project? No, he realized, there was no need for such ambition. Instinctively, he contemplated how to infiltrate the project team and pilfer data, only to be jolted awake, recognizing that he had no necessity to pursue such actions. His question and answer time still had over 27 seconds left, and he had mastered the state of slow time, allowing him ample opportunity to seek answers from the respondents within the question and answer space. With 10 days remaining until their next scheduled meeting, the moment was drawing near. Shibai calculated that this was the first time he had felt the dawn of hope in this ninja world. On the other side of the world, the Akatsuki organization was facing unprecedented setbacks. Under the guidance of an insider, the Edo Tensei ninjas launched an unparalleled assault, uprooting hundreds of their strongholds. Numerous ninja members perished, resurrected as the minions of Konoha. In the jungle, a figure darted swiftly. It was only when he could no longer sense the chakra of his pursuers that Sasuke dared to pause and rest for a moment. Those damned hyenas. A dark shadow prowled the ground, slowly drawing near. "Sasuke, I have good news and bad news. Speak." Konoha has begun recalling the Edo Tensei ninjas, so the pursuit you encounter will lessen significantly. Have they given up? Sasuke was astonished, fully aware of Konoha's intentions this time. But he was still here. Would Konoha return empty-handed without acquiring the infinite Tsukuyomi information locked in his mind? No, it seemed they had likely obtained what they desired. Kagaya's voice was low. He had not forgotten that another place besides himself held the records of the infinite Tsukuyomi, the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan. The contents of the infinite Tsukuyomi were only supposed to be seen upon awakening the Rinnegan, yet with Konoha's current strength, it was not impossible to decipher. The hope of resurrecting his mother had grown even more elusive. Chapter 32. Towards the inhuman, while the chaotic world outside continued to swirl, Shibai remained steadfast in the dragon's cave, undisturbed. 10 days passed in a blink. Shibai entered a state of slow time, excitedly putting pen to paper. Yet he had not finished writing. A wave of fatigue washed over him, his consciousness soaring to infinite heights. In the boundless, pure white question-and-answer world, soft glimmers danced. Just as his exhilaration began to fade, he was suddenly frozen in place. Before him stood a colossal and bizarre humanoid figure. Its long black hair seemed to writhe as if alive. Its body appeared to be infested, covered in tendrils. Scarlet and blue-violet eyes moved about freely across its form. For a fleeting moment, Shibai felt his rationality slip away. Fortunately, Sheila quickly noticed his distress. All abnormalities melted away like snow, returning to their original state. With a warm smile tinged with a hint of apology. "Apologies, did I frighten you? Mr. Respondent, your muscles on Shibai are gradually stiffening." Both reason and emotion warned him that the presence before him was exceedingly dangerous and twisted, far more so than the most dangerous madman in the ninja world. Sheila remained unfazed. "This? I am undergoing a transformation." "Transformation? Do you require it as well?" Biochemical modification is a concept that Shibai has encountered numerous times. Many ninjas, disenchanted with arduous training or ensnared within the confines of their capabilities, often resort to self-transformation. They enhance their bloodline abilities, implant artificial limbs, and fabricate memories. Does Sheila require such means for self-enhancement? The answer could be either yes or no. Sheila continues, stating, "In this realm of inquiry, my every action is dictated by a mere thought. Whether to modify or not, every endeavor is merely a matter of intention. This remains unaltered. From this perspective, Transformation is entirely superfluous. Yet, because every undertaking hinges on a single thought, I frequently find myself ensnared in a state of inertia. To cultivate and elevate myself, as well as to better navigate the demands of this inquiry, I often immerse myself in the projected world, adhering to its rules to fortify my being. Sheila's approach, to put it simply, involves seeking out tasks to occupy time. This is entirely natural, akin to a game that offers both a creative mode and a survival mode. While the creative mode is indeed delightful, most players gravitate towards survival. If there is no challenge, where lies the essence of the game? In light of the ninja world's circumstances, I categorize life forms into three distinct stages. The first is the ordinary stage, the primal phase of existence, where individuals have yet to undergo training and possess no extraordinary powers, comprising the vast majority of life forms within the ninja realm. The second is the extraordinary stage, where beings commence their training, mastering powers such as chakra, magic, and spiritual energy, progressing methodically through the extraordinary system. The third stage is the phase of mutation. Under the extraordinary system, the heights achievable by an ordinary race are inherently limited. Upon reaching the pinnacle, further advancement necessitates evolution or mutation to unlock additional potential. In my view, the training of ninja chakra appears somewhat distorted. While the destructive potential of this power is commendable, it fails to naturally propel the evolution of life. Numerous ninjas in the second stage must rely on genetic modification or energy infusion to ascend to the third stage and continue their enhancement. During this period, aside from assimilating the knowledge from your world, I have been endeavoring to create a new persona, one that I wish to serve as a testament to my learning within the chakra system. However, this process has proven to be more challenging than I had anticipated. With a sigh, Sheila shifts the topic. Well then, let us set this aside for now. What queries do you have for me this time? Suddenly, a figurine materialized in his hands as he engaged in conversation with Shibai, diligently adjusting the internal meridian structure of the figurine, entirely unconcerned with the multitude of tendrils surrounding him. To most, sealing techniques are perceived as complex, outdated methods of jutsu that ought to be simplified. However, Shili's perspective diverged sharply from theirs. He regarded sealing as an essential means of facilitating the flow and transformation of chakra, serving as a supportive tool that alleviates the difficulty of casting techniques. When the inherent complexity of ninjutsu is minimal and the practitioner is adept, it is indeed feasible to forego such methods. Yet, as time progresses, the potency and intricacy of techniques inevitably escalate, potentially reaching levels that ordinary individuals cannot comprehend. Consider the ancient invention of the abacus, designed to ease calculations. While some individuals with exceptional computational skills might outpace the abacus, the increasing complexity of problems led to the advent of modern computers. The challenges faced by an abacus and those tackled by contemporary computers exist on entirely different planes. Humans can no longer compete with modern computing capabilities, and certain dilemmas can only be resolved with the aid of technology. Thus, rather than discarding sealing techniques, we ought to delve deeper into their essence and elevate their significance. Even if we were to consign them to the annals of history, it should only be after the emergence of superior auxiliary tools. Not daring to gaze long at the figurine in Shili's hands, Shibai quickly articulated his purpose. I wish to know the methods for traversing to other worlds. It pertains to the experiment that Orochimaru is currently conducting, does it not? I have refined their experiments based on my understanding, although it may not entirely align with your expectations. A sense of despair enveloped Shibai, and before he could inquire further, a stream of light imprinted itself upon his brow. A deluge of information and data flooded his mind. The interdimensional experiments conducted by Orochimaru share a fundamental principle with the limited Tsukuyomi. The distinction lies in the fact that the limited Tsukuyomi can transport physical entities across dimensions, albeit affecting a limited number of individuals. Conversely, Orochimaru's experiments focus more on the transcendence of the spiritual form, creating a state akin to Obito's shadow in the limited Tsukuyomi realm, with the advantage of encompassing a vast number of subjects. Having absorbed the information, Shibai's flicker of hope extinguished instantaneously. This could hardly be deemed a genuine means of world hopping. Do you possess any alternative methods? He asked, filled with anticipation as he looked at Shilu. There are options, yet they are predominantly perilous. I cannot guarantee whether you will land on the planetary surface, within its core, in the void of space, or in the interstices of time and space. Are you certain you wish to be a test subject? Shilu regarded him with an encouraging gaze. I shall ponder this further. Shibai suddenly found himself less inclined to flee the cyber ninja realm upon reflection. While the environment was harsh and devoid of any semblance of enjoyment, he had managed to establish a precarious foothold, at least for the moment. There was no immediate threat to his survival. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a while longer. In due time, this world will surely unveil more sophisticated interdimensional technologies. Shilu remained noncommittal regarding Shibai's sentiments. Are there any other inquiries? Shibai bowed his head in contemplation. Visiting once a month seemed insufficient, and it felt remiss not to inquire further before returning. His gaze suddenly fell upon the figurine that Shilu was meticulously arranging. Do you possess any methods to swiftly enhance my prowess? Shilu lifted his head, his eyes brimming with approval as he cleared his throat. I have several transformation schemes tailored for serpentine beings, commencing from the internal meridians to promote the conversion and amalgamation of chakra affinities. I offer upgrades from bloodline limits to bloodline networks. Should you find ninjutsu bloodlines unappealing, I also possess the means to elevate beast chakra, transforming into a pure chakra life form. As long as the spirit endures, even in death, one can coalesce and resurrect. I have also explored mechanical ascension routes and dragon transformation pathways. Shilu had long sought an opportunity to promote and test his academic achievements in a different realm, eager to identify any deficiencies or areas for enhancement. After all, practice is the sole criterion for verifying truth. He had yet to find the occasion until Shibai volunteered himself. Chapter 33, Journey to Another World. Shibai gradually opened his eyes, the torrent of information in his mind seemingly finding an outlet, slowly calming. He used his tail to massage his swollen head, inundated with various surgical materials regarding human serpent transformations, many of which involved the brain, an aggressive undertaking in the tournament of the ninja realm. He recalled the gentle demeanor of the respondent during their first encounter. The contrast was stark, yet it seemed reasonable. The standards of everyone in this ninja world were perpetually being surpassed, and prolonged exposure inevitably influenced one's disposition. Shaking his head, Shibai selected a few simpler surgeries from the myriad of options swirling in his mind. He retrieved some materials from the laboratory and sought out the white snake sage. You rascal, if you're selling these research results, you better have the copyrights, the white snake sage reprimanded, tapping his pipe and gazing at Shibai with evident confusion. Have you lost your mind, or has someone ensnared you with illusions? Just tell me if you want to proceed. If possible, Shibai preferred not to sell. However, his funds were insufficient, and the Research Institute's budget had been severely curtailed due to Orochimaru's cross-world projects in Konoha. There was no leeway to reallocate funds. To procure the materials and equipment necessary for the surgeries, selling became imperative. Well, if you're selling, I shall certainly accept. The white snake sage scrutinized Shibai, quickly discerning his pressing need for money, and chose not to press further. He even refrained from haggling, acquiring all of Shibai's results. Surprised, Shibai glanced at the white snake sage, realizing that after all these years, he had not perceived this side of the old man. The sage exhaled a plume of smoke. Be off with you. The payment will be sent later. Shibai retracted his previous assessment. The old man remained unchanged, as shrewd as ever. At the far reaches of the world, in the village of Konoha, the relentless endeavors of multiple research teams, bolstered by Orochimaru's unwavering support, have yielded a plethora of breakthroughs in the realm of spiritual studies. Numerous new theories have been proposed. Yet, the most critical aspect of the project, how to facilitate the transcendence of spiritual consciousness across realms, has not produced any remarkable results until a certain research group in Konoha, dedicated to the nature of chakra, deciphered the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan. This ancient tablet, a relic from the era of the Sage of Six Paths, is inscribed with a wealth of esoteric knowledge, including insights into the infinite Tsukuyami and the tailed beasts. Upon acquiring this information, the Moon Reading Project team promptly requested Orochimaru's permission to experiment with the tailed beasts. The outcome was astonishing. A curious interaction occurred between the chakra of the tailed beasts and the Yin release chakra, resulting in a fusion that exerted a profound stimulation on the soul and spirit. In the Moon Reading Laboratory, the chakra of the Zero Tails and the Nine-Tailed Beast was harmonized in an extraordinary manner, sealed within a massive spherical glass container at the center. Numerous conduits extended from this vessel, connecting to various experimental chambers, where both civilians and ninjas lay within. The sole commonality among them was that they were all living beings. The bodies reanimated through the impure world reincarnation exhibit a resistance to most illusions, rendering the effects of mental interference negligible, thus making them unsuitable as test subjects. A cadre of diligent researchers, fixated on their screens, feared missing even the slightest data. At that moment, a researcher clad in white approached from a distance, stating, "Sir, we have encountered some peculiar phenomena." He presented the report to Uchiha Chiri. Typically, there exists a notable distinction in the mental fluctuations of the living under normal circumstances compared to those affected by ninjutsu. Even the likes of Tsukuyomi are not exceptions. However, we have observed that the mental fluctuations of certain test subjects bear a striking resemblance to their normal state when not under jutsu, albeit exhibiting a faint anomaly. I shall investigate. Uchiha Chiri remained unperturbed. Since the commencement of the experiments, she had encountered numerous peculiarities, rendering her indifferent to minor irregularities. Approaching the problematic experimental pods, the instruments abruptly emitted a buzzing sound, and the mental fluctuations displayed on one subject's screen transformed into a straight line, followed swiftly by similar occurrences in other subjects. Curiously, their bodies remained alive. Uchiha Chiri furrowed her brow slightly. Eliminate them, revive them, and inquire what they remember. Compile the findings into a report. Yes, my lord. Having issued her commands, Uchiha Chiri resumed her focus. A day elapsed quietly, and the experiments were temporarily halted. Uchiha Chiri, akin to a precise machine, meticulously reviewed each experimental report. One document captured her attention. Several subjects, while recounting their experiences under jutsu, described a ghostly state in which they found themselves in an unfamiliar Konoha, immune to physical attacks, yet vulnerable to genjutsu. They could enter the bodies of others, but lacked control, competing with the original hosts. Some were eliminated, and upon reopening their eyes, they had transformed into the undead. Is this it? Uchiha Chiri felt as though she heard a voice in the ether proclaiming that she had succeeded. Yet it was also possible that they had collectively entered the same illusion, leading to unforeseen consequences. The experiment must continue. Only after eliminating all other possibilities can a report be composed and submitted. She identified the illusions within that set of experimental subjects and instructed to arrange additional groups for testing, simultaneously designing a small experiment that required all participants to engage within the realm of illusion. The degree of simulation in the illusion is limited, unable to fully replicate reality, leaving considerable gaps. The real world is replete with intricate details. To ascertain whether one resides in reality or illusion, the most reliable method, while maintaining a state of consciousness, remains to conduct experiments that delve into the essence of existence itself. Naturally, one must consider that the world of illusion may not possess sufficient conditions. Uchiha Chiri's experiment was designed with simplicity in mind, requiring subjects to observe the microscopic structures of flora and fauna, repeating the observation of the same targets every half hour. In the real world, the microscopic structures of living organisms would show minimal variation. However, in the realm of illusion or dreams, a significant amount of detail would be lost, resulting in discrepancies in the observed phenomena. The orderly experiment continued for a month. Uchiha Chiri compiled the data into a report and submitted it. The following day, at the Moon Reading Project Laboratory, the doors opened automatically. Uchiha Chiri nodded slightly to the visitor, Lord Orochimaru. Surprisingly, you have made such progress so swiftly. It has barely been 6 months, Orochimaru remarked with a smile, recalling that he had prepared for this endeavor for several years, even decades. He had not anticipated such rapid results. Uchiha Chiri shook his head. It is the inherent characteristics of mental power that have facilitated this. We merely capitalized on it. Establishing a genuine space-time portal for seamless material exchange between both realms is an arduous task, likely requiring decades for substantial outcomes. Nonetheless, this is already quite remarkable. Orochimaru gazed at the various experimental pods. Dr. Chiri, may I experience it? To venture into another world? My lord, that is exceedingly perilous, Uchiha Chiri replied, astonished. The consciousness formed upon arrival possesses limited power. Should a formidable opponent be present on the other side, you could perish there. But one can be resurrected, can't one? Orochimaru responded nonchalantly. Go ahead and make arrangements. If I die, it might just advance some new research topics, such as transforming a corpse into a living being. Very well. Chapter 34. The Phantoms. The First World, Kanahagakure. Once a bustling commercial street now lay desolate, with only a few ninja tool shops still operational. While the rest of the establishments remained tightly shuttered, the air thick with an overwhelming sense of desolation. The adjacent residential area also harbored but a scant few souls. Within a mere month, Konohagakure had transformed into a ghost town. At the Hokage Tower, Minato fidgeted in his office. An oppressive feeling had clung to him like a relentless curse since a month prior, as if an impending calamity loomed on the horizon. Creak. Nara Shikaku entered. Hokage-sama. Shikaku, how have matters been progressing? Minato inquired, his heavy demeanor slightly alleviated upon seeing his visitor. With the assistance of the village's ninjas, the evacuation of the populace is nearly complete. After reporting the situation, Shikaku glanced at Minato, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Minato understood his unspoken concerns, tugging at the corners of his mouth in an attempt to ease Shikaku. Yet ultimately, he could not summon a smile. Speak your mind. I am aware that many harbor strong dissent regarding my actions. Nara Shikaku took a deep breath, solemnly shaking his head. No, Minato, I do not believe you have erred. On the contrary, your decisions have been quite commendable. The origins of the situation trace back over a month. Phantoms began to manifest within Konohagakure. These ethereal apparitions lacked physical form, rendering physical attacks utterly ineffective. Only Jinjutsu could marginally affect them. They appear to possess a semblance of familiarity with Konoha. Yet their understanding remains incomplete, and they predominantly exhibit a highly aggressive demeanor. Numerous specters, upon manifestation, endeavor to seize the bodies of ordinary citizens. Fortunately, their combat prowess is generally inadequate. Once Konoha discerned their true nature, they adeptly resolved the initial wave of specters. However, the repercussions of these events did not cease. Following the discovery of a single specter, each subsequent day witnessed the emergence of more specters in designated areas at unpredictable intervals, varying in strength, thereby instilling a sense of dread among the populace. Under the directive of the Hokage, Konoha established a special task force to investigate, aiming to address the issue at its source. Yet, what truly compelled Konoha to adopt a state of heightened vigilance, exerting their utmost efforts, was the alarming intelligence gleaned from the specters themselves. All specters are, in essence, human. They hail from another realm, a world where Danzo and Orochimaru ascend to the position of Hokage. Now, that world has discovered this one. Minato is resolute in his decision to evacuate the entire populace of Konoha, yet his actions do not garner universal approval. Who can ascertain the veracity of the ghosts' claims? What if they are mere fabrications? Furthermore, although the ghosts exhibit peculiar abilities, their demonstrated power does not seem particularly formidable. Konoha is, after all, one of the 5 great military powers in the world. To forcibly evacuate the citizenry based on unverifiable information would undoubtedly reflect a weakness to the outside world and a tyrannical, unilateral decision-making process within. Numerous ninja clans and commoners vehemently oppose Minato's exaggerated response, inciting considerable unrest. Meanwhile, spies and scouts from other villages employ their cunning to stir the pot. Nevertheless, Minato remains steadfast in his convictions. Coupled with the fact that he has solidified his position as Hokage over recent years, the evacuation policy continues to be implemented, rendering Konoha a ghost town. Minato lifted his gaze, observing that Nara Shikaku's expression was devoid of pretense. Do you truly believe this? Indeed, Shikaku replied. When the enemy remains unknown, underestimating them and harboring arrogance are grave errors. The ghost's ability to appear silently within Konoha without leaving any trace attests to their strength. For the protection of the populace and the village, a temporary evacuation is the most prudent course of action. Minato, you must rally yourself. Our 4th Hokage cannot falter. If you collapse, Konoha will truly face disaster, Shikaku encouraged, casually lighting a cigarette. In that moment, the hesitation and fatigue etched on Minato's face dissipated. I will. By the way, should we ascertain the timing for the return of the populace, or wait until we understand how the ghosts manifest? Before Shikaku could finish his thought, he suddenly froze. A terrifying wave of chakra surged from the northeast of the village. Almost immediately, a tremendous roar reverberated through the sky, accompanied by clouds of dust. It was the area where the ghosts had manifested. The two exchanged a glance, both realizing the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting in alarm. The northeastern corner of Konoha had been strictly sealed off since the ghost's emergence, with all residents evacuated at the earliest opportunity. At any moment, at least 2 elite Jinjutsu teams and 1 regular squad were stationed there, ensuring that they could control the situation upon the ghost's appearance. Yet even so, Some ghosts managed to infiltrate underground and escape due to their unique characteristics. Fortunately, it seemed that the ghosts could not remain in this realm for an extended period. Even those who had managed to evade capture would ultimately be summoned back to their original world, should they appear once more. It would undoubtedly be from the northeastern corner of Konoha. In other words, the line would be forcibly returned to the village. This realization brought a sigh of relief to Minato and the other high-ranking officials of Konoha. The adversary was unable to act freely, and the situation remained within a controllable scope. Through robust measures, Konoha firmly maintained control over the northeastern region of the village. However, changes were inevitable. A phantom suddenly emerged. Distinct from any previous specter, its formidable presence swiftly seizing control of a ninja's body, leading to an immediate confrontation with the station ninjas. Cries for help erupted alongside a colossal explosion. Illusion team, come quickly. Someone's body has been taken over. Ordinary illusions are ineffective. Ordinary illusions do not work on him. Save me. The agonized screams and pleas swiftly faded, leaving the reinforcements drenched in cold sweat. How could an elite squad composed entirely of jonin be annihilated so swiftly? Who exactly had arrived? A ninja wielding a kunai took a step back in fear, only to feel a heavy hand settle upon his shoulder. His heart skipped a beat as he turned to find it was Minato, exclaiming, "Hokage-sama." Minato surveyed the extensive devastation. His expression grave. What transpired? The enemy had already occupied the Phantom's birthplace, and all station ninjas had lost contact. According to the last transmitted messages, the enemy had invaded one body and exhibited significant resistance to illusions. The ninja quickly recounted what he knew. Just then, the smoke rising from the battle began to dissipate, revealing 9 figures standing intact at the center of the battlefield. These were the ninjas stationed by Konoha to control the birthplace of the Phantoms. They were alive, but had nearly all lost their sanity. Everyone be cautious. Those inside have all had their bodies seized. Narashikaku shouted, urging all to abandon any last vestiges of hope. At the heart of the battlefield, the leader slowly turned around, the muscles and bones of his face shifting incessantly. When the transformation ceased, what emerged before everyone was a visage they recognized all too well. Orochimaru. Chapter 35. The Negotiation of 2 Konoha. Orochimaru. Some ninjas, upon recognizing the newcomer, felt an unexpected sense of relief. Compared to those eerie, intangible phantom elites, Orochimaru was far more familiar, subtly alleviating the pressure. Although he was one of the legendary Sannin, they had the 4th Hokage and a multitude of Konoha's elites on their side. However, for many others, the threat loomed large. In the realm of phantoms, Konoha's leader was also Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze and his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. This world had become yours to govern as Hokage. Orochimaru cast a glance at the gathering ninjas in the distance, turning his gaze towards the Shadow Rock. Utterly oblivious to the palpable tension surrounding him, beside the 1st and 2nd Hokage, where his and Danzo's faces should have been, stood Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato Namikaze. Having previously heard Uchiha Izumi speak of this peculiar scenario, he now found it undeniably intriguing. Sarutobi Hiruzen was understandable. Being the disciple of the 2nd Hokage and a formidable contender for the position of Hokage alongside Danzo. However, the fact that Minato Namikaze, a member of the Akatsuki organization, had ascended to the role of Hokage in this realm was truly astonishing. Life is indeed wondrous. Orochimaru, are you the one invading this world? Minato's eyes were fixed intently on Orochimaru, a strong foreboding stirring within him. Danger, this individual before him exuded an extreme peril, even more formidable than the Nine-Tails. Invasion? Is that how you perceive me? Orochimaru replied, taken aback, shaking his head in denial. No, I am merely a scholar, in pursuit of science and the unknown, rather than an ambitious politician. Moreover, even if I wished to, I lack the stable technology to traverse the dimensional gates, rendering it impossible for me to truly arrive here. The atmosphere seemed to gradually ease, with some ninjas pondering whether there was a misunderstanding at play. I am merely conducting experiments. Experiments? Indeed, not long ago, an individual from another world unexpectedly appeared in my realm, bearing remarkably fine materials. This ignited my curiosity about other worlds. Orochimaru patiently elucidated to the gathered ninjas. Since each world cultivates its own unique technologies, why not explore other worlds to acquire their knowledge and facilitate our own development? However, it appears that you harbor some hostility towards us. Orochimaru shrugged his shoulders, a hint of regret in his expression. Hostility? The moment your people appeared, they attempted to attack the villagers of Konoha, seizing their bodies. Minato's expression darkened, serving not only as a reminder to Orochimaru, but also as a caution to those ninjas present who harbored any notions of leniency. They are confronted by a ninja from a realm characterized by extreme aggression. One cannot simply transpose their circumstances onto the Leaf Village across the divide and entertain notions of reconciliation. Indeed, the mental state of the experimental subjects leaves much to be desired. However, are you not also engaged in the act of exterminating them? It seems to balance out. Orochimaru expressed little interest in the discourse surrounding the lives of the common folk, deeming it unworthy to expend energy squabbling over mere expendables. Konoha's Minato. Let us not dwell on such trivial discussions any longer. Let us converse on matters of substance. With arms outstretched, Orochimaru's slit-like eyes surveyed the assembled ninjas, observing the expressions of fear and vigilance upon their faces. We are both Konoha, are we not? Despite existing in disparate worlds, we share many commonalities. Therefore, would it not be prudent to collaborate? My world has advanced at a remarkable pace, and I can offer you technological assistance, sophisticated ninjutsu, chakra-based weaponry, and artificial bloodline techniques to aid you in unifying the entire ninja realm. In exchange, I merely require your engagement in specific scientific experiments that pique my interest and the collection of unique technological data from your world to be delivered to me. It is, indeed, a most advantageous arrangement, is it not? Many ninjas felt their hearts quicken at the proposition. The prospect of having a more advanced Konoha as a support in their quest to conquer the ninja realm, in exchange for merely providing inconsequential technical data and establishing a few research institutions, seemed almost too fortuitous. Yet, some ninjas exhibited resistance. The Third Ninja World War had only recently subsided, and many had lost dear friends and family on the battlefield. Now was a time for recuperation, not for embarking on another war at the behest of a being from another world. They were reluctant, regardless of their attitudes. All eyes inadvertently fell upon the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As the focal point of attention, he bore the heaviest burden. If given the choice, he would certainly prefer not to find himself inexplicably at odds with Konoha from another realm, igniting a conflict. No matter the grievances that the other world may have inflicted, they had not personally suffered from them. For the time being, there was no animosity between the two sides. They are unable to reach each other's homeland. Should they refuse and commence hostilities, the clash would undoubtedly erupt within the native soil of Konoha. A defeat would result in the loss of everything, while a victory would yield no substantial benefits, leaving Konoha in ruins. Conversely, agreeing to cooperate would present numerous advantages. From a purely pragmatic standpoint, Minato had no justification to decline, particularly since his recent evacuation of the entire village had led to a significant decline in his reputation. Securing Orochimaru's support could swiftly restore that standing. Had this scenario been presented to another politician, they would likely have honored Orochimaru as an esteemed guest. Engaging in extensive discussions throughout the night, the atmosphere was charged with an array of glances, seemingly animated, urging Minato to acquiesce. Even if he initially feigned compliance only to betray the agreement later, it would still be deemed acceptable. However, a different voice within Minato urged him to remain composed, reminding him that he stood at the precipice of a grave decision. He could not afford any illusions. Orochimaru's offerings were not easily obtained. Taking a deep breath, Minato contemplated. What experiments? Human experimentation or ninjutsu experimentation? Both were on the table. To advance science rapidly, one must inevitably pay a price, whether it be moral, human, or otherwise. Orochimaru's demeanor gradually shifted to one of seriousness, as if he anticipated Minato's forthcoming decision. Of course, one could also choose to externalize this cost. In a world abundant with nations and individuals, viewing the populace of other countries, the enemies, as mere subjects for research could mitigate personal sacrifice. After all, ninjas frequently take lives in the context of war, do they not? Therefore, transforming the violence for land and resources into scientific experimentation for the future of humanity. For a loftier objective, why should that be unacceptable? Ultimately, the outcome remains the same. Lives will be lost. Allowing those fated to perish to contribute some value before their end. Would that not serve the greater good of this world? Orochimaru's tone grew increasingly frigid, confident that he had conveyed his message with clarity. Had it not been for the urgent depletion of resources from another world, or the consideration of the immense costs associated with interdimensional consciousness transfer, Supporting a regime under one's control would undoubtedly prove more efficient. He would never waste his time here with the fourth Hokage. The presence of ninjas, bewildered by Orochimaru's convoluted reasoning, suddenly made the notion of human experimentation seem less unacceptable. As his thoughts became a tangled mess, a sudden, forceful shout pierced through his reverie. "No, this is different." Everyone turned to look. The fourth Hokage replied with conviction, "The future of the world is peace. I shall not deliberately pursue war. I will not accept war as an eternal state merely because it has existed in the past, nor will I rationalize the wanton initiation of conflict. Even if, as you claim, subjugating others could temporarily spare Konoha from bloodshed, what if one day the experiment demands the blood of Konoha? Can we not find others to take their place? What if the experiment takes precedence over Konoha?" Minato questioned Orochimaru. Orochimaru replied with a sense of entitlement. "Of course. We will continue the bloodshed, continue the sacrifices." Minato's gaze sharpened. "So?" Orochimaru's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Therefore, I refuse." "You refuse." Both Minato and Orochimaru spoke simultaneously. The former shouted while the latter murmured to himself. Yet, there remained one point of agreement. Their gazes brimmed with hostility. Chapter 36. The Crushing Stance. "You have made a grave miscalculation." Orochimaru vanished in a blink, reappearing with his hands transformed into serpents, lunging at Minato with astonishing speed, leaving the surrounding ninjas unable to react. With a thunderous roar, the immense force caused the entire building to collapse, debris scattering and dust swirling. "Fourth Hokage!" A ninja exclaimed in shock, forming hand seals to unleash jutsu. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Great Typhoon. The two techniques combined, igniting flames that seemed poised to engulf the entire world, the heat wave evaporating every trace of moisture in the vicinity. Yet, Orochimaru did not flinch. A faint shimmering barrier enveloped him. As the potent fusion jutsu approached, it rapidly withered, consumed, and absorbed. At that moment, the elusive Minato reappeared, employing his Flying Thunder God technique, launching a specially crafted kunai from a remarkably cunning angle. The blade was mere inches from Orochimaru's nape, but his hand was ensnared by an overwhelming force, preventing any advance. Grasping Minato's hand, Orochimaru casually remarked, "Your use of the Flying Thunder God is commendable. However, it is still insufficient." He raised his hand like lightning, aiming a strike at Minato's head, intending to dispatch his opponent with a single blow. However, Minato's movements were swifter. The moment he was grasped by Orochimaru, he relinquished the kunai in his grasp, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish and extricate himself from his binds. He deftly seized the fallen kunai and thrust it from a more advantageous angle. Orochimaru, caught off guard, felt the sharp blade slice through his corporeal form, leaving a crimson trail. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Minato executed the third phase of the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing in an alternate direction, where he gathered a spiraling sphere of chakra and sent Orochimaru hurtling backwards, crashing through several edifices. Had he succeeded? Minato dared not relax. According to his previous observations, a host could be severely injured, allowing the spirit to be expelled. The illusionist ninja seized this fortuitous moment, weaving hand signs to unleash a barrage of genjutsu simultaneously. Yet, in the next instant, they themselves were taken aback, unleashing indiscriminate assaults upon their nearby comrades. The surrounding ninjas, caught unawares, suffered heavy casualties, with some of the possessed beginning to turn against their allies. "Yamashiro, have you lost your mind?" "Orochimaru, I will not hold back any longer. Stop this. You are attacking your own people." The initial siege devolved into chaos, as ninjas began to assault each other. The essence of genjutsu lies in mental disruption and information exchange. Thus, when the caster employs illusions to attack others, they too become exposed to the adversary's gaze. Understanding this, if one can seize the opportunity and employ a modicum of strategy, they can lead their opponent to their own ruin. Amidst the battlefield's ruins, Orochimaru strolled leisurely, his eyes a vivid crimson, three tomo encircling his pupils, intertwining into a double helix reminiscent of genetic structure. He appeared to be unscathed, his only injury being a few minor tears in his clothing. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Minato stared incredulously into Orochimaru's eyes. How could someone who had merely possessed the body of an ordinary J-nin have attained the Sharingan? Moreover, Orochimaru's demeanor suggested he was quite familiar with this power. Could the strength of the soul project itself into any vessel? Your ignorance of ninjutsu and science astounds me. to remain oblivious while resisting progress, and failing to seize the opportunities before you. Such folly warrants death. Orochimaru's demeanor grew serious. Within his crimson Sharingan, the double helix pattern slowly rotated. In the cybernetic ninja realm, the artificial bodies Orochimaru had cultivated were infused with the vast majority of bloodline limits from the ninja world. Although most could not be transported to this realm, the Uchiha Sharingan was an exception. Perhaps it also related to the Sharingan being the ultimate mutation of In release. The ability awakened by Orochimaru's Mangekyou Sharingan, named Izanami and Izanagi, one representing Yin and the other Yang, were the deities of creation from folklore, also known as Izanami and Izanagi. However, their capabilities differed entirely from the Uchiha clan's techniques. Izanami and Izanagi endowed Orochimaru with formidable analytical and reconstructive powers. As long as he had thoroughly analyzed something and had sufficient materials, he could manipulate and recreate it using his ocular technique. He could control his cellular structure to rapidly consume nutrients and divide, maintaining his body in peak condition. He could merge chakra to simulate various bloodline limits and eliminate them. All of this was within his capabilities. Tiny points of light began to materialize around him. Minato sensed impending doom and shouted to those around him, "Retreat!" Yet it was too late. Dust release, boundary severance. The minuscule points of light erupted into blinding white beams, and wherever the lasers swept, houses, ninja, and rock formations were cleaved in two. The terrifying onslaught obliterated Konoha in an instant, reducing it to ruins, the sounds of collapse echoing, one wave louder than the last. It was unfathomable to imagine what would have transpired had Minato not issued the evacuation order. The surviving ninja, crawling from the rubble, beheld the devastation of Konoha, their initial anger giving way to overwhelming fear. Was this truly a feat achievable by a mere human? Yet, some began to analyze the situation at hand. Nara Shikaku shouted, "He has merely possessed other ninja to unleash such a large-scale attack. His chakra is nearly depleted. Now is our chance." The remaining ninja snapped back to reality. Chakra was the essence of a ninja. Without it, even the mightiest would pose no threat. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Mutual explosive tags. Due to Orochimaru's ability to absorb ninjutsu, they refrained from using any techniques, fearing that their jutsu would merely serve as a source of replenishment for him. His analytical prowess was commendable, indeed. This body had little chakra left. However, a few uses of ninjutsu should suffice. The double helix within the Sharingan began to spin once more. Orochimaru's physique visibly emaciated, as the energy within his muscles and fat was rapidly drained. Wood release. Birth of the world of trees. Thick roots, several meters wide, continuously sprouted, as if the hardened earth were effortlessly pierced, with the ninja tools hurled by the leaf ninjas vanishing without even causing a ripple. The rapidly growing roots trampled and ravaged everything in Konoha, possessing the ability to absorb chakra. They siphoned the chakra from every ninja they touched, sending it back to Orochimaru. His gaunt body immediately regained vitality, radiating an even more vigorous life force. In stark contrast, Konoha had now completely transformed into a forest, devoid of any semblance of its former appearance. "Now, I trust you have come to terms with the disparity of reality," Orochimaru remarked, slightly bored. This level of resistance barely constituted a warm-up. Was Konoha truly this weak? As such thoughts crossed his mind, a chilling sense of imminent danger enveloped him. Minato appeared less than a meter away, accompanied by a specter clad in a massive white robe, clutching a dagger. Almost simultaneously, a heavy sensation of confinement descended upon Orochimaru, immobilizing him as Minato seized him. Sealing technique. Dead demon consuming seal. A sealing technique targeting the soul, capable of genuinely harming Orochimaru, perhaps even detaining him. Nevertheless, Orochimaru maintained a calm demeanor, even engaging in conversation with Minato. "I recall erasing the flying thunder god mark from my body. How did you manage to appear so suddenly?" Minato had inscribed the flying thunder god seal upon Orochimaru during his previous assault, a detail that Orochimaru had already detected and subsequently torn away. Previously, Konoha had been attacked, and to prevent such occurrences from reoccurring, I had taken the opportunity to inscribe the flying thunder god seal throughout Konoha. As Minato explained, he tightly grasped Orochimaru. He could not allow him to escape, absolutely not. With illusions proving ineffective, sealing remained the best course of action, aiming to imprison his very soul within this realm. A home field advantage? But what use is that? Utilizing this technique will lead to your demise as well. At the very least, I intend to keep you here. The sealing of the death god neared its conclusion, pulling at the consciousness within Orochimaru, dragging it back. That is not a certainty. He has studied nearly 10,000 forms of ninjutsu and secret arts, including the Reaper Death Seal. The double helix pattern of the Sharingan begins to spin once more. A force emanating from the soul erupts, breaking free from the grasp of the Shinigami. Orochimaru effortlessly detaches from his original body, selecting a comatose ninja at random to inhabit, thereby restoring himself to his prime condition. Now what will you do? Chapter 37, Koto Amatsukami. Minato stands frozen. Even the Reaper Death Seal cannot halt the Shinigami behind him, which drags the original soul from Orochimaru's body and seals it away. The technique is complete. Minato's life officially enters its countdown. Once the technique concludes, he too shall return to the Shinigami's embrace. Not far away, Orochimaru, now in a new body, stretches his neck, producing a cacophony of cracking bones. Considering you have relinquished your body once, I can grant you another chance. Even liberate you from the side effects of the Reaper Death Seal, allowing you to live. Minato Namikaze, will you still refuse? Upon hearing this, Minato remains resolute. Without a hint of hesitation, I refuse. No matter how many times, my stance will not waver. I shall never engage in war nor enslave others for your reasons. Minato, born an orphan of war, has endured the ravages of conflict since childhood. It is precisely because he has suffered so greatly that he strives for peace whenever possible. Fully aware of the brutality of war, he adamantly rejects its normalization or sanctification. Orochimaru, his patience entirely depleted, scoffs at such stubbornness, deeming it meaningless. Merely a means to cause more death. Countless roots rise skyward, thrashing the earth, a terrifying power causing the ground to tremble and crack. What does it matter if the flying thunder god mark spreads throughout the village? He would bury the entire village along with you beneath the earth. Minato's space for movement dwindles. Suddenly, Orochimaru halts, sensing danger. Innumerable roots intertwine to form a shield. A resonating hum. A crimson beam strikes the root shield. An overwhelming force surpassing what the roots can absorb, easily shattering the outer layer. Yet there exists a limit. The deeper one goes, the slower the force diminishes. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the remaining power is absorbed by Orochimaru. Kushina, enveloped in tailed beast chakra, appears beside Minato. When Orochimaru attacked, she and a group of elite leaf ninjas were evacuating villagers, maintaining order. Upon receiving news of an attack on the leaf, they rushed over, only to encounter Orochimaru performing would release. Minato, are you alright? Kushina's words falter as she spots the spectral figure of the Shinigami behind Minato. Turning swiftly, she glares furiously at Orochimaru. You bastard. A torrent of nine tails chakra surged forth, causing the number of tails behind Kushina to multiply dramatically as she recklessly charged towards Orochimaru. Kushina, be cautious. He is the Orochimaru from another world, Minato exclaimed, desperately attempting to reach her. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, causing him to pause for a moment. The nine tails, quite intriguing. Orochimaru recalled the nine tails from his own world, having previously attempted to capture it without success. However, he later acquired a substantial amount of nine tails chakra by resurrecting two ninjas from the hidden cloud. With a clap of his hands, he invoked the wood release, wood golem technique. The writhing roots coalesced into a colossal wooden figure towering 100 meters high, striking out with a punch that was deftly evaded. Utilizing the momentum, Kushina leaped onto the arm of the wooden giant, rapidly closing the distance. The pitch-black tailed beast ball was swallowed within. Just as she was about to unleash it, the wooden figure suddenly disintegrated into roots, leaving Kushina without support, causing her to plummet under the force of gravity. The roots constricted around her, forming a cage, and with a mournful cry, she was forced to revert from her tailed beast transformation, her chakra depleting rapidly. In a critical moment, Minato arrived just in time, rescuing Kushina through the flying thunder god technique. Take care of yourself, he managed to say with a glance before darting back towards Orochimaru. He had to act swiftly to eliminate Orochimaru while time still permitted. Overestimating his own abilities, Minato's flying thunder god proved ineffective against Orochimaru. Akin to a persistent mosquito buzzing around, occasionally biting and proving bothersome. With sufficient chakra at his disposal, Orochimaru grew weary of this cat-and-mouse game. Dust release, cutting technique. Hundreds of minuscule orbs of light materialized around Orochimaru, emanating a radiance capable of severing worlds. Under the deluge of dust-release light, nothing could withstand even a millisecond. Minato had no choice but to evade continuously using the flying thunder god, his chakra depleting rapidly. Orochimaru offered no respite wherever Minato appeared. The cutting light would follow close behind. It targeted not just Minato, but also his landing spots, and the remaining flying thunder god marks were diminishing swiftly. Minato felt as if he were dancing on the edge of a blade. A single misstep could spell his doom. Boom. Orochimaru, do you dare to disturb Konoha? Uchiha Fugaku, wielding Susanoo, launched an attack from the side, striking with a punch that was blocked by the wooden defense. In the next instant, he and Susanoo were ensnared by the roots and hurled away. It was in that fleeting moment of distraction that Minato finally found an opportunity to approach Orochimaru. The bizarre binding of the corpse demon technique, seemingly originating from the soul, re-emerged. Orochimaru's movements became slightly sluggish, yet he remained unfazed, with all your might. You expect a failed technique to have any effect? The twin spirals within the kaleidoscopic Sharingan began to rotate once more, unleashing a familiar surge of power that sought to break free from its restraints. Seizing the moment while the bindings remained, Minato hurled a flying thunder god kunai. Orochimaru, dismissive, swatted at the kunai. However, an unforeseen twist occurred. Bang. The kunai transformed mid-air into a youthful figure, with 3 obsidian tomos spinning wildly, intertwining and resembling a blade. Orochimaru, taken aback, attempted to instantaneously retreat, but it was too late. Uchiha Shursui unleashed his full ocular prowess, Kodo Amatsukami. The world seemed to freeze at that instant. The earth-shattering wood release ceased, the thunderous sounds vanished, and all the ninjas, previously beleaguered under Orochimaru's might, exhaled in relief. Upon landing, Shursui cupped his eyes in agony, feeling as though they might burst, yet he swiftly turned to Minato, inquiring, Lord Fourth, have we succeeded? Minato, with a vigilant gaze fixed on Orochimaru, replied, it seems so. The majority of the Uchiha clan were now supporters of Minato. Upon hearing of Konoha's assault, Fugaku and Shursui accompanied Kushina to provide assistance, alongside several Umbu and elite ninjas. When Kushina engaged, they devised a hasty plan. Fugaku and the others would draw attention, while Shursui transformed into Minato's kunai, allowing them to approach Orochimaru together, seizing the moment when Orochimaru would be off guard. The risk was substantial, yet it appeared they had succeeded. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, a peculiar laughter pierced the air, tautening their nerves. Could it be that even Kodo Amatsukami cannot vanquish Orochimaru? The immobilized Orochimaru resumed his movements, assessing the tense Minato and Shursui, yet he harbored no intent to attack, instead praising, impressive. I nearly fell for it. Had it been a few years ago, before my soul surgery, I would have surely succumbed. However, the circumstances were still precarious. 2 conflicting thoughts clashed within him. Continuing to obliterate Konoha seemed impractical now. He needed to retreat and recuperate, allowing his original memory to overwrite his current persona. Even if you have triumphed today, this is far from over. Orochimaru cast a lingering glance at the duo before his consciousness drifted away, vanishing from sight. Minato and Shursui initially believed the other was merely posturing, but the next moment, a series of explosions echoed from the distance. While engaged with Konoha's elite, Orochimaru's previously controlled puppets were not idle. In the Konoha Memorial Park, the reanimated ninjas emerged with darkened eyes, rising from the sanctified earth. Their minds reduced to a singular directive, to unleash the calamity of the reanimated dead and gather all visible ninjutsu data. Chapter 38, Destiny. At the crossroads my life has been somewhat rough. The reanimated ninjas continued to manifest, yet Minato had exhausted his strength to thwart them. The Shinigami relentlessly tugged at his soul. As his life approached its final moments, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. He could only manage to offer a smile to Kushina, who was rushing towards him in tears. He collapsed with a resounding thud, and a torrent of memories flooded his mind. He had been taken in by Konoha as a war orphan from a young age, aspiring to become Hokage, to transform the world, and to protect his comrades and homeland. He later encountered Kushina, his teacher Jiraiya, as well as Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. After the long-awaited end of the war, he achieved his dream of becoming Hokage, striving to ease the conflicts within the village. Yet, before he could accomplish anything significant, he was abruptly forced to depart, leaving behind a legacy marred by scorn. Perhaps he had been somewhat greedy. Had it not been for the enigmatic responder from beyond this world who intervened to thwart Obito, both he and Kushina might have perished, leaving Naruto with no family by his side. However, fortunately, Kushina remained. That should provide some solace. Amidst the whirlwind of thoughts, Minato pondered what might have transpired had he acquiesced to Orochimaru. What of oppressing others? As the pinnacle of this world, one could exert pressure without it ever bearing down upon oneself, as long as those one cherished remained unharmed. The lives of the 5 great nations could be sacrificed, and so could those of Konoha, provided that Kushina and Naruto were safe. Yet, here they were, with Konoha unable to defend itself, other ninja villages, upon learning of the news, would surely seize the opportunity to plunder. The land of fire might also falter. Was there any meaning in all this? There was. Minato resolutely answered within himself, though he soon found himself wavering. Perhaps there was, indeed. He awaited death in tranquil silence, yet his thoughts grew increasingly lucid, devoid of any haze. The surroundings gradually faded to a pallid hue, as the boundary between heaven and earth dissolved entirely. In the flickering dim light, tranquility enveloped everything once more. Suddenly, Shuemin sat upright, familiar memories flooding back. This was the realm of questions and answers. You are on the brink of death. A voice echoed from behind. Shuemin turned to behold a towering giant, nearly 4 meters tall, standing ominously before him. He possesses a well-proportioned physique, his fair skin enveloped in a soft, ethereal glow. His waist-length hair cascades with a luminous sheen, the raven strands seeming almost sentient as they curiously observe Minato Namikaze. In contrast to his previous encounter with Shibai, Sheila has undergone a remarkable transformation. His nerve endings extend into each strand of hair, allowing him to manipulate them with the same precision as his limbs. The entirety of his skin has been meticulously designed to detect and receive various forms of electromagnetic waves, which are processed and transmitted to his brain. His chakra pathways have evolved into a denser, more intricate neural network, with each meridian node housing specialized attribute conversion organs, enabling his techniques to surpass those of ninjas from all realms in terms of precision and complexity. His internal organs have been streamlined into a biological reactor capable of withstanding extreme temperatures and pressures while absorbing and transforming diverse energy types. In the realm of reality, an ordinary individual standing beside Sheila would begin to experience hair loss, vomiting blood, and a dramatic increase in cancer risk within 3 minutes. Within 10 minutes, their genetic structure would collapse, leading them towards death. Naturally, Minato remains oblivious to Sheila's profound changes. His gaze was fixed upon the face of Sheila, the giant's smooth cranium, devoid of all features save for his eyes. Even those eyes, unlike any other, were a profound black, akin to obsidian, absorbing all light. Who are you? Shuemin retreated a step, instinctively sensing the formidable presence of the giant before him. I am Sheila. We have met before. Though Sheila possessed no mouth, a voice emanated from him, not through the manipulation of the powers of the question-and-answer realm, but rather, within his new form resided an entirely different vocal mechanism. An image flashed through Shuemin's mind as he gradually opened his mouth wide. He found it utterly impossible to connect this 4-meter-tall, enigmatic giant with the youth he had encountered nearly 2 years prior. Sheila discerned his confusion. This was hardly surprising. Within the realm of the question-and-answer space, I possess the ability to manipulate the flow of time at will, even transitioning in an instant to the moment of your demise. While it may seem to you that little time has elapsed, in my perception, decades have passed since our last meeting. I have been engaged in learning and self-improvement, resulting in some transformations. Watergate, whether comprehending or merely intrigued by the notion that Sheila could traverse to the moment of his death, nodded and remarked, I see. So must I pay a price for my previous inquiry? With my soul? To employ the corpse sealing technique requires a sacrifice of the soul. Thus, facing the inscrutable question-and-answer space, it seems altogether reasonable to offer the soul as a form of payment. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Does this count as killing 2 birds with 1 stone, or selling 1 soul for 2? No, I have no interest in your soul, and as for the question-and-answer space, it is likely devoid of cost. Sheila quickly grasped the mindset of Watergate, finding it both amusing and perplexing. He explained, I have summoned you for a singular reason. Your life hangs by a thread. You are the inquirer within the realm of questions and answers, serving as my anchor in your world. To avert any unforeseen calamities, I intend to offer you assistance. Sheila remained uncertain of the consequences that would follow should the Inquirer perish. It might sever his connection to an entire world. Or perhaps the eligibility and duration for questioning would shift along with the reincarnation of the soul known as Watergate. Alternatively, the question and answer space might randomly select another individual. If it were the latter two scenarios, it would be unfortunate to lose Watergate, a questioner capable of directly influencing the trajectory of civilization's future. Yet the eligibility for questioning would still remain intact. However, if the former were true, the direct loss of observational capacity over a world would be an immense detriment. In any scenario where things could potentially worsen, Sheila would take measures to prevent such possibilities. Should you wish to decline assistance, you may choose to exhaust your questioning time. Sheila extended his right hand, demonstrating, and the void of the world instantly initiated a countdown. Currently, there remained 37 seconds and 12 milliseconds. Upon hearing he still had a chance to survive, Watergate first felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by a sense of vigilance. What does anchor mean? And what price must I pay if I seek your help? An anchor, much like a ship at sea, is essential for maintaining its course. In the question and answer space, through the Inquirer, a specific world is secured, allowing me to perceive the essence of your reality. With a single sweep of his hand, images of Watergate's world materialized within the pristine white expanse. The remnants of wood release had transformed the hidden leaf village into a forest, where elite ninjas of Konoha clashed with the reanimated dead amidst the ruins of their former edifices. The third Hokage and others arrived one after another, encircling his lifeless form in solemn silence. While Kushina wept inconsolably, Watergate felt an ache within him, yearning to comfort Kushina. Yet his hand passed through the scene as if it were mere mist. Questioning is the right bestowed upon you by the question and answer space. I demand no price in return. Perhaps it is enough that your existence allows me to witness the events unfolding in your world, Sheila stated, lowering his gaze to meet Watergate's. Of course, should you enhance the development of ninjutsu and scientific advancements, that would be even better. However, refrain from emulating the cybernetic ninja realm. Watergate lifted his head, their gazes locking in a moment of shared fate, once again arriving at a crossroads. The cyber ninja realm? Are you referring to the world of those specters? Can you truly perceive them? Watergate did not immediately arrive at a decision. Instead, he astutely seized upon certain phrases within Sheila's words. Indeed, I have an inquirer in the cyber ninja realm. Watergate felt a surge of excitement at this revelation. May I inquire about the specifics of that world? Prior to this, Watergate had gleaned partial information about the cyber ninja realm through his journey into the realm of the hidden leaf specters, yet the details were incomplete, scattered like fragments, some from the east, others from the west. He was only aware that the realm of spirits was governed by Konoha, where societal conditions were exceedingly harsh, and commoners were treated as livestock and experimental subjects. Ninja of lowly skill and talent endured fates akin to those of the commoners. Suddenly, a stream of light emerged from Sheila, and a plethora of information pertaining to the cyber ninja world was decrypted within Minato's mind. It traced back to when Orochimaru ascended to the position of Hokage, breaching moral boundaries and legitimizing extreme human experimentation, which caused Konoha's power to swell dramatically in a short span. This escalated into the initiation of the Ninja World War, crippling other nations and seizing vast resources to maintain its dominion, leading to a widespread imitation of human experimentation across the ninja world and societal collapse. As Konoha's insatiable appetite grew, infighting among the living began to emerge, revealing signs of decay. Orochimaru, opting for a different path, abandoned the majority of the living, summoning the reanimated dead to serve as enforcers and the primary components of societal function, quelling all unrest. He advanced illusionary techniques and mental control, wielding dominion over the vast majority of living forces in the world. The ninja society became a mere plaything in his hands, benefiting only a select few from the cybernetic realm. Although ninjutsu and scientific technology progressed, this was solely due to Orochimaru's personal ambitions failing to transform into productive forces, let alone organize societal production, foster comprehensive prosperity, or establish a virtuous cycle. Under oppression, many living beings fled to desolate places such as deserts, rainforests, and swamps, leading to the disappearance of towns, villages, farmlands, and factories. Societal development faced a significant rupture. After all, the industries developed by the living were incompatible with the cyber society composed of the undying reanimated dead. The cyber ninja world required facilities for the production of negative emotions, living cattle farms to meet experimental demands, and human chakra battery supply factories, among others. Minato was profoundly shaken. He had never envisioned that a society could evolve into such a grotesque form. It was simply unimaginable. He searched his mind, striving to find a term to encapsulate this cybernetic society, yet no word could adequately convey its distortion. The infamous Blood Mist Village, which compelled ninjas to turn against one another, seemed trivial when juxtaposed with the cyber ninja realm. It was akin to mere childish play. An overwhelming torrent of information flooded in, appearing to span an eternity, yet it was but a fleeting moment. This is the current state of affairs. As the living continue to be consumed, the impure earth ninjas gradually find themselves bereft of inspiration. Sooner or later, the cyber ninja world will stagnate due to the absence of fresh blood, inevitably leading to external expansion. The world you inhabit has been discovered and stands as the primary target. Decisive action is required post-haste. Once your demise occurs and your soul is sealed by the Grim Reaper, there will be nothing I can do. Sheila gazed toward another realm. Perhaps it was due to his extraction of Minato's consciousness that a glitch in the Grim Reaper's program rendered it motionless. It had yet to fade away, however. Such a state could not endure for long. Minato's chakra was being incessantly siphoned, and death would soon follow. After a moment's hesitation, Minato ultimately chose to seek Sheila's assistance. How can I save myself? Simply sever your pact with the Grim Reaper. Sheila had perused detailed records on the corpse sealing technique within the cyber ninja realm and had studied the essence of life of the Grim Reaper and malevolent deities in the simulation space. Before the soul of the caster was claimed and consumed by the Grim Reaper, there remained a chance for redemption. With a minor adjustment to the corpse sealing technique, one could tear asunder the contract with the Grim Reaper and release what had been sealed. Minato had not successfully sealed Orochimaru. Thus, nullifying the contract would not be detrimental, allowing the unfortunate J-Nin's soul to return to the Pure Land. Of course, one could attempt to exploit the Grim Reaper, but the process would be considerably more complex. Time was of the essence for Minato. Sheila packed the information into Minato's mind. I will return you for now. Once you achieve resurrection, I shall seek you out to discuss matters regarding the cyber ninja realm. Thank you for your assistance. Minato bowed deeply. There's no need for such formalities. I, too, have my own aspirations. Sheila's movement paused, having grown accustomed to decades of solitude. Even so, your aid to me. Minato's words remained unspoken as Sheila cast him back, noting the dwindling time for questions and urging against any wastage. He then turned his attention to the limited Tsukuyomi world and its entangled realms, both of which had also manifested phantoms. Orochimaru's cross-world experiments had ensnared more than one realm. Shadows of their presence emerged in several parallel worlds adjacent to the cyber ninja realm. However, only one world stirred as much commotion as that of Minato. The other two worlds, although they rejected the cyber ninja realm's overtures for collaboration, had not faced immediate retribution. Perhaps this was due to the inferiority of the living beings entering those realms compared to Orochimaru. Yet, misfortune would not conclude here. Sheila gazed upon the cyber ninja realm, as Orochimaru returned in a daze, issuing orders to relocate the experimental base to the capital city, where the former feudal lords of the 5 great nations resided. As well as the other 4 ninja villages, as he had previously stated, the world is vast, with many nations and many people. There are those with strong wills. Yet there are also those who are easily swayed. If necessary, changing locations and finding a few puppets to support him would be a simple task. It is essential to remind them of this. The cyber ninja realm is a malignant tumor, continuously siphoning the nutrients from its host, initially unstoppable, yet devoid of a future. Whether driven by self-interest or personal sentiment, Sheila did not wish to see the model of the cyber ninja realm proliferate into other worlds. In the first world, Konoha Village, as Minato's consciousness returned, a chilling wave washed over him. His body felt as heavy as if it were laden with lead, and he faintly heard the sound of sobbing, though it remained indistinct. An overwhelming drowsiness urged him to succumb to sleep, yet his reason insisted that he must not, absolutely must not, allow himself to drift away. Should he surrender to slumber, it would spell the end. With the last vestiges of his strength, Minato summoned his chakra to save himself. Sheila had imparted the method to him, but if he could not grasp it himself, it would be of no use whatsoever. In the external world, Kushina fervently channeled chakra into Minato's body, hoping that this might revive him. Kushina, Minato is already gone, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed, unable to tolerate Kushina's reckless infusion of chakra. No, not yet. Minato has not died. The Shinigami has not departed. The Reaper Death Seal has not concluded. There must be a way. Kushina abruptly interrupted him, her face a mask of madness, unable to accept the grim reality of Minato's demise. The chakra within her surged forth, her complexion growing ever paler. Sarutobi sighed, preparing to intervene and render Kushina unconscious. The village had already suffered grievously, without the fourth Hokage. They could not afford to lose the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as well. Just as he was about to act, he was halted by Shursui. Third Hokage, please wait a moment. It seems Lord Minato is stirring. Sarutobi turned in astonishment to see Minato, who lay on the ground, his hands clasped together at some point. The sealing runes upon him gradually unraveling, coinciding with Kushina's chakra infusion. Miraculously, Minato began to regain vitality, his eyes fluttering open to meet those anxious gazes. Minato. Chapter 40. The Akatsuki's limited Tsumi. Minato's revival undoubtedly evoked feelings of both astonishment and curiosity. Seeing him rise, Sarutobi could not help but inquire, Minato, how did you manage to overcome the side effects of the Reaper Death Seal? His words undoubtedly reflect the sentiments of the majority present. The corpse sealing technique is a forbidden art that exacts a toll on the user's very soul. After employing this technique, the fourth Hokage found himself teetering on the precipice of death, and to speak irreverently, he could essentially be regarded as a corpse. He has surprisingly managed to return to life. Unbelievable. Minato, an unexpected turn of events has occurred. I have encountered the previous responder. The responder. It is he. Many present are Minato's loyal confidants, some of whom had even participated in the earlier meeting where Minato disclosed the secrets of the Tsutsuki clan. They are well aware that the responder refers to a force seemingly from beyond our world. Those unaware, although curious, regard this information as a village secret and dare not inquire further. In an instant, the pressure brought by Orochimaru has significantly diminished. In contrast to the brazen and audacious Orochimaru from another realm, the responder is undoubtedly far more amicable. He has intervened on 2 occasions, the first to unveil the millennium-long schemes of Kagaya's will, and the second to rescue Minato. Indeed, I have gleaned some information regarding the ethereal realm of cyber ninjas from him. We shall discuss the specifics later, but for now, we must address the chaos left by Orochimaru. As Minato spoke halfway through, he altered his address. No one objected to his proposal. The second world, Konoha, as dusk approached. Golden rays illuminated the surface of the water, and the twilight gradually sank to the riverbed. Uzumaki Menma strolled leisurely through the streets. Having returned to his former rhythm of life, casting aside thoughts of the Akatsuki, the tangled world of dragon veins, and the like, believing that peace would endure for a long while. However, recent occurrences involving the ethereal beings have instilled within him a troubling premonition. For the existence of these apparitions bears an uncanny resemblance to that man who claimed to be Uchiha Obito over 6 months ago. Uchiha Obito is far from a trivial adversary, but he is merely a man, even if one includes another version of himself and Haruno Sakura. Only 3 individuals have descended from their world. Yet, the number of apparitions has already surpassed 100 by rough estimation. Although the strength of these apparitions is mostly lacking, the world they hail from possesses the capability to surpass Uchiha Obito, which speaks volumes. Menma lowered his head, lost in thought, and unknowingly wandered into an empty alley until he reached a dead end, suddenly jolting back to reality. Something is amiss. He could navigate the roads of Konoha with his eyes closed, unless... Menma's expression hardened as he whispered, "Come out, there is no one around." Shadows writhed. Uchiha Itachi silently emerged from the corner of the alley. "We meet again. Uchiha Itachi, how dare you return to Konoha at this time, unafraid of being besieged?" A sudden shock coursed through Myanmar as she attuned her senses, confirming the absence of any nearby presence, allowing her to exhale in relief. Although the Akatsuki organization was a mercenary group, its sensitive nature did not subject her to the relentless pursuit of various ninja villages, and her connections with them were inconsequential. However, when the Akatsuki from another realm embraced the theoretical framework of the QA space, this influence, transmitted to this world through the entangled fabric of realities, transformed everything. The Akatsuki evolved from a mercenary faction in the Land of Rain into a social entity imbued with revolutionary ideals, deeply rooting itself within the grassroots of the ninja world. Under the banner of promoting equity, fostering peace, redefining the role of ninjas, and developing a new era of ninjutsu, they established schools, reformed ninjutsu practices, and imparted knowledge of chakra, garnering widespread support from underprivileged regions. Countless nefarious nobles and feudal lords met their end at their hands. They distributed the acquired land and wealth among the common people and the victims oppressed by the nobility, enhancing their lives, while allocating the surplus as funds for organizational development. Such actions undoubtedly incurred the ire of the nobility and feudal lords across various nations. They discerned that the members of the Akatsuki were not mere marauding brigands who would seize a quick fortune and flee, but rather individuals intent on uprooting them entirely. This was no ordinary rebellion. A decisive response was imperative. The feudal lords and nobility of various nations united, brandishing their wealth to summon the ninja villages, issuing decrees for the eradication of the Akatsuki. Among them, the nobles of the 5 great nations, particularly those from the Land of Wind, were the most fervent in their endeavors. They harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Akatsuki organization, which had seized the sacred dragon veins of Lulan and dared to challenge the very foundation of their rule. Since the establishment of the Hidden Villages system, the 5 great nations had been embroiled in a relentless struggle against one another, their enmity running as deep as the ocean, waging war for decades, leading many to believe that peace was an unattainable dream. However, with the emergence of the Akatsuki, the once feuding noble clans, consumed by blood vendettas, suddenly set aside their hostilities to form a united ninja force with the singular aim of eradicating the Akatsuki. It is indeed a rather ironic turn of events. As a member of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi would undoubtedly be besieged if discovered by the ninjas of Konoha, especially since he was already branded a rogue ninja. From any perspective, there was no escaping this fate. Some matters required my intervention, yet Itachi felt no sense of peril. As if he were simply conversing with an old friend, his demeanor unperturbed. "What is it?" he inquired. "The soul," came the reply. "How do you know?" "No need to elaborate. I comprehend," he responded. Uzumaki Menma, taken aback, voiced his astonishment, for Konoha had imposed a ban on information regarding the soul, and it was uncertain whether the other 4 great nations were even aware of it. As he pondered this, the realization dawned upon him. There must be members of the Akatsuki within Konoha itself. Itachi neither confirmed nor denied Menma's speculation. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Menma slapped his own face in frustration, exclaiming, "The 5 great nations are preparing to form a united front against you. Shouldn't your focus be on the impending conflict rather than diverting your attention to another realm?" Uchiha Itachi offered a brief explanation. "The Akatsuki is indeed concerned with the Great War, but my reasons for seeking you are personal. I harbor a profound curiosity about other worlds." It was then that Menma recalled another of Itachi's traits, his insatiable thirst for knowledge. Reflecting on their previous collaboration and hesitating for a moment, he relayed what he knew to Uchiha Itachi. "I am unaware of the specifics regarding the Soul World, but it should not be the same one where Uchiha Madara once resided. Konoha is oblivious to the fact that another world was once visited by Uchiha Madara. Sharing this information would not amount to betraying Konoha's interests. However, there remains one question: he was aware of all this. In fact, Uchiha Itachi knew even more than Uzumaki Menma. The spirit world is a twisted realm under the leadership of Orochimaru. If the Akatsuki organization in this world seeks to create a utopia where peace and prosperity reign, the spirit world stands in stark contrast to their ideals." The true reason Itachi approached Menma was to inquire whether he could still communicate with the responder and whether there was still time for questions. Menma displayed a reaction that was entirely predictable, aligning perfectly with his character. "There is still time, but since the last time I assisted you in asking questions, he has not reached out to me even once. I am uncertain if I can still establish contact with him." Itachi pondered internally on how to persuade Menma to assist him in inquiring about the spirit world. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Menma preemptively spoke. "You wish to ask the responder about the spirit world. Use Suki no Mi on me. I am also quite curious about this matter, but whether it can succeed depends on the responder's willingness to engage." Itachi's crimson Sharingan, with its 3 tomo converging into a pinwheel shape, focused on the Sharingan, and in an instant, Menma's consciousness was drawn into a blood-red space. Chapter 41. The gathered questioners after a long wait, until the Suki no Mi space began to collapse. Uzumaki Menma was not drawn into that pristine white realm of questions and answers. He opened his eyes, a hint of regret crossing his features. "I did not enter this time. Perhaps the responder did not notice our presence." upon seeing Minma lingering in the Tsukuyami space. Uchiha Itachi had anticipated this outcome. Well, we can only wait until he looks over. Minma's heart sank at his words. You don't intend to remain hidden in Konoha indefinitely, do you? Not indefinitely. Itachi shook his head. Just as Minma was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Itachi's voice floated to his ears. However, I can spare a month. Do you need my assistance? I will manage on my own. Itachi moved toward the shadows, then seemingly recalled something. Turning back to say, if possible, please try to remain alone during this time, leaving messages in conspicuous places for the responder to see. I will visit you around 6 o'clock each afternoon to cast the jutsu for you. What do you think? Minma pondered for a moment. Itachi's request posed no difficulty. The Minato couple was still away on a mission, leaving him alone at home. No problem. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Itachi melded into the shadows and vanished. The tumult of war swept towards the tranquility of daily life, stirring waves of unrest. Even though Minma spent most of his time at home, he could sense the impending storm in the air. The streets were increasingly filled with fully armed ninjas. The prices of food, medicine, and ninja tools continued to rise. Unfortunately, all of this was for the Akatsuki organization, and Minma felt a pang of concern for Uchiha Itachi. As another dusk fell, Itachi's crow summon landed on the windowsill. Minma skillfully extended a finger, touching the crow's head and channeling chakra. In an instant, the delayed ninjutsu sealed within the crow's eyes was triggered. The dark pupils transformed into the patterns of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, pulling Minma into the Tsukuyami space. In the monotonous Crimson Realm, Minma felt a sense of ennui, expecting yet another tedious wait. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. The rich, seemingly unyielding crimson faded, a hazy white light overwhelming everything, swiftly claiming the entire world. Minma was momentarily taken aback, his smile freezing on his face. Unlike the previous 3 questioning sessions, this time, the space was populated with 3 or 4 others, including a serpent. One of them was unmistakably his father, Namikaze Minato. Moreover, the familiar responder was nowhere to be seen. Minma began to doubt whether he had arrived at the correct place, when a voice echoed from afar. Everyone is here. In a simulated realm. Sheila has been closely observing 4 distinct worlds. In the first world, Minato has entrusted the task of sealing the reanimated ninjas to others, while he diligently immerses himself in his intellectual endeavor, striving to swiftly attain a state of slow time flow to conserve questioning time. In the second world, the 5 great ninja villages are on the verge of launching an assault against the Akatsuki organization. Uzumaki Minma and Uchiha Itachi have noticed the cyber ninja realm and are seeking ways to establish contact. In the third world, Orochimaru has commanded the relocation of his research facility, allocating substantial funds for the cross-world consciousness study of the reanimated ninjas. Shiba is currently gathering materials and equipment for his surgical modifications. The final world is a tangle of the second world, relegated to the end due to the absence of a questioner. Within it, the Hidden Leaf Village remains vigilant against the specters, yet takes no significant action beyond that. Days have passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Minato can enter the slow time flow state, Sheila seizes the opportunity to gather individuals. First, he calls upon Shiba, then Minato, and finally the affected Uzumaki Minma. With everyone present, Sheila gestures towards Minma, who appears somewhat bewildered. Both Minato and Shiba follow his motion and discover the recently appeared Uzumaki Minma. Shiba's eyes widen in astonishment, realizing that Naruto Uzumaki is also a questioner. Among the trio of respondents, 2 are members of the Akatsuki organization. Does this count as being in the enemy camp? No. Minato is adorned in the ceremonial robes of the 4th Hokage, thus he cannot be the Minato Namikaze from the cybernetic ninja world. Therefore, this Naruto must also not belong to that realm. Minato felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth emanating from the newly arrived youth, and he smiled at him. However, Minma stiffened, overwhelmed by an awkwardness akin to being caught playing truant by his parents. In his eyes, Minato's amiable smile morphed into a menacing promise of retribution. Just as he prepared to lower his head in contrition, a giant interjected, interrupting Minma's actions. This is Minma Uzumaki, the host of the 9 Tails, my second questioner. In his universe, he is the son of the esteemed Jonin Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Minato, perplexed, inquired, Jonin Minato Namikaze? Shiba's eyes widened in realization. Minma Uzumaki? So it is him. Sheila then pointed directly at Minato, introducing the others. This is the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze from another world-esque Konoha, my first questioner. And this is Shiba, a researcher from the Dragon Cave Sage Art Research Institute, hailing from the cybernetic ninja realm, also known as the spirit world, my third questioner. Upon Sheila's conclusion, Minma, belatedly understanding that the Minato before him was not his father, felt the tension of being caught dissipate. Seeking to alleviate the awkwardness, he directed his gaze towards the final individual, the serpent. Minato mirrored his curiosity while harboring a hint of wariness. A researcher from the Spirit World Sage Art Research Institute, Shiba felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, shifting slightly to escape their gaze, pondering why the respondent had summoned all three questioners at once. Is he about to depart from the Naruto universe? Sheila did not keep them waiting for long and swiftly articulated his purpose. The primary reason for bringing you all here is to convey certain matters and to facilitate your acquaintance, so that you may assist one another in the future. Silence enveloped the gathering, as all present comprehended the significance of the questioning period. Even with methods to conserve inquiry time, they were reluctant to squander it. Firstly, I have made some modifications to the QA space. From now on, if you wish to enter this realm, simply call for me, and the space will automatically draw you in. Sheila had established a new layer of world data upon the original data of the three simulated worlds, implementing several sensing techniques to connect the keywords spoken by the inquirer with the power of the QA realm, thereby realizing the automatic summoning function. Everyone expressed delight, especially Myanmar, as this made things considerably more convenient. Secondly, I must remind you of the invasion of the cyber ninja world. Both Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Myanmar immediately focused their attention, and even Shibai was no exception, though he contemplated a cautious approach to cultivate strength. Acquiring additional information could only be beneficial. On this occasion, Sheila refrained from verbal explanation, instead projecting everything that had transpired within the Konoha Research Institute, granting them the authority to adjust their perspective and obtain items for themselves, allowing them to observe firsthand. Minato's focus sharpened on Orochimaru's forthcoming plans, contemplating countermeasures. Myanmar first familiarized himself with the overall situation of the cyber ninja world before returning to the Konoha Research Institute, his expression grave. Chapter 42, The Butterfly Effect? He meticulously examined the various collected data from the Konoha Research Institute within the cyber ninja world. One particular report captured Minma's attention. It detailed that a ninja army was being organized in the Land of Wind, preparing to engage in battle with the local Akatsuki organization. In an instant, Myanmar's heart tightened as he clutched the report, eagerly inquiring, "Mr. Respondent, is this world?" Sheila answered directly, "It is the entangled world you once visited." Myanmar's countenance turned exceedingly grim. Facing the invasion from the cyber ninja world was already formidable enough. But now they were confronted with the reality of alterations on a world level. Can they truly emerge victorious? Watergate and Shiba exchanged curious glances at Myanmar, intrigued by the meaning of the entangled world as described by Mr. Answer, which had rendered Myanmar's expression so grim. Seeing him lose confidence, Sheila reassured him, saying, "You need not worry excessively. The impact they have created will not reach you for the time being." The concept of world entanglement, posited by Sheila and subsequently validated, exists between certain parallel worlds, somewhat akin to quantum entanglement, albeit occurring in a more macroscopic realm. A shift in one world can trigger alterations in the reality of another. To harness such power, two mutually entangled worlds must first establish a stable connection, ideally facilitated by sentient beings. Furthermore, these sentient beings must have had close proximity to the elements they wish to alter. Lastly, they must possess a clear understanding of the effects they wish to produce, ensuring their interventions align with causal logic. The principles and secrets behind this phenomenon remain elusive to Sheila, primarily due to the severed connection between the Tsukiyomi world and the entangled realm, leaving Sheila without sufficient detailed data. As an observer with a broader perspective, he finds that the cyber ninja realm neither establishes a connection between the limited world of infinite Tsukuyomi, where Meitaka resides, and the entangled world, nor possesses a clear understanding of the existence of the world entanglement effect. It is fundamentally improbable for them to exploit the phenomenon of world entanglement to influence another realm. Indeed, their extensive intervention, which may alter the course of history, could potentially disrupt the delicate entangled relationship between worlds. However, this is not an absolute certainty. Should the cyber ninja realm discover the dragon vein and harness its power to achieve a physical transference between worlds, inadvertently grasping the concept of world entanglement. It would become conceivable to conquer one world while simultaneously acquiring another. Witnessing Minato and Shiba's curiosity, Sheila adeptly introduced the definition of world entanglement into the minds of the duo. Upon digesting this newfound knowledge, both Minato and Shiba were left in disbelief. Could there truly be such a connection between worlds? If this were the case, the significance of the dragon vein would be monumental, serving as the key to unlocking the gates of entangled worlds. With a tinge of regret, Shiba mused, "Alas, my world lacks a dragon vein. If the cyber ninja realm possessed one, and if the entangled world connected by the dragon vein were of the past, perhaps with his current strength, he could vanquish Orochimaru from the entangled world, thereby concluding this dismal cyber era. In this light, could it be that the absence of a dragon vein signifies a lack of vulnerability?" Minato pondered this too, and suddenly inquired, "Sir, during my previous interaction with Orochimaru from the cyber ninja realm, he mentioned that a being from another world had unexpectedly appeared in his realm. Is the world of that being the very entangled world of the cyber ninja realm? And can you locate it?" Both Shiba and Minato looked at Sheila in astonishment, filled with excitement and anticipation. If they could cleverly preemptively deal with Orochimaru, it would be splendid. "The world you speak of is indeed the entangled world of the vortex, Minato, yet it is not the entangled world of the cyber ninja realm." Sheila was uncertain whether a single world could entangle with multiple realms simultaneously. However, he was certain that the entangled world of the cyber ninja realm was not the fourth world. Had it been, under the influence of the entanglement effect, time in the cyber ninja realm would slow down while the fourth world would accelerate, drawing ever closer until they became indistinguishable. Yet, no such occurrence transpired. "What? Huh?" Both Minato and Shiba turned their gaze towards Minato. Upon hearing this, Minato was momentarily taken aback, reflecting intently. It indeed seemed plausible. Initially, he and Itachi Uchiha had utilized the power of the dragon vein from the entangled world to return to their original realm, with the beast path of pain stimulating the dragon vein. Subsequently, both he and Itachi successfully returned, landing in Lulan. However, the beast path of pain vanished without a trace. He was in a hurry to return to Konoha and paid little attention to his surroundings. Could it be that he had inadvertently fallen into the cyber ninja realm? It seems you have recalled the events. When the animal path of pain returned you, he himself was swept away by the dragon vein, entering the cyber ninja realm. And he bore the black rods crafted from Nagato's Rinnegan powers. These rods were a remarkably superior chakra-conducting material, enabling Nagato to transmit vast amounts of chakra over great distances and control the 6 paths of pain. After the corpse of the animal path appeared in Lulan, it was discovered by Orochimaru's subordinates and reported back to the Konoha headquarters and layers, naturally piquing Orochimaru's interest, which subsequently led to experiments transcending worlds. The rest, as you are aware, unfolded accordingly. Upon hearing Sheila's narration, Myanmar's expression soured as if he had consumed a fly, filled with regret and wishing he could traverse back in time to thwart pain. No, he should have refrained from inquiring further and instead returned to his original world himself, thus avoiding this turmoil. Although Minato and Shiba were still somewhat bewildered, they could discern that the changes in the cyber ninja realm were linked to Myanmar. Myanmar, still reluctant, questioned, "Aren't you the one who said entering the dragon vein would return us to our original world?" Sheila replied, "The animal path of pain was expelled from his world by the dragon vein, and being merely a corpse, the pull from the world was lesser, making the possibility of entering other worlds slightly greater." Myanmar opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. So, the current calamity was still connected to him? However, there is no need to dwell excessively on self-blame. The invasion of the cyber ninja realm into other worlds was inevitable, and the animal path of pain merely expedited this process. This reassurance held little weight. "Do you have any further questions?" Ignoring the withdrawn Myanmar, Sheila turned his attention to the other two. Minato stepped forward, eager to understand how to save his world. "Sir, do you possess any means to prevent Orochimaru's invasion?" Sheila shook his head. "I am merely a responder to inquiries and cannot directly interfere with your world. There is no everlasting solution. Even if I were to assist you in halting Orochimaru this time, wouldn't there be other worlds akin to the cyber ninja realm? If you truly wish to save your world, unite with others, gather all who can be united, strengthen your power, win this battle across worlds, and cultivate your ability to face similar situations. At most, I can provide assistance in ninjutsu, scientific technology, and intelligence when you inquire." Chapter 43. Persuasion of Konoha once again. A session of questions and answers had concluded. The two individuals and the serpent returned to their realm, weighed down by concern. Minato and Kushina were perhaps still grappling with how to respond to the incursion from the cyber ninja world. Yet, at the very least, they had prepared themselves. Sheila cast a glance at them. Knowing he had done all within his power, the remainder now rested on the shoulders of these ninjas and their capabilities. Remaining time for inquiries. Minato Namikaze 2342, Kushina Uzumaki 1111, she by 2512. In the second world, Kushina Uzumaki abruptly opened her eyes. Her consciousness somewhat dazed, as if she were still lingering in that exceedingly tranquil white realm. It was not until a crow cawed from the windowsill that she finally awakened from her reverie. "Do not rush me," she murmured, rubbing her temples to regain clarity. With a fingertip, she tapped the crow's head, channeling her chakra into it, considering Itachi Uchiha's mastery in Genjutsu and mental prowess. Unraveling the information embedded within her chakra should pose no challenge. However, merely notifying the Akatsuki was insufficient. She needed to persuade Granny Tsunade to alter her perspective. For the cyber ninja world represented the gravest threat. Watching the crow take flight, Kushina hurried towards the Hokage building, disregarding whether anyone was present inside, and burst through the door, exclaiming, "Granny Tsunade, I have vital news." In the Hokage office, Tsunade was engaged in a video conference with the feudal lord of the Fire Nation, discussing the organization of ninja forces. "Hokage-sama, I believe you ought to keep a tighter rein on your subordinates," the feudal lord remarked, his brow furrowing slightly as he observed the intruding Kushina on the screen. In other times, he would not have spoken so bluntly. After all, the Hokage of Konoha and the feudal lord of the Fire Nation belonged to different hierarchies, and the affairs of Konoha's ninjas were not his concern. However, recent events had shifted the dynamics. The Akatsuki organization was leading a large-scale political upheaval, intent on dismantling the nobility and the feudal lords, gaining considerable support from both ninjas and civilians alike. This naturally rendered the affluent lords and feudal lords increasingly intolerant of the ninjas. Kushina had fortuitously stumbled into a sensitive situation. Tsunade's forehead throbbed with anger, her expression fierce as she glared at Kushina. "You brat, whatever news you have can wait. Step outside. Can't you see I'm engaged in serious matters?" Kushina, however, would not be deterred. Her intention was to extricate Konoha from the conflict against the Akatsuki. "Granny Tsunade, I possess crucial intelligence regarding the Phantoms. Their world is exceedingly perilous and is already preparing to invade other realms." Tsunade momentarily froze, her fury dissipating as curiosity took hold. "Where did you acquire this information?" "I inadvertently became involved with a clandestine organization that traverses worlds. It was they who alerted me." Before Myanmar's arrival, he had already pondered and deliberated, considering it fitting to divulge certain information regarding the question-and-answer space to Tsunade. This would raise awareness within Konoha and throughout the entire ninja realm, ideally redirecting the five nations to turn their weapons against the cyber ninja world. Even if it entailed assuming some risks, Myanmar felt unperturbed. Although, according to Mr. Answerer, the cyber ninja world would inevitably invade other realms. Tracing a series of calamities back to the actions of a singular individual reflects a historical nihilism that disregards the objective laws of history. Nonetheless, Myanmar struggled to absolve himself of responsibility, convinced that he should shoulder a considerable burden. The clandestine organization? Tsunade cast a penetrating glance at Myanmar. The act of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki joining another organization without permission was a considerable taboo, signifying a diminishment of the village's control over the Jinchuriki. Yet, now is not the moment to dwell on this matter. What evidence do you possess? "I possess a technique that transcends worlds. The Spectres have made advancements based on this technique, enabling their entry into other realms." Myanmar knew he must not display any signs of trepidation at this juncture, forcing himself to remain composed. In a certain sense, his assertion was not entirely erroneous. The interdimensional technology of the cyber ninja world had evolved from the foundations of Tsukuyomi and Infinite Tsukuyomi. The limited Tsukuyomi could be considered an unfinished version of the Infinite Tsukuyomi. With some rounding, one might assert that it is an improvement derived from the limited Tsukuyomi. "Step outside. I shall seek you out for a conversation shortly." At this point, Tsunade had lost the initial fury she had harbored. If Myanmar's words held truth, then the priority of addressing the specters would surpass that of dealing with the Akatsuki. compelling her to carefully contemplate whether to accept the request from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Very well. Before departing, Myanmar cast a fleeting glance at the daimyo of the Land of Fire in the video. The daimyo concealed his expression with a folding fan, his eyes betraying an indescribable disdain, and upon Myanmar's exit, he nonchalantly remarked, "Lord Hokage, are you truly considering believing the words of a mere child and withdrawing from the ninja allied forces? He is indifferent to the existence of phantoms or alternate realms. Even if there are other adversaries, they have yet to manifest. Since they have not yet appeared, there is no immediate need for concern. The threat posed by the Akatsuki organization is palpable and must be taken seriously. I shall deliberate meticulously on every matter." Tsunade's provocations, as the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, are quite irksome. However, Konoha still relies on the financial backing of the feudal lord and cannot afford to sever ties. Yet, I believe that if we can first eradicate the Akatsuki organization, the victorious ninjas of Konoha will emerge from the crucible of war, undoubtedly enhancing both their morale and strength, thus better equipping them to confront other adversaries. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire, folding his fan, spoke in a sharp, high-pitched voice, "Lord Hokage, what are your thoughts?" Tsunade remained silent. It is often said that those who possess extraordinary vision, capable of balancing immediate and long-term interests, and who make the best decisions from a collective standpoint to guide the group towards greatness, are referred to as great leaders. They possess a tenacity and means that ordinary individuals find hard to reach, consistently identifying the crux of complex issues. However, great figures are often rare in history. Tsunade may not be one of them, yet she faces a similar trial. Accepting the commission from the daimyo of the Land of Fire to join the pursuit of the Akatsuki organization could yield substantial financial support for Konoha, allowing for a more abundant cultivation of ninjas. Yet, this carries the risk of enabling the spectral world to exploit the situation. Conversely, if efforts are diverted to safeguard against the spectral realm, it could effectively mitigate potential threats. However, this would inevitably offend the daimyo and the ninja factions within Konoha that are aligned with him, exacerbating the village's financial difficulties and potentially hampering future mission commissions, hindering Konoha's development. On the mist-laden precipice, Tsunade stands as a balancing scale. In the Hokage Tower, within the conference room, Minma diligently jotted down the intelligence he had gathered concerning the cyber ninja world and the restricted Tsukuyomi technique, anxiously awaiting Tsunade's conclusion of her dialogue with the daimyo. The tension mounted within him like a taut string. After an uncertain duration, Tsunade pushed the door open. "Grandma Tsunade," Minma exclaimed, rising with excitement as he handed over the organized documents. Tsunade said little, accepting the papers and scrutinizing them briefly. Her eyes ached, and she removed her glasses. Speaking with grave seriousness, "Is everything you've written here true?" "Absolutely," he affirmed. "I understand. Uzumaki Minma, if I appoint you to guard against the specters, do you have confidence in intercepting them in the cyber ninja world?" Minma, initially exhilarated, began to sense an unsettling shift. "Grandma Tsunade, the invasion from the cyber ninja world is comprehensive. It is not confined to Konoha but could occur elsewhere as well. To address the cyber ninja world, we must collaborate across the entire ninja realm. I shall rephrase. Within the confines of Konoha, do you believe you can thwart them? Their current display of strength is not formidable." Tsunade was nearly laying her cards on the table, and Minma realized her intent, his expression gradually solidifying. "I can give it a try. Draft a plan upon your return, outline the personnel required. For now, I shall entrust you with the defenses within Konoha. As for the other ninja villages, I will communicate with them to remain vigilant." Caught between long-term and short-term gains, Tsunade ultimately chose to pursue both. The combined efforts of the 5 great ninja villages would render the Akatsuki unable to withstand their might. If all proceeded smoothly, victory would not be far off. She merely needed Konoha to remain unscathed during this period. When the main forces returned to Konoha, they would not only secure ample financial resources, but also a battle-hardened elite ninja squad capable of confronting the cyber ninja world. Yet, this seemingly dual-benefit arrangement appeared to Minma as nothing short of a gamble, a high-stakes wager with a dismally low probability of success. Should a widespread invasion from the cyber ninja world occur amidst chaos, what significance would the daimyo's financial support hold? What value would the daimyo possess? Very well, I'll leave it to you. Tsunade opened the door, and behind her came the voice of Minma. "Lord Hokage, must you truly participate in the war against the Akatsuki?" She glanced back, irritation evident in her tone. What do you, a mere brat, understand? Stepping out, she turned to add, by the way, compile a report on the intelligence of that secret organization you have joined and submit it. Chapter 44. Minma joins the Akatsuki in a daze. Minma even forgot how he returned home. When he regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by familiar sights, the dim lights illuminating a small area of the dining hall. The silent night was devoid of any sound. Minma pulled out a chair and sat down, letting out a long sigh as overwhelming confusion washed over him like a dark tide. If even Granny Tsunade chose to focus her efforts on eliminating the Akatsuki, who could possibly believe in him to unite the forces of the ninja world against the invasion of the cyber ninja realm? In a moment of disorientation, a vision flashed through Minma's mind. The still human Sirai spoke to him. War is, for the most part, an exceedingly pragmatic struggle waged collectively for the sake of gain. He seemed to grasp something, realizing that the annihilation of the Akatsuki organization could yield substantial benefits, while opposing the ghost realm brought no immediate advantages. Did Tsunade comprehend the aggressiveness of the cyber ninja world? Certainly, she was aware, for the cyber ninja world had indeed sought negotiations with Konoha. Yet, given that the cyber ninja world had not demonstrated its true strength, Tsunade, driven by the allure of profit, opted to first confront the Akatsuki, reserving her remaining forces to guard against the ghost realm. This choice was entirely rational. The once revered figure was not as formidable as he had seemed. A voice floated into the living room. It appears you are facing some difficulties, as the Hokage did not heed your counsel. Naruko looked up in surprise, noticing Itachi Uchiha leaning against the corner of her dining area, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. You haven't departed. Has the news not reached you? He had initially intended to bid her farewell before leaving, but now he had conceived a better idea. Itachi slowly approached Naruko and said, "Join the Akatsuki." Naruko gasped in astonishment. "What did you just say?" "I said, join the Akatsuki, Naruko Uzumaki," Itachi reiterated. "I can see that you feel immense guilt for hastening the invasion of the cyber ninja world. If that is the case, why not ally yourself with the Akatsuki?" Naruko's chakra contained memories from the inquiries made in the question and answer space. Upon deciphering the memories within her chakra, Itachi was aware that the Deva Path Pain S corpse had ignited the cyber ninja world's incursion into other realms. To some extent, Itachi was the one who understood Naruko's feelings the most. A person acting to atone for their mistakes, inadvertently creating an even greater predicament, naturally would feel more self-reproach and guilt. Naruko hoped that Tsunade could redirect her focus towards the cyber world, not only due to its extreme peril, but also for personal reasons. "I can assure you that the Akatsuki will pay far more attention to the cyber ninja world than the 5 great nations and will take precautions," highlighting the threats posed by the cyber ninja world. Naruko regarded Itachi's earnest expression, her mind torn in conflict. He held no animosity towards the Akatsuki. However, joining their ranks during this period would undoubtedly place him in opposition to Konoha. There were even doubts about whether the Akatsuki could withstand the assault from the 5 great nations. Yet, apart from the Akatsuki, who would truly heed his words? Uchiha Itachi discerned his hesitation and seized the moment to stoke the flames further. "If you fear confronting Konoha, I can persuade Pain. You need only participate in the battle against the cyber ninja world." The scales within Myanmar's heart gradually began to tip. After a long silence, the oppressive quiet was finally shattered. "Very well." Myanmar rose, as if shedding shackles. Even Uchiha Itachi's stoic visage betrayed a faint smile. "Welcome. Since you have made your decision, let us now depart for Lulan." Itachi assured him that Myanmar would not need to confront Konoha, thus there was no reason for him to linger there any longer. "Wait." Myanmar shook his head in refusal. "I need to leave behind some things." Itachi did not oppose him. "As you wish." Myanmar fetched paper and pen, recalling the secret techniques he had mastered, and began to write. Konoha had always been his hometown and had never wronged him. He intended to leave, but not without a word. He documented numerous secret techniques, including the full concentration, the Great Spiral Wheel, and the 9 Faces of Supahi, as well as previously overlooked intelligence regarding the cyber ninja world, and pinned down every conceivable strategy he could muster against the impending invasion. Once he completed his task, the dawn light began to illuminate the sky, parting the shroud of night with a hint of fish white. "Let us go." Uchiha Itachi cast a glance at Myanmar, surprised by his actions, thus raising his esteem for him. "Very well." While the light had not fully emerged, the two evaded all surveillance and fled Konoha. It was not until a day later, when Tsunade sent someone to inquire about the mission's progress, that they discovered what Myanmar had left behind. That bastard! A roar erupted from the Hokage building, resonating through the heavens. In a fit of rage, Tsunade smashed the entire office desk with a single blow, sending splinters flying and scattering documents across the room. Shizune, standing nearby, picked up a piece of paper and, upon reading its contents, wore a look of realization. Myanmar had left behind the secret techniques he had mastered that Konoha had not recorded. To Konoha, it was akin to leaving behind a severance fee, a definitive break. No wonder Tsunade was so furious. She thought he could simply sever ties with Konoha. Dream on. Tsunade's beautiful face was flushed with anger. She had resolved to first eradicate the Akatsuki before addressing the threat of the spirits. Yet, Myanmar had chosen to express his dissent through defection, leaving behind the techniques he had learned. If every ninja in Konoha expressed their opinions in such a manner, would the village even continue to exist? Silence. Arrange for someone to retrieve that scoundrel for me. Even if it means breaking his legs or beating him to a pulp, he must be brought back. The expression on Silent's face revealed her dilemma. Myanmar, possessing formidable strength and mastering numerous secret techniques, had perfectly tamed the Nine Tails, making her considerably stronger than Tsunade, the Hokage. There were indeed few in the village capable of undertaking this task. Those of lesser strength would only serve as fodder. Fortunately, Tsunade quickly recognized this. Very well. Send word to Minato and Jiraiya, temporarily halt other missions, and prioritize the retrieval of Uzumaki Myanmar, their exceptional son and disciple. Understood. Silent breathed a sigh of relief. There is one more matter. Assign another individual to oversee the defenses of the spirit world, following the directives laid out in this report. Enhance the surveillance of the cemetery, and dispatch personnel to gather information regarding the historical theft of powerful corpses. The rest you may review at your leisure. Silent returned with the report in hand. Yes. Lady Tsunade. With a decisive click, the door closed behind her. The office was left with Tsunade alone, her fury gradually transforming into confusion and indignation. Turning to gaze out the window, the densely packed buildings pinned the prosperity of Konoha, and she muttered to herself, "You oppose my intentions to such an extent that you would even betray us." Her mind wandered through various scenarios. If Myanmar could sit down and converse with her, expressing dissent through alternative means, perhaps she would. Tsunade paused, suddenly realizing that even if Myanmar were to vehemently oppose her, it was unlikely she would be inclined to listen. So, what precisely have you heard? Or am I truly underestimating the peril posed by the spirit world? The defection of the individual from the Akatsuki compelled Tsunade to reflect upon whether she had overlooked something significant. Chapter 45. The Great War Approaches. Whether it be Tsunade's regrets and hesitations or the defection of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, these matters, though monumental for Konohagakure, were but mere footnotes in the relentless march of history, particularly during the time when the five great nations united to combat the Akatsuki. The upheaval they stirred had yet to yield substantial consequences before being overshadowed by even greater events. Under the auspices of various noble clans and feudal lords, a coalition of ninja forces, predominantly comprising the five great ninja villages and their subordinate smaller villages, was finally established to launch a comprehensive offensive against the Akatsuki's areas of operation. Numerous Akatsuki bases were dismantled, and those who had previously engaged with the organization faced a sweeping purge. Countless lives were lost. Confronted with the formidable onslaught of the ninja coalition, the Akatsuki chose not to engage in direct confrontation, opting instead for a strategy of retreat to conserve their strength. Consequently, bases in the Land of Rain fell rapidly, severing connections with various local branches and significantly diminishing their influence. Observing this scene, the feudal lords were elated, casting aside their previous frugality to allocate substantial funds for rewarding the ninja coalition. However, the high-ranking commanders at the front lines were far less optimistic. Despite their continuous victories, the territories they occupied often resembled those willingly relinquished by the Akatsuki, encountering minimal resistance. In truth, the number of Akatsuki members captured or killed was rather small. Even during the offensive in the Land of Rain, no prominent figures from the organization were present. In other words, the tangible achievements were scant. In the forward base, the five Kage convened to discuss the current situation and strategize future offensives. Outside, the guarding ninjas could hear the resounding roars emanating from the conference room. What was there to deliberate? Their stronghold lay in Lulan. By concentrating their forces to seize that area, the Akatsuki would be rendered powerless. The fourth Reikage, known for his fiery temperament, had long since grown weary of such lackluster assaults. The Akatsuki's strength had hardly diminished at all. He boldly asserted that as soon as the Ninja Alliance withdraws, it would not be long before the Akatsuki organization reemerges in the territories they occupy. Would they continue to organize the alliance, or allow the ninja forces to remain stationed there? Only the foolish feudal lords would believe they had achieved a great victory. The Reikage might as well take a seat. Your points are indeed valid, but we must also consider other factors, such as the spectral forces mentioned by the Hokage. If we maintain our current offensive pace, we still possess the energy to keep an eye on our rear. Otherwise, they might seize the opportunity to take advantage while we are engaged in battle. In this limited world where the Konoha destruction plan has not unfolded, Sunagakure is still under the governance of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, who remains unconvinced by the Reikage's suggestions. Similar to the situation in Sunagakure, Kirigakure also finds itself in a comparable predicament. For reasons unknown, despite Uchiha Madara having awakened the Rinnegan and having bestowed it upon Nagato, he left no contingency similar to Obito, nor did Kagaya appear. Thus, the Mist Village has not fallen under control and currently remains in the fourth era. Led by the Mizukage, Kuratsuchi. You merely wish to extract more from those feudal lords, to seize a greater share. If those specters are indeed so perilous, would it not be wiser to conclude this war swiftly and return to investigate defenses? The Reikage AI retorted sharply to Raza. The economic condition of Sunagakure is arguably the poorest among the 5 great ninja villages. As the Kazekage, Raza must not only tend to political affairs, but also exploit his magnetic release Kekkei Genkai to bolster the village's finances. This predicament largely arises from the harsh domestic environment of the Land of Wind, characterized by extensive deserts. With the national treasury lacking in wealth, there are naturally no funds to support the ninja village, thus encountering an opportunity for all major ninja villages to act simultaneously. Possibly earning rewards or even engaging in legal plunder, they would indeed welcome a prolonged conflict. The longer it lasts, the more they profit. Raza does not refute this. He indeed harbors such thoughts. Speaking of which, the Hokage has persistently warned of the threat posed by the specters and has even redeployed some troops, yet to this day, we have not seen a trace of these specters. Are they truly as formidable as claimed? The third Suchikage, Anoki, redirected the conversation toward another topic, subtly accusing Konoha of seeking excuses to conserve their strength. Haven't I already sent you the information? Can't you read it yourselves? Tsunade, feeling the brunt of Anoki's criticism, retorted without reservation. Had it not been for the exhausting defection of the member, she would never have shared the data regarding the cyber ninja realm with the other 4 great ninja villages. Watching these fellows face misfortune is precisely what she desired. No, it's merely a curiosity regarding the source of the Hokage's information. Anoki, unperturbed by the insult, wore a cheerful expression on his aged face. After all, the members of the Akatsuki have also begun to disseminate such information. I am simply curious about the connections therein. In an instant, the gazes of the other 3 shadows converged upon Tsunade. She was on the verge of exploding with rage. This old fool was nearly implying a connection between Konoha and the Akatsuki. Of course, there was a connection. Konoha had been thoroughly infiltrated by the Akatsuki. How could any of you claim to be untainted, asserting that your own villages harbor no spies? The Akatsuki had acquired such intelligence and knew to bide their time, remaining vigilant against the phantom. Yet here you are, casting doubts upon me. If you do not believe, then simply choose not to. What if I do believe? What of it if I arrange for some troops to return for defense? Are you planning to take advantage of Konoha's vulnerabilities to launch a surprise attack, hoping to draw all my forces out? The 3 shadows awkwardly averted their gazes. The ideals of the Akatsuki were undeniably alluring. Many within their respective nations supported them and willingly provided invaluable intelligence. However, such matters were best kept private. To voice them openly felt rather inappropriate. On the other hand, Anoki hesitated to press further, understanding that the decisive battle was approaching, and he merely sought to deplete Konoha's strength by having them dispatch more personnel. With the Hokage's firm stance, any further pressure might lead all 4 ninja villages to question their own integrity. I too felt that the Earth Shadow had overstepped. Given the Hokage's credibility, she would not deceive us on such matters. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up in support of Tsunade. Although the phantom appeared weak on the surface, they possessed sufficient expertise. If any of the ninja villages present were to collaborate with them during the impending confrontation with the Akatsuki, who could guarantee their safe return? This remark caught Tsunade off guard, as she had not anticipated such support from one of the 5 Kage. Yagura proposed that each village allocate a portion of their forces for defense. The Raikage immediately rose in opposition, asserting that this was the moment for a decisive battle. Defeating the Akatsuki was of utmost importance. It was one thing to refrain from increasing troop numbers, but to reduce them? Who would fight whom then? It was merely a suggestion, he conceded. If it was unacceptable, so be it. Yagura did not insist further. Meanwhile, the Tsuchikage, Raza, interjected. All right, let us refocus. We can discuss the Phantom later. Our immediate priority is to address the Akatsuki. Let us deliberate on our next course of action. Concurrently, in the Dragon Vein base in Lulan, the Akatsuki convened a meeting of equal significance. Itachi stood, meeting the gazes directed at him. I have seen who is allied with the cyber ninja world. Chapter 46. The Wind and the Water. The inclusion of Myanmar has undoubtedly provided a vital boost to the beleaguered Akatsuki organization. After all, the strength and mystery of the responder are evident to both Pain and Itachi. Myanmar's ability to communicate with the responder alone warrants significant attention from the Akatsuki. The organization has proven its wisdom in this decision. Sheila has generously offered assistance within the confines of the limited Tsukuyomi realm, providing extensive technical support, including techniques that could aid the Akatsuki in harnessing the dragon veins. As the ninja world evolves, so too does Sheila, whose progress is occurring at a pace far swifter than anyone could have anticipated. He has amassed a wealth of systematic knowledge and advanced products within the cyber ninja realm, which has greatly facilitated his assimilation of the micro-level knowledge he possesses. Previously, although he could observe the microcosm and comprehend its mysteries, he lacked sufficient means to utilize this knowledge without relying on the power of the QA space. However, that is no longer the case. In this regard, Sheila has forged his own path rather than merely replicating and pasting technologies from other worlds. Beyond technical assistance, Sheila's contributions in intelligence are equally substantial. Through the QA space, he has achieved a unilateral transparency across various worlds. It is through this intelligence that the Akatsuki is able to retreat with composure. Yet, regardless of their retreat, certain territories cannot be relinquished. The dragon veins serve as the Akatsuki's energy base and are the key to unlocking the door to the entangled world. They represent the organization's bottom line. Should the ninja coalition persist in their assault, a final showdown will ensue here. Before that, however, he must first ascertain the intentions of the cyber ninja realm. It cannot be that while they engage in a life-and-death struggle, the cyber ninja realm merely observes from the sidelines, collecting corpses and ultimately reaping the benefits. In the solemn conference room, the bright white lights illuminated the faces of all present. Uchiha Itachi, Pain of the Six Paths, Konan, and other high-ranking members of the Akatsuki took their seats, their gazes fixed upon a certain individual standing before them. After Myanmar finished speaking, he produced the prepared documents. The cyber ninja realm currently has 2 cooperative partners, namely the Land of Wind and the Land of Water. Only 2 countries? Deara raised his hand, voicing his query. Aren't those guys quite formidable? With such impressive technology, there should be many who wish to conquer the ninja world. How is it that only 2 nations are collaborating with them? Kisame and Konan, though silent, shared the same thoughts in their eyes. Myanmar reflected on the societal conditions of the cyber ninja realm. They do not genuinely intend to invade our world. For the time being, they are unable to cross over. They merely wish to support a few puppets, gather ninjutsu data, and exploit the living beings and resources of our world to alleviate the research burdens of another realm. If they were to collaborate with too many factions, the power dynamics among the nations would remain too close, leading to inevitable conflict. However, a partnership with 1 or 2 major powers is just right. The forces that have received assistance have drastically increased their strength, enabling them to swiftly unify the ninja world and promote order within the cyber ninja realm. The victorious nations impose checks upon one another, allowing the cyber ninja realm to mediate with greater ease and assurance. Deidara faces no issues now, Hoshigaki Kisame remarked. Now that we are aware of who collaborates with the cyber ninja realm, what shall be our next course of action? Shall we concentrate our efforts on annihilating the forces of the Land of Wind and the Land of Water? Scorpion interjected. Alternatively, we could initiate a decapitation operation, unveiling the secrets of the Land of Wind and the Land of Water, inciting the ninja coalition to turn against itself. The assembled members of the Akatsuki offered varying perspectives, ranging from the reliable to the unreliable. Pain, of the Deva path, found the cacophony of voices increasingly overwhelming, and even suggested enticing the ninja coalition to combat the cyber ninja realm. He set a fundamental tone for the meeting. The cyber ninja realm stands as our most formidable adversary. If we aspire to forge a true utopian world, it is imperative to neutralize the threat posed by the cyber ninja realm. However, we must also acknowledge that the aristocracy and the daimyos represent regressive forces that will obstruct our path to progress. Thus, we should harbor limited expectations of the ninja coalition. The latter part of his statement was primarily directed at Scorpion. It is unlikely that the ninja coalition will turn upon itself. Even if the Kazekage and the Mizukage were to be decapitated, as long as the aristocrats and daimyos continue their ambitions for conflict, new leaders will swiftly rise to take their place. They remain indifferent to the looming threats of the cyber ninja realm, solely intent on swiftly eliminating the Akatsuki organization. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, turned to Myanmar and inquired about the extent of cooperation between the wind and water countries with the cyber ninja realm. Myanmar replied that both nations had accepted a degree of technological assistance from the cyber ninja realm, with some individuals having their bodies seized by its ninjas. They had mastered forbidden techniques such as the impure world reincarnation and body modification. Additionally, the blueprints for chakra cannons, supplied by the cyber ninja realm for warfare, were being rapidly transformed into tangible power. In the dim chamber, Nagato fell into contemplation. There could be no further delays. The forces of the wind and water countries must be eradicated first. The longer they waited, the stronger the enemy would become. With a newfound resolve, the group swiftly convened to discuss possible strategies. 2 days later, news of the wind and water countries aligning with the cyber ninja realm spread like wildfire within the ranks of the Ninja Alliance. Flyers fell like snowflakes, accompanied by illustrations depicting the two nations' extensive collection of ninja corpses. This was slander, a blatant falsehood. I merely sought to prevent the invasion of phantoms by gathering the bodies of fallen ninjas in the water country for proper reburial, protested the rarely furious Mizukage, Yagura. Unfortunately, his youthful visage lacked the intimidation factor he desired. Surely, no one believes this, Raza said, clutching the flyers distributed by the Akatsuki, his hands trembling with rage as he glared at the other 3 Kages. Noki chuckled, of course not. Since the onset of the war, the circumstances of both have been evident. The Akatsuki merely seeks to exploit the rumors of phantoms to sow discord among us. Although he spoke on behalf of Yagura and Raza, they couldn't help but sense a hint of sarcasm in his words. Since the war began, the Sunagakure forces had focused on looting and amassing wealth, moving at the slowest pace. Kirigakure, while not engaged in robbery, displayed a lackadaisical attitude towards battle, with the Mizukage frequently expressing the need to guard against phantoms and supporting the Hokage, subtly indicating a desire to refrain from participating in the war. One was a miser, the other a coward. Neither seemed to embody the spirit of nations that had accepted aid from the cyber ninja realm. It was only the Reikage, a war enthusiast, who appeared somewhat aligned with that notion. Yagura felt indignant. Noki, chuckling, averted his gaze while secretly nodding in agreement. Indeed, they seem even less likely now. Tsunade had remained silent, pondering whether the Akatsuki truly lacked intelligence and had misjudged their targets, or if there was something more at play. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind, and she silently murmured, Vortex Myanmar, a clandestine organization. Unbeknownst to her, the arguments between the wind, water, and earth Kages were nearing their conclusion. Utilizing the filth cast by the Akatsuki, Noki successfully maneuvered Yagura and Raza into acting as the vanguard against the Akatsuki, his face beaming with the pride of a victorious rooster. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, Tsunade casually announced as she exited the room. The Reikage, wore a perplexed expression. What was that about? Could she truly believe it? Noki shrugged. Who knows? Chapter 47. The sudden change. Tsunade hurriedly exited the conference room to locate the commander of the allied shinobi forces, Kakashi, with an expression of curiosity. Kakashi observed Tsunade's fervent demeanor and inquired, Lady Hokage, has something significant occurred? Tsunade responded, Kakashi, ensure that the Leaf Village personnel are evacuated as far from the battlefield as possible. Kakashi, taken aback, sought confirmation of her words, exclaiming, What? Lady Fifth, are you suggesting we retreat at such a critical moment? He gazed at Tsunade with a face full of skepticism, pondering if she might be a disguised member of the Akatsuki. Tsunade, however, was not in the mood to entertain such thoughts. What is the issue? No. It's just that, Lord Hokage, hasn't the Allied forces recently launched a full-scale attack? With Konoha withdrawing from the battlefield at this time, won't it leave a significant gap for our allies? Although the ninja world had formed an alliance of shinobi under the encouragement of the aristocracy and feudal lords, it differed from the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original narrative. The current alliance operated by dispersing ninjas from various villages into specialized units. Unlike the previous approach, the coalition forces in this reality were organized by ninja villages, with the 5 major villages commanding their respective troops and subordinates. Each unit consisted of its own combat, medical, and intelligence teams, creating a well-structured organization. The 5 Kage convened to discuss their respective territories and tasks, and if Tsunade were to lead Konoha's retreat, it would create a significant breach in the Allied forces' defense. Thus, I advise you to stay as far away as possible, rather than completely withdrawing from the battlefield. Well, perhaps a complete withdrawal wouldn't be so bad after all. Tsunade's face was etched with fatigue, her mind a tempest of conflicting thoughts. In any case, be wary of Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Upon hearing those names, Kakashi's mind raced, and he cautiously inquired, Lady Tsunade, you don't believe the propaganda circulated by the Akatsuki, do you? Tsunade did not respond to his question, merely stating, just follow my orders. I need to verify something. If I do not return, you will act as Hokage in my stead. Remember, your task is to ensure the safety of the ninjas within the village. Do not sacrifice yourself for those feudal lords. With that, she turned and sprinted towards Lulan, her leaps leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the solid ground, her speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. She began to regret her decision. Perhaps Konoha should never have involved itself in this war from the outset. She hoped it was not too late. A massive source of chakra drew near, and soon Lulan recognized something was amiss, dispatching ninjas to the barrier for inspection. Before they could approach, they heard Tsunade furiously shouting at the barrier, Uzumaki Minma, you little brat, come out. I know you're in there. The approaching ninjas exchanged glances. This was the Hokage of Konoha, yet she seemed to be alone. Perhaps she was pursuing a rogue ninja from Konoha, or there could be a trap. Uzumaki Minma? That name sounds familiar. Just as the patrolling ninjas hesitated, a figure suddenly appeared behind them, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds. Minma's expression was complex as he said, you all should head back. I will handle this. The entirety of Lulan was under Pain's surveillance, and as soon as Tsunade approached, he was promptly informed and had rushed over. Although the patrolling ninja did not recognize Minma, he was aware that the black cloak adorned with red clouds was a symbol of the Akatsuki organization. After receiving orders to retreat, only one individual felt that Minma appeared somewhat familiar. After some distance, it dawned on him. It was he, the one who had appeared during the leader's televised address, serving as the head of both the technical and intelligence departments. Unfortunately, Minma was oblivious to their astonishment. Casually stepping out of the barrier, he greeted, Ah, Tsunade, my dear. You scoundrel. So you are indeed here and have become a member of the Akatsuki, Tsunade seethed, recalling the inquiries from the village elders due to Minma's defection. Well, there were certain actions I had to undertake. So you joined the Akatsuki? What makes them trust you? Or have you taken control of the organization? That was a different incident, related to the collective memory disarray that occurred in the village over half a year ago. Minma succinctly explained, expressing his willingness to clarify his connection with the Akatsuki to Tsunade, though he deemed it an inappropriate moment for nostalgic conversation. So, you were conspiring together all along? Tsunade clenched her fists. That so-called secret organization, could it be the Akatsuki? No, there were merely some entanglements before. The true decision to join came not long ago, when you resolved to involve Konoha in this war. Minma calmly elucidated. By the way, how did you sense my presence here? Do you seek something from me? Tsunade took a deep breath. Return with me. We can forget everything that happened before. I must decline, Tsunade. If you require assistance, I am willing to lend my strength. But I shall not return to Konoha until the threat of the cyber ninja world is entirely eradicated. Do you believe that remaining with the Akatsuki will provide you with hope to eliminate the cyber ninja world? One could say so, Minma affirmed with a nod. Although reluctant to concede, the current Akatsuki was undeniably stronger than any faction in the ninja world. As a piece of advice, Tsunade, it would be wise for Konoha to withdraw from this war. And be cautious of Suna and Kiri, they are not behaving normally. After finishing his statement, Minma turned to leave. Tsunade's chest heaved as she restrained her impulse to act, shouting, "Tell me, where did you obtain this information?" "A clandestine organization capable of traversing the world." As soon as the words fell, a beam of light struck the barrier of Lulan. In that fleeting moment of collision, the void erupted with unimaginable radiance, and a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The ground shattered, countless fragments of stone were hurled skyward, generating sonic booms. A terrifying shockwave engulfed everything, stripping the surface bare. From a distance, a massive hemispherical explosion rose over the Lulan region. Myanmar and Tsunade, caught in the wake of this force, were swept away like mere specks of dust, struggling to regain their footing. They beheld a series of brilliant lights erupting in the distance, each more luminous than the last, the resulting shockwaves spreading to Lulan City. That was the stronghold of the ninja allied forces. Tsunade coughed up blood and gazed at the sight of the explosion, momentarily frozen in disbelief. At the stronghold of the ninja allied forces, unprepared for the sudden and formidable assault, thousands of ninjas were reduced to ashes beneath the thunderous onslaught. Among them were those of exceptional prowess and extraordinary intellect. Yet it was all in vain, under the overwhelming power that surpassed even the tailed beast bomb. Unless one possessed immortality, everything was futile. The edges of the colossal crater left by the explosion brimmed with bubbling crimson lava, emitting waves of heat. The wreckage, disheveled and grimy, emerged from the ground. Had he not sensed the impending danger in time and burrowed underground, survival would have been impossible. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, not a shred of relief for having escaped death remained in his heart. The frontline base was obliterated, and his subordinates were gone. In uncontrollable anguish and loathing transformed into a roar, Kagutsu Yazar. Chapter 48. The death of the wreckage at the frontline base of the ninja allied forces. Shortly after Tsunade's departure, the Mizukage, Yagura, also took his leave under the guise of necessity. With only 3 Kages remaining at the 5 Kage summit, meaningful discussions became futile. Inoki and others exchanged a few casual remarks, then prepared to depart. Just as Yagura was leaving, he returned unexpectedly, entering the tailed beast mode and launching an assault on Inoki, ensnaring him. The wind Kagya, Gara, seemed to have an epiphany and charged towards the wreckage, only to be met with a fearsome fist that sent him crashing through several walls. The wreckage turned to assist Inoki, but was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Without a moment's hesitation, he shattered the floor beneath him, utilizing earth release to plunge deep underground. 3 seconds later, a beam of light descended, colliding with the earth and resulting in a catastrophic explosion that rippled across the land, with some of its force penetrating underground. The wreckage's honed physique, tested through countless battles, was rendered insignificant, suffering grave injuries under the immense pressure of thousands of tons of earth. His ribs were fractured, and his organs were nearly forced out of his body. Yet, the calamity did not cease there. Beams continued to rain down, and the world trembled under the barrage of artillery. Within mere seconds, tens of thousands of ninja allied forces, along with their stronghold, were obliterated from the surface. All that remained was the charred, shattered earth, nourished by explosions and raging flames, as the molten glass slowly cooled. In this hellish scene, the wreckage let out a primal roar towards the heavens. "Ah, Wreckage-sama, are you calling for me?" A familiar voice resonated from behind. The wreckage, surged forth like a furious lion, unleashing a tremendous amount of lightning-release chakra, transforming into a fleeting shadow that pierced through Yagura's chest with ease. Strangely, Yagura exhibited no sensation of injury. Instead, a smirk curled upon his lips as he grasped A's hand, taunting, "Is this all the power you have left?" With a swift strike, the already wounded wreckage was sent flying backward, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. The impact area visibly sprouted grayish-white coral, embedding itself deep within his flesh and disrupting the flow of chakra. Struggling to rise, it was momentarily stunned upon witnessing Yagura's current state. His diminutive body was marred with cracks, and his pitch-black eyes revealed no semblance of life, as the dispersed impure earth swirled towards his torn wounds. Impure world reincarnation. "You fool, you've attacked yourself too." The wreckage was both astonished and enraged. When Yagura attacked Inoki, it had assumed that the latter was collaborating with the cyber ninja world, which was already madness enough. However, it turned out that Yagura was far more deranged than he had imagined. Exhibiting an extreme willingness to include himself within the chakra cannon strike zone, completely disregarding the side effects of the impure world reincarnation. The weakness he displayed during the 5 Kage summit was a stark contrast to his current fervor. It was not only himself at risk, but all the ninja villages were within the attack range as well. Yagura, however, saw no fault in his actions. He deemed the sacrifices made for the supremacy of the Mist Village to be worthwhile, regardless of whose they were. You do not even spare the Mist Village? The Reikage clutched his chest, arcs of electricity coursing across his body, singeing some coral into charred remnants. Why would I spare them? Do you not perceive that the impure world reincarnation is the swiftest means of reaching other locations? Yagura, emboldened by his newfound power, unleashed his fury like a piercing arrow. He engaged the Reikage in a relentless struggle, denying him the slightest opportunity to eradicate the coral. Bam! 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 The ferocity of their clash stirred up gusts of wind. As the Reikage endeavored to eliminate the coral while simultaneously fending off Yagura's assaults, leaving him in a precarious position. Other locations? What do you mean? The leaf, the cloud, the rock, and the sand. The Mist Ninjas utilizing impure world reincarnation should soon be on the verge of engaging the 4 great shinobi villages. Taking advantage of your full-scale mobilization. Seizing the moment of the Reikage's hesitation, Yagura struck him once more, sending him reeling. The coral on A's body proliferated, and with the rapid depletion of his already limited chakra, compounded by the injuries from the explosion, even if Yagura spared him, his time was short. Upon hearing this, the Reikage's eyes widened in realization of his impending demise. He decisively abandoned his original method of removal, ripping a chunk of coral along with flesh from his body. Gasping for breath, "Isn't the sand your ally?" "Certainly not," Yagura replied, shaking his head, seemingly relishing the current game of cat and mouse. "Why would you believe a world should have 2 rulers?" Yagura regarded with a tinge of disappointment. The leader of the Cloud's war machine exhibited a certain naivety. In truth, it was through the Akatsuki's propaganda that I learned the sand had also accepted their assistance. Prior to that, I had not wished to resort to such extremes. An alliance of 80,000 ninjas, the culmination of a millennium of shinobi development, concentrated within them, wiping out all ninjas to the last drop of blood, is indeed a tremendous waste. It would result in the loss of countless precious jutsu and bloodlines. Yagura sighed, both admiring the Reikage's impending demise and lamenting his own frustrations. Yet the Akatsuki has proven to be profoundly disappointing. They boast of bringing peace to the world while instilling fear in the nobility, yet they retreat time and again before the ninja coalition. I sought to lend them a hand, but found no opportunity, nor could I seize the chaos to gather the corpses and flesh of ninjas. This is of little consequence. They will inevitably reach a point where retreat is impossible. Thus, I intended to strike during the final confrontation, collecting sufficient flesh to send all present ninjas on their last journey with a chakra cannon. However, events often unfold unexpectedly. The Akatsuki seems to have acquired intelligence regarding the alliance between the mist and the spirit world. They even revealed information about the Sand's alliance that I was previously unaware of. Yagura's expression turned grave. This is a perilous signal. I am unaware of the assistance received by Shine. Perhaps it includes means to restrain the impure reincarnation technique. At this moment, the Hokage's behavior is also peculiar. Although Konoha has ostensibly not accepted aid, they are, after all, the place where the spirits first manifested. Who knows what secrets lie within? To avert unforeseen circumstances, I must take preemptive action and eliminate the entire ninja allied forces. Yagura glanced at the Reikage. Kumogakure is also a war machine, so I believe you can comprehend my helplessness. Before he could finish his thought, the Reikage unleashed the last of his chakra in a fiery surge towards Yagura, disregarding his injuries and chakra reserves. Even if it is but a final act, even if it bears no consequence, I shall rend this scoundrel asunder. Die. The force of his fist tore through the atmosphere with a thunderous roar. Yagura was obliterated into mist. A clone, an illusion. Yagura's voice echoed from behind him. As a kunai pierced the Reikage's heart. You are far too weak. So weak that you cannot distinguish between illusion and reality. His voice grew fainter, and the Reikage could no longer discern his words. With chakra depleted and blood gushing forth, weakness and coldness seeped into his very bones. The breath of death saturating his limbs, dragging him into the abyss. The Reikage feared not death, rather, he loathed himself for his inability to bring back the shinobi of Kumogakure, for failing to fulfill his duties, for not being able to vanquish Yagura. This fleeting thought, Like the last ripples upon a tranquil surface, soon settled, leaving no trace of vitality. Fortunately, the wreckage did not destroy his own corpse. Yagura let out a slight sigh of relief, expending some words for a shadow-level combatant, and the secrets nestled within the wreckage's mind was worth the effort. He produced a scroll, sealing away the wreckage's corpse for safekeeping. He gazed towards the direction of Lulan, where, aside from the ninja allied forces, the anomalies associated with the Akatsuki organization were plentiful. Yet, it mattered little. Victory was destined to belong to the hidden mist, and no one could impede it. Yagura felt as though his ideals were drawing closer, growing ever more pronounced. Pronounced? Yagura was momentarily taken aback as his dark, cursed eye discerned two increasingly magnified black dots. The furious voice of Tsunade echoed from afar. Kumquat Yagura. Chapter 49. Dragon Vein Chakra Mode. With a powerful punch, Tsunade tore through the air with a thunderous roar. Yagura swiftly evaded, his tone tinged with surprise. Hokage, you are still alive and mingling with members of the Akatsuki? He deliberately paid attention to the outposts of Konoha and Lulan. The intensity of the attacks on these two locations surpassed the combined assaults on the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Sand, Hidden Rock, and Hidden Mist. The fact that Tsunade not only survived but appeared largely unscathed was infuriating. It was your doing. Tsunade's eyes glinted with fury. Unable to fathom the current state of Konoha, Yagura provocatively taunted. So what? I will kill you. The diamond-shaped seal on her forehead instantly unraveled, black markings sprawling like tendrils. Surging chakra coursing through her body, restoring her to peak condition. With a powerful leap, she shot forward like a bullet. How swift! Yagura was momentarily taken aback. Just as he raised his hand, Tsunade closed the distance and delivered a punch that pierced through his abdomen. The earth beneath them trembled. A storm of fists rained down, each strike capable of slaying an elite ninja. Get lost. Yagura, now enraged, was enveloped in a dark red cloak of tailed beast chakra. The explosive chakra compressed the air, creating a shockwave that sent Tsunade sprawling. Although his reanimated body was immortal, excessive damage would require significant time to repair. If Tsunade mastered any sealing techniques, it would spell trouble for him. As Tsunade regained her footing, she sensed an intense danger. A punch struck the ground, causing the earth to rise and form walls of stone, extending for dozens of meters as a barrier. Yagura unleashed a tailed beast bomb. The crimson torrent momentarily diffused by the walls, leaving a charred scar across the ground. As only a few walls remained, the explosive force of the tailed beast bomb gradually waned. Just as Tsunade was poised to continue the fight, a ribbon ensnared her, dragging her away. What are you doing? You little brat. As her scolding faded, countless sand spikes erupted at her last standing position, piercing and shattering the remaining walls. Terumi looked skyward, gathering her energy into a mini version of the spiraling sphere, which flew a short distance before exploding, the shockwave revealing a figure. A tall, slender silhouette with strikingly dark eyes. Remarkably also a reanimated body, the Wind Shadow. The Wind Shadow. Tsunade was both astonished and furious, while Yagura seemed unfazed, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. Long before the Sand Village launched an assault on the wreckage, he had surmised this outcome. Especially given that the Sand had received aid from the Cyber Ninja world, it was only natural to have some contingencies in place with the Edo Tensei technique. The youth of today are indeed formidable. Facing the scrutiny of all, Rosa offered an awkward smile, complimenting Terumi. You must be the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from Konoha. I heard you defected not long ago. Would you consider joining my Sand Village? Regardless of what the Akatsuki offers you, I can provide you tenfold. How impoverished has your Sand Village become to utter such words? Yagura cast a glance at him. Although they had previously been adversaries, in this current situation, there was no doubt that they were allies. Ha ha ha, times have changed. Once we conquer the shinobi world, Sunagakure will have everything it desires. Does the Mizukage intend to involve himself as well? Raza, seemingly unfazed by the dismantling of his plans, appeared to engage with an old friend. The incident concerning Sunagakure was as though it had never transpired in the eyes of Kirigakure. If this young man is willing, Kirigakure would naturally open its doors wide. He remarked. The two rascals. Tsunade, the original proprietor, observed the two as they chatted amiably, discussing their intentions to undermine her, wishing they would tear each other apart. Meanwhile, Mei's gaze was icy as she interjected. Have you finished speaking? He dispatched the Nine Tails to scout the Leaf Village. Although Tsunade had issued orders to stay away from the battlefield, The Mist Village acted with remarkable swiftness and had specifically warned the Leaf Village. Aside from a handful of ninjas who sensed the impending danger and survived through secret techniques, the rest were utterly annihilated. Although Minma had defected from the Leaf Village, it did not imply that he was indifferent to it. After all, it was his home. A chilling surge of chakra erupted, conjuring a tempest akin to razor blades, which surged towards the Mizukage and Kazekage as the Nine Tails behind Minma launched their assault simultaneously. The young man was incensed. Yagura smirked mockingly, and with three tails, he deflected the attacks from the White Tiger and the Great Serpent, not retreating but rather lunging towards Minma. Raza, not daring to be negligent, recognized that Minma's strength and perceptive abilities surpassed even Tsunade's. Evading the assault from several Nine Tails, a torrent of golden sand transformed into countless spears that shot forth. "Watch out, you little rascal," Tsunade exclaimed in alarm, preparing to intercept the golden spears. However, she was halted by the celestial maiden among the Nine Tails. Just as the golden spears were about to pierce Minma, an extraordinary force emerged, absorbing all momentum. The spears suddenly halted, reverting to mere grains of sand scattered across the ground. A blue-white radiance enveloped Minma, coalescing into a garment reminiscent of the Nine Tails chakra mode. Yet the source of power was entirely distinct, the Dragon Vein chakra mode. Minma declared, "How do you wish to perish?" "Arrogant," Yagura retorted verbally, yet internally heightened his vigilance. Something was amiss. This boy was not ordinary. No sooner had he thought this than Minma vanished, and in the next instant, Yagura felt his entire body stiffen. Half of him shattered by a blue beam, his vision obscured. "You little brat, are you courting death?" Yagura's tails, akin to steel whips, lashed out at Minma. Before they could land, he was propelled backward again. Mid-air, half of his body regained the cover of the Three Tails chakra, solidifying into a small-tailed beast bomb directed at Minma. Just as Minma was about to move, countless grains of golden sand surged from the ground, ensnaring his feet. With a thunderous roar, the tailed beast bomb struck, and smoke billowed upward. Yagura felt a surge of elation, but then he collided with something. A heavy weakness washing over him, and his thoughts grew feeble. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, attempting to rise several times, but finding himself devoid of any strength. His battered body remained fragmented. What was happening? "I am but a vessel of impure earth." No one ever claimed that such a form was flawless. A voice, tinged with mockery, emanated from beside him. Yenja's pupils constricted as he beheld Mian Ma grasping Luo Sha by the neck, lifting him with a demeanor even more wretched than his own. When Luo Sha sought to bind Mian Ma with sand gold, he was instead subjected to a counter-positioning, his chakra forcibly siphoned away by Mian Ma. The technique of impure resurrection calls upon the souls of the deceased, using the living as sacrifices, bestowing upon them an undying form. Yet, have you pondered why you are entitled to such immortality? Your bodies, shattered and transformed into impure earth, how do they reconstitute within you? What anchors them to their origin, soul, chakra, or something else entirely? As long as one can disrupt the positioning of those impure entities to their source, it may not even be necessary to extinguish your souls to render your immortality a farce. Mian Ma had previously inquired within the realm of questions whether the impure body was beyond resolution, to which the answerer replied that comprehending the principles of impure resurrection would unveil the method to unravel this technique with relative ease, whether by interfering with the soul, suppressing the impure body's connection to its source, or annihilating the impure form down to the molecular level. One could obliterate the essence of impure resurrection, employing certain methods. It is even easier to terminate an impure resurrected individual than to slay an ordinary living being. After all, the soul and body of the living are intricately entwined, which is not necessarily the case for impure resurrection. Fixating on the powerless water shadow and wind shadow, Mian Ma prepared to behead the two, separating their bodies from their heads, sealing them away. He would not directly eliminate the two individuals, as that would be no different from releasing them back. For both Sunagakure and Kirigakure could summon them back from the Pure Land at any moment. Once he discovers a method to erase their souls, he would ensure that the Mizukage and Kazekage endure the torment and demise they rightfully deserve. Chapter 50. I choose ideals. What's the source of your power, boy? Tsunade exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment, as the overwhelming strength displayed by Minma surpassed all her expectations. Even until the battle's conclusion, Tsunade was left with a lingering sense of unreality. The reincarnated Kazekage and Mizukage had been dealt with so effortlessly, The Dragon Vein Chakra Mode. A technique discovered by the Akatsuki was a method of harnessing the energy of the dragon vein. The blue and white luminescent chakra cloak enveloping Minma began to dissipate. He tugged the fabric of his clothing upward slightly, revealing the black crystal embedded in his arm. Tsunade could sense the vast amount of chakra contained within. Is this a seal? It could be termed a seal, but it also possesses the ability to transmit chakra. As long as it remains within the radius of the dragon vein's power, the chakra within the crystal will be continuously replenished. Before the dragon vein is exhausted, a ninja's chakra will never deplete. Tsunade was incredulous. In a sense, a ninja's battle is a contest of chakra, and possessing an inexhaustible supply of chakra bestows an enormous advantage. Is this the technology of the Akatsuki? She was aware of the dragon vein, the colossal energy network beneath Lulan. Approximately a decade ago, the Akatsuki discovered the dragon vein and, in collaboration with the local indigenous people, severed the Lulan region from the Land of Wind, rendering it nominally independent, yet effectively under the control of the Akatsuki. This incited great anger from the Land of Wind, prompting Sunagakure to mobilize forces and engage in several skirmishes with the Akatsuki. One of the 5 great nations intervened, while others intended to observe the spectacle. Some even preparing to discreetly support the Akatsuki and shed some blood for Sunagakure. However, before they could act, the Akatsuki launched a surprise attack and decisively defeated Sunagakure's forces. In the subsequent conflicts, Sunagakure scarcely gained any advantage, suffering more defeats than victories. It was astonishing that the Land of Wind, one of the 5 great nations, was so inept, causing its subordinate factions to stir restlessly. Sunagakure retreated in disgrace, and afterward, the Land of Wind ceased discussing the Lulan issue, neither acknowledging its independence nor denying it. Other nations, having witnessed the Akatsuki's strength, grew increasingly curious about the dragon vein, continuously gathering related intelligence. Although the dragon vein harbored enough chakra to allow humanity to squander it for hundreds of years, it was inherently volatile, with the potential to unleash catastrophic disasters if not handled with care. Some scholars specializing in chakra believed it would take at least 50 years to discover a method to fully tame the dragon vein. Yet, only 10 years had passed, and the Akatsuki had already developed such advanced technology. Tsunade suddenly began to comprehend why Minma sought cooperation with the Akatsuki. Minma, not entirely accurate. The long-distance wireless chakra transmission technology primarily utilizes the black rods created by Nagato's Rinnegan, processed and refined with technology provided by Sirii to construct transmission and reception devices. The actual implementation of these technologies and facilities, however, was executed by the Fourth World. The Akatsuki leveraged the dragon vein's power to reach the entangled world once again, forcibly achieving the infrastructural development that should have taken 10 years. It was precisely for this reason that when Minma and Tsunade met, he proclaimed the Akatsuki to be stronger than any faction in the ninja world. Their retreat was merely due to other pressing matters, coupled with an inability to decipher the strategies of the cyber ninja realm, leading them to opt for a temporary conservation of strength. As Myanmar pondered whether it might be feasible to harness the power of the entangled world to bring back the ninjas of Konoha, he soon shook his head, realizing that haste was unwise. The primary objective remained the defeat of the cyber ninja realm. He suddenly looked up and asked, "Tsunade, where do you intend to go next? Back to Konoha?" Mei's words jolted Tsunade from her reverie. Indeed, where would she go next? Her expression grew somber as she inquired, "And what about you? What are your plans?" Returning to the Akatsuki to incite them to seize the entire shinobi world at this moment? Mei shook her head in response, saying, "There is no need for me to incite them. They will undoubtedly proceed with it. Although the state of war is unexpected, it indeed presents an unprecedented opportunity. Thanks to a decade of enforced development, the Akatsuki has successfully established a barrier using the energy of the dragon vein, effectively shielding against the tsunami of the Mizukige's chakra cannon. They stand as the sole world-class force that retains its complete strength." Tsunade opened her mouth, unable to articulate her thoughts, realizing that Konoha also lay within the Akatsuki's range of attack. Mei seemed to grasp the implications as well, her expression gradually fading. While he may not fully understand politics, he was determined to thwart such a potential occurrence. At this moment, they remain unaware that the Sand and Mist ninjas, erased in the war, are being resurrected through the technique of impure world reincarnation, poised to launch an assault on the other ninja villages. In the city of Lulan, Following the attack on the Akatsuki organization, the source of the assault was identified without delay. Pain personally mobilized to investigate, capturing one of Yakura's trusted aides. They are stationed beyond the encampment of the ninja allied forces, serving as a contingency left by Yagura, tasked with activating the chakra cannon to reap the lives of the ninja alliance. Simultaneously, they act as sacrifices for Yagura's resurrection. The Hidden Mist Village, notorious for its reputation as the village of blood mist, harbors little regard for the lives of a few comrades, especially now that they possess the formidable technique of impure world reincarnation, alleviating any sense of pressure. By the time Pain arrives, the Mist Ninjas are already engaged in the search for survivors. He did not immediately eliminate these individuals, but instead was intrigued. Since it was the Mist Ninja who activated the chakra cannon, why did it spare even their own stronghold? The human path reached out to access the memories of the Mist Ninja, unraveling their scheme. The Mist had laid in ambush various ninjas in towns surrounding the major ninja villages, waiting for the decisive battle between the Ninja Alliance and the Akatsuki. Aiming for the total annihilation of all ninjas, followed by assaults on the towns, utilizing the living to initiate the impure world reincarnation to conquer the remaining ninja villages. The Mist's plans were mirrored by the Sand Ninja, who similarly deployed chakra cannons. The sole distinction was in the Sand's insatiable greed. Upon allying with the Cyber Ninja world, they acquired a unique technology for human puppetry. This technique, originally invented by Sasori of the Red Sand in the previous narrative, had a parallel in the Cyber Ninja world. When a corpse retained the chakra from its previous life, the resultant puppet could preserve all jutsu and bloodline abilities of the deceased. The Sand not only collected the flesh and blood of ninjas for the purpose of impure world reincarnation, but also gathered the corpses, demonstrating an extreme level of exploitation, leaving no resource wasted. Perhaps this was why Deidara was not as decisive as Sasori. Having comprehended the schemes of the Mist and Sand, two paths lay before the Akatsuki. One was to remain passive, allowing the Sand, Mist, and other ninja villages to engage in a brutal struggle until only one emerged victorious. The Akatsuki could then make their entrance as saviors, exterminating the Sand and Mist, thus effortlessly achieving the grand objective of dismantling the old order of the ninja world. The casualties, even if innocents among them, would not tarnish the Akatsuki's reputation. The alternative was to lend aid to the various ninja villages, uniting with them to eradicate the Sand and Mist. However, should the Akatsuki later seek to take control of the ninja world and implement reforms, they might face united opposition from the remaining three major villages. The former option was driven more by pragmatic interests, while the latter adhered closely to moral principles. Within the Akatsuki, factions began to divide, resulting in heated disputes. Voices of dissent echoed within the meeting room, while Nagato found himself in a secluded chamber, torn in thought. He faced a predicament akin to that of Tsunade, yet even more daunting. A single misstep could sow the seeds of division within the Akatsuki. Countless fragments of thought flashed through his mind. He recalled the moment when he conversed with Uchiha Itachi about another world, during which Itachi, employing Jinjutsu, conveyed the image of an alternate version of himself inviting Uzumaki Narumi. He expressed, "Having emerged from such an era, I yearn for peace." If reality is perpetually fraught with inequity, compelling individuals to endure suffering and engendering ceaseless warfare across the globe, then surely there must exist an ideal world that alleviates pain and allows one to sleep in tranquility. If not, then let me be the architect of such a realm. Nagato seemed to perceive a tattered reflection of himself speaking. The world ought to bear witness to the vestiges of ideals once held, regardless of the challenges that may arise. I choose the ideal. Straining against the insidious thorns of external demonic figures, Nagato unsteadily settled into a nearby wheelchair, his emaciated frame appearing as though it might collapse at any moment. Yet, as he pushed open the conference room door, all clamor ceased abruptly, as if a pin could be heard falling. He gazed at everyone present and proclaimed, "Let us assist the ninja villages." The members, including Kisame, were taken aback, unable to fathom that Nagato would personally utter such words. What? Since the Akatsuki is an organization founded upon the ideal of peace, it is imperative that we adhere to the principles we advocate, opposing the cyber ninja world's control and influence over our realm. The allied ninja forces have vanished, and the remnants of the old world's opposition have dwindled to a mere shadow of their former selves. The remaining individuals represent a potential for unity and collaboration. For the sake of true peace, The Akatsuki must take action, Kisame questioned. But what if they continue to oppose us afterward? Then we shall obliterate them when the time comes. It is not fearsome to traverse a few detours in the pursuit of our ideals. Some were indignant, others contemplative, while many felt invigorated. Regardless of their thoughts, the Akatsuki had made its decision to lend support to the major ninja villages. Their primary objective is to eradicate the agents of the cyber ninja realm from this world. Chapter 51: Warfare Sustained by Warfare. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays permeated the world, and the weighty twilight pressed the last beam of sunlight into the curtain of night. The sky gradually darkened. The residential areas of Kanahagakure flickered to life with dim, yellow lights, where a family of 3 sat at the dining table, enjoying their evening meal. The world remained tranquil. On the outskirts of the village, the station ninjas changed shifts, embarking on their nocturnal patrols. Though labeled as patrols, many were rather indifferent. The ninja villages most fond of ambushes and espionage were currently engaged at the front lines, collaborating with Konoha to besiege the Akatsuki organization. It was inconceivable that they would dare to cause trouble at such a time. Yamashiro Kaze, one of the elite ninjas deliberately left behind by the Yamashiro clan, was notably different from his seasoned colleagues. He approached his work with utmost seriousness. As he arrived at a certain location, he closed his eyes, diligently sensing the surrounding chakra. He had performed similar tasks countless times before, with ease and proficiency. However, this time was distinct. Within his chakra perception, the world outside the village, which should have been desolate, suddenly revealed an abundance of unfamiliar chakra signatures, all exuding a chilling aura. Yamashiro Kaze's expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly opened his eyes and shouted to his comrades, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" There are numerous chakra signatures. The other patrolling ninjas were startled by his alarm, quickly regaining composure to fire off signals of the enemy's approach to the sky. Simultaneously, the patrolling ninjas at the main gate of Konoha witnessed the truth of the incoming assailants. Hundreds of dark-eyed ninjas surged forth, a mass akin to frenzied ants in motion. At the forefront, hundreds of ninjas simultaneously unleashed water release techniques, forcibly conjuring a tsunami upon the land. The towering waves effortlessly obliterated the sand and stones along their path. Heading straight for Konoha. "Activate the barrier, quickly!" someone shouted, jolting the stunned ninjas back to reality. Konoha did possess a defensive barrier. Although such a barrier was of little use against the powerful foes already infiltrating the village, it would make a significant difference if a large-scale ninja battle unfolded with the enemy outside. In their frantic motion, a semi-transparent barrier was activated, swiftly enveloping Konoha. Despite the relentless waves generated by the water-style ninjas crashing against it, Konoha stood resolute like a steadfast reef amidst the sea. Just as the Konoha ninjas exhaled a sigh of relief, a horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. The undead ninjas, swept in by the tsunami, lunged towards the barrier, their bodies swelling and contorting as all the chakra within them suddenly erupted, illuminating the night as if it were day. Under the tremendous impact of the explosion, the defensive barrier trembled uncontrollably. Amidst this chaos, F of the Mountains observed the self-detonating undead ninjas, who were reborn anew, instinctively swallowing hard. A memory from his time at the Ninja Academy surfaced, where his teacher spoke of a fundamental tenet of ninjutsu, the art of transforming chakra into tangible power through hand seals. The greater the amount of chakra transformed, the mightier the jutsu. He pondered, if one were to expend all their chakra at once, could it unleash the utmost power? He recalled the stern reprimand from his teacher. Chakra is the essence of a ninja's life. Depleting one's chakra in battle is akin to embracing death itself. One must always exercise caution in the judicious use of their chakra. Living beings are ill-suited for the extreme tactics that involve exhausting their chakra in one fell swoop. But what of the deceased? In a manner that seemed to answer his unspoken query, hundreds of elite ninjas, selected from the hidden mist and the sand, surged towards the barrier in a self-destructive frenzy. The first wave of those resurrected comprised at least CH Nin, with many being J Nin. Their powers remarkably close to what they were in life, thanks to the perfected reanimation technique in the cyber ninja world. The thunderous explosions resonated like a relentless downpour, with blinding lights flaring brighter with each detonation. "It is over for us." The faces of the Leaf ninjas turned pale, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloping them. A fissure swiftly appeared, rapidly spreading across the entire barrier. With a resounding crash, it shattered. The army of the reanimated ninjas faced no obstacles as they stormed into the hidden leaf, swiftly claiming the lives of those present. What a relic of a bygone era this barrier was. Lacking even the ability to absorb power, it deserved to be obliterated by sheer force. A female ninja, her body cloaked in serpentine scales, leisurely entered the fray, emanating an audacious laughter. With one hand resting on her forehead, she surveyed her surroundings, her expression tinged with nostalgia. Behind her, the living, mingled among the reanimated corpses, were driven into a frenzy of excitement. Ha ha ha, to dismantle the leaf. I have yet to experience that. I've long harbored disdain for this wretched place. How splendid it is to have the chance to unleash my wrath in another world. Annihilate them all. No, capture the living. Seize their information, take the cemetery. The world belongs to the reanimated. In mere moments, the first line of defense guarding the leaf was utterly breached. The reanimated ninjas either surged into residential areas to capture the living or clashed with the leaf ninjas rushing to assist. The thousands of resurrected ninjas did not represent the entirety of the forces from the hidden mist and the sand within the allied ninja army. While the two great ninja villages could infiltrate foreign lands using sealing scrolls, transporting large numbers of ninjas' flesh and blood, they lacked the capability to bring tens of thousands of living sacrifices into the vicinity of other ninja villages without detection. Their only choice was to sustain war through war. A small elite group of ninjas stealthily infiltrated the towns surrounding other ninja villages, ready to capture living sacrifices upon receiving the signal. Once they amassed sufficient strength to breach a village's defenses, they would launch their attack. As long as they could penetrate the ninja village, the living villagers within would serve as the most suitable material for the reincarnation technique. They could also seize the village's cemetery, further resurrecting other reincarnated ninjas to bolster their forces. With the passage of time, their advantage would only grow. Peace and prosperity were obliterated in an instant by the flames of war. Regardless of age or gender, anyone alive could be offered as a sacrifice for reincarnation. Even if the quality of the sacrifice was somewhat lacking, they could select better offerings after capturing Konoha. Please, spare my daughter. A middle-aged man, witnessing the reincarnated ninja storm into his home, fell to his knees, shielding his daughter with his body. Before he could finish his plea, he was struck down, and both were taken away to face a ninja proficient in the reincarnation technique. Moments later, two reincarnated ninjas from the mist emerged, joining the battlefield. Konoha's Hokage building. The situation was deteriorating at a pace beyond anyone's imagination. Danzo, filled with rage, addressed everyone present. We can no longer hesitate. We must protect Konoha, or it will all be over. With that, he rushed toward Konoha's cemetery, where the last of Konoha's elite, left by Tsunade to guard against spirits, awaited. Originally, Yamato was supposed to command this unit. However, Danzo took charge, ordering them to point their weapons at Konoha's villagers. Isn't it merely the reincarnation technique? Konoha has it too. Isn't it the unwavering determination to spare no cost? Konoha possesses that as well. In the cemetery, the bodies of powerful figures collected to defend against the spirit world were all put to use. The prisoners in the dungeon were the first to be pushed onto the sacrificial altar. When they ran out, ordinary villagers were used. Although their reincarnation technique was still primitive, Danzo was confident that the quality of Konoha's ninjas would compensate for any shortcomings. A man clad in red armor from the Warring States period opened his eyes, dust swirling around him. He immediately noticed the Konoha ninjas surrounding him, slightly puzzled. What has happened to me? Hashirama Senju looked down at himself, feeling a strange emptiness. The quality of his chakra significantly diminished. This is the reincarnation technique I developed, brother. On the other side, a white-haired man in blue armor quickly comprehended his condition. Frowning slightly, you are Danzo? What has transpired that necessitates our resurrection? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also revived, filled with confusion. Danzo? Lord First, Lord Second, Hiruzen. Konoha has reached a critical juncture of life and death, and I had no choice but to summon you. Danzo felt a surge of confidence upon seeing the two esteemed predecessors and Hiruzen. He simply recounted the events. Upon hearing it, Senju Hashirama's expression darkened, and he halted the actions of the other ninjas. Cease immediately. Regardless of what transpires, you must not direct your blades towards the village. Once I return, I shall deal with you. After rebuking Danzo, he swiftly made his way to the battlefield. Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged glances with Danzo before following Hashirama towards the fray. Chapter 52. Impure World Reincarnation. What a spectacle! The smoke enveloped Konoha. In Mitarashi, Anko gazed intently, her eyes unblinking, for such a grand display of destruction was a rarity, although it was another world as Konoha that faced annihilation. The name and the imagery alone surely warranted a handsome price. Anko contemplated whether she could seize this opportunity to profit by selling this memory to ninjas with peculiar interests. Suddenly startled, she turned her gaze towards the Konoha cemetery area, sensing the approach of a group of impure ninjas. Surely, she hadn't arranged for impure ninjas over there. Wood release, birth of the world tree. Hashirama arrived at the location with the greatest concentration of impure ninjas, clapping his hands together as roots and vines sprouted from the ground, entwining to form towering wooden walls that divided Konoha in two. The accompanying impure ninjas launched a counteroffensive against the sand and mist ninjas. Anko, undeterred by the chaos, was captivated by the sight of the wood release, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Ha ha ha, the first Hokage. You've even begun to employ impure reincarnation, resurrecting the first Hokage. Marvelous. Even in another Konoha, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, remained the undisputed god of ninjas, boasting a multitude of admirers. Eagerly, she rushed toward Hashirama, exclaiming, "Come, first Hokage, let us engage in battle." In an instant, an orange-hued Susanoo materialized, crashing through the wooden wall Hashirama had erected, heading straight for him. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Hashirama was unable to evade, sent flying as dust erupted from the ground like splashing waves. Anko was momentarily stunned. How could he be so weak? But she quickly realized they were using an unrefined version of impure reincarnation. Dismissing the Susanoo, she recognized that although this body had practiced sage techniques from the Dragon Cave for some time, it lacked the strength to endure substantial power. Knowing that this was not the first Hokage in his complete state, there was no need to exert herself recklessly from the outset. At the moment Anko dispelled the impure reincarnation, a flash of steel came from her side. A large serpent erupted from her abdomen, seizing the blade. Lord Tobarama. It's rather unsporting to ambush your juniors. Tobarama, blade in hand, engaged in a contest of strength with Anko, inquiring, "Child, are you of the Uchiha clan?" The Uchiha? Ah, you mean the Sharingan. That technique is considered a must-have for the affluent in our world, and once evolved into the Manjiki, it proves remarkably useful. Hondo nonchalantly disclosed information. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan possesses a certain uniqueness. Even in the cyber ninja world, altering one's innate bloodline to become an Uchiha presents considerable challenges. However, cultivating clones and extracting ocular organs is relatively straightforward. This is primarily due to Orochimaru's insatiable desire for Uchiha's bloodline, which has resulted in substantial resources being allocated to related research. Issues pertaining to organ rejection and the autonomous activation of the Sharingan have also been conveniently addressed. Therefore, in terms of both strength and cost-effectiveness, it is exceedingly high. This bloodline is one of the rare few that can be transported to another realm. With a swift kick, he sent the second Hokage flying, evading the fireball that approached from behind. Ah, Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi, in this world, you are the Hokage. But who is the fourth? I seem to have never encountered him. Has he arrived as well? Hondo gazed at the shadow rock, having no recollection of Haruno Sakuya's visage. In another world. Are you the one from the ghostly realm of Konoha? Why did you attack the village? Senju Hashirama arose, wiping the corner of his mouth, his expression grave. If I were to wield the power contained within this body to confront so many ninjas, it would indeed be quite challenging. What could there be to explain? If there are valuable resources, one simply seizes them. If nothing is available, one must conduct their own research, extracting every ounce of worth, and then survive, improving one's existence. Is that not entirely reasonable? Hondo replied with conviction. Rather than discussing this, first, second, and even the third of this world, let us strike a bargain. Hondo shifted her tone. You are all being pushed to the extent of learning our forbidden jutsu, the Edo Tensei. Why not simply join us? Together, we could dominate the world and exploit others. Surely, the notion of Konoha ruling the world sounds far more appealing than the likes of Kirigakure or Sunagakure, does it not? Is that permissible? We are still leveraging Kirigakure and Sunagakure to assault Konoha and gather intelligence. Another living ninja emerged, the three tomo in his eyes slowly rotating, revealing himself to be yet another arrival from the cyber ninja realm. What is there that cannot be done? If complications arise, I shall negotiate, Hondo responded indifferently. Surely she was aware of Orochimaru's character. his pursuit of the unknown and immortality. Yet, once he attained dominion over the world and acquired everything, he began to engage in frivolous pursuits, collecting the Kusanagi sword and other historically significant divine artifacts. It is said that even the box of bliss and weapons bequeathed by the Sage of Six Paths have fallen into his possession. If he could gain the recognition of Konoha from another world, Orochimaru would be thrilled, certainly not inclined to harbor resentment. Hondo had also heard that the first Hokage of their world, upon being resurrected and witnessing the state of Konoha under Orochimaru's rule, immediately sought to confront him. This resulted in the resurrection of the first Hokage of 4 ninja villages, leaving 1 Hokage absent. Such a scenario is far from ideal. Should she manage to entice one of the first Hokages back, she would undoubtedly be rewarded. You have reduced Konoha to its current state. And you still expect me to join you? As Senju Hashirama's eyes manifested intricate patterns, he entered Sage mode. Wood release, wooden giant technique. A towering wooden figure, nearly 100 meters high, charged at Mitarashi Anko, unleashing a tremendous wave of force. First Hokage, with the Edo Tensei technique in play, everything can be salvaged. Moreover, this is within Konoha. Although there are wooden walls to obstruct, I believe the destruction caused by your summoned giant surpasses anything I could achieve, Anko remarked. A hint of grievance in her tone. In an instant, her expression shifted, her eyes transforming into a kaleidoscope as she activated Susanoo. However, I can empathize with your feelings. I shall make everything truly representative at once. Stop. Hashirama suddenly sensed an ominous premonition as 3 thick vines lunged towards the skybound Susanoo, only to be severed by a swift strike. The inadequately perfected Edo Tensei technique could not restore the first Hokage's power to its former heights, leaving him with barely a third of his original strength. He could only watch helplessly as Anko amplified her voice using ninjutsu. All mist and sand ninjas within Konoha. The mission has changed. There is no need to capture living beings. Eliminate every person in sight until I command you to cease. She then looked down at Hashirama. Now? Choose once more. After all, breaking through once lowered the limit. What difference does it make to break through again? Fool. Never before had Hashirama felt such intense murderous intent towards another. The twisting roots surged towards the sky, aiming for Anko, yet she dodged with agility. The massive, orange-hued Susanoo soared above Konoha, wreaking havoc without restraint, laughing heartily. Agree, and you may save Konoha, refuse, and watch your life's work come to ruin, first Hokage. You have but one path. At that moment, a powerful pulse of chakra erupted above Konoha, the ethereal blue aurora sweeping over everyone with a unique frequency. While it posed little harm to ordinary individuals, it was deadly to the Edo Tensei ninjas, whose souls were loosely bound to their bodies. The mist and sand ninjas, engaged in their murderous rampage within Konoha, suddenly halted. From their shattered skin emerged radiant streams of light, as the forcibly summoned souls began to sever from their corporeal forms. They were repeatedly called back to the Pure Land. A thunderous voice echoed from the heavens, resonating painfully in the eardrums of all living beings. You cannot succeed. Mei Terumi activated her dragon vein chakra mode, leaping from the enormous clay bird. The reinforcements from the Akatsuki had officially arrived. Chapter 53, The Pure Land Defense Line. Little gang. The leaders of Konoha were also affected by the chakra pulse, their soul-body connections being disrupted. A milky white light of the soul seeped from the cracks of the Edo Tensei bodies. Observing the sudden emergence of the Akatsuki, Senju Hashirama initially felt uncertain, until he spotted a remarkably familiar figure amidst the crowd. His granddaughter, Tsunade. Even after several decades of her passing, Hashirama recognized her at a glance. Brother. It seems that even in our absence, Konoha still possesses the resilience to face calamities. Tobarama also caught sight of Tsunade, and, shedding his usual stoic demeanor, he rarely allowed a smile to grace his face. He, like Hashirama, experienced the tumultuous Warring States period and was one of the founders of Konoha. His love for the village was no less than that of others. He simply struggled to express it, often presenting himself in a stern and formidable manner to the public. Witnessing his granddaughter and the younger generation growing into their own roles brought him joy, yet he lamented the missed opportunity to share a few words. Hashirama let out a proud laugh, soon tinged with regret. His body, composed of impure dust, gradually disintegrated, and his pure white soul ascended into the sky. Tsunade, amidst the crowd, seemed to sense something and glanced in a particular direction, meeting the gaze of the first and second Hokage. "Grandfather," she murmured, cursing. "These damned bastards dare to desecrate my grandfather's soul." She believed that Sunagakure and Kirigakure had invaded the Konoha cemetery, summoning Hashirama and Tobarama. Uzumaki Anko, wielding Susanoo, surveyed the rising lights of countless souls. Thousands of elite impure ninjas had perished just like that. The Akatsuki of this world proved to be quite capable. Though she had heard of the Akatsuki before, Anko had dismissed them, considering them just another band of misfits. Reality, however, revealed her grave misjudgment. Looking up at Pain and Conan, she asked, "Could you enlighten me on how this was accomplished? Once you perish, you'll discover it for yourself." Conan retorted, not wasting words, and in an instant appeared before Anko, launching a massive Rasengan. Anko was taken aback as the colossal Susanoo raised its arm in defense. The explosion unleashed a fierce wind that swept across much of Konoha, smoke billowing into the sky. Before the aftermath had settled, a nearly 100-meter Susanoo broke through the clouds, surveying the land. "Ah, temperamental indeed. Since that is the case, I shall no longer partake in your frivolities." The Susanoo coalesced a high-quality chakra sphere, its principle inspired by the tailed beast bomb, yet infused with natural energy on the foundation of yin-yang chakra. Before the sphere descended, the ninja below sensed its peril. Pain immediately intervened to restrain it, while the hungry ghost path seized the opportunity to absorb the chakra sphere, dispersing it. "Rinnegan," Anko gasped upon seeing Pain's eyes, astonished that the Sage of Six Paths' eyes existed in this world. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Pain seized the chance to gather the Chibaku Tensei. Utilizing a different approach, Pain pressed it directly against Susanoo, employing the repulsion of Shinra Tensei to escape. Anko, however, was not as fortunate. The formidable gravitational pull of Chibaku Tensei compressed her into a singular point before erupting, a torrent of white light engulfing the sky in less than a millisecond. The entire world shifted to an altered hue. After the battle, Anko's consciousness lingered in the air, sighing, "What a pity, I rather liked this body." She cast a glance at the several Pains. "You have won, but only this time. We shall meet again. You will not have that opportunity." The human path leaped into action, his palm radiating a soft azure glow as it reached for the vessel of Yoshiaki Izuki. In that fleeting moment, the translucent phantom vanished as it passed through the human path. Minma gazed at the grounded human path Pain. "Did you succeed?" "Not quite," came the reply. "That entity does not seem to be a soul, at least not a pure one." The human path possessed the ability to interfere with souls. Yet faced with the peculiar consciousness of the cyber shinobi realm, this power appeared somewhat ill-suited. "Where are the other arrivals from the cyber shinobi realm?" asked Heavenly Path Pain. "They have been eliminated. Those individuals were considerably weaker," Minma responded. Heavenly Path Pain nodded, saying nothing further. Minma jogged a couple of steps to catch up, expressing gratitude. "Thank you all for your assistance this time. We are like-minded companions. Such words are unnecessary," Heavenly Path Pain replied, pausing momentarily. This ambush could hardly be deemed a success. They could be invaded at any moment, while they remained in a position of passive defense. Until they truly managed to keep them at bay from their world, all victories would be but hollow triumphs. Minma's expression grew serious. Indeed, the cyber shinobi realm, with but a single strike, had thrown this world into chaos. The hidden villages of mist and sand had succumbed to the allure of dominion, while rock, cloud, and leaf were left in ruin. Some lesser factions had simply vanished from history. "What do you propose? Shall we continue to seek aid from the respondent?" "I have an idea," Minma replied. "The Pure Land is the realm of souls." Previously, when interrogating the impure world reincarnates, they exhibited no memories from the Pure Land. "I suspect it may suppress thought." Heavenly Path Pain spoke slowly. "If we could forcibly draw all disembodied souls and consciousness from within this world into the Pure Land, constructing a defensive line across the entire shinobi realm, perhaps we could hold them at bay." Minma listened, utterly astonished. As if he were hearing a myth. A Pure Land defensive line? One could say that the impure world reincarnation lures the deceased back as sacrifices. Since there exists an attraction, perhaps a repulsion also exists. We must seek this force or enhance the Pure Land's ability to draw from the present world, guiding the unanchored souls and consciousness toward the Pure Land. After much contemplation, Pain concluded that the only way to truly safeguard their realm was to take decisive action. Otherwise, their world, indeed, all worlds devoid of adequate defensive mechanisms, would become a tantalizing morsel, ripe for the taking. Among the myriad forces in the vast expanse of the Naruto universe, any faction capable of mastering interdimensional consciousness technology could easily intervene. This alarming state of affairs, where anyone could come and go at will, needed to be rectified. However, merely constructing a protective shell was insufficient. Unity was paramount. It was essential to consolidate all potential allies and advance outward, eradicating all extremist factions akin to the cyber shinobi world, thereby establishing a beneficial and harmonious multiversal order to mitigate dangers to the greatest extent possible. Pain harbored doubts that he would witness the dawn of such an order, or even the demise of the cyber shinobi world. Yet, he took solace in the belief that his successors would inherit his vision. I shall seek verification from the respondent shortly. Minma, oblivious to Pain's inner turmoil, was simply awestruck by his visionary ideas and endeavors. "You have worked hard," he remarked. "We are comrades of like mind. Such words are unnecessary." Meanwhile, the Akatsuki's assistance to Konohagakure culminated in success, while their support for Iwagakure and Kumogakure was also nearing completion. These two major ninja villages suffered even greater losses than Konoha. Although the impure reincarnated ninjas attacking them were far fewer and less formidable, the remaining ninja forces within Iwagakure and Kumogakure paled in comparison to those of Konoha. As the instigators of the war, Sunagakure and Kirigakure were poised to invade each other's territories when they were unexpectedly thwarted by researchers from the cyber shinobi world. They were informed of the failure of this surprise attack and the impending takeover of the world by the Akatsuki. This news incited the remaining shinobi of Sunagakure and Kirigakure to infiltrate towns and disseminate the impure world reincarnation technique, igniting widespread panic and chaos throughout the ninja world, ensuring that the realm was inundated with impure reincarnated shinobi. They might evade retribution, albeit with great reluctance. Reflecting upon the sacrifices already made and the grim reality of their transformation into impure world reincarnation ninjas, both Sunagakure and Kirigakure were on the verge of annihilation. Even in their utmost unwillingness, they had no choice but to comply with the directives of the cyber ninja world researchers. Chapter 54. Boldly proceed in the cyber ninja realm. Konoha Research Institute. Upon her return, Mitarashi Anko was summoned to the top-floor office. "I have heard of your defeat," Orochimaru remarked as Anko stepped through the door. Anko stiffened momentarily, hastily offering her defense. "My lord, I did not return empty-handed. I discovered a technique that counters impure world reincarnation. And I also came across the source of the Rinnegan and the material for the black rods." "Is that so? Please elaborate," Orochimaru said, raising an eyebrow, intrigued. Anko silently celebrated her narrow escape, pausing to gather her thoughts. "Very well, my lord. We previously collaborated with Sunagakure and Kirigakure, seizing the opportunity presented by the daimyo to forge a ninja alliance and ultimately conquer the world." She recounted her tale from the beginning, with Orochimaru patiently listening without interruption. "The initial stages proceeded smoothly. I led our forces into Konoha, engaging in a skirmish with the first and second Hokage. Just as victory seemed imminent, the Akatsuki from that world suddenly intervened, employing some mysterious method to unleash an overwhelming torrent of chakra in a high-frequency wave, enveloping Konoha. The impure world reincarnation ninjas from Kirigakure and Sunagakure, upon contact with that chakra pulse, were swiftly vanquished, returning to the pure land, leading to the failure of our mission." After a moment of silence, Orochimaru replied, "This is not surprising. The flaws of impure world reincarnation have been noted long ago. In the past, some powerful ninjas could even forcefully revert to the pure land using sheer willpower, a testament to the imperfect union of soul and body. However, it is precisely this imperfection that grants the impure world reincarnation ninjas their immortality, allowing their disintegrated forms to automatically restore. Although the technique has been refined over time, no one has dared to alter this aspect in order to preserve the trait of immortality. It is quite unexpected that someone from a less advanced world could identify this flaw and devise a countermeasure." Orochimaru expressed a hint of admiration in his tone, adding, "Document this matter. We shall later develop it into a research project aimed at improving impure world reincarnation." "Understood. Please continue," he urged, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Since the unification of the world, science and ninjutsu had experienced a period of explosive advancement, but the pace of progress had since slowed. Having an adversary to help identify shortcomings was indeed quite beneficial. Unbeknownst to Anko, Orochimaru's thoughts drifted as she continued. Following the disappearance of the impure world reincarnation ninjas, members of the Akatsuki appeared. Among them, 6 individuals appeared to be the leaders. I later made a deliberate observation and discovered that they all possessed the Rinnegan. One of them bore an uncanny resemblance to a corpse we had recovered from Lulan, both adorned with black rods. Are you certain? Orochimaru's expression grew notably grave. In the cyber ninja world, if there was anything that Orochimaru yearned for, it was undoubtedly the Rinnegan. According to the inscriptions on the Uchiha tablet, Orochimaru had once believed that merging the powers of the Senju and Uchiha clans would grant him the Rinnegan. However, he had already fused these two powers. Yet there were no signs of his Sharingan evolving. He was on the verge of giving up, not realizing that hope lay just around the corner. Yushowashi Akadama, understood. Orochimaru lowered his head, lost in contemplation, connecting the properties of the black rod that transmits chakra, the puppets of Lulan, and the Rinnegan. The clues and correlations gradually emerged. When utilizing the Sharingan to control others, the eyes of the controlled may transform to resemble the Sharingan, reflecting the mental projection of the caster. The Rinnegan controlled by the black rod was likely not a genuine Rinnegan, but rather a form of mental projection. The true bearer of the Rinnegan must still be concealed in the shadows. One among the 6 bore an identical appearance to the puppet discovered in Lulan, indicating that Lulan's corpse did not originate from this realm, thus suggesting that other worlds also possess Rinnegan wielders who chose the same puppet. The 2 individuals are highly likely to be counterparts and both belong to the Akatsuki organization. The historical narratives of most worlds exhibit similarities. Hence, it can be surmised that the Rinnegan should exist materially in the vast majority of worlds, yet it is absent here. Was there an unforeseen event in the earlier history? If that event can be identified, could it unveil the true conditions for the emergence of the Rinnegan? Akadama, Lord Orochimaru, I entrust you with another task. Gather intelligence regarding the Rinnegan of the Akatsuki organization across all accessible worlds, along with the histories of each realm, and then present a study to investigate the origins of historical variations. Understood. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, instructing her to proceed, saying, henceforth, you shall be responsible for these matters. Akadama's expression immediately turned sour. Collecting intelligence and studying history was far too tedious and monotonous for her. She would rather engage in another battle with the Akatsuki. Is there an issue? Orochimaru noticed she had yet to leave. No, none at all. Akadama snapped back to reality, hastily exiting Orochimaru's office, reassuring herself that it was better than being sent off as a test subject. Meanwhile, in the ethereal realm of inquiry, Sheila maintained his colossal luminescent form, retracting his gaze from the 4 worlds to focus on the newly appeared Myanmar. Mr. Responder. Myanmar promptly greeted Sheila. Sheila understood what he wished to inquire. A commendable concept, the Pure Land Defense Line. Myanmar, you are aware? Indeed, but I can offer you little assistance. Upon hearing the concept of Payne's Pure Land Defense Line, Sheila felt as though he were experiencing a myth from the annals of civilization. Should this system truly be realized, it would undoubtedly become a significant milestone on the path of development for the Second World. Regrettably, he possessed no ready-made technology at hand. Mr. Responder, that is not our intent. Myanmar shook his head vigorously. Payne merely sought to ask you whether this plan holds any possibility of realization. For a team to mature to the extent of standing on its own, it must endure sufficient storms and setbacks. After the previous gathering of questioners, Myanmar had entered the inquiry space alone several times, and now only a little over 9 seconds remained for questioning. They cannot perpetually rely on the respondent. Should there come a day when the responder is incapacitated or the allotted time for inquiries expires, would the Akatsuki cease to progress without the aid of the respondent? Should they abandon their ideals and convictions for such a reason? Certainly not. Payne aspires for the Akatsuki, under his leadership, to independently conduct research and accomplish a project of such monumental significance that it would be etched in the annals of history, serving as a vessel for the ideals and beliefs of peace. Xia Lu chuckled, remarking on the remarkable enlightenment. He not only harbored no grievances, but instead wholeheartedly endorsed the actions of the Akatsuki organization. Thus, he boldly resolved to proceed. Myanmar, filled with excitement, inquired, "Are you suggesting that the Pure Land Defense Line is indeed feasible?" Indeed, there exists a force in the present world that repels souls and consciousness. Although Sheila lacks ready-made technology, he possesses a unique perspective from the QA space to assist. The process of how a soul enters the physical realm and returns to the Pure Land is crystal clear, along with the forces involved. The concept of the Pure Land defense line envisioned by Payne is indeed plausible. However, to thoroughly study this power and to enable it to encompass the entire planet will require considerable time, even with the aid of ninjutsu, an extraordinary power. And despite the collective efforts of the entire world, it may take a generation, if not longer, to accomplish. Having received the answer, Myanmar expressed his gratitude once more before taking his leave. The remaining QA time for Uzumaki Myanmar was 9 minutes and 01 seconds. Chapter 55. The arrival of the fourth questioner. After bidding farewell to Uzumaki Myanmar, Sheila returned to a state of idleness, observing the several worlds engaged in the cyber ninja realm conflict, extending his hand. Time leaped forward. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. The QA space suddenly trembled, and the accelerated time swiftly reverted to its normal pace. The fourth questioner had arrived. Sheila experienced a moment of clarity. Realizing why the time flow had been absurdly rapid upon his initial traversal, perhaps the previous respondent in the QA space had said it thus. Eager to meet the questioner sooner for amusement. Though it was an unexpected occurrence, it would be unwise to leave the fourth questioner waiting now that they had arrived. He strode purposefully in a certain direction. A tall youth with straight black hair, adorned in a modern gray casual outfit, stood alone in a pristine white realm. His expression somewhat dazed. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a voice floated in from behind him. Welcome to the realm of questions and answers. I am the responder, but you may also refer to me as Sheila. The black-haired youth was captivated by Sheila's voice, turning to face him, gradually raising his gaze to behold a giant nearly 4 meters tall. Even without making any aggressive gestures, the sheer height of the giant exuded an overwhelming presence, causing the youth to instinctively feel anxious and take a step back. However, he soon realized that the giant had no intention of advancing, halting at a designated spot. You have been chosen as the questioner in this space. Within 60 seconds, you may pose any question you desire. Should I know the answer, I shall reveal it to you. The time taken for both parties to contemplate, and my responses will not count against the questioning time. Sheila's words transcended the bounds of common knowledge, momentarily leaving the youth's mind in a state of disarray, before he incredulously inquired, Are you a deity? No, replied Sheila. Not long ago, I was an ordinary person like you. I merely had the fortune and eagerness to learn, transforming myself into my current form. Sheila diminished his stature until he matched the height of the youth. He then lowered himself, resting one hand on the ground and sitting cross-legged. In that instant, as Sheila settled, the surrounding environment morphed into the familiar playground of a school in the Land of Fire, specifically in Konoha City. 15 and 16-year-old students chased the sunlight, brimming with vitality. Numerous passers-by traversed the area, yet none acknowledged the presence of Sheila and the youth beneath the shade of the trees. The world of the fourth questioner was rather peculiar. Although it resided within the vast universe of Naruto, the concept of chakra was absent, and science had taken precedence. While the notion of ninjas existed, it was merely a cultural derivative. The narrative of Naruto had transformed here into a live-action drama crafted to promote ninja culture, featuring guest appearances by politicians Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama from Konoha City. Utilizing his authority to scan this world, Sheila couldn't help but marvel at the diverse realities encompassed within the Naruto universe. You still have some time. Is there anything you wish to ask? Is it true that I can ask any question? The youth, returning to his senses, indeed had a question in mind. For the most part, I can respond, provided your inquiry isn't too obscure. Well, I would like to know if there is a quick way to become wealthy. The youth articulated his query. He hails from an orphan background. Although he recently portrayed a role in the Naruto series and garnered some fame, he remains far from the ability to purchase a home of his own in the precious real estate of Konoha. The distance to establishing a foothold is still considerable. Sheila did not anticipate this, but upon reflection, he realized that Bai's concerns mirror the typical responses of ordinary individuals when faced with sudden fortune. One must first address the fundamental issue of survival in this world before contemplating other matters. The questioners he previously encountered were rather extraordinary. Shui Min was a shadow of a village. Mion Ma possessed unrivaled combat prowess within the shinobi world, and Shi Bai was a time traveler residing in a cybernetic realm, laboring as a scientific workhorse. Either their status was too transcendent, or their circumstances were exceedingly unique, leading to vastly different inquiries. However, Bai was merely an ordinary individual. Shilu pondered for a moment, realizing that the avenues for an ordinary person to amass substantial wealth were quite limited, perhaps through the lottery or investing in the stock market. Yet, these methods were rather unstable. He quickly conceived an idea and, accompanied by Bai, ascended swiftly into the cosmos, gazing at the slowly rotating azure planet not far away. Social wealth refers to the material possessions that possess both use value and exchange value within the realms of social production in life. More often than not, it is regarded as an indicator of the level of productive forces. If one desires to suddenly endow an individual within society with vast wealth, the most effective method that comes to mind is to empower that person with formidable productive capabilities. In this manner, the individual becomes the most valuable asset in human society. Regardless of currency depreciation or inflation, their existence remains unaffected. Bai felt somewhat disoriented, yet it seemed that Mr. Sheila intended to bestow upon him extraordinary abilities. A fleeting surge of excitement coursed through him. However, Sheila's subsequent statement doused Bai with a cold reality. The world you inhabit is rather unique, seemingly disallowing the emergence of extraordinary powers. It is quite unrealistic to expect one person to possess productive capacity comparable to that of tens of thousands. Therefore, to facilitate sudden wealth, one must resort to rather clever methods. With a wave of his hand, Sheila caused the rotating planet ahead to replicate itself, drifting towards him while continuously shrinking. As it approached, it transformed into a sphere with a mere radius of 100 meters. Human society's production and livelihood are inextricably linked to natural resources, some of which are excessively abundant. Although they hold significance, their prices remain low, verging on non-existent. Under Bai's puzzled gaze, Sheila pressed his hand upon the diminutive planet, erasing its hydrogen elements. In an instant, the oceans, rivers, lakes, and icebergs upon the planet vanished. Their water transmuted into a gaseous, boiling form of pure oxygen. Vessels navigating these waters plummeted to the depths, shattering into ruins. Aquatic creatures, along with terrestrial beings and bacteria, succumbed as the moisture within all organic life forms dissipated. The majority of substances essential for organic vitality, proteins, fats, nucleic acids, and the like, disintegrated due to the absence of hydrogen, leading to instantaneous death and a transformation into desiccated, wrinkled forms. A mass extinction unfolded before them. Sheila glanced at Bai and reassured him, there is no need for concern. It is merely a simulated world. After the discussion, the second element, helium, was eliminated. Despite being the second most abundant element in the universe, its reserves on this planet are exceedingly scarce. Due to its stable chemical properties, it scarcely reacts with other elements. Its disappearance provoked little significant reaction. The third element to vanish was lithium. The absence of lithium rendered the vast majority of lithium batteries obsolete, causing devices such as tablets and smartphones to cease functioning. Naturally occurring lithium compounds disintegrated, yet the impact was still far less profound than that caused by the disappearance of hydrogen. The fourth element, beryllium, was lost, an essential material for the nuclear industry, leading to anomalies in certain nuclear reactors. The fifth element, boron, vanished, resulting in the collapse of certain glass products and aerospace materials, while some nuclear reactors lost their control rods, spiraling into chaos. The sixth element, carbon, disappeared, causing the disintegrated biological matter to break down further, with remnants vanishing. Coal, oil, and natural gas ceased to exist, altering the atmospheric composition and transforming the Earth's structure, leading to widespread subsidence. Subsequently, the seventh, eighth, and ninth elements followed suit. Chapter 56. Witnessing the extraordinary world, the elements on the periodic table were systematically erased. As oxygen, magnesium, silicon, aluminum, and others disappeared, the planet's crust and mantle, teeming with molten lava, vanished, erasing nearly all traces of human civilization. Following the loss of iron and nickel, the core structure began to collapse, the planet's magnetic field dissipated, and the entire planet became largely hollow, allowing solar winds and cosmic rays to penetrate unimpeded. As Sheila ceased his actions, only a few elements remained on the periodic table, and a once intact planet had been reduced to fragments, with only a handful of structures left, emanating various glows, barely resembling a sphere. I have marked every location of gold, silver, and various rare earth element deposits on your planet. This information regarding natural resource locations represents an unexpected wealth for societal production, capable of saving considerable exploration efforts. However, How to utilize this information and convert it into controllable wealth is entirely up to you. Sheila presented the fragmented planet to Bai, unwilling to assist him in directly acquiring riches. A beam of light shot from the shattered planet and entered Bai's being, leaving him speechless from the overwhelming information he perceived and comprehended. Suddenly, Bai's eyes sparkled. "Sir Respondent, is there any way for me to acquire superpowers as well? Compared to wealth, such extraordinary abilities that defy common sense are far more alluring." Although the respondent mentioned that his world did not permit the emergence of extraordinary powers. What if? How could one resign without inquiring? With no alternatives? Sheila simply shook his head. "My research on chakra has not yet progressed to the extent that it could revive a world's extraordinary potential. Even if there were a way, the magnitude of the undertaking is not something an ordinary individual could accomplish." A heart, once ablaze with fervor, is now doused in an icy chill, filled with a sense of melancholy and curiosity. Chakra? Is it the unique power from the world of the Naruto live-action adaptation? Does such a force truly exist in this world? Indeed, such a force does exist. Within this vast cosmos, I have traversed 4 realms, and yours is the 5th. The preceding 4 worlds are imbued with both chakra and natural energy. However, it appears that your world possesses a certain peculiarity. From the fundamental laws of physics to the historical evolution of societal culture, everything diverges significantly from theirs. Not merely different, but utterly transformed. Despite the variations in the earlier worlds, their foundational essence remains consistent. Yet here, aside from the names and appearances of individuals, there are scarcely any points of similarity. Dear interlocutor, might you enlighten me about the nature of the other worlds? Follow me, beckoned Sheila, as he led Bai into another realm. In a desolate expanse, they encountered a group of reanimated ninjas engaged in grave desecration. A ninja from Konoha descended, prying open a coffin and using shurikens to slice away decaying flesh from within. At first glance, Bai was overwhelmed by a profound sense of physiological revulsion. Were it not for the absence of a physical form within the questioning space, he would have surely retched. This was a far cry from the blood-pumping imagery of intense battles he had envisioned, fueled by extraordinary powers. Summoning his courage, he took a step forward to glimpse the visage of the grave's owner, only to retreat in disgust. Dear interlocutor, what are they doing? This is the world of my first questioner. They are engaged in warfare against another realm. The reanimated ninjas you see are forces deployed from that other world. They are gathering the flesh and blood of the deceased to facilitate the technique of reincarnation through impure soil, thereby creating their kind. You are familiar with the live-action adaptation of Naruto, and I believe you understand this technique. Bai nodded. He indeed knew of it, yet in their world, such performances were achieved through makeup and special effects. Who could have anticipated that the conceptual elements would manifest in such a brutal and grotesque manner? Is there a war between worlds? Yes, you are aware of the concept of parallel worlds, where numerous realms evolve at varying paces. Some have mastered interdimensional technology, yet not all are amicable. Sheila led Bai through the first world. With each step, they shifted to a different locale, each inhabited by impure soil ninjas, some excavating corpses, others attacking villages, or engaging in combat with the approaching ninjas from hidden villages. Naturally, this world could not remain passive to safeguard their homeland and resist enslavement. War ensued without hesitation. The conflict between this world and the invading realm was still in its nascent stages, marked by sporadic skirmishes. Minato was fortunate. The world he inhabited had not descended into large-scale warfare. The 5 great ninja villages, witnessing the aggressive tendencies of the cyber ninja realm, resisted temptation and chose to unite. The cyber ninja realm lacked sufficient allies of strength. Unless they personally intervened to seize control of ninjas on a grand scale, stirring chaos would not prove easy. Yet, they evidently were not inclined to take such drastic measures, nor did they possess the capability at present. After several waves of the undead's return, the societal structure there had drastically altered. Impure soil ninjas constituted the majority, yet they struggled to adapt to the consciousness-crossing techniques. Those who retained living bodies were either in positions of power, mere expendables, or part of opposing factions. In the short term, identifying a cadre of capable, idle living ninjas proved quite challenging. Sporadic? Bai questioned the validity of what he had heard. Was this truly considered sporadic? They had traversed at least 100 locations, each populated by impure soil ninjas, at least 2 or 3, and in some cases, dozens. Given their rapid excavation rate, it would not be long before this world fell under the dominion of impure soil ninjas. Indeed, when one expands their view to encompass the entire world. The emergence of hundreds or even thousands of impure soil ninjas is hardly negligible. You need not conceive of impure soil ninjas as invincible. Just as the cold weapon era was mercilessly supplanted by firearms, so too would the age of firearms find despair when confronted by interstellar adversaries. As time progresses, ever more formidable powers are unveiled. By embarked on a brief tour of the first world with simplicity, they ventured into the second world, where this time, they were not greeted by the sight of grave-robbing rogue ninjas. In a nearby town square, a trial was underway. The members of the Akatsuki organization publicly enumerated the transgressions committed by a noble family, having built their fortune through robbery and murder. They bribed feudal lords to secure their status, employed rogue ninjas to eliminate defiant farmers, and forcibly seized their land. By imposing exorbitant rents, they drove families to ruin, only to trade them mercilessly. They operated gambling dens and brothels, engaging in usury that ensnared individuals in a web of debt, leaving them with the grim choices of utter destitution or servitude, or even death. The corpses of deceased civilians were sometimes sold to ninja villages, where smaller clans required bodies for research or as instructional materials for training the next generation of ninjas. This family had held sway over the region for a century, committing countless atrocities. At the execution platform, an Akatsuki ninja concluded his speech amidst the roars of the crowd, and the terrified noble, who had lost control of himself, was hanged. This was the world of my second questioner, where, like the previous realm, they faced the same invader, having recently concluded a large-scale battle 2 months prior. Now, the 5 great ninja villages and the feudal lords had fallen from power, with the Akatsuki organization taking control of the world, systematically eliminating remaining foes, promoting a new order, and reconfiguring societal production relations. Chapter 57. The Collapse of Bloodline Theory. The Akatsuki organization? White had lost count of how many times he had been astonished. The malevolent organization from the Naruto live-action drama had seized dominion over the world. It seems that this notion is somewhat misguided. This world is not a reality transformed from the live-action adaptation of Naruto, and the Akatsuki organization may not necessarily embody the malevolent group portrayed in the narrative. As his thoughts meandered, he was escorted to the city of Lulan by Sheila. Here, a new educational institution was under construction, aiming to recruit students from across the entire ninja realm to cultivate a new generation of shinobi. Within the school's curriculum, the focus had shifted away from combat, assassination, and intelligence gathering, those harsh and brutal subjects, towards a greater emphasis on academic disciplines such as mathematics, physics, and the principles of chakra. The Akatsuki intended to fundamentally alter the traditional model of ninja villages, reforming the training methods for ninjas. Henceforth, the role of ninjas would transition from mercenaries and instruments of war to producers and builders. This would provide a more fitting stage for the expression of their extraordinary powers. To illustrate this concept with a readily comprehensible example, a wood-release ninja could utilize chakra to accelerate the germination of seeds, nurture plants, and even manipulate their growth forms. For instance, Yamato from the Hidden Leaf Village could construct a 3-room house in mere breaths, given an ample supply of chakra. Since the transformation from chakra to wood is not direct, the wooden structure would remain even if the jutsu were dispelled. Conversely, if an ordinary individual attempted such a feat alone, even with access to modern tools, the process, from design to construction, would take at least a month. While other elemental techniques may not be as versatile as wood release, provided one identifies the suitable domain and pursues its development, the prospects would be equally promising. After all, at their core, all elemental techniques are mere manifestations of chakra power. A significant influx of ninjas into the production sector would greatly enhance productivity, allowing society to support an ever-growing population. Abundant resources would enable more individuals to receive comprehensive education, engage in various industries, and contribute to the advancement of productivity, thereby creating a positive feedback loop. In the military domain, while the Akatsuki develops cutting-edge individual capabilities, it also fosters collective strength by harnessing the wisdom of thousands to design war weapons, such as chakra cannons. Within this societal framework, the difficulty of quelling societal unrest through individual prowess would be significantly heightened. The past prevalence of bloodline theories in the ninja world arose from the substantial advantages conferred by such lineage. Those possessing Kekkei Genkai advanced more swiftly in strength, with higher potential and the ability to dominate other ninjas easily. Even if a clan fell from grace, as long as a descendant excelled, they could regain an advantage over other ninjas, leading to a resurgence of the clan. There are no destinies or nobility at play here, merely a matter of probability. However, when humanity comes to a correct understanding of itself and establishes a refined system of social production and scientific development, the significance of knowledge will be greatly amplified. The bloodline theories, which emerged during a time of insufficient societal development, will be thoroughly consigned to the annals of history. Nevertheless, this shift undeniably undermined the youthful fantasies of possessing a supreme bloodline and engaging in epic battles. Sheila inquired of the dazed boy, "How do you feel?" The youth, displaying utmost honesty, replied, "It feels as though I have returned to my previous world for lessons." He cast a glance at the students attentively absorbing the lesson, then shifted his gaze to the blackboard, adding, "The difficulty remains high. I am utterly bewildered." In his former world, he had to memorize, study, and solve problems, caught in a relentless cycle of competition. Yet upon arriving in this extraordinary realm, he found himself engaged in the same pursuits. Was this remarkable world merely a facade? Every civilization transitions from ignorance to enlightenment, often traversing similar landscapes. Sheila felt a sense of joy. The two approached another classroom where a technique called total focus of the mind was being taught. A mere introduction could significantly enhance concentration, comprehension, and overall learning efficacy, while reducing the challenges of study. Upon taking the stage, Xiao swiftly recognized the profound value of this technique, capable of elevating the average intellectual capacity of humanity. He decisively incorporated it into the essential curriculum for ninjas, ensuring it would be taught in every school. Observing his research being celebrated and disseminated, Sheila experienced a subtle sensation within. "Let us proceed, and I shall show you other realms." Bai peeked into the classroom, realizing he could not comprehend a thing, after all. He had yet to undergo even the most fundamental education in this extraordinary domain. Sheila guided Bai through the research facility, agricultural base, energy plant, and military camp in Lulan. Before setting off toward the fourth world, they still reside in Lulan. Yet this world is comparatively underdeveloped, far removed from the advancements of the second world. I have designated this realm as the fourth world, a world entangled with the second world. You may temporarily comprehend this entangled realm as one of global quantum entanglement. I failed to grasp the concept, prompting Sheila to elucidate its meaning once more. Upon hearing it, Bai exclaimed, "A return to the past without side effects. To alter the world?" The greatest fear associated with time travel lies in the paradoxes spawned by the butterfly effect. However, the world entanglement described by the respondent elegantly circumvents this dilemma. To some extent, you may interpret it this way, though it is somewhat imprecise. Moreover, once a stable connection is established between the two entangled worlds, they will rapidly converge, Sheila remarked, suddenly pausing. The pace of time around them began to accelerate. Even Bai sensed an unusual shift. Respondent, what is happening? It is nothing. The fourth world faces the same invaders. Due to the entanglement of worlds, they are inherently allies with the second world. Currently, the second world is dispatching reinforcements to the fourth world, strengthening the ties between the two realms. Before long, they will become nearly indistinguishable. With the support from the second world, the cyber ninja realm's failure in the fourth world is unequivocal. Sheila merely took a brief glance with Bai and said, "Let us proceed to observe the invaders." In the third world, cyber ninja realm, there exists a civilian protection zone in the Land of Wind, originally a city from a bygone era. It was abandoned for a time due to the persecution of the living following Konoha's conquest of the world, which prompted a mass exodus of residents. It was later repurposed by Konoha to harvest negative emotions for the creation of the Zero Tail. The streets are rudimentary and coated in dust, with each individual exhibiting extreme anguish. Some lie like corpses by the roadside, their faces contorted in agony, while others huddle in corners, clutching themselves with vacant stares. Only a mere handful manage to live somewhat normally. They are the overseers of the protection zone, tasked with the care and aid of the residents, striving to prevent mass fatalities that could hinder the production of the Zero Tail. Sheila and Bai's sudden appearance marked the entrance to the world of my third questioner, which I typically refer to as the cyber ninja realm, where societal culture has devolved into a grotesquely distorted state. Sheila began to elaborate. Civilians are treated as livestock and expendables, readily available for experimentation as needed. Those possessing chakra barely qualify for survival, yet they too face exploitation and oppression. burdened with exorbitant chakra taxes. Bai wandered aimlessly within the protection zone, experiencing an overwhelming sense of physical and psychological discomfort, far more intense than the revulsion of witnessing impure earth ninjas digging graves and exhuming corpses. The inhabitants of the protection zone cannot be regarded as humans. They are reduced to mere human-shaped livestock. Bai felt a weight of despair. Is there truly no one to resist? There are, but their strength is far too feeble to incite any significant upheaval. Xiaolu took Bai out of the protection zone and arrived at the underground base of Konoha Village in the cyber ninja world. Over 200,000 talentless reanimated ninjas had been transformed into chakra batteries, arranged in a matrix to supply the daily chakra energy consumption of Konoha Village. If necessary, Konoha alone could summon an army of more than 200,000 immortal ninjas, while similar facilities existed in other great ninja villages and cities beyond Konoha. In addition to the reanimated ninjas converted into chakra batteries, there were also a significant number of reanimated ninjas permitted to roam freely. They possess bloodlines, secret techniques, formidable talents, and an immortal existence. They have formed families that require no rest and can mobilize at any moment to suppress any rebellion in this world. They boast a relatively sophisticated scientific research system, relentlessly pursuing power and the unknown, daring to transgress all moral boundaries, with their overall strength continuously ascending. In contrast, the living from the other side are characterized by a complex origin, rife with traitors and opportunists. Their thoughts are intricate, lacking unified leadership. Their knowledge transmission is chaotic, with much of their progress reliant on enemy research. In this clash of two factions, who do you believe will prevail? I was rendered speechless. Chapter 58. The QA concludes after their visit to the cybernetic ninja realm's Konoha village. Sheila took Bai to observe the resistance organization within the cyber world. However, perhaps the harsh realities of the cyber realm shattered the boy's beautiful fantasies into fragments. Throughout the ensuing journey, Bai remained silent and contemplative. The brief sojourn in the extraordinary world came to an end. Sheila, you have approximately 10 seconds left for your questioning time. Would you like to save it for next time, or shall we conclude your inquiries now? Bai, still in a daze, finally regained his senses. Can I save it for next time? Yes, but the questioning time will not be extended. I think I shall forego saving it. Upon reflection, engaging too deeply with the matters of the extraordinary world may not be advantageous for an ordinary person like him. It would be wiser to exhaust his inquiries in one go, severing all lingering thoughts. Sir Answerer, I have one final question. I wish to inquire if my world may face invasion in the future. He gazed at Sheila, yearning for a different response. Sheila ruthlessly shattered all his hopes. There exists a possibility of invasion in any world. The more unique it is, the greater its value as a target. If one were to assert which type of world has the least probability of invasion, it could only be those that are extraordinarily powerful. No other conditions can serve as a safeguard. Upon receiving the answer, Bai appeared considerably dejected, his mind wandering. Thank you for your response. As his words fell, the 60 seconds allocated for questioning came to an end. Bai was returned to his own world. Sheila stood ready, noting that Bai was the first among his 4 questioners to exhaust the entire time limit. If there were any secrets within the question and answer space, they ought to reveal themselves at this moment. However, no reaction occurred. Sheila waited for a moment, yet the question and answer space remained unchanged, and the flow of time reverted to the pace it had before Bai's arrival. Did I err in my assumptions? 5th World, Konoha High School, Health Room. Student, you are awake. Bai groggily opened his eyes, greeted by a gentle voice, the faint scent of antiseptic filling the air. Upon raising his head, he saw the school nurse. You fainted during physical education class. Are you feeling any discomfort? The nurse, a middle-aged woman, was not particularly striking in appearance, yet emanated an inexplicable warmth. Bai was momentarily taken aback. The locations of global precious metal deposits and his experiences in 4 extraordinary worlds remained vividly clear in his mind. If this were a dream, it certainly would not be so lucid. Noticing his silence, the nurse waved her hand before his eyes. No, I am fine. Thank you, teacher. Should I return to class now? You should rest here for a while longer. I want to observe you. The nurse was evidently concerned as the child appeared somewhat disoriented. All right, I did not refuse. His mind is somewhat chaotic at present. In response, Sheila expressed that his world too could be susceptible to invasion. The mere thought of the merciless cyber ninja realm filled Bai with an overwhelming sense of urgency. He must take some action. Continuing as an ordinary student, striving for a chance to appear in the live-action adaptation of Naruto. The path to debuting as an actor seems implausible. He possesses invaluable information regarding the locations of precious metal deposits. What he lacks is merely an opportunity to transform this knowledge into tangible wealth, as well as sufficient initial capital. I found himself gazing at the ceiling of the infirmary, lost in thought. The stock market and lottery were realms he could not navigate. What avenues remained for an ordinary student to amass enough funds in a short span of time? Selling the mineral locations seemed implausible, as few would believe a mere student. Pondering these questions, I lingered in the infirmary until school dismissed. It was only on his way home that he chanced upon an advertisement for a live-action Naruto performance. Igniting a spark of inspiration in his mind, he acquired not only the locations of mineral deposits from the question-and-answer space, but also insights from 4 extraordinary realms. If he could leverage that authentic information to craft a sufficiently captivating narrative, wouldn't it assist him in amassing the necessary startup capital? Prompted by this thought, I returned home and retrieved one of his most treasured possessions, a second-hand laptop. He accessed the largest novel platform in the Land of Fire and created a story titled Journey Through Extraordinary Worlds. With his exquisite prose and vividly realistic plot, the novel swiftly gained immense popularity. During this period, I remained mindful of his true trump card, diligently researching the policies and procedures governing private mining industries across various nations. Ultimately, he set his sights on the Wind Nation, where the regulations surrounding private mining contracts were the most lenient, as long as one could secure a land lease. The minerals beneath the surface would belong to the contractor for a specified duration. After several months, he accrued initial startup funds through his novel. With a prescient understanding of mineral deposits, I obtained a land lease in the Wind Nation and subsequently hired an exploration company to survey the underground resources. Upon acquiring proof of the mineral deposits, he promptly sold the lease to a large corporation at a premium. Through several profitable transactions, he quickly amassed sufficient capital. Subsequently, he embarked on the endeavor of establishing his own mining company, gaining control of production resources. For a player possessing comprehensive resource access, as long as his mining techniques were not abysmally poor, losses would be minimal. Within a year, I reaped considerable wealth and contemplated investing in cutting-edge technology, particularly in foundational physics and the scientific theories of parallel worlds. In the question-and-answer space, the tumultuous flow of time resumed its normal pace. Shilu discovered that he could still observe the fifth world, albeit without the capability to summon questioners as he had previously, temporarily losing his ability to intervene in that realm. He first surveyed the other 4 worlds, noting significant changes in the second and fourth worlds. These intertwined realms had transformed into twins, with societal development mirroring each other almost identically, both having evolved to the same stage in time. The first world had experienced little change, with the 5 great ninja villages collaborating to counter the incursions of the cyber ninja realm. As for the cyber ninja realm, having faced setbacks in the first 3 worlds, it redirected its focus to other worlds where progress was more promising, as long as someone could alleviate the research pressure. There was no need to stubbornly clash with a particular world. Finally, he gazed upon the 5th world and observed Bai's remarkable transformation. He was quite capable indeed. From an ordinary student to a rising star in the realm of literature, and subsequently transitioning from a literary luminary to a burgeoning talent in the mining industry. While ambitiously striving towards becoming an industrial magnate, within the span of a single year, he has undergone 2 remarkable transformations in identity, both of which have been met with success, an achievement that, in the eyes of the average person, borders on miraculous. Even more commendable is his foresight, as he aims to leverage his influence to propel advancements in cutting-edge technology. Upon a cursory observation, it becomes evident that he continues to forge ahead through time. His academic and professional pursuits have reached an impasse, with only 4 or 5 observable worlds, the situations within which remain fundamentally stable. He had no reason to linger in the present, as time surged forward with a ferocious roar. The realm of questions trembled violently. The 5th questioner had arrived. Chapter 59, Kagaya Tsutsuki. The dim night sky could not conceal the shattered remnants of the ninja world. Hundreds of miles of land lay fractured, a chaotic sea of jagged rocks and soil. Only the god tree stood resolute, its vibrant blossoms blooming at the apex, while its massive roots delved deep into the earth, drawing forth sustenance. I have succeeded. Her head bore 3 eyes, and 2 horns sprouted forth, with long white hair trailing beyond her feet. Exuding an ethereal demeanor reminiscent of the luminous moon, sacred and awe-inspiring. Kagaya Tsutsuki floated silently in the air, devoid of joy or sorrow. She had just quelled the rebellion of her two sons, consuming them to digest and reclaim the chakra she had once dispersed. Logically, she should have felt happiness or anguish. Yet, there was none. Within Kagaya, there existed no fluctuations of emotion. It was as if an insignificant event had transpired. What could be the reason? Kagaya was acutely aware that something was amiss. Her heart felt as though it had been pierced by a gaping wound, with all her emotions seeping away. Even the act of personally slaying and digesting her two sons failed to evoke any emotional response. What has affected me? Is it the strength of the Tsutsuki clan? Descending from the sky, Kagaya contemplated various possibilities. Since consuming the chakra fruit, she had essentially transformed into a chakra life form akin to a tailed beast. Her consciousness tethered to chakra, devoid of the physiological organs of a normal human. She could effortlessly navigate the ebb and flow of various emotions like the patterns on her palm. Yet now, she found herself unable to force even a trace of sadness or joy to surface. Surely, something must be influencing her. It was improbable that the higher-ups should discover her so swiftly. Kagaya dismissed her own thoughts. She and Ishiki had only recently been dispatched to this planet, and it was far from the appointed time for the offering of chakra fruits. In the eyes of the higher-ups, everything here should appear normal. Ishiki had been ambushed. Losing half his body, and his fate was uncertain, he should have lacked the ability to relay any information, even though the Tsutsuki clan possessed wondrous techniques. The vastness of interstellar distances measured in light years limited the efficacy of any mystical arts. They could not realize anything from the far reaches of the cosmos. So what, precisely, was affecting her? Kagaya found herself unable to comprehend. A profound weariness suddenly enveloped her as she stood upon the fractured earth, losing consciousness. In the blink of an eye, her surroundings transformed entirely. An infinite world of pure white emerged, where all boundaries became indistinct and all tangible forms vanished. Kagaya Tsutsuki was caught unawares. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of pain and joy, the emotions she had lost returned in that moment. It seemed she had encountered a bit of trouble. A colossal figure of light emerged, and in that fleeting moment, the pristine white space transformed back into the fragmented land of the shinobi world. Tsutsuki Kagaya's pupils constricted, and upon hearing a sound, she swiftly turned and unleashed several bone projectiles, yet she was unable to even approach Cielu before being obliterated. Attempting to use the heavenly realm to seal Cielu into another dimension, she found the connection severed, unable to locate anything. Recognizing the formidable nature of her adversary, Tsutsuki Kagaya erupted into a burst of unparalleled speed and fled. However, Cielu was reluctant to let her escape so easily. His voice resonated throughout the world. Reaching Kagaya's ears, "This is the question and answer space. I am the respondent. You may also call me Cielu. You have 60 seconds to pose your inquiries. If I possess the answers, I shall impart them to you, and the time for contemplation and my responses shall not be counted." Tsutsuki Kagaya paid no heed and continued her frantic flight. Cielu, unperturbed, noticed peculiarities. The simulated version of Kagaya was enveloped in a strange force, reminiscent of a distortion effect akin to the world's entanglement phenomenon. This force was forcibly transforming Kagaya both physiologically and psychologically into another being, presenting significant research value. Meanwhile, as Kagaya distanced herself, she realized that Cielu had not pursued her. Regaining her composure, she pondered, could he be speaking the truth? As this thought emerged, a dissonance in her surroundings alerted Kagaya to the fact that she had inexplicably returned to her original position. A towering figure of light stood nearby, and before it, an apparition of herself materialized. "Have you now calmed down?" it inquired. Suppressing the urge to flee once more, Kagaya asked, "Who are you? What is this question and answer space?" The question and answer space is this world. It randomly selects a questioner and grants them 60 seconds to inquire, while I serve as the respondent, tasked with answering your questions. Why do this? I do not know. Like you, I was forcibly drawn here. The difference lies in my role as the respondent, a fixed entity. I have never heard of any race in the universe resembling your form. I have undergone a transformation. Kagaya found herself somewhat inclined to believe in the existence of this so-called question and answer space. If she were confronted by a powerful member of the Tsutsuki clan, there would be no need for such convoluted tactics. They could simply subdue her by force, allowing her to lower her guard slightly. What is the cost? None for the time being. Kagaya asked, "You mentioned I am in trouble. What is it?" You are being distorted into another person. Have you not noticed? Cielu retorted. He had once witnessed the illustrious Kagaya Tsutsuki while traversing the annals of history in the First World. Delving into the intricacies of the Tsutsuki clan's bloodline and physiological structure. This group, herding the 10 tails and reaping the stars, arrogantly proclaimed themselves as beings of higher order, exhibiting boundless hubris. Yet, they indeed possessed formidable capital. Their bloodline had been artificially modified, harboring information and capabilities that far surpassed those of the denizens of the ninja world. The inherent strength they wielded was, without a doubt, extraordinary. Their bloodline possesses the remarkable ability to autonomously absorb genetic information from the chakra fruits they consume, allowing for a reconfiguration that propels the evolution of life. In this regard, the Tsutsuki clan harbors a clear understanding of themselves. They are not merely indulging in the use of elixirs out of arrogance or laziness, but rather, they genuinely require no arduous training. Consuming these potions is their form of cultivation. They are engaging in biological science, pursuing a path of racial ascension, wielding unparalleled strength to break through myriad laws. To be distorted into another person? What does that mean? Kagaya's previously impassive expression shifted, now tinged with a hint of fear. It means quite literally that you are being transformed, both physiologically and psychologically, into another being. Shiela cast a glance at Tsutsuki Kagaya, gesturing with a wave of his hand, causing the shattered rocky expanse to vanish and restoring the scene to the moment of her battle against her two sons. The thunderous explosions echoed like rain, ravaging the earth. I believe you have noticed that during the combat, you were suppressed by both Tsutsuki Yuki and Tsutsuki Yum, nearly facing ceiling. Yet, at a certain moment, following a surge of power, you suddenly grew stronger, reversing the tide to dominate your sons and reclaim your chakra. You cannot possibly attribute this to your own fighting prowess. Can you? Kagaya remained silent, yet Shiela had indeed struck a chord. Although the chaos of battle is ever-changing, and extraordinary feats may occur under normal circumstances, she had indeed fought with an unusual ease. Who? I do not. Perhaps it is another version of you. Just as Shiela was about to say he did not know, he abruptly changed his statement. If the power-distorting Kagaya Tsutsuki truly resembled a world entanglement effect, then the target could be determined. Another me? Chapter 60. The Tsutsuki under another choice. Shiela. Surely you are familiar with the concept of parallel worlds? Kagaya nodded. While the Tsutsuki clan races ahead in their manipulation of chakra and biological science, this does not undermine their essence as an advanced civilization capable of interstellar travel. Even if their understanding of physics may falter, they are not so ignorant as to be unaware of the concept of parallel worlds. It is simply that, with resources abundant in this world, the local Tsutsuki are not particularly eager to explore parallel dimensions. In their own realm, they are the sovereign rulers. Yet upon venturing into parallel worlds, they may encounter fierce competition from other Otsutsuki and potentially advanced civilizations. The peril is significant. However, while they ponder this, the Otsutsuki from those parallel worlds may not share the same sentiment. Those who have long explored these realms and emerged victorious will undoubtedly recognize the entanglement effect of worlds and delve into the essence of such power, applying it to various domains, for instance, identifying their counterparts in other worlds. Kagaya, without a moment's hesitation, believed Ciele's words. What must I do to harness this influence? Harness? Ciele glanced at her. I fear you lack a fundamental understanding of your current predicament. You have but two choices. Either embrace your transformation into another version of yourself, or relinquish everything but your essence and resist with all your might. It is impossible to desire power while refusing to forsake oneself. Otsutsuki Kagaya furrowed her brow. Is there truly no solution? From my present knowledge, I am unaware of any approach that satisfies both sides, Cielu replied, shrugging. Kagaya has already been identified. Even if she flees to another world, she will be pursued. The only conceivable means of self-preservation is to abandon everything she currently possesses, diminishing the similarities with her counterpart in another realm. With a stroke of luck, she might sever the connection. Yet, Otsutsuki Kagaya clearly rejected Ciele's counsel, unwilling to relinquish her power. Ciele did not press the matter further. After all, he was not her guardian. If there are no further inquiries, I shall escort you back. In the sixth world, amidst the shattered ruins, Otsutsuki Kagaya awakened. Leaping into the sky, her white eyes radiated an inexplicable brilliance, and a tempest of chakra erupted from her being, conjuring a storm that swept the landscape with ferocity. After a time, the tempest gradually subsided. There were no traces left, for it was not an illusion. Unable to discern any remnants of the question-and-answer space in reality, Otsutsuki Kagaya had no choice but to pause her search. What was paramount now was how to dispel the anomalous state afflicting her. Must she truly forsake chakra, abandon everything, preserving only her will? Time flows erratically. Initially, Kagaya Tsutsuki endeavored to find ways to preserve her essence, to back up her consciousness, and to overlay her personality in an attempt to delay the psychological distortion. Yet, it proved futile. All emotions began to fade, whether it was her obsession with chakra, her once profound love for her two sons, or even her fear of life and death. Kagaya's thoughts shifted incessantly, and upon surpassing a certain threshold, she began to contemplate embracing the alienation from parallel worlds. She reveled in the burgeoning sensation of power that grew stronger by the second, intoxicated by the continuous influx of new knowledge and inspiration. One day, having reached a significant degree of alienation, Kagaya absorbed the God Tree and opened a portal through time and space, departing from the current ninja world. In the realm of inquiry, Xiao Lu observed Kagaya's transformation with keen interest. It was astonishing how effortlessly she had been resolved. Among the several worlds he had surveyed, Kagaya's power was unparalleled. Even Orochimaru from the cybernetic ninja world could not compare. Yet, when confronted with the self-distortion from parallel worlds, Kagaya remained utterly defenseless. Xiao Li's gaze followed Kagaya as she transcended into a new world, transforming into a streak of light that merged into a colossal star radiating blinding white brilliance. The realm of inquiry trembled, and the fifth questioner perished, losing their right to inquire. Is this the Kagaya Tsutsuki of another world? She chose to shepherd the Tsutsuki clan of parallel worlds, but the disparity in their development seems excessively vast. Standing before a colossal star with a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, Sheila embodies the vast concept of chakra, which dwarfs even the immense dragon veins by countless magnitudes. In the desolate expanse of the cosmos, she seems to personify the very essence of chakra. This singular presence is merely a reflection of Kagaya Otsutsuki's magnitude, while the true power lies with the higher echelons of the Otsutsuki clan, whose strength is undoubtedly on par with Kagaya herself. Upon reflection, this appears to be the norm. After all, she is the victor who has survived amidst the clashes of numerous parallel worlds. Though fraught with peril, the endeavor of shepherding parallel realms yields substantial rewards. For instance, Kagaya, the living star, effortlessly assimilates another version of herself, thus acquiring the entirety of power within the ninja world in a matter of moments. This exponential growth and strength far surpasses the slow maturation of the divine trees, like Kagaya. Sheila intends to linger in this world for a while, as the Otsutsuki clan has been harvesting knowledge from parallel worlds for millennia, providing ample time for him to digest it all. At this moment, a peculiar feedback emanates from the question-and-answer space. Sheila pauses, sensing that the power of the living star Kagaya seems to permeate into another world he is observing. In the cybernetic ninja world, oppression and exploitation reign as unyielding laws of nature, with the reanimated ninja strolling beneath the sun. A resounding explosion reverberates, and the rampaging Ninetales collapses, transforming into a blonde youth, finally subdued. The host of the Ninetales can allow this old body a moment of respite. The reanimated Noki descends from the air, joined by the reanimated third Raikage, third Kazekage, third Hokage, and third Mizukage. The third Kazekage remarks, lamenting, "It is a pity that one so young has mastered the power of the Ninetales. In a different era, he would have become an extraordinary ninja." The third Mizukage counters, "What does it matter if he was born in the wrong era? Is this time not sufficient? In another age, you all may not even have the chance to emerge." Tobarama Senju, the third Hokage, senses the veiled insinuations directed at him. Despite his past grievances with Orochimaru, who had once taken his life, upon witnessing Orochimaru lead Konoha to conquer the ninja world, he swiftly casts aside any lingering resentment. The third Hokage displays remarkable magnanimity, remaining loyal to his successor even after being killed and resurrected. Tobarama coldly observes the third Raikage, choosing not to engage in conflict, and proceeds to seal Naruto's chakra, hoisting him onto his shoulder as they return to Konoha. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha races towards the battlefield, fervently praying for nothing to go awry. Yet, the very nature of Murphy's Law seems to assert itself in this moment. There is no need to rush, for Naruto has already been taken to Konoha. A spectral figure suddenly appears, halting Sasuke's advance, as the former leaders of the 5 great ninja villages simultaneously strike, launching an assault on that very stronghold. What shall be done now? Sasuke, in great haste, found himself with no alternative, unless you wish to rush into Konoha to rescue someone. You must bide your time for a future opportunity. Minma, too, was left with no viable options. Not long ago, the second world had mastered stable consciousness transference technology across dimensions, establishing a connection with the first world where Minato resided and pinpointing the location of the Cyber Ninja Realm. They swiftly resolved to aid the Cyber Ninja Realm's resistance organization. Yet, it was unforeseen that the resistance in this world was woefully inept, riddled with an uncountable number of traitors. The news of reinforcements from the second world was leaked in no time, prompting a comprehensive crackdown by the Cyber Ninja Realm on the local resistance, resulting in the loss of numerous strongholds. Now, even their sole strategic weapon, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, has been seized, casting a shadow over their future. Sasuke clenched his teeth, filled with self-reproach. The information regarding Naruto had been divulged by Kaguya, who had been lurking closely beside him. Chapter 61. The approaching crisis. You need not bear excessive guilt. Kaguya had sinister intentions from the outset, and deceit and betrayal are second nature to him. Observing Sasuke's turmoil, Minma offered a timely word of comfort. After mastering interdimensional consciousness technology, the second world established diplomatic relations with the first world, uncovering a wealth of ancient secrets. Among these revelations were Kaguya's true identity and the mysteries of the Rinnegan. Upon arriving in the Cyber Ninja Realm, Minma shared a portion of this intelligence with the Resistance, revealing that their adversaries were not solely Orochimaru but also the Otsutsuki clan, who schemed to harvest the ninja world. When confronted with the sudden emergence of external forces claiming to offer assistance, Sasuke and the Resistance were understandably cautious. Reluctant to trust Minma's words at first, rarely would one draw their weapon against a comrade with whom they shared life and death, merely on the basis of a stranger's utterances, particularly since Kaguya had contributed valuable intelligence to the Resistance to prevent Sasuke from falling into Orochimaru's hands, having earned their trust through tangible deeds. Of course, they did not completely dismiss the possibility. A substantial organization possessing interdimensional consciousness technology had no reason to unjustly malign an individual. Sasuke chose to inquire indirectly with Kaguya to clarify the misunderstandings. However, Kaguya's vigilance was astute. Sensing something amiss, he made a swift exit, leaving behind a trap for the Resistance. Consequently, Naruto's location was compromised. I am aware. Sasuke tightened his fists, striving to maintain an indifferent facade, yet the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. He would undoubtedly not spare Kurojitsu. Absolutely. Myanmar refrained from speaking further. Sasuke's current state mirrored his former self, both having made grave mistakes through carelessness and unintended circumstances. Allowing him some time to regain his composure might yield better results. As Myanmar contemplated this, he found himself in the QA space. He was not alone. Both Minato Namikaze and Shibai were present. However, there were no others. A fleeting thought crossed Myanmar's mind. Had the answerer not received queries from other questioners during this period? He quickly dismissed it. The last time the answerer summoned questioners was due to the invasion of the cyber shinobi world. What was the reason this time? Both Minato and Shibai entertained the same thought, their gazes converging on the answerer. Shilla spoke, while observing other realms. I unexpectedly stumbled upon certain elements related to the cyber shinobi world, and I deemed it necessary to share them with you. The two men and the serpent immediately fell silent, their attention rapt. The great Otsutsuki Kaguya from the cyber shinobi world may soon awaken, potentially bringing about unnecessary peril. You must do all you can to prevent this. Myanmar was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be so coincidental? Just as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had been captured, Kaguya was on the verge of revival. Was Orochimaru attempting to resurrect her? Shibai was equally astonished. Although he had secluded himself in the Dragon Cave, focusing solely on his transformation and remaining oblivious to worldly affairs, it had been less than 2 years since their last encounter. Had the world changed so rapidly? The plot had become a chaotic mess, and the main antagonist was poised to re-emerge. Shibai inquired, Answerer, when is her revival anticipated, and how might we thwart it? I am not entirely certain, Sheila replied, but while passing through a realm, I observed the essence of Otsutsuki Kaguya's counterpart permeating this world, indicating a potential future where she revives and harvests the shinobi world. Minato, Hearing unfamiliar terminology, asked, locking onto the future? Sheila elucidated. Due to the uncertainty of microscopic particles, the future of a world is predominantly unpredictable and ever-changing. However, through specific methodologies, one can lock onto a particular future, guiding the world to naturally progress toward that outcome. For instance, the entanglement effect between worlds. By establishing a connection between two entangled realms, they will ultimately evolve into a completely congruent state, thereby, in a sense, locking the future. Additionally, the Toad Sage of Mayaboka Mountain possesses prophetic abilities that can, to some extent, influence the future, making the futures he foresees more likely to manifest. Minato was astounded. The capabilities of the Toad Sage were indeed formidable. If one could fully master such power, would it not allow the freedom to choose the world one desires? Sheila remains unaware of Sumon's thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly rectify his misconceptions. The future is ever-changing, and what prophecies reveal is contingent upon fortune, whether it be favorable or adverse. One must accept it. Attaining a level akin to Hikari, where one can lock onto a desired future, presents a formidable challenge. There is but one inquiry, Mr. responded. The locked future can still be altered, correct? Indeed, that power is not absolute. Should your resistance surpass its adjustable limits, it will dissipate. Thank you for your reminder. Sheila replied, I wish you good fortune. The connection to the question and answer space was severed, and the two, along with the serpent, were returned to their original world. Sheila strolled through the vast expanse of the Tsutsuki clan, spanning a radius of 1 light year, where countless stars twinkled. Each star symbolizes a member of the Tsutsuki clan, including many from parallel worlds, yet embraced by this realm. The knowledge and information they have gathered are stored within a spherical supercomputer, its radius exceeding 100 million kilometers. Even a prodigy, if tasked with absorbing this knowledge, would find it impossible to comprehend even a billionth of it in a lifetime. Could this be the true essence of unlocking the realm of inquiry? Sheila replicated the physique of a member of the great Tsukumo tribe, enhancing the capacity for learning to its fullest potential. He felt he had discovered a method to cheat the system. By continually accelerating time, he could identify the most formidable questioners and learn from the civilizations that thrived behind these powerful individuals. He need not delve into the complexities of mathematics and physics himself. The universe is vast and civilizations numerous. There will invariably be pioneers who provide answers. As for whether he might encounter enigmas that even the realm of inquiry cannot resolve, that is a matter to be addressed when the time comes. To avoid disturbing those who pose questions, Shilu deliberately slowed down the passage of time and engaged in seclusion for his studies. By the time he emerged from his retreat, the tales of the few questioners in the cyber ninja realm would likely have reached their conclusion. Wishing them good fortune once more. Shili's figure was swallowed by the myriad stars. In the cyber ninja realm, within the forest, Sasuke gazed at the reappearing Minma, exhaling in relief. You suddenly vanished just now. Yes, a gentleman summoned me. Minma had no intention of divulging too much about the realm of inquiry to Sasuke and deftly shifted the topic. Let us reconsider the plan to rescue Naruto. Are you willing to assist us in saving Naruto? Sasuke was taken aback and elated, surprised by the sudden change in the group's demeanor and delighted for the same reason. The second world possessed complete sovereignty and the consciousness to traverse worlds, placing it on par, in some respects, with the cyber ninja realm. Such a formidable entity, if willing to extend further assistance, could indeed make the rescue of Naruto feasible. However, after a brief surge of excitement, Sasuke quickly regained his composure and inquired, what has prompted this sudden willingness to help? It was not that Sasuke underestimated himself. Had he been one of the second world's denizens, witnessing the dismal performance of the resistance organization, he would not have supported additional aid. What had spurred their change of heart? Minma sighed. Because failing to act would lead to a greater disaster. Chapter 62. Orochimaru's Rinnegan in the Cyber Ninja Realm. At the Konoha Research Institute, Kabuto took a deep breath, pushed open the door to Orochimaru's office with a creak, and bowed his head respectfully, saying, Sir, the capture of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been completed and he has been brought to Konoha. Orochimaru, with a pair of completely blind Sharingan eyes, turned his head. Those were the eyes of Uchiha Madara, once excavated by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, for research. One eye had inexplicably gone blind shortly after its extraction, causing a stir in Konoha. Tobarama had even gone to inspect Madara's grave, exhuming the body for further examination. The remaining eye, after the second Hokage's demise, was transplanted by Danzo onto himself. During Orochimaru's coup, Danzo had employed Izanagi in battle, resulting in the last intact eye becoming blind. Thus, a pair of eternal eyes was rendered useless. However, because their original owner was Uchiha Madara, they were preserved by Konoha. The village was not lacking in resources. Now, they had been reactivated and transplanted into Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru remarked, "Well done. What reward do you desire?" Kabuto hesitated before voicing his innermost doubts. "Sir, I do not understand. Do you truly believe that Kurizetsu can grant you the bloodline and knowledge of the Otsutsuki?" Approximately a year ago, the Cyber Ninja realm endeavored to seize the Second World. But their efforts were thwarted by the unexpected interference of the local Akatsuki organization, leading to a catastrophic failure and the annihilation of their allies, Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Yet, they did not emerge entirely empty-handed. The Cyber Ninja realm managed to acquire intelligence regarding the Rinnegan within that world. Following this, while continuing their incursions into other realms, they devoted a significant portion of their efforts to the pursuit of historical knowledge and information concerning the Rinnegan. Indeed, diligence is often rewarded. In a certain realm, they have uncovered a clue. In the First World, the Hidden Leaf Village once fabricated a piece of half-truthful intelligence to lure out Kaguya and Obito, aiming to thwart the Nine-Tails chaos. They placed the burden of the long-standing enmity between the Uchiha and Senju clans upon Kaguya. One cannot entirely dismiss this, for the animosity between Indra and Ashura indeed implicates Kaguya to a certain extent. They successfully achieved their goal, luring out Kurizetsu and Obito. After the events concluded, no one paid heed to the half-truths and rumors that circulated. Under normal historical circumstances, such rumors would wield little destructive power. They might become mere anecdotes or fodder for novels, yet the greater likelihood was that they would fade into obscurity. However, with the advent of the Cyber Ninja world, the situation shifted. Orochimaru, eager to uncover the true method of awakening the Rinnegan, commanded his subordinates to gather historical accounts and information regarding the Rinnegan from various realms. This particular rumor was among the collected data, capturing the attention of Mitarashi Anko. Subsequently, the Cyber Ninja world conducted an investigation and confirmed the rumor's veracity to a certain extent. Indeed, there existed a monstrous being who had survived since the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Given the epoch in which he lived, along with his persistent provocation of the Senju and Uchiha clans, Anko and her advisory think tank unanimously believed that a secret lay hidden within. It was highly probable that Kurizetsu possessed knowledge of the Rinnegan's mysteries. Armed with this clear lead, the Cyber Ninja world quickly unearthed Kurizetsu in another world. From his lips, they learned the true conditions for awakening the Rinnegan. It required not the power of the Senju or Uchiha clans, but rather the strength of Ashura and Indra. By merging the powers of Indra and Ashura, one could evoke the myriad forces of the Sage of Six Paths and awaken the Rinnegan. Although the Senju and Uchiha clans are descendants of Ashura and Indra, their bloodlines were incapable of invoking the Sage's power, thus rendering them unable to truly awaken the Rinnegan. Furthermore, from Kurizetsu, the Cyber Ninja world learned the identities of the previous reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Considering that Madara's eyes were extracted by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, it was evident that the Rinnegan could not manifest in this world. Thus, Orochimaru unraveled the truth behind the non-existence of the Rinnegan in the Cyber Ninja world. Had they clarified the conditions for awakening the Rinnegan earlier, matters could have concluded there. Yet, the Cyber Ninja world uncovered even more astonishing revelations from Kurizetsu regarding the resurrection ritual of Kaguya Otsutsuki. By gathering the nine-tailed beasts and the Gedomazo, resurrecting the 10 tails, and becoming its Jinchuriki to utilize the infinite Tsukuyomi, they could awaken the true progenitor of chakra within the ninja realm. This being hailed from beyond the stars, and the Otsutsuki clan possessed chakra techniques and scientific knowledge that far surpassed that of the ninja world. In pursuit of such knowledge, the Cyber Ninja world opted to assist Kurizetsu in resurrecting Kaguya Otsutsuki. Regrettably, they have yet to succeed. Orochimaru then resolved to revive Kaguya in this world and recently established contact with Kurizetsu of this realm. The two parties reached an agreement. If Orochimaru aided Kurizetsu in resurrecting Kaguya, once the deed was done, Kaguya would be persuaded to share the Otsutsuki clan's knowledge with Orochimaru and transform him into a member of the Otsutsuki clan. However, Kabuto harbored doubts, believing that Kurizetsu was not the type to honor commitments and that Orochimaru might face downfall due to this venture. He maintained a reserved stance, asserting, "No, I certainly do not trust him." Orochimaru shook his head. I am certain that upon the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the first to be obliterated will be us. Kabuto inquired. Then why? Because it is worthwhile. Orochimaru interrupted Kabuto, asserting that with a single gamble, should one emerge victorious, a wealth of advanced knowledge and the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan could be acquired, leading us towards a parallel world and the vastness of the cosmos. Why not take the risk? I have never placed my faith in Black Zetsu, and he is well aware of our disbelief. However, this is of little consequence. Our interests are aligned. I require knowledge and bloodlines, hence the need to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu also seeks her revival. As for what transpires post-resurrection, it is a matter of individual capability. Under normal circumstances, Orochimaru would not elucidate such matters to his subordinates. The entire world is merely expected to operate according to his will. Aside from scientific thought, any other ideology is poison for tools. Once a tool develops its own consciousness, it ceases to be a competent instrument. Yet, in his current good spirits, Orochimaru chose to elaborate a bit more. Now, go and handle that Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Ensure there are no mishaps. Understood. Kabuto bowed his head and exited the chamber. In a certain room within the Konoha Research Institute, Black Zetsu received news of Konoha's successful capture of the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, overwhelmed with excitement. The other 8-tailed beasts had long been secured by Konoha, and now, with the addition of the Nine Tails, they were complete. Soon, Mother, your awakening is imminent. After striving for a millennium, Black Zetsu had never felt closer to the goal of resurrecting his mother than at this very moment. All that remained was for Orochimaru's Rinnegan to awaken, to summon the Outer Path Divine Tree on the moon, and then resurrect the Ten Tails, unleashing the infinite Tsukuyami. Yet, as these thoughts crossed his mind, a flicker of doubt emerged. Could Orochimaru truly activate the Rinnegan through Madara's blinded eyes? Would Sasuke's eyes not prove to be more advantageous? Chapter 63. The Thunder Buried Among the Dead in an effort to consolidate their strength and avoid direct confrontation with Konohagakure. The Cyber Ninja World Resistance Organization has significantly reduced its activities. Meanwhile, in a bid to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki, Konohagakure has begun summoning large numbers of ninja back to the village, thereby retracting their influence across the ninja realm. Overnight, the Cyber Ninja world has descended into an unusual tranquility, with the incidence of violent conflicts plummeting at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, the influx of living individuals into Konohagakure has created a bustling atmosphere within the village. The area occupied by the village and the scale of its infrastructure are expanding daily, with the agrarian fields cultivated by wood-style ninjas also broadening. Although Shibai, a serpent, is a researcher at the Dragon Cave Sage Art Institute, he finds himself among the summoned ninjas. However, having undergone several transformations, he has grown to an immense size of over 100 meters, rendering him ill-suited for the human-constructed city. Consequently, he can only reside outside Konohagakure, where he has excavated a burrow for himself using earth-style techniques. Surrounding his abode are not only other enormous summoning beasts that cannot enter the village, but also living individuals and reanimated corpses who are reluctant to dwell within Konohagakure. After all, without any prior news or groundwork, the sudden recall of so many individuals would raise suspicions in anyone with a modicum of sense. Various rumors began to circulate, riding the winds of speculation. Some claimed that Orochimaru intended to fully embrace the realm of the dead, transforming all living beings into the undead to dominate the ninja world for eternity. Others suggested that Konohagakure, hindered in its assaults on other ninja realms, sought to concentrate its efforts on conquering one world to expand its territory. While the first two conjectures bore a semblance of reason, certain rumors were utterly absurd, such as the notion that Orochimaru sensed a threat from the reanimated ninjas and aimed to eliminate them using the living, reverting society to its previous state. Such claims were met with disbelief, as the dominance of Konohagakure over the world was fundamentally established through the use of reanimated ninjas. It would be nonsensical for them to sever their own roots. Nevertheless, the first two speculations did indeed incite considerable anxiety among the populace, with some unwilling to be transformed into reanimated corpses at this juncture, or to become mere pawns in a game shrouded in uncertainty. Under the influence of rumors, they engaged with one another, forming alliances and connections. Shibaidong's residence, please take your leave, for we are but instruments of Lord Orochimaru, until we receive his directive. It is prudent to refrain from any presumptuous actions to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. He spoke these words with a suppressed sense of revulsion, sending off the ninja who sought to ally with him. The semi-serpent sage ninja regarded Shibai with a look of disdain, as if questioning his intellect. It was astonishing that a madman like Orochimaru, who treated the ninja world as mere tools for his whims, could have such loyal followers among the summoned beasts. He wished to berate Shiba for his foolishness, yet upon observing Shiba's imposing physique and sensing the colossal chakra that eclipsed his own by at least 100-fold, he reconsidered. Standing at a mere 1.7 meters, he lacked even a kunai capable of scratching Shiba's back. In the event of a confrontation, the odds were decidedly unfavorable. He promptly conceded, "I was indeed reckless. Should you reconsider, you are always welcome to seek us out." Shiba replied, "I shall." With that, he ascended back into the cavern, where a soft chuckle echoed in the dimness. "I previously believed that all of Orochimaru's underlings in the cybernetic ninja realm were madmen. However, it appears that there are quite a few sane individuals. This marked yet another group of ninjas inviting an alliance. Madness often arises from desperation, if given a choice. No one would willingly choose to exist in such a world." Shiba shed his loyal minister facade and began to share grievances. From the shadows, a figure adorned in a fox mask, resembling a wraith, gradually emerged. Myanmar. Truly, the atmosphere had become stifling. Speaking of which, Shiba inquired, "Are you certain you only require a few processed, thoughtless clones, without any further assistance?" Whether due to the suggestion of the respondent or his own profound discontent with the cybernetic ninja realm, Shiba had no qualms about acting as an informant, offering aid to the second world. Myanmar shook his head. "These clones will suffice for the time being. I appreciate your willingness to assist in overseeing them for a while." This was no burden to Shiba. He did not perceive his support as particularly significant. Clones were not a rarity in this region. Nearly every research facility possessed them. If Myanmar desired, he could easily raid several Konoha facilities abroad to procure them, though smuggling them in might pose some challenges due to Konoha's stringent inspections. With this thought, Shiba could not help but ponder the logistics of transporting the clones by consuming them and subsequently regurgitating them, a notion that made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Myanmar remained oblivious to Shiba's discomfort. The timing for action is likely within these few days. If you wish to avoid battle, it would be prudent to keep your distance during this period. Understood, Shiba acknowledged. Myanmar's ethereal form dissipated. Shiba sensed his surroundings, burying himself and the clones within the shadows. Calmness exists only within the bounds of order. As Konoha's population burgeoned, a motley assembly of ninjas congregated, and the tranquility of Konoha grew perilously fragile. On the streets at night, a figure suddenly pressed down, and the summoning technique's runes radiated outward from his palm. A coffin materialized from the depths below. With a resounding thud, the lid of the coffin creaked open, revealing a ninja clad in crimson armor from the Warring States period. Senju Hashirama. With the advent of the cyber era, the management of ninja corpses in Konoha has become exceedingly stringent, particularly concerning the remains of formidable ninjas. However, there exists one notable exception, the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. The remarkable vitality of Hashirama's cells has led to their extensive application across various fields, with numerous research institutions possessing samples. Due to their frequent consumption and cultivability, managing these cells proves to be a daunting task. If someone were to acquire these cells and perform the impure world reincarnation, they could potentially resurrect the once great god of ninjas. "Is this Konoha? Junior, is it you who summoned me? Are you of Konoha?" Hashirama immediately discerned his location through the shadow stone, his expression tinged with complexity. "It is I who summoned you. First Hokage, yet I am not of Konoha," replied the shadow, removing his hood to reveal an unremarkable face. "I have heard of your discord with Orochimaru, and thus I hope you can lend us your strength to dismantle the decaying Konoha and establish a new order." Upon hearing this, Hashirama's expression grew even more intricate. His eyes seemingly filled with pity. "Very well, I shall grant your request. What of your companions? Bring them forth as well." Just as they were about to respond with eagerness, a sudden halt occurred, as a searing pain erupted in their chest. Looking down in shock, they found dozens of wooden spikes erupting from their torso, rendering them akin to a rag doll, crimson blood gushing forth. Soon, life ebbed away. Hashirama collected the spilled blood and carelessly intruded into a nearby residence, binding the homeowner with wood release as an offering for the impure world reincarnation. The recently revived ninja appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Why do I see Senju Hashirama before me, attempting to assume a defensive stance? They quickly realized they were paralyzed, despair flickering in their eyes. Junior, you have been far too careless, believing the information deliberately disseminated by Orochimaru. Hashirama, unhurried in his inquiries, settled into a meditative position, his tone tinged with lament. The newly resurrected ninja, taken aback by Hashirama's perplexing demeanor, responded, "What do you mean?" Chapter 64. Unceasing malice. Hashirama paused momentarily, turning his gaze towards the youth who claimed to seek a change in order. "You have indeed learned of my conflict with Orochimaru. That much is true. I once sought to eliminate him to alter the order of Konoha, yet I failed. And how does this pertain to your intent to kill me?" Hashirama sank into reminiscence, recalling Orochimaru's fury. "Since the first Hokage clings so fervently to that archaic order, I shall grant your wish and let you drown in it." Breaking free from his reverie, Hashirama chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps it was to torment me, or perhaps to flaunt his power. After defeating me, that young man named Orochimaru summoned me to this realm using a poorly executed impure world reincarnation, binding my consciousness before releasing the technique. From that moment on, I became a ticking time bomb. Anyone who attempts to summon me through impure world reincarnation in opposition to Konoha becomes my enemy. Under the order he established, no one would dare to summon a ninja powerful enough to break free from the control of the cursed earth. Yet beyond his order, those yearning for change would not overlook my strength. When you painstakingly acquire my cells and summon me, what awaits is a bomb on the verge of detonation. The seemingly ordinary ninja suddenly experienced an epiphany. Everything became clear. It is no wonder that the difficulty of obtaining Hashirama's cells is less than that of other formidable warriors' corpses, yet no one has successfully summoned him. It is no wonder that despite Konoha's stringent oversight of corpses, they remain indifferent towards such a powerful force as Senju Hashirama. Neither sealing his soul nor taking any other measures. It is not out of respect for the first Hokage or any other reason. Rather, they have already harnessed this top-tier power, transforming him into a bomb. All who have summoned Senju Hashirama, those who sought to acquire the power of the god of ninjas to change the world, have perished in this explosive aftermath. Why do you share this with me? This is not directed solely at you. If time permits, I would convey this to every individual who summons me. Senju Hashirama sighed. He still retains his original perspective on order, yet under the constraints of Orochimaru's consciousness, he is compelled to repeatedly extinguish the aspirations of idealistic youth. This is undoubtedly a torment, both for those young individuals and for him. Should any of my capable juniors, summoned here, manage to escape or disseminate the news, I could attain liberation sooner. Enough of this idle chatter. Reveal your organization. Where are they, and when will they arrive? Hashirama rose, his previously languid demeanor suddenly shifting to one of sharp intensity and lethal intent. They will not come. It is you who holds the ninjas of Konoha in check, sowing chaos, which will prompt their appearance to rescue the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hashirama, I see. Then that simplifies matters. What do you mean? Create chaos, restrain Konoha, and draw out your comrades. Hashirama replied nonchalantly. No sooner had he spoken than he executed a technique on the spot, shouting, "Would release." Birth of the tree world. Enormous roots, resembling dragons and serpents, erupted from the earth, sprawling into the distance, their terrifying power reducing everything within sight to ruins, trees, buildings, utility poles. Everything was instantaneously transformed into debris, submerged in an endless sea of trees. Thousands of ninjas perished, yet many more evaded death through their impure bodies. They gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The first Hokages would release. This is the legendary ninja god, Senju Hashirama. Indeed, an extraordinary power. Who summoned him? We cannot allow him to annihilate Konoha. Quickly, stop him. Within the village of Konoha, one after another, the impure strongmen emerged. Among them are formidable beings whose existence predates that of Hashirama Senju. They unleash various secret techniques, surging forward in a unified assault. The Uchiha clan, renowned for their strength and fervor, sends forth over a dozen Susanoo, soaring into the skies and encircling the battlefield with an impenetrable force. The chakra-infused light beams, falling like raindrops, cleanse the arena of chaos. Smoke billows, with splinters scatter, and the explosive winds sweep through the hidden leaf village. Has the first Hokage finally unlocked the shackles of his consciousness? On the top floor of the research facility, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Though blind, his chakra sensing remained intact. The chakra of the reanimated Hashirama, abundant yet tinged with a chilling aura, was easily discernible as he clashed with the myriad of ninjas stationed in the hidden leaf. He initially imposed a consciousness constraint upon the first Hokage, ensuring that whenever summoned to confront Konoha, he would go to any lengths to annihilate his foes. This mental bondage penetrated deeply into the soul, remaining intact even through death and resurrection. How did the first Hokage manage to break free from these shackles and engage in battle with Konoha? On the battlefield, Senju Hashirama summoned the Great Buddha and unleashed a ferocious clash against the formidable Uchiha clan. The aftermath of their battle laid waste to a significant portion of Konoha. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, the first Hokage had already taken action. Let us set forth. In this world, Namake's Minato utilized a long-range surveillance jutsu to discern the changes occurring in Konoha and breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely apprehensive about any unforeseen incidents. Well, let us depart. The elite ninjas of the resistance organization placed their hands upon Minato Namake's, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique prearranged within Konoha to effectuate their transfer. In the blink of an eye, they materialized within Konoha, devoid of any intention to support Hashirama Senju. Their objective was unequivocally directed towards the facility where Naruto was imprisoned. At that moment, the majority of Konoha's forces were drawn away by Hashirama Senju, leaving the research facility with minimal defensive capabilities. Minato and his companions expended little effort in dispatching the reanimated guards and successfully located Naruto within the laboratory. He appeared unscathed, seated cross-legged, immersed in tranquil meditation. Naruto, we have come to rescue you, hurry! Sasuke exclaimed joyfully, gesturing for Naruto to follow. Yet, what awaited them were 9 tails, akin to steel whips, which obliterated the research facility with a single strike. Naruto opened his eyes, his gaze icy. Leave? No, none of you shall escape. The dire situation had materialized. Naruto's mind had been warped by Konoha, regarding them as adversaries. The expression on Minato Namake's face darkened significantly. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Uzumaki Naruto, what of your unwavering ninja way? Sasuke shouted in anger. Such notions were trivial. The world is devoid of countless things worth caring for or obsessing over. A colossal 9 tails, born from an immense accumulation of chakra, loomed over Konoha. Chakra blasts surged towards Sasuke and the others. In the distance, Senju Hashirama, embroiled in battle, took note of the unfolding scene, commanding the colossal Buddha of the Senju to charge forth, braving the onslaught of Susanoo, his wooden hands raining down like a tempest. Perish. Before Minato and Sasuke could express gratitude for Hashirama's timely assistance, they realized he was targeting them. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Minato managed only to teleport away with Sasuke, leaving the elite shinobi who had accompanied them to face certain doom. The pursuing reanimated shinobi stood in stunned silence. Was Senju Hashirama an ally or an enemy? Chapter 65, a technique to borrow power and invoke spirits? Indeed, in the cyber ninja world, Konoha's home field advantage proved overwhelming. Observing Sasuke and the others ensnared in peril, besieged by Naruto, Hashirama, and a multitude of reanimated shinobi, the situation, while unexpected, seemed reasonable. After all, Konoha had dominated the cyber ninja world for decades. Its influence deeply entrenched. It is hardly surprising that they possess concealed powers in any location. As the imminent annihilation of Sasuke and his companions loomed, Minma sprang into action, summoning a colossal chakra pulse bomb crafted within this realm. He cast it into the heavens, triggering an explosion. The cerulean chakra pulse swiftly enveloped Konoha, sending countless pure white souls soaring towards the sky, illuminating the night. This technique was reminiscent of the methods once employed by the Akatsuki in the Second World. Through a unique processing method, an abundance of chakra radiated in the form of high-frequency pulses, effectively disrupting the union of body and soul, proving remarkably effective against the reanimated ninjas. A reanimated ninja from Konoha, who was on the verge of rushing to the battlefield, suddenly halted, glancing down at his hands, from which white light seeped through the fissures of his reanimated form. The reanimation jutsu had been undone. He cast a glance around, as the numerous impure reincarnated ninjas halted in their tracks, emanating a radiant white light from within. No, please, I do not wish to return. Could it be that Orochimaru truly intends to eliminate the impure ninjas and revert the world to its former state? Is death once again looming? The countless impure ninjas of Konohagakure each displayed their reactions, some bewildered, others teetering on the brink of madness, and yet others remaining silent. Senju Hashirama too was within the range of the chakra pulse, his body gradually disintegrating. He had no intention of resisting, having already caused enough trouble for the younger generation. Thus, at least in these final moments, he sought to lighten their burden. Before returning to the Pure Land, he left the world with a final message: dear successors, exercise caution when harnessing the power of the deceased. Do not summon me again. In the Konoha Research Institute, he mused, I wondered how those wretched hounds dared to invade Konoha. It seems you have been supporting them. Orochimaru sensed the pulsations of chakra in the air, narrowing his eyes slightly, a smirk gracing his lips. However, the present was no longer what it once was. As the chakra pulse subsided, the more than 10 Susanoo that dominated the sky remained utterly unscathed, unaffected in the slightest. Not only them, but also the reanimated researchers and the historical powerhouses of the Dirt Clan. They all survived this assault. The chakra pulse bomb unleashed by Menma's hand primarily succeeded in eliminating a group of miscellaneous soldiers from other regions who had not refined themselves with the latest Edo Tensei techniques. Aside from that, it had little significant effect. Even the chakra battery matrix composed of 200,000 Edo Tensei ninjas from Konoha remained largely unscathed. Over there, the Susanoo in the sky immediately pinpointed the source of the chakra pulse, and a portion of the individuals rushed towards Menma, launching a lethal strike. The inky darkness transformed into a slashing blow of Amaterasu, igniting the earth. A multitude of explosive impacts followed, creating a violent upheaval. As the smoke dissipated, a zongzi wrapped in sturdy tree roots materialized before their eyes. Another manifestation of wood release. A ninja in the sky furrowed his brow. In the time it took to speak, the roots formed by wood release withdrew one by one, revealing an unscathed Menma within. In these past couple of years, the Second World has not merely been engaged in reforming its social structure. Pain has not forgotten his ultimate objective, the Pure Land defense line. During this period, they delved deeply into the mechanisms and the essence of the technique of impure world reincarnation, as well as the connection between the Pure Land and the mortal realm. On this foundation, they improved the technique of impure world reincarnation. Typically, this technique requires living beings as sacrifices to summon the deceased back to the world. However, the Second World chose to use itself as a sacrifice, utilizing the flesh and blood of the dead to locate the deceased within the Pure Land and borrow a portion of their strength, achieving a similar effect to invoking a spirit. This mirrors the original storyline where Obito's soul, prior to returning to the Pure Land, lent his power to Kakashi, allowing him to obtain the dual Manjiki Sharingan and activate Susanoo. The principle behind the borrowing technique developed by the Second World is akin, yet they possess the ability to directly connect with the Pure Land, forcibly borrowing strength without requiring the will of the party providing the power. This technique is still in its infancy. Aside from relying on the flesh and blood of the deceased for positioning, there are currently no alternative methods to achieve the same. Exhausting this borrowed power can leave the practitioner in a state of extreme weakness, potentially leading to death. However, this was not truly the physical form of the practitioner, so it mattered little. Let us commence the second round. The practitioner smiled at them. If it were before Hashirama Senju returned to the Pure Land, facing the onslaught of the impure strongmen, there would indeed be little recourse. Consciousness-crossing worlds cannot carry much power from the original form. The Dragon Vein Chakra Mode, Ninetales Chakra Mode, and various secret techniques would be unusable. However, since Hashirama has now returned to the Pure Land and his strength can be borrowed, that changes the scenario. An intriguing technique, Uchiha Shiri observed, recognizing the practitioner's state. You must not be from our world, are you? From the world where the Akatsuki organization has taken over the shinobi realm? Would you care to join us? Here, you can attain everything you desire, and your technique will bring a revolutionary change to this world. Not interested, the practitioner replied. Haha, I thought as much, Uchiha Shiri replied, his tone suddenly turning cold as a colossal Susanoo revealed its blade. Then please be careful. We must take this seriously. I feel the same way, the practitioner responded. A towering Buddha, nearly 1,000 meters high, re-emerged, with thousands of enormous hands striking down. The destruction wrought was far greater than that caused by Hashirama. After all, Hashirama merely aimed to create minor chaos to lure Sasuke and the others out, while the practitioner truly sought to obliterate Konoha. Boom. Explosions and shockwaves erupted incessantly. Amidst the fierce collisions, a wooden fist pierced through the ground, the spreading shockwaves damaging part of the battery matrix formed by the impure world ninjas. The slumbering impure world ninjas awoke one after another, and before they could comprehend the situation, they were buried beneath collapsing earth and stone. Some chakra storage devices were damaged, and the vast amounts of high-density chakra contained within exploded instantaneously, igniting Konoha. Now, even Orochimaru could no longer remain comfortably at the fishing post. He could not allow the practitioner to continue wreaking havoc. He is indifferent to the destruction of Konoha's structures, for as long as there are would-release ninjas present. He can reconstruct them within a matter of days. However, the chakra battery matrix hidden beneath Konoha, the 200,000 meticulously processed reanimated ninja batteries, the living ninjas summoned from various regions, and the invaluable research data from Konoha's prominent institutes are of paramount importance. He was unwilling to bear such losses. A wooden pipe emerged from the depths of the earth, piercing into Orochimaru's nape, establishing a connection between him and the largest chakra reservoir in Konoha. All the chakra within was at his disposal. With a hand raised like a gun, he aimed at Myanmar, forming an exquisitely compressed orb of chakra at his fingertips. A straight line was drawn. Bang! The crimson torrent of energy surpassed the speed of sound, causing the atmosphere to emit a mournful screech as it was torn apart, akin to a mythical dragon devouring all that obstructed its path. The heavens and the earth changed their hues. The colossal Buddha summoned by Myanmar could only withstand the onslaught for a mere second longer than the engulfed structures before shattering with a thunderous crash. His possessed body was obliterated under the assault, consciousness retreating to the second world. As the attack subsided, Orochimaru sensed something amiss. The victory felt too facile. If the Akatsuki from another realm truly intended to support the resistance in this world and reclaim the Nine Tails, they ought to exhibit a more formidable force. Surely, they could not be so foolish as to believe that possessing the power of Hashirama Senju would guarantee their triumph. Although the commotion was considerable, the actual number of personnel they deployed was minimal, yielding no significant results, leaving Orochimaru perplexed. It was not until he heard the furious roar of the Eight Tails that clarity emerged. The colossal-tailed beast, with a head resembling a bull and a body akin to an octopus, raged as it pounded the earth. Chapter 66. The Seizure of Tailed Beasts? Are they attempting to seize the tailed beasts? Orochimaru gazed toward the direction of the Eight Tails rampage, casting a technique to inspect the research facility housing the other tailed beasts. All had come under attack. Indeed, this was the expected course of events. If such a tumult arose from another world, it would be peculiar if their intentions were not grand. Orochimaru did not rush to intervene personally. The Jinchuriki were not easily subdued, and besides, the village still had its Edo Tensei ninjas. He first headed toward Sasuke's location. If memory served, Black Zetsu had indicated that this generation's reincarnation of Indra was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru had previously dispatched someone to capture Sasuke, only to return empty-handed. Now that he was practically delivered to him, it was imperative to seize control. Meanwhile, thanks to Minma's timely intervention, most of the enemy's forces had been drawn away. Minato Namikaze engaged the remaining adversaries using the Flying Thunder God technique, barely managing to escape Konoha with Sasuke. Uncle Minato, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Sasuke expressed concern, noting the considerable chakra expenditure Minato had endured since the onset of battle. Let's discuss that after we leave Konoha. Minato shook his head, casting a wistful glance back at Konoha, an unspoken melancholy etched on his face. For now, all he could do was hope that the Akatsuki from the other world possessed sufficient strength to seize the tailed beasts and thwart Konoha's resurrection of the Ten Tails. Just as Minato prepared to rise, Sasuke suddenly shoved him aside. Almost simultaneously, a wooden serpent surged forth, creating a sizable crater upon impact. Sasuke! Minato exclaimed in alarm, tossing a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique towards Sasuke, signaling him to catch it. The two intended to escape together, but mid-air, the kunai was deflected by an unseen force. A cloud of hallucinogenic pollen wafted through the air. Though Minato reacted swiftly and held his breath, it was too late. A momentary blur clouded his vision, causing him to be flung away by the serpent's tail. Sasuke activated his Susanoo in an attempt to provide aid, only to be ensnared by two suddenly emerging wooden dragons. I have no time to play with you. Be quiet. Orochimaru furrowed his brow as the two wooden dragons tightened their grip, crushing Sasuke's skeletal Susanoo. Although Sasuke had activated his Manjiki Sharingan, he was significantly outmatched by Orochimaru, a seasoned powerhouse, falling to defeat after merely a few exchanges. Orochimaru advanced, seizing Sasuke by the throat to siphon his chakra. As a reincarnation of Indra, both Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara possessed powers that could potentially aid in the awakening of the Rinnegan. With the influx of Sasuke's chakra, Orochimaru distinctly felt a pulsating pain in his eyes, a promising omen. At that moment, an anxious voice pierced the air beside him. "Lord Orochimaru, we have a crisis. The Jinchuriki of One Tail has perished." Orochimaru's grip faltered momentarily, his voice laced with suppressed fury. "You, what did you say, my lord? I deeply apologize. We misjudged the situation, believing that the enemy's strongest forces were concentrated around the Eight Tails and Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, the majority of their power was actually focused around the One-Tailed Jinchuriki, and they aimed to eliminate him." Kabuto trembled as he spoke. The situation was utterly unforeseen, beyond all expectations. The Akatsuki from another realm had not come to seize the tailed beasts at all. Their objective is to prevent Konoha from possessing tailed beasts. To this end, they cast the rescue of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki as bait, subsequently unleashing chaos upon Konoha to divert attention. Later, the rampage of the Eight Tails further led Konoha to misjudge the situation and disperse their forces. Seizing this opportunity, the Akatsuki of the Second World assassinated the One Tails Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression darkened to an extreme. There exists a trait between Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. When a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast dies alongside them. While tailed beasts can be reincarnated, the duration and location of their rebirth are entirely unpredictable. It is truly unfortunate that such a turn of events occurs just as he intends to resurrect the Ten Tails. Wait, could it be that these individuals are privy to some information that has prompted their actions? A flash of insight struck Orochimaru, and he immediately employed a secret technique to violently probe into Sasuke's memories. Images of the resistance organization conversing with the Akatsuki of the Second World flickered past. Indeed, he caught references to the Ten Tails and Kagaya Otsutsuki within. It is unsurprising that they are aware of the Ten Tails' secrets, the information he could uncover. Others from different worlds could also discover. What perplexes Orochimaru is how another world deduced his intention to resurrect the Ten Tails and Kagaya Otsutsuki. This matter is known only to a select few. There was no time for excessive contemplation, as the Two Tails and Three Tails Jinchuriki were also under siege. Ninjas from the Second World exhibited ninjutsu identical to that of the Chaos, borrowing the strength of Hashirama Senju from the Pure Land. By attacking the energy matrix beneath Konoha, they forced the Edo Tensei ninjas to divide their attention between protecting the matrix and other research facilities. Having drained Sasuke's chakra, Orochimaru hurried back, the throbbing in his eyes intensifying. Just a little more, just a fraction more. Meanwhile, much of Konoha lay in ruins. The wood-release Buddha, tailed beasts, and Susanoo dominated the battlefield, with each clash producing colossal explosions. The situation of the Two Tails was the most dire. From the Akatsuki of the Second World, someone obtained the flesh and blood of a powerful member of the Uzumaki clan within the cyber world, leveraging it to draw strength from the souls in the Pure Land. Countless chains of the adamantine sealing core suppressed the Two Tails back into human form. The wood-release Buddha unleashed a wave of pain, severely injuring and ultimately slaying the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Continue. Eliminate the other tailed beasts. Someone shouted loudly. Arrogance. A thunderous cry resonated as Orochimaru arrived, immediately employing dust release to obliterate the majority of the ninjas without distinguishing friend from foe. After all, the Edo Tensei ninjas could be restored. Lord Orochimaru. Upon the arrival of Orochimaru, many of the reanimated ninjas secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Their concern was not about their inability to confront the invaders from the Second World. Rather, it was the substantial cost of unleashing their full power that weighed heavily on their minds. Preserving the chakra energy matrix of the 200,000 reanimated ninjas in the depths of Konoha, along with the invaluable research data from various institutes, was far more crucial than their own lives. Now that Orochimaru had arrived, they could finally shed this burden. In the next moment, Orochimaru's command echoed through the air. All Konoha ninjas were to eradicate the invaders at any cost. As his words resonated, the intensity of the battle surged like ice water splashing into a boiling pot of oil, erupting and bubbling violently. Blinding white lightning and pitch-black flames descended in succession, the roar of the atmosphere tearing apart incessantly. The earth churned like a solid ocean, unleashing waves that crashed against the colossal wooden figure. Even some had opened the eighth gate, unleashing crimson steam that erupted with unprecedented force. Orochimaru approached Naruto, contemplating whether the chakra of Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra, could be of assistance, and if so, could Naruto, as the reincarnation of Ashura, also contribute? Chapter 67. Awakening the Rinnegan as Naruto's chakra surged forth. Orochimaru felt an increasing sting in his eyes, the intertwining of two, perhaps even four, types of chakra creating waves of pain that crashed over him. Until he transcended an invisible threshold, the sharpness ceased abruptly, giving way to a refreshing sensation. His white eyes transformed into a soft lavender, ripples manifesting around him, uniting the powers of the two reincarnated beings, Indra and Ashura. In the millennia since the Sage of Six Paths' demise, Orochimaru had restored the Rinnegan to the shinobi world. Was this truly the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths? The cold, dark tide receded like a distant storm. As light, color, and warmth returned, Orochimaru raised his hand slightly, causing distant objects to fly towards him. With a mere thought, the repulsive force pulverized the earth into dust. Universal Pull and Heavenly Deva Path. Beyond these two powers, Orochimaru sensed that the Rinnegan possessed many unique abilities. He did not attempt each option individually. Instead, he directly employed the art of spirit summoning. With a resounding bang, a billow of smoke emerged, revealing a colossal humanoid figure, its form resembling withered wood, with 10 protruding pillars on its back. Congratulations, Orochimaru. Your awakening of the Rinnegan has surpassed my expectations, Black Zetsu exclaimed, filled with uncontainable joy upon witnessing the emergence of the Outer Path Golem. Rising from the depths of the earth, he extended his congratulations. However, the One Tail and Two Tails had perished. Orochimaru cast a fleeting glance at him, then turned his gaze toward the gradually settling battlefield, the energy matrix of Konoha. The vast majority of the data from various research facilities on ninjutsu projects, and the living ninja who had hastened from all corners, were all gone. It has taken me over 20 years to achieve this result, he lamented, with more than a dozen Susanoo unleashed in full force, along with other reanimated ninjas. The invaders from the Second World did not last long before being annihilated. Yet, Konoha has also met its demise. After all, battles in reality do not distinguish between friend and foe. Black Zetsu remained unfazed. As long as Mother is resurrected, what you gain will far outweigh what you lose. As for the One Tail and Two Tails, did you not previously extract their chakra? Orochimaru mused. Are you referring to the cross-dimensional consciousness device? Due to the stubbornness of Konoha across multiple worlds, I had previously ordered the relocation of the consciousness cross-dimensional devices to other areas, subsequently constructing several more of them. The energy sources for these devices are the Zero-Tail and the Nine-Tailed beasts, most of which remain intact. If dismantled, it would indeed be possible to reclaim some of the power from the One Tail and Two Tails. Indeed, although it would only be a portion, it would suffice. Let us hasten the revival of the 10 Tails, Black Zetsu urged. He harbored concerns about the length of the night and the multitude of dreams it may bring. The interference from the Second World had once again rendered matters uncontrollable. It was not a matter of cowardice or a lack of patience, for Kurizetsu had meticulously schemed alone for over a millennium, demonstrating ample patience. However, the advancements of the Second World were alarmingly rapid. Merely 2 years prior, they had been relegated to a position of passive defense against the incursions of the cyber shinobi realm. Yet, within just 2 years of unification, they had mastered the art of consciousness travel across worlds and began launching counterattacks against the cyber shinobi realm, even enhancing the reanimation jutsu. A single assault had obliterated Konoha and claimed the lives of the One Tail and Two Tail. Had they adhered to the original plan, they would have awaited the resurrection of the One Tail and Two Tail, granting the Second World further time to develop. He is genuinely apprehensive that Orochimaru may not be swift enough to grow stronger and may perish at the hands of the Akatsuki in the Second World. Indeed, even Black Zetsu occasionally harbors some rebellious thoughts, fearing that in the future, Otsutsuki Kagaya may not be able to contend with the Akatsuki. Orochimaru hesitated slightly, nodding his head. As long as he could master the techniques and bloodline of the Otsutsuki, every sacrifice would be worthwhile. I understand, but before that, I must make some preparations. Preparations? To restrain the souls in the Pure Land and eliminate any internal traitors, Orochimaru stated calmly. The destructive capabilities of the Akatsuki in the second world cannot be overlooked, particularly the strength of Hashirama Senju. Were it not for the power he lent, those individuals in the second world would have been incapable of enduring for such an extended period, let alone dismantling the energy matrix of Konoha. He must recall all the landmines buried among the spirits of the Pure Land to prevent their power from being exploited by the second world. And as for purging the traitors, it goes without saying that if the information had not been leaked, the second world would not have instigated such an incident. Well, it is for the best. Please expedite the process. Heiju has no grounds for opposition. Several days after the war, the sweeping campaign initiated by Orochimaru has left Konoha in a state of alarm and trepidation. He disregards the presence of evidence, neglects to examine the suspect's memory, and fails to ascertain whether collusion with external enemies has occurred. For him, both evidence and memory are susceptible to manipulation and fabrication. Thus, suspicion alone suffices for conviction. Previously, the ninjas who spread rumors and forged alliances fell victim to misfortune, becoming the first to be scrutinized. Most were drained of their chakra and subsequently eliminated, only to be transformed into reanimated corpses, serving as chakra batteries. In the ensuing purge, numerous high-ranking officials from Konoha, along with those who had interacted with interdimensional consciousness devices, were systematically eliminated. Even Orochimaru's most trusted subordinate, Kabuto, was not spared. Though he survived, he was relegated to a remote research facility in the Land of Wind. Karui took over Kabuto's position. Even the reanimated corpses were not entirely safe, as many were repurposed into chakra batteries. Only one group remained largely unassailed, the summoning beasts and their researchers from the Sage Art Research Institute. During the purge, whether intentionally or inadvertently, Orochimaru overlooked these massive creatures, perhaps never considering that the summoning beasts would conspire with the second world. This is the situation. Konoha is currently occupied with reconstruction and the elimination of infiltrators, allowing you a temporary respite. The true traitor, Shibai, converses openly with Mionma within the cave. Wait, are you saying that Orochimaru has activated the Rinnegan and summoned the Outer Path Golem? Mionma's focus is not on Konoha's actions, but rather on Orochimaru's transformation. Indeed. Shibai nods. Mionma ponders momentarily before looking up. I advise you to seek an opportunity to extricate yourself promptly. What do you mean? ISNT the One Tail and Two Tails already wait. They still have chakra remaining in this world. Shibai, puzzled, falters mid-sentence. The One Tail and Two Tails are dead. But resurrecting the 10 tails does not necessitate the complete tailed beasts. If all else fails, utilizing the chakra from the tailed beasts will suffice, albeit resulting in a somewhat underdeveloped 10 tails. Damn, I can't believe I overlooked this detail, Shibai mutters under his breath. Mionma observes. It seems you have come to a realization. What are your plans? Another ambush? Mionma shakes his head. That is no longer feasible. After we showcase our strength, Orochimaru will undoubtedly take precautions, just as they modified the Edo Tensei following the Chakra Pulse incident. It is impossible to catch them off guard as we did before. I must return to confer with others on our next course of action. Until we meet again. Upon concluding her words, the figure of Mionma vanished. Shibai's countenance fluctuated between light and shadow. After leaving a shadow clone, he employed Earth-style ninjutsu to escape beneath the ground. Chapter 68, Resurrection of the 10 Tails. The Great Purge endured for a month. It was not until the chakra energy matrix beneath Konoha had doubled in size that it finally came to a close. This led to speculation that Orochimaru may have merely sought a pretext to expand the energy matrix. During this month, the would release ninjas reconstructed a new Konoha village, with a layout similar to the original, though lacking many essential industrial products and advanced equipment found in research facilities. On the outskirts of Konoha, in an underground research institute fortunate enough to be untouched by the conflicts, a researcher clad in a white lab coat crouched down, forming hand seals, summoning technique. Several coffins emerged from the ground, opening to reveal ninjas adorned with the Uchiha clan insignia. Leading them was a woman of gentle demeanor, Uchiha Chiri, who glanced back at the coffin with a slight frown. No matter how many times she experienced this mode of travel, it was never something she could come to appreciate. It served as a constant reminder of her own mortality. The researcher who performed the summoning dared not breathe a word. Uchiha Chiri cast a disinterested look in his direction, choosing not to vent her frustrations on a mere researcher, and led her clan out of the institute into the very heart of the underground. At that moment, this area was teeming with reanimated ninjas from various clans. the legendary powers of the Senju, Kagaya, Uchiha, Hyuga, and other renowned bloodline families. Alongside the shadows of past ninja villages, gathered in unison. As long as this formidable force remained present, Konoha could continuously suppress the uprisings within the cyber ninja realm, maintaining its dominion. Within the encirclement of the reanimated ninjas, the imposing outer path golem stood out distinctly. Orochimaru and Kagaya's Black Zetsu sat beneath the golem, alongside 7 Jinchuriki, including Naruto, who were all still alive. Lord, the final consciousness cross-world device has been dismantled, Uchiha Chiri announced as she performed the summoning technique. 2 massive, obsidian cubes materialized, sealing the chakra of the One Tail and Two Tails extracted from the various consciousness cross-world devices. Black Zetsu's eyes glimmered with excitement as they scanned the 2 sealing devices. Orochimaru rose to his feet, stating, "In that case, let us commence." Under his control, the outer path golem slowly opened its mouth. With a single motion of his hand, a cube inscribed with the number 1 was cast into the golem's maw by Orochimaru. Moments later, one of the 9 tightly shut eyes of the golem opened. Orochimaru then proceeded to throw in a second cube, prompting the golem to continue its awakening. Following this, the Jinchuriki were sequentially stripped of their tailed beasts, which were resurrected as impure reincarnations of ninjas. In a brief span of time, the chakra of the One Tail and Two Tails, along with all 7-tailed beasts, was successfully sealed. Just then, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The outer path golem erupted with an overwhelming chakra, clutching its head and emitting a colossal roar. The immense power fractured the earth, causing the shattered stones to defy gravity and ascend. Confronted with this overwhelming sense of oppression, everyone present felt as though they were bearing the weight of a colossal boulder upon their shoulders. They had never before encountered such an immense reservoir of chakra within any creature. This was not the end. The body of the outer path's golem continued to twist and contort, transforming into a cyclopean beast adorned with a tower-like shell upon its back, while 10 protruding pillars morphed into 10 raging tails. Expanding and swelling, its colossal form shattered the confines of the research facility. Yet, before the 10 tails could unleash its might, Orochimaru executed the 6 paths 10 tails coffin seal technique, assimilating the 10 tails into his being. A torrent of power surged forth, an exuberant vitality far surpassing that of the Senju cells. As the haze dissipated, Orochimaru emerged before all, embodying a completely new form. Suspended in midair, his gray trench coat billowed open, delicate dragon horns reminiscent of coral sprouted from his forehead, and he wielded a scepter. 6 ebony orbs of the truth-seeking balls encircled him, exuding an otherworldly aura of detachment. Orochimaru, attuned to his newfound strength, abruptly opened his eyes, his senses fully awakened. Yet he perceived nothing amiss. The anticipated arrival of another world Akatsuki was conspicuously absent. Could it be that the traitor had indeed been eradicated, leaving the other realm oblivious to this one? Or perhaps they had devised an alternative scheme. Orochimaru did not shy away from contemplating the worst-case scenario. However, this prolonged silence heightened the vigilance of the reanimated shinobi below. They wondered if Orochimaru was in peril. Black Zetsu, in particular, felt a pang of anxiety. Having reached this juncture, it was imperative that no unforeseen circumstances arose. Fortunately, this state of suspense lasted but a moment, as Orochimaru resumed his actions, extracting a portion of the 10 tails chakra to manifest the divine tree, connecting it to the chakra energy matrix beneath Konoha. Under the deluge of chakra, the divine tree matured at a visible pace, blooming with an exquisitely vibrant flower at its pinnacle, at the center of which lay a Rinnegan eye, projecting its gaze onto the moon, which was soon stained a sanguine hue. The blinding light of infinite Tsukuyami enveloped the entire shinobi world, ensnaring all, whether living under Orochimaru's dominion or among the rebel factions, regardless of cover. At that moment, all eyes transformed into the Rinnegan's visage, plunging into slumber. The roots and vines sprouting from the earth cocooned and suspended them. If his sole desire were to attain power, this could suffice. Orochimaru could acquire strength rivaling, if not surpassing, that of the Sage of 6 Paths. Yet, his true fascination lay in the knowledge of the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, Orochimaru turned to Black Zetsu, beckoning him forth. "Wait, you don't mean to make yourself a sacrifice, do you?" Black Zetsu hesitated, recalling that Kagaya's resurrection required a vessel. Previously, he believed Orochimaru had other preparations in place, capable of extricating himself at a critical moment. Yet, the reality seemed to diverge from his expectations. Orochimaru was indeed intent on offering himself as the sacrificial vessel for the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. He ought to be aware that it is impossible to keep such a promise, and his mother would never be released. So, on what grounds do you dare to act in such a manner? On what basis? Naturally, I have my own methods. Do you truly wish to resurrect your mother? The hesitation of Kurojitsu only served to incite a degree of dissatisfaction in Orochimaru. After a moment of struggle, Kurojitsu stepped forward with a smile. Given that you possess means, I shall certainly support you. He approached Orochimaru, enveloping him and invoking Kagaya's will from the chakra of the 10 tails. In an instant, a torrent of chakra surged forth from the depths, from the branches of the divine tree, flooding towards Orochimaru. His body suddenly expanded, his white hair growing at an alarming rate, nearly engulfing him, as another consciousness within him began to awaken. However, abruptly, the transformation stalled. Orochimaru's inflated form gradually retracted. A voice filled with dread emanated from Kagaya's will, realizing it was being consumed. Orochimaru, you scoundrel, what have you done? Orochimaru replied, aren't you curious about my methods? This is my approach. Chapter 69. Anchoring. There arises a question. If one were to occupy the body of a non-existent person and usurp her memories, what must be done? The answer, reviving her. In a direct contest of strength, I may not be the equal of that progenitor of chakra, but why should I engage in a battle of might? Orochimaru's hoarse voice resounded. What have you done? Kagaya's will, in a state of panic, struggled to awaken more of the 10 tails chakra that belonged to Otsutsuki Kagaya. If only her consciousness could overpower that scoundrel Orochimaru. He would not dare to be so arrogant. What have I done? I have drawn her into a confrontation at the level of consciousness, and I must thank you for your assistance. The expanding body continued to retract, half of it reverting to Orochimaru's original form, while the other half gradually restored as well. After living for over 1,000 years, you pride yourself as a descendant of an advanced civilization. With such a vast span of time, possessing a broad perspective, you have not once considered the development of science, the exploration of knowledge, or the study of the essence of consciousness. Orochimaru did not mask his disappointment in Kagaya's will. If he were granted Kagaya's vision and a millennium for development, he has flourished in both the starry sky and parallel worlds, at the very least. He should have acquired a substantial portion of the knowledge of primitive civilizations, thereby surpassing the vast majority of individuals in wisdom and power. Yet, Kagaya's Ibito does not, for he consistently gazes down upon the ninja world with an air of arrogance. Aware of his own limitations, he chooses not to strengthen himself, but instead to conceal his whereabouts and evade the powerful. His entire focus is devoted to the resurrection of the Rinnegan and the revival of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Even if he were to dedicate just a fraction of the millennia to learning or creating puppets to enhance his own strength, he could have possessed the power to dominate the ninja world long before Orochimaru could assert his influence. The lack of inherited power cannot serve as an excuse. The true strength of a person lies in their vision, cognitive abilities, and wisdom. If strength were merely determined by one's innate physique, how would humans differ from beasts that merely eat, sleep, and reproduce? Certainly, Kagaya Otsutsuki's indifference to progress may also be attributed to her own ambitions. After all, her vision was to harvest the ninja world, devoid of any thoughts on advancing civilization. Even the act of unraveling the infinite Tsukuyomi and releasing a portion of humanity as a spark was solely for the purpose of more efficient harvesting. As the third child, hastily created during Kagaya's perilous moments, Ibito inherited her mindset, fixating exclusively on the Rinnegan and the revival of Kagaya, neglecting all else. It is not surprising. The body is but a vessel for consciousness, whether in soul or chakra. These elements that bear our thoughts and memories are mere carriers. What truly defines us is our memories, our modes of thinking, and our consciousness. The strength of consciousness and memory is reflected in the steadfastness of self-awareness and the breadth of information one can absorb. The battle at the level of consciousness is one that minimizes the influence of external factors to the greatest extent. Ibito's fervent rebuttals may well be a facade to mask his own anxiety. Even in consciousness, one cannot surpass their mother. Orochimaru readily admits, indeed, I cannot compare. The foundation of advanced civilization is profound, as it entrusts self-awareness to chakra. As long as the information contained within the chakra imbued with self-awareness is not entirely erased, one can continuously renew themselves within the realm of consciousness, maintaining self-awareness. a truly remarkable method. However, I am not a beast. With a glimmer of fervor in his eyes, Orochimaru glimpsed the true vistas beyond the stars through the memories he seized from Kagaya. He witnessed the Otsutsuki clan's understanding of chakra and the world. While you can refresh and sustain yourselves through the influx of chakra, I, too, can achieve the same through other means. The surrounding reanimated ninjas took a step forward. Obito suddenly realized something and attempted to manipulate Orochimaru's body to release the reanimation of the present ninjas, or to eliminate some of the reanimated ninjas present. Yet, he found himself unable to move. "This is my body," Orochimaru observed with a bemused expression, the black Zetsu attempting to manipulate its own form, akin to watching a frenzied beast in a fit of rage. "Yet, you are indeed not mistaken. These reanimated ninjas serve as my anchors, for I have implanted my essence within their very beings. Do you comprehend the origin of this? It stems from an unexpected revelation during my explorations of parallel worlds. Among the myriad realms I have invaded, 2 worlds underwent remarkably unique transformations. These 2 realms, separated by a vast temporal chasm, converged in an astonishingly brief span, achieving near total uniformity. I devoted considerable time to unraveling this enigma, yet I arrived at no definitive conclusion. Nevertheless, this phenomenon sparked a flicker of inspiration within me. Why not establish an entangled relationship between self-consciousness? Thus, I dedicated extensive effort to developing a technique that would embed my power within the reanimated ninjas. As long as these ninjas persist, I can continually restore myself through this entangled connection. Orochimaru's method resembles the concept of storing self-awareness within a cloud database, allowing for the perpetual download of consciousness to overwrite the existing one, thereby maintaining stability of the self. Although the chakra of the 10 tails is immense, it remains finite. However, the technique of consciousness entanglement he devised incurs no such depletion. The ultimate victor will undoubtedly be. A fleeting thought of confidence crossed his mind. Yet, Orochimaru abruptly realized that his body began to swell again, the restoration of his consciousness slowing to a crawl, to the point where he could scarcely discern his own identity. No, this cannot be right. He looked up in astonishment at the assembly of reanimated ninjas, witnessing a hazy luminescence emanating from within their forms. The pure power he had implanted within the bodies of numerous reanimated ninjas is now being tainted, and the source of this contamination is none other than himself, or rather, the corporeal form he currently inhabits. Somehow, the strength of the 10 tails has entwined itself within the threads of consciousness, infiltrating the bodies of the reanimated ninjas. Ha ha ha, you arrogant fool. Do you truly believe you are so clever? Just because you have gained a slight advantage through your cunning. Do you think victory is assured? Can yourself still be restored now? Kagaya, too, has noted Orochimaru's transformation and mocks him mercilessly. What can a mere lowly insect from an inferior civilization truly comprehend about the profound mysteries of existence? He nearly fell for it. As Orochimaru dispelled the cursed seal, his expression darkened as he commanded the reanimated ninjas present to eradicate the power he had left within them. If Kagaya were to taint that power, it would not anchor him, but rather anchor her. However, the reanimated ninjas instinctively sensed the anomaly and began to act even before Orochimaru's orders. Simultaneously, a wooden conduit sprouted from the ground and penetrated the nape of Orochimaru's neck, flooding his mind with a torrent of his own memories. He still possesses a hidden strategy. If he cannot anchor himself through ninjutsu, then he shall overwhelm everything with greater information, including the consciousness of Kagaya Otsutsuki embedded within the 10 tails chakra. As long as the ultimate mindset is that of Orochimaru, it is still him, the great serpent, Otsutsuki. It appears we must appoint a new leader. Uchiha Chiri discerned Orochimaru's predicament. This deranged leader, who had thrived for decades, has finally stumbled, and in his fall, he has risked not just his life, but perhaps even his soul, as his very essence may become indistinguishable from that of Kagaya Otsutsuki. The level of his demise seems insurmountable, rendering him irretrievable even through the reanimation jutsu. Alas, what a pity! I had rather grown fond of him. So had I. With a robust resurrection technique, there are few young souls eager to unearth relics like us from our graves to witness the world anew. Many among the reanimated ninjas nostalgically recall Orochimaru. Yet none take any substantial action. Should there be a chance for Orochimaru to turn the tide, offering assistance would be inconsequential. However, since Orochimaru has now lost everything, each must consider their own fate. Even those whose thoughts have been distorted by the reanimation jutsu are no exception. The Leaf Village's manipulation of ninja ideologies primarily confines itself to endorsing and supporting the cyber ninja world order, as well as the leadership of the Leaf and Orochimaru. Without demanding extreme loyalty to any individual, which would greatly harm one's consciousness and inhibit the innate creativity of talented ninjas, yet he cannot simply perish. Should Kagaya Otsutsuki be resurrected, this world would be beyond salvation, potentially dragging down neighboring realms as well. A strange voice emerged among the crowd, leaving the reanimated ninjas astounded. Who is this loyal subject with such a grand perspective? Following the source of the voice, they focused their gaze to find a red-haired man clad in an Akatsuki uniform appearing behind Naruto, like a phantom, his pale purple rinnegan particularly striking. Without needing contemplation, the reanimated ninjas instantly recognized the faction to which he belonged, their tension palpable. An Uchiha ninja narrowed his eyes, the three tomo linking. Preparing to obliterate Nagato with a Sharingan Jinjutsu, Uchiha Chiri interceded, deeming it unnecessary to act rashly in such a situation. Who are you? Can you save Lord Orochimaru? Nagato. She recalled, it seems your counterpart here is not very well known. Nagato did not respond to her, his expression devoid of emotion. Leave. If you wish for Lord Orochimaru to survive. If given the choice, Nagato would fervently wish for Orochimaru to perish at the hands of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Ideally with his very soul obliterated. Even better would be a mutual destruction of their souls, as both are indeed harbingers of calamity. However, the most favorable outcomes rarely come to pass. If left unchecked, it is certain that Kagaya Otsutsuki would resurrect in the cybernetic ninja realm, reaping devastation, potentially affecting neighboring ninja realms as well. This point has already been elucidated by the respondent. Thus, I wish you success. Uchiha Chiri acquiesced gracefully, waving his hand as he led the Uchiha clan's ninjas away. The other prominent clan's reincarnated ninjas, upon witnessing the Uchiha's departure, contemplated briefly and followed suit. My lord, do you truly believe that the Akatsuki from another world will assist Lord Orochimaru? One Uchiha ninja could not resist inquiring during their journey. After all, we have no other recourse, and the situation cannot worsen. Let him give it a try. Uchiha Chiri responded nonchalantly, considering that the worst outcome would merely revert them to their previous state, with everyone either adopting a new leader or going their separate ways. The reincarnated ninjas present pondered this notion in silence. Indeed, as Uchiha Chiri departed with the reincarnated ninjas, the confrontation between Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and Orochimaru reached its climactic moment. Nagato dared not delay, raising his right hand to summon forth dozens of black rods with the power of his rinnegan, launching them forth with great speed. You shall not succeed. Kagaya's black Zetsu desperately attempted to control a mass of long hair, striking out towards the black rods like tendrils, yet Nagato's movements were swifter. The gravitational pull of his universal pull forcibly redirected Black Zetsu's actions. More than a dozen black rods pierced Orochimaru's already swollen form, utilizing the power of the divine technique. Without granting Kuros Absolute any opportunity to withdraw the black rods, Nagato directly invoked his jutsu, utilizing the black rods to assist Orochimaru. He established a connection with the Pure Land. This uniquely modified technique of borrowing power was not intended to draw strength from a specific entity within the Pure Land, but rather to harness the collective essence of the entire realm, unselectively accessing the thoughts and memories of souls that resided there. Ordinary people, shinobi, nobles, commoners, summoning beasts, and all manner of creatures. The will of countless spirits, accumulated over millennia and beyond, merged into Orochimaru's form under Nagato's guidance. A multitude of diverse thought processes and perspectives flooded in, overwhelming both Orochimaru and Kagaya Otsutsuki's consciousness in an instant, leading to Kuro's anguished cry, which was swiftly silenced. The distinction lay in the fact that Orochimaru was utterly lost. Conversely, Kagaya's consciousness remained resilient, akin to a stubborn boulder, enduring the crashing waves while fiercely maintaining her sense of self, striving to sever her identity from the influx of foreign information in a bid to preserve her memories and cognition intact. Yet, her efforts paled in comparison to the sheer volume of information overwhelming her. Orochimaru's corporeal form swelled dramatically, manifesting various faces that fled in all directions: humans, beasts, insects, fish, and countless indistinguishable appendages, all appearing in a pure white form that, rather than grotesque, bore an artistic allure. Suddenly, The very force that had previously tainted Kagaya's consciousness re-emerged. Nagato, with his black rods embedded in Orochimaru, which channeled the thoughts and consciousness of the Pure Land souls, seemed to have overloaded, fracturing, and simultaneously being expelled. As long as the connection to the Pure Land was severed, Kagaya still held the potential for return. However, Nagato would not allow such a fate. With a sweeping gesture, countless black rods manifested in the air, descending like rain upon the now indescribable chakra conglomerate, embedding themselves within to sustain the link to the Pure Land. Destruction and reconstruction formed a delicate equilibrium. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, that wondrous force began to wane, perhaps weary of the struggle. As the overwhelming waves of consciousness finally shattered the steadfast boulder, Kagaya attempted to reconstruct her self-awareness, yet it proved futile. The Ten Tails chakra was inundated with a deluge of corrupted information, relegating Kagaya's once dominant consciousness to the shadows, dismembered. Even the inherent madness of the Ten Tails was diluted and dispersed by the sheer volume of information. This onslaught fundamentally altered the nature of its chakra. Should an ordinary individual dare to absorb this tainted power, they would immediately encounter severe mental corruption, losing their sense of self. Even chakra machines would find it challenging to harness such chaotic energy. It resembled a colossal repository of conscious refuse. The consumption of energy by Nagato was excessive, leaving him somewhat enervated. He raised his gaze to behold the further expanded, indescribable entity absorbing countless fragments of the consciousness of the deceased from the Pure Land, revealing a countenance of revulsion. The surface was replete with various biological limbs, tentacles, teeth, and viscera, all coalesced in a singular mass, intertwining intestines and cranial bones, exuding a profound psychic contamination. However, from another perspective, the overwhelming stench might indeed be a fortuitous sign. Treasures, no matter how deeply concealed, will eventually be unearthed. Yet amount of excrement is an entirely different matter, especially if it harbors toxicity. Nagato's consciousness promptly dissipated, retreating to the second world. A day later, Uchiha Chiri discerned an absence of any sound within and entered alongside the impure earth ninjas. The expansive chamber was riddled with fissures and scattered debris, with a gaping hole left by the Ten Tails' resurrection, remaining largely unchanged since their departure. If one were to note a difference, it would be the presence of an indescribable chakra conglomerate within the room. The sheer magnitude of the chakra was disquieting. Yet the overwhelming deluge of garbage information and intricate consciousness it contained caused every ninja attempting to perceive it to display expressions akin to having ingested excrement. Hastily retreating from its vicinity, it appeared he had succeeded. Thus, was this entity now Orochimaru? Uchiha Chiri cast a few glances but failed to locate Orochimaru's corpse, redirecting his attention to the indescribable chakra conglomerate. How shall one articulate this? Orochimaru should be considered alive. After all, this mass, amalgamated from countless fragments of garbage information, had formed around Orochimaru as its vessel. Amidst the vast sea of detritus, a trace of Orochimaru remained, justifying the assertion of his continued existence. However, should Orochimaru become aware of his current state, he would undoubtedly lament that he had lingered in life for too long. Chapter 71. Out of seclusion in a certain realm. A brilliant white star stood resolute in the void of space, radiating boundless luminosity. Had parallel worlds converged once more? Perceiving a portion of her strength dissipating, the star luminary's gaze pierced through the fabric of time and space, revealing glimpses of distant realms. She chose to channel her power anew, not to seize the future immediately, but to temporarily surveil these worlds, marking them with her essence. She resolved to harvest them only when they reached a more mature and nourishing state. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow. The cyber ninja realm descended into chaos following Orochimaru's sudden incapacitation. The various clans of reanimated ninjas found themselves at odds, each aspiring to usurp Orochimaru's dominion over the ninja world, igniting a fierce civil war. Millions of previously utilized chakra batteries were liberated, thrust into the fray, battling for survival in a brutal contest. The misuse of the reanimation jutsu escalated, tragically intensifying the slaughter of the living populace, further diminishing their numbers. Yet, amidst the turmoil, astute individuals discerned the true trajectory of the future, refraining from immediate engagement in the ensuing conflict. As the cyber ninja realm utilized consciousness-crossing technology to invade parallel worlds, Those ninja realms devoid of significant technological disparity would swiftly adopt this consciousness-crossing technique, akin to a colonial expansion or nuclear advancement. Once one nation took the lead, others would inevitably follow suit, ushering in a new era. The Akatsuki of the Second World merely represented the earliest adopters of this phenomenon. This was inconsequential. Had the cyber ninja realm proceeded along a conventional path, leveraging their first-mover advantage, they could have suppressed other worlds for an extended duration, reaping benefits and establishing themselves as one of the dominant forces of order. However, Orochimaru's reckless ambition obliterated all prospects in pursuit of reviving the Ten Tails and acquiring the bloodline and knowledge of the Otsutsuki clan. They dismantled all interdimensional consciousness devices, recovering the tailed beast chakra and severing their ties to other realms. Had Orochimaru's plan succeeded, it might have been a different story. Yet, he failed. Not only did he falter, but the chakra of the Ten Tails morphed into an unfathomable mass, resulting in the irrevocable loss of 7-tailed beasts from the 3 tails to the 9 tails. The 1 tail and 2 tails had yet to be reborn. Overnight, the cyber ninja world found itself in a dire shortage of tailed beast chakra, with no immediate substitutes available to recreate interdimensional consciousness devices. The situation was further exacerbated by internal strife, causing technological stagnation. In stark contrast, the Second World stood united, progressing swiftly. It is foreseeable that the future order of parallel worlds will be dominated by the Second World, with other tailed beast-holding realms gaining ground, while the cyber ninja world slips into a position of weakness. To alter this trajectory, collaboration with those worlds likely to hold an advantageous position is imperative. In Cyber Konoha, the homeland of the Uchiha clan, after confirming that Orochimaru had no chance of revival, Uchiha Chiri led his clan members to rescue the imprisoned Minato Namikaze and Sasuke Uchiha, even assisting in alleviating Naruto's cognitive distortion, thereby demonstrating their sincerity. The liberated Sasuke did not disappoint them, establishing contact with the Second World. Mr. Sasuke Uchiha, Orochimaru is no more. The previous pursuit is hereby rendered void. Would you consider rejoining the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Chiri broached the subject during their negotiations. Sasuke, however, was not particularly inclined towards Chiri's invitation. He had spent nearly his entire life outside the clan, feeling no emotional ties to the Uchihas. I apologize, but our primary objective with the other world is to end the civil war and restore production and order. Personal matters, for the time being, are not on my agenda. Uchiha Chiri accepted the rejection with a smile, acknowledging, indeed, the restoration of order is paramount. Personal matters can be addressed later. Sasuke then redirected the conversation. Returning to our earlier topic, do you have any concerns regarding the deployment? Clan leader Chiri? Uchiha Chiri responded, the Uchiha clan has no objections, however. The other noble clans in Konoha may still have some reservations. We require the other world to demonstrate strength. Sasuke took a deep breath. We will endeavor to make contact and seek support. Very well, Chiri affirmed. In the Second World, a heated debate is unfolding among the senior members of the Shao organization regarding the handling of the cyber ninja realm. The most contentious point revolves around the fate of the impure world reincarnations. The radicals argue for aiding the resistance, advocating for the complete eradication of the impure world reincarnations and the elimination of all remnants from the era of Orochimaru, contending that one must take extreme measures to restore the world entirely to the living. This perspective is swiftly criticized by the opposition for its lack of consideration for reality. Although Orochimaru has been vanquished, the power of the impure world reincarnations remains formidable, numbering over 1 million, and they are rapidly renewing themselves. The chakra pulse bomb proves ineffective against them. Moreover, the technological prowess within the cyber ninja realm is not to be underestimated. For the chakra cannons wielded by the impure world reincarnations possess the capability to plow through the entire ninja realm. If cornered, they could take the entire world down with them. Even with our utmost support, it would be impossible to eliminate over 1 million or even 10 million impure world reincarnations, as the number of cross-world consciousness devices is insufficient. Not only would we be unable to secure peace for them, but we would also risk being dragged into a quagmire, jeopardizing everything we have at present. During the meeting, one individual voiced dissent. Immediately, another voice arose to counterattack. You are advocating for a compromise with the impure world reincarnations, who manifest as sacrifices of the living. Their very existence is an abomination. If we concede merely due to their numbers, failing to rectify this fundamental error. We merely sow the seeds for the resurrection of a distorted society. I speak of reality. We must respect objective laws. They possess not only numbers, but also chakra canons and various chakra technologies. Our focus is not solely on the present, but on the future. The imperishable impure world reincarnations must be eradicated from society. The two factions engaged in a fierce exchange. The radicals seemed to gain a slight upper hand, particularly since Nagato had previously opted for ideals by assisting other ninja villages during the cyber ninja realm's incursions. Subsequently, they successfully abolished the ninja village system and unified the ninja realm. However, the realists this time were more resolute, unwilling to yield. Previously, they had strength and room for error, allowing for a balance between ideals and reality, but this situation was different. They were waging war in an alternate world. Their power significantly diminished. Should they invest substantial energy into the cyber ninja realm-esque quagmire, their homeland would inevitably suffer delays and could even collapse. As the debate raged on, Nagato tapped the table and produced a report addressing the attendees. A day prior, the cyber ninja realm's resistance submitted a draft to us, seeking our assistance in resolving their internal conflicts autonomously. Upon achieving unification, they aim to align their policies with ours and establish a stable and harmonious global order. The tumult of argument has ceased. Nagato surveyed the crowd and found that most were lost in contemplation. This outcome is not without merit. Allowing others to manage their own affairs means the Akatsuki need not engage in disputes over the quagmire of the cyber shinobi world. However, a minority voiced dissent, contending that since the second world has expended considerable effort, the cyber shinobi world ought to submit to their leadership rather than merely align with their policies. Others argued that even if the cyber shinobi resistance were to make its own decisions, it should still be guided by the overarching direction set by this world, such as addressing all reincarnated individuals. Both factions contained extremists. Nonetheless, the rational voices prevailed, leading to the proposal's eventual approval. During this meeting, Nagato recognized that addressing the issues of other worlds can sometimes prove more challenging than those of one's own. There exists a pressing need to establish a new team to study external conditions and formulate foreign policy, rather than allowing the Akatsuki's upper echelons to devolve into chaos at every occurrence. A new era is on the horizon. Eyes from beyond the world pierce into the future. Within the QA space, Sheila has concluded his seclusion and, upon casting his gaze upon the various observable worlds, paused momentarily on the cyber shinobi world and the second world. Chapter 72. Reconstruction of the QA space in the QA space. Sheila briefly glanced at the various worlds before withdrawing his gaze. He had lingered in the almost motionless flow of time for an eternity, long enough for once indelible memories to be cloaked in the dust of time, rendering them somewhat unfamiliar. The recollections from before his passage and those from the shinobi world, in terms of their richness, could not possibly compare to the vast troves of knowledge amassed by the Tsutsuki clan over millennia, gathering information from parallel worlds. During this brief yet protracted period of learning, Sheila's life form underwent a transformation. He shed his corporeal form, evolving into a microscopic quantum existence, facilitating a more adept manipulation of the laws of nature rather than relying solely on extraordinary powers. No, perhaps it was no longer appropriate to refer to chakra or natural energy as extraordinary powers. These forces are, in essence, manifestations of the world's fundamental principles, akin to gravity, electromagnetic force, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force. Society and civilization have yet to ascend to a height sufficient to elucidate and define the rules underlying these extraordinary forces with greater clarity. Yet now, Sheila possessed the capability to do so. However, despite a qualitative leap in knowledge, he still found himself bewildered by the structural patterns of the inquiry space, with a considerable journey ahead before he could fully decipher and master it. Patience was necessary. Sheila resolved to employ his previous method, accelerating time to select a thriving civilization and immerse himself within it. With a mere thought, time surged forward. The sixth questioner emerged, a nondescript middle-aged man, his face flushed and his mind foggy, resembling a drunken vagabond. A glance at the historical context of the world revealed that a member of the Hyuga clan, awakened with the reincarnation eye, had led Konoha to unify the world, catalyzing rapid technological advancement. While the development across several shinobi realms was commendable, it fell considerably short of Sheila's expectations. After implanting some information from the inquiry space into the drunkard's mind, Sheila sent him back and continued to accelerate time. Soon, over a dozen questioners appeared, mostly ordinary individuals, lacking the prowess of formidable ninjas like Minato or Mei Terumi, with their worlds offering little of interest to observe. Was it mere luck or the novelty protection for beginners that had led to such circumstances? Sheila pondered. Had it been during his initial transition, he might have found the varied histories of the shinobi world intriguing. Now, however, all that remained was a sense of monotony. In the supercomputer of the Tsutsuki clan, he had witnessed an overwhelming array of worlds with divergent histories, distinct ninja realms, varied planets, and intelligent races, each with their own chronicles of civilization and heroism. Sheila had seen far too much. With a fleeting thought, he crafted a clone to remain in place. The inquiry space forbade the existence of any sentient consciousness beyond the questioner and the respondent. However, a clone, being a secondary consciousness of the same individual, seemed permissible. Of course, should the clone sever its connection with the original and evolve into an independent entity with its own thoughts, it would swiftly be expelled from the inquiry space. He restored the clone's consciousness to the moment it entered the space and anchored it there. Sheila instructed, "This is entrusted to you. Should you encounter a questioner from a higher civilization, do not hesitate to call for me. I shall explore other worlds and galaxies for advanced civilizations." With that, he transformed into a shimmering light and vanished. "Go ahead, I've entrusted this to you." The clone Sheila felt no dissatisfaction with the task handed to him. After the original departed, he turned his gaze to the inquiry space, a realm of pure white, devoid of direction or form, utterly desolate. He could not fathom how the original could endure such a monotonous place. With a thought, a radiant light emerged from his palm, manifesting as a luxurious staff over 2 meters in length. Sheila gently tapped the staff upon the ground, and the blank world began to fade. The earth, sky, and ocean gradually materialized. Above the azure sky adorned with white clouds, a square sun emitted a gentle glow, filtering through the gently swaying green leaves, casting patches of warm light. As the perspective widened, not only the sun above but also the soil, stones, and trees transformed into cubes, creating an illusion of a gaming world. Sheila glanced at himself, and he too morphed into a cubic figure. With a sweep of his staff, a classic manner suddenly appeared upon the plain. Now, this was what one might call life. Just as he nodded in approval, a sense of something amiss crept in. It was far too quiet. In a vibrant world, how could there be but a single life form? Yet, the inquiry space forbade the emergence of any consciousness apart from the questioner and respondent, leaving him uncertain if introducing an AI would suffice. Resolving to act upon his thoughts, Sheila searched the original's knowledge base and discovered a set of self-evolving AI models. He then fashioned a cubic figure for the AI, though it appeared somewhat dull-witted. It was indeed functional and had not been expelled from the inquiry space. Splendid! Sheila, filled with excitement, continuously fed data to AIA, eager to observe its evolutionary progress. However, the outcome proved to be profoundly disappointing. This sophisticated AI model, derived from the Otsutsuki clan and gathered from various civilizations, displayed commendable abilities in answering questions, yet its comprehension and creativity left much to be desired. Undeterred, Sheila explored other artificial intelligence models, only to find one deleted by the query space upon its emergence. It seemed that AIA was also bound by limitations. Previous models had merely existed due to their insufficient strength, failing to meet the criteria established by the query space. Nonetheless, Sheila decided to make do with what he had, acknowledging that it was far superior to his original self. When Sheila first traversed this realm, the query space's response mechanism resembled that of an inept artificial intelligence, lacking the requisite knowledge to facilitate any transformation. He casually summoned a virtual panel, programming and designing various forms and behavioral patterns of life. With life forms established, the systems for weapons and tools could not be neglected. Should he incorporate the original game's features? Or perhaps devise a comprehensive technology tree spanning from primitive civilizations to interstellar cultures? Would AIA find utility in these technologies? Amidst Sheila's fervent endeavors, a young girl from the ancient ninja world appeared in the query space, gazing at the starkly contrasting reality. She swallowed hard and turned to the industrious Sheila, inquiring, "Excuse me, are you a god?" "Not quite. You wish to ask a question, correct? Please hold on. I am rather busy." Sheila glanced at the questioner, finding her pixelated appearance jarring against the backdrop. He instituted a new rule. All foreign consciousness would be rendered in pixel style. A flash of light transformed the girl into pixels. Oh, much more pleasing to the eye now. Do you see the lake over there? If you have questions, just speak to the water. I cannot provide answers that are too outrageous. Taking a moment, Shilu crafted a search engine integrated with AI, utilizing his own memories as a database to accommodate the inquirer. Oh, okay, thank you, the girl exclaimed, scampering towards the lake. Chapter 73, The Curious Inquirer at Last. It was complete. In the pixelated query space, Sheila stretched and exhaled deeply, turning to admire the newly birthed world, pride glimmering in his eyes. This would be his home from now on. Whistling a cheerful tune, he surveyed the query space, noticing that all the previous inquirers had vanished. He leaped towards the manifestation of the lake, his agile form tracing a graceful arc in the air before landing steadily on the shore. Now, let me see who has come to inquire these past days and what they sought. Shilu accessed the inquiry records, scanning through them one by one. How to become beautiful, how to enjoy delicious food, to wear new clothes. When will my parents return? How to become wealthy. How can I win the affection of Miss Tion at the eastern edge of the village? How might I acquire greater wealth? How can one achieve sudden riches overnight? Among a series of inquiries, 30% pertain to the pursuit of wealth, 20% inquire about becoming a ninja or surpassing even the prowess of a ninja. The remaining 50% consist of other peculiar questions, including one that asks how to pay homage to the deity of the respondent. I recall that I had intended to set my answer to indicate that I am not a god. Shilu was taken aback by the questions and brought up the scene from the QA session. He indeed set it up, but the questioner remained oblivious, resolutely treating the QA space as a divine gift. Sheila furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat uncomfortable being revered like a deity. The pedestal was rather too high. However, the villager's allotted time for questioning had expired, leaving him unable to intervene. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual, so he chose to disregard it. Skipping over a few eccentric inquiries, Sheila glanced at the QA records and was pleasantly surprised to find that the answering machine performed admirably. In response to the alcoholic's desire for wealth, it proposed a novel brewing method that could enhance the quality of the liquor, thereby facilitating the individual's business success, while gently advising against excessive drinking. For the young girl yearning for delicious food and new clothes, the machine, taking into account her era, suggested techniques for sericulture and silk reeling. There was even a gambler seeking infallible luck at the tables. The machine offered chakra training techniques and a method for object visualization, along with a caution against gambling. Indeed, the true way to ensure victory was to abstain from gambling altogether. Sheila shook his head and made some adjustments to the answering machine. A glance at the remaining responses revealed they were all tailored to the historical context and specific circumstances of the questioners. Excellent. He decided that the answering machine could remain here in this capacity. After placing a sign indicating that inquiries could be made at this location, he opted to leave it be. The essence of his being had cast him here to monitor for any inquiries from advanced civilizations, not to genuinely serve the questioners. So what was the point of being overly diligent? With a fishing rod in hand, he prepared to indulge in some leisure. But scarcely had he taken a few steps when the QA space suddenly trembled. What a coincidence! He raised an eyebrow and turned to the direction of the questioner, who appeared to be a female ninja clad in a pink cheapao and a small jacket. Even in a pixelated art style, Sheila recognized her identity at a glance. Tintin, one of Konoha's 12 elite. After a brief observation, Sheila averted his gaze and resumed his fishing, certain that she could not be a visitor from a higher civilization. As the sun began to set, Sheila returned to find Tintin still seated by the lakeshore, seemingly waiting for him. Contemplating for a moment, he approached her and said, "Welcome to the QA space, questioner. What inquiries do you have?" As he walked, he reviewed the inquiry records of the QA machine, noting that no new questions had emerged and that her inquiry time had not elapsed. Tintin beamed and stood to meet his gaze. "May I ask, are you the master of this place?" "Master is perhaps too grand a title," Sheila replied, shaking his head. "I do not possess complete control over this world. I merely hold the rights to inhabit and utilize it." "You have waited here for so long merely to ask this?" Tintin nodded. "Indeed. Primarily to witness the master of this wondrous realm." Sheila was not surprised by her assumption that the QA space had a master. With such a large structure standing there, and a sign beside the QA machine bearing words, any sensible person would deduce that someone resided here. "Do you know me?" "To be honest, it matters little. All responses from this lake's QA machine are derived from my memories. Your waiting for my return will not yield more accurate answers. He set down his fishing rod, unfazed by her flattery. I have established relevant rules, embedding the information of the QA space into the minds of questioners. Did you not receive it? I did, Tintin replied, but I still feel this is more formal and allows me to express my gratitude in person after receiving an answer. Sheila regarded her with mild curiosity. Perhaps her demeanor was excessively earnest and polite. Very well, now that I am here, feel free to ask your questions. Do you believe that forcibly transforming every individual in society, compelling them towards perfection to maintain stability and peace, is beneficial or detrimental to the world? Sheila was taken aback, not expecting Tintin to pose such a provocative question right away. In the database of the Otsutsuki clan, countless parallel worlds contain numerous planets and civilizations where individuals, driven by their desires, sought to control society and civilization with their own strength. Most of them possess a rather unsatisfactory moral compass, exemplified by Orochimaru of the Cyber Ninja world. He treats the entire world as a mere plaything, having directly and indirectly caused countless deaths, inflicting severe blows to the progress of civilization. Undoubtedly, he embodies the epitome of malevolence. Yet, would employing similar coercive measures to lead individuals towards virtue, compelling society to evolve towards an ideal state, truly render the world a better place? In the short term, it may indeed appear so. However, in the long run, there is no long run. The Otsutsuki clan's database records only a handful of such worlds. Some have been annihilated by the Otsutsuki, while others reverted to a normal progression of civilization after the demise of their tyrants. As for me, I have yet to witness such a society sustain itself over time. Thus I refrain from offering a judgment. You may believe yourselves to be in the right or in the wrong. Nonetheless, should anyone inquire about this matter in the future, I shall recount your actions and their outcomes to them. As soon as I finished speaking, the pixelated world swiftly transformed into the traditional artistic style of the Hidden Leaf Village. On the Hokage rock stood two Hokages, the first, Hashirama Senju, and the second, Madara Uchiha. Yet, what captured the most attention was not the Hokage rock, but the blood-red moon adorned with the Tomo symbol hanging high in the sky. This realm was birthed from the collaboration between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, unleashing the infinite Tsukuyomi, which has persisted to this day. Chapter 74. Infinite Tsukuyomi. The transformation of perfection in this world. The majority of calamities faced by humanity are wrought by human hands rather than the world itself. Therefore, to forge an ideal peaceful existence, one must strive to alter humanity, not the world. Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, the world in which you reside is quite intriguing. I raised my gaze to the blood moon suspended above, then turned my attention to the villagers of the Hidden Leaf. All their eyes bore the pattern of the Sharingan, and I could not help but express my heartfelt admiration. He is utterly convinced that this world is indeed a tangible reality, rather than a mere illusion. A genuine world where individuals, ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi, can still carry on with their lives, working, marrying, and seemingly enjoying happiness. This is nothing short of miraculous. Each day, he struggles to decipher the meaning behind the words of Sheila, who, when prompted, elaborates, my existence, since the inception of the ninja sect by the Sage of Six Paths a millennium ago, has largely been fraught with turmoil. The animosities between ninjas and civilians, and even among civilians themselves, have created a chasm filled with conflict and bloodshed, perpetually haunting our lives. Although many yearn for peace, they find themselves powerless to alter the status quo until the emergence of two divine ninjas. Through their unwavering collaboration, they unearthed a world-class ninjutsu left behind by the ancient progenitor of chakra. After enduring countless hardships and vanquishing formidable foes, they ultimately ushered in an era of everlasting peace for the world. Sheila nodded, his gaze piercing through the annals of history to a time several decades past, when the brothers Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama collaborated to study and modify the historical narrative of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Indeed, I have witnessed how they transformed the effects of the infinite Tsukuyomi. If the original version focused on altering the world to create a flawless illusion, enticing individuals to escape reality, then the modified infinite Tsukuyomi crafted by the Uchiha and Senju brothers centers on transforming the individual, endowing the affected with a perfect persona, characteristics such as justice, courage, diligence, humility, kindness, a passion for learning, mutual acceptance, assistance, and understanding. The majority of virtues extolled by humanity can be found in these perfected beings. When a society is composed entirely of such individuals, and they are aware of each other's perfection, cooperation will flourish, paving the way for a utopian ideal. However, the transformation through the infinite Tsukuyomi is not instantaneous. A sudden implementation would bear no difference from murder. Those subjected to this transformation will cultivate a yearning for beauty within their souls, engage in self-reflection, and restrain their desires, gradually progressing towards their ideal selves. The closer one aligns with this envisioned perfection, the greater their happiness. The qualities of sages and virtuous individuals, as depicted in philosophical texts, have been imparted to all by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Shilla remarked, "It seems remarkably perfect." Yet, Tion's countenance darkened, but one could also argue it is exceedingly flawed. Sheila inquired, "Why do you say so?" This utopian realm stands in stark contrast to the cyber ninja world, representing two entirely opposing extremes. If the civilians of the cyber ninja realm were to discover this world, they would undoubtedly perceive it as paradise. "Please, follow me." Every day, Tion leads the way. Shilu follows her forward, casually glancing at Tion's questioning time, which shows a little over 58 seconds remaining. It seems that even in this utopian world, there are means to stretch subjective time. The two halt before a wooden villa. Inside, a group of eccentrically dressed men and women gather, venting their grievances. A scruffy man seizes a goblet from the table and takes a hefty swig of strong liquor, the fiery taste striking his senses. Fueled by the burn, he curses vehemently. Those people have no idea of the monumental era my chakra engine could usher in. In this wretched age devoid of automation, how can we progress? How can we achieve greatness? Don't you feel the same? A statuesque blonde nun extinguishes her cigarette with a fierce determination, her teeth clenched. I have conducted dozens of sermons, emphasizing the importance of enhancing productivity, yet they refuse to change. The final member of the trio, an elderly cyborg, upon hearing his companion's lamentations, turns a page of his book and states monotonously, "This is quite ordinary. To gain something, one must inevitably lose something." The middle-aged man retorts, "Is societal stagnation the price they must pay? Shouldn't such a utopian society advance swiftly?" "Ariel, you are mistaken. This society is far from perfect, and its inhabitants are imperfect as well," replies the cyborg elder, surveying his companions. "They possess admirable qualities that are often lauded, which are indeed commendable, but they may be excessive for societal development." The blonde nun resonates deeply with the cyborg's words. Being the most intellectually curious in their small group and having engaged most with the denizens of this world. Indeed, for them, stability holds paramount importance. Do you know how they responded when I spoke to them about enhancing productivity? Aller and the cyborg elder exchanged glances. The nun mimicked the tone of the residents of the ninja realm, speaking with conviction. Technological advancement will encroach upon the survival space of current industries, causing turmoil for those within those sectors and undermining societal safety and stability. Stability, my foot. I was so furious at the time that I wanted to shove a gun up that idiot's backside and ask him if such stability is desirable. The cyborg elder disregarded the nun's profanity, reflecting poignantly, their vision does extend quite far. It is not a mere mockery of the short-sightedness of the inhabitants of the utopian shinobi world. Rather, he genuinely believes that the residents possess a vision that extends beyond the immediate, perhaps excessively so. The advancement of industry necessitates land, a highly skilled workforce, and various raw materials. Should this monstrous entity be unleashed in a conventional agricultural society, it would undoubtedly upheave the industrial structure of that society, resulting in widespread unemployment among the agrarian populace and a state of unrest. Only when the entire society is transformed into the desired visage would this industrial behemoth begin to incessantly yield wealth. Such a price may be deemed acceptable within a normally functioning society, yet it is intolerable in utopia, where the employment rate hovers near 100%, and individuals coexist in mutual tolerance and support, thriving in their lives. They possess no enemies, nor do they need to compete with others. So why the haste to develop industry, disturbing the tranquility of society? The populace here is aware of the benefits of enhancing productivity, yet they still opt for stability. After all, in a perfect society where everyone can find their place, any unnecessary alterations to the social fabric would lead to imperfection, which is simply unacceptable. The respondent, Mr. Answerer, described the visions of three individuals who claimed to hail from other worlds to the two deities of the ninja. Tian and Shilu listened intently to the trio's entire conversation, their expressions somber. The grievances they voiced mirrored the issues faced in my own world. She felt they were correct. Advancing social productivity is indeed beneficial, yet her moral compass dictated that her actions should trouble others as little as possible, and certainly not drive anyone to the brink of destitution. Even though society is willing to assist the unemployed and provide material support, the unemployed themselves are virtuous individuals who wish to avoid being a burden and aspire to contribute meaningfully. This creates a peculiar situation where both parties are well-intentioned, yet both endure great suffering. Unbeknownst to Tian, as she spoke, Shi Li's smile quickly faded upon catching sight of the trio. Well, we shall revisit that later. Young lady, could you assist me with a favor? What sort of favor? May I borrow your body for a moment? Chapter 75, A Means of Escape? Tian. Borrow my body. How does one do that? She took 2 steps back, her eyes brimming with caution. The world she inhabited was a utopia, but that did not render her naive. The literature here still depicted various dangers and methods of navigation. An entity evidently from beyond this realm requesting to borrow her body raised significant suspicion. That's an excellent question. I am pondering the same, Shilu mused thoughtfully. Tian. For the first time, she began to doubt the reliability of Mr. Answerer. Shilu, unaware of Tian's thoughts, might have otherwise expressed agreement. He felt that the atmosphere was quite fitting at that moment, which compelled him to utter such words. However, while it was said impulsively, utilizing Tian's physical presence was not entirely unfeasible. Although specific objects cannot be transported out of the QA space, the exchange and dissemination of information are not prohibited here. It is evident that Shilu employs the power of this space to impart knowledge to the inquirer. Should Shilu wish to transform himself into a mimetic entity or an informational being, embedding himself within the inquirer's consciousness and clandestinely departing is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Perhaps the previous responders escaped through such a method. Of course, Shilu harbored no intention of leaving. He did not perceive the QA space as a prison, who would consider their own home as such. Given his desire to converse with Tian and 3 individuals who seemingly hail from other cosmic forces, it indeed posed a challenge. It would be impractical to summon Tian with but a single utterance. Therefore, how about this? I will implant an intelligent A within your consciousness, which will assist me in posing all the inquiries I wish to make. Once our dialogue concludes, I will self-destruct, leaving no impact on you. Tian hesitated for a moment, then asked, Sir Responder, do Mr. Alaire and the others possess any particular significance? Shilu replied, to me, they are quite special. They may serve as the key to unlocking a broader realm. Though Tian did not fully grasp the implication, he sensed its importance and, after a moment of contemplation, acquiesced. Very well then. Shilu responded, thank you. He raised his hand and conjured an intelligent A, molding it to resemble himself before implanting it into Tian's consciousness. In the utopian ninja world, at the Hokage building in Kanahagakure, Uchiha Madara, in his 10 tails Jinchuriki form, sat cross-legged in midair, a dark staff resting horizontally before him. Beside him, Senju Hashirama, resurrected through the impure world reincarnation by White Zetsu, anxiously gazed at Tian, who was slumbering on the sofa. Not long ago, this young girl had unexpectedly burst into the Hokage building, claiming that she had been drawn into a mystical alternate space, where she could answer her questions within a span of 60 seconds. Without hesitation, both men believed her. In the utopian ninja world, it was inconceivable for a child to jest about such grave matters, especially since Tian had long outgrown the age of pranks. Uchiha Madara employed a technique to elongate Tian's subjective time and advised her to seek the master of the question and answer space to inquire about their perspective on the current state of the ninja world. Hashirama, calming himself, remarked that since the question and answer space allowed her to return, the likelihood of harm befalling the young girl was quite low. Madara relaxed his legs and responded to Hashirama. It was not that he was particularly worried about Hashirama's potential rebuttal. Well, perhaps I am a little concerned, he conceded. However, his thoughts were predominantly occupied with the inexplicable surge of individuals from beyond their world and whether the peace within the ninja realm could still be sustained. At Madara's words, he fell silent. The power of the 10 tails Jinchuriki was formidable, capable of nearly overwhelming the current ninja world, strong enough to alter everyone and forge a utopian society. Yet, when confronted with forces that could traverse worlds, there was little advantage to be found. He turned to gaze out the window. Peace lying before him. If such a day were to come, it could only be after my demise in battle. At that moment, Tian, who had been sleeping on the sofa, awoke. Just as Senju Hashirama was about to approach and inquire about the situation, a silver staff obstructed his path. Wait, Hashirama. Something feels amiss. Uchiha Madara sensed impending danger. The infinite Tsukuyomi in the sky was a technique he had initiated. Thus, he possessed a certain sensitivity to its practitioners. The more one concentrated, the clearer the sensation became. If originally Tian's thoughts appeared simple and positive within his perception, now her previously pure thoughts seemed to be tainted by an immense foreign presence. Uchiha Madara demanded, "Who are you? What have you done to this young girl?" Senju Hashirama, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, assumed a defensive stance. Tian hurriedly gestured to reassure him, explaining, "Lord first, Lord second, I am fine. It's just that the answerer requires my assistance." Assistance? Uchiha Madara, noting that Tian still retained a clear sense of self, felt a slight relief. Yes, it seems Mr. Aller has some special significance to the answerer, so the answerer wishes to utilize my body to converse with them. Tian briefly recounted the events occurring within the question and answer space. Madara sensed that she was not lying. "I apologize for my rudeness. It's nothing. It is natural to feel anxious upon witnessing one's junior in peril." The girl's body emitted a masculine voice. "Gentlemen, if there are no further questions, I would like to proceed with my task." Uchiha Madara pointed towards Hashirama. "May we listen in?" "Feel free," replied Sheila. "Thank you. Please hold on for a moment." Madara summoned the guards at the entrance and instructed them to enhance the village patrols, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Although it was a utopian society without an army, it was not devoid of government and law enforcement. The former existed to better harness the collective strength of the populace for the construction and maintenance of various infrastructures, as well as public administration, could not be accomplished by a mere handful of individuals or through mere tacit understanding. Much like a school, which requires student enrollment, teacher hiring, grade divisions, and supplementary teaching materials, the workload is complex and necessitates a unified force for management. Disbanding schools is not impossible, allowing everyone to fulfill their roles. Where the son of a merchant could only be a merchant, and the son of a farmer. However, this was not the vision held by Uchiha Madara and his peers. It is worth noting that while the efficiency of industrial facilities in this utopian ninja world is notably low, being cautious and reflective, the academic atmosphere here is remarkably vibrant. Especially in mathematics, a purely theoretical discipline that has become a national passion. Besides mathematics, the arts are also highly developed, with frequent exchange meetings and competitions. As for the latter, it serves as a response to emergencies, such as sudden natural disasters that may trap individuals, necessitating the intervention of professionals. They have acquired powers that far exceed those of ordinary individuals through rigorous training in the art of ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara made the necessary arrangements, and the trio departed without delay. Chapter 76, Conversations and Ambush. Within the Japanese-style villa, the air was thick with the pungent scent of alcohol and swirling gray smoke, engulfing the entire room. The trio's complaints had not subsided. Rather, they had escalated. Just then, the cyborg elder suddenly rose to his feet, halting his two companions. "Enough. We have guests arriving." The blonde nun inquired with curiosity. "Guests?" Almost immediately, she sensed the approach of two substantial presences, rapidly drawing near. It was the two Hokage, who appeared to be in a great hurry. Had they perhaps changed their demeanor? It was possible. One was a being of impure reincarnation, and the other a practitioner of the infinite Tsukuyomi, both unaffected by the celestial moon, making them the most comprehending individuals of our theories in the entire world. Should they choose to converse, the transformation of the utopian shinobi world might indeed become a reality. The trio exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting within their eyes. Having witnessed the brutality and bloodshed of the world, their instinct to nurture this sudden peace and tranquility was a natural response, wishing for its flourishing. After all, what reason did they have to exert themselves so fervently in a realm of leisure? Ariel and the blonde nun promptly began tidying up the house. The cyborg elder intended to assist as well, but midway through he hesitated, rubbing his temples as a sense of dissonance in his memories washed over him. According to the frequency of their assignments, this visit should not have been to a realm of leisure. Never mind, it was of little consequence. Suppressing the fleeting doubt, he employed his techniques to dispel the smoke and alcohol from the air. Just as the living room was restored to order, A series of knocks echoed through the door. Lord First, Lord Second. The blonde nun opened the door, revealing Madara and Hashirama, who greeted her with radiant smiles. However, upon noticing the young girl among them, her smile faltered slightly. "And this young lady, greetings to you. Honored Hokage, please come in." Although the cyborg elder also recognized the girl, he dismissed it as trivial. This was a utopian world where everyone coexisted harmoniously, and adults treated every child as their own kin with kindness. It was entirely reasonable for the two Hokage to visit with the child in tow. In fact, Hashirama and I are merely accompanying him. The one truly wishing to visit you is her. Uchiha Madara indicated towards the girl, slightly nodding at Ariel and her companions, noticing their misunderstanding. In the language of the shinobi world, his and her pronunciations differed. The trio regarded the obviously feminine-appearing girl with peculiar expressions. "Is this a boy?" Tian felt uncomfortable. Yet her consciousness, influenced by Western music, was unperturbed by such rudeness. Gazing at the trio whose eyes had transformed into the patterns of the Rinnegan, she stated, "Indeed. I wish to have a face-to-face conversation with you, which is why I borrowed this young girl's body." Upon hearing a male voice, the three individuals were momentarily taken aback. Yet their predominant sentiment was one of apprehension. To have the company of two divine ninjas must signify the presence of someone significant. "May I inquire who you are?" Shilu responded, "You may call me the Responder, or simply Shilu." Ariel rifled through her memories, but could not find any reference to a formidable figure known as the Responder in the Naruto narrative. Although this world of Naruto had undergone considerable alterations, it seemed improbable that the characters had diverged to such an extent. No need to ponder further. "Like you, I hail from beyond this universe." Ariel and the blonde nun exchanged nods, realizing that if he were indeed a traveler from another realm, the absence of records was quite understandable. While instances of travelers appearing in task worlds were rare, they were not entirely absent. Beside them, the cyborg elder observed the congenial exchange between his companions and Shilu, and the sense of incongruity intensified within him. They had indeed been forthright about a portion of their origins to this world as Konoha. However, they had not disclosed that they were from beyond the universe. Had he misunderstood? Was there another explanation? Should the Responder and travelers coexist in such harmony? Thoughts raced through his mind. Yet the cyborg elder felt an increasing ache in his head, prompting him to abandon his reflections. A profound sense of satisfaction welled up from within. Ariel inquired, "What brings you to seek us?" Shilu replied, "I wish to inquire if you possess any means of departing this universe. You have come to the wrong individuals. We do not have the means to facilitate your return home." Ariel hesitated, her gaze toward Shilu tinged with sympathy and a hint of envy. Although travelers like Shilu had left their homelands, they enjoyed a freedom that their roles as Paradise agents did not afford them. Often being cast into various worlds by the Paradise Lord to execute tasks. With a stroke of luck, they might return home. Otherwise, they could remain trapped in the task world. "No, I believe you have misunderstood. I do not wish to return home. I merely desire to venture beyond this universe and experience more worlds." Shilu surveyed the three of them. "I believe you possess the means to assist me." The blonde nun shook her head. "No, we cannot aid you. Moreover, I think you may have misinterpreted something. The world outside is not a paradise. On the contrary, it is a hell vastly more severe than this place. In truth, there was a way, by consuming task items, one could draw individuals from the task world into the paradise, yet the paradise was not a benevolent realm. There was no need to drag others into such depths. That is too, before she could finish, an immense force descended from the heavens, creating a massive crater at the heart of Konoha. A terrifying shockwave obliterated countless buildings in an instant, sending innumerable people hurtling through the air, leaving many injured and sprawled on the ground. "Who?" Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's expressions shifted dramatically. After withstanding the shockwave, they immediately rushed to the scene of the incident. As the dust settled, Otsutsuki Ishiki, clad in a long-sleeved tailcoat, exuded an air of composure. A horn extended from his left brow to his right forehead, resembling a crown. As his gaze fixed intently upon Uchiha Madara, "I thank you for gathering the 10 tails for me. Now, it is time to return them." Before Uchiha Madara could utter a word, he was struck by a sudden force that sent him hurtling into a dark portal. Otsutsuki Ishiki had transported Madara directly into his own dimension, effectively severing the battlefield. Within this alternate realm, Madara regained his composure. Glancing around to realize he had departed from Konoha, excitement flickered across his face as he wiped the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself, I had thought it was someone significant. To find remnants of the Otsutsuki clan here is quite unexpected. After becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he had explored various dimensions alongside Hashirama, uncovering numerous remnants left by Kagaya Otsutsuki and deciphering parts of their history. Thus, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the Otsutsuki clan through the Ten-Tails. They harvested celestial life to achieve their own evolution, a formidable force, yet one that must ultimately be eradicated. Ishiki remained unfazed by Madara's taunts, recognizing the futility in becoming enraged by the chattering of a mere insect. Madara erupted into maniacal laughter, spreading his arms wide. Then let us see what you are capable of. In an instant, the two figures vanished from sight, colliding mid-air, their physical confrontation unleashing unimaginable shockwaves that shattered the earth beneath them. Meanwhile, outside, Senju Hashirama was on the verge of madness, desperately seeking a means to breach the Otsutsuki's dimension. Chapter 77. The Transformation of Sarayu. This is intriguing. In the realm of inquiry and response, within a simulated universe, Kagaya observed the entire emergence of Otsutsuki Ishiki, raising an eyebrow. Ordinarily, members of the Otsutsuki clan who wish to explore the cosmos and cultivate trees on other planets do so in pairs. This practice stems from a unique characteristic of the Ten-Tails. Only by sacrificing a member of the Otsutsuki lineage to be devoured by the Ten-Tails can it evolve into the divine tree, capable of absorbing the planet's energy and bearing chakra fruits. Of course, with the advanced technology of the Otsutsuki clan, the individual consumed can be perfectly resurrected, as they possess the ability to replicate themselves and digitalize their essence, embedding it within another's body. The person transformed into a vessel for this resurrection will bear a black diamond-shaped mark. Once the data within the vessel is completely unfrozen, the Otsutsuki can assume control of the vessel's body, achieving resurrection with the strength and bloodline of their former self. Kagaya's partner was Otsutsuki Ishiki. In their duo, Kagaya held a subordinate position, initially designated as a sacrifice. However, when she and Ishiki arrived in the shinobi world under the directives of the Otsutsuki higher-ups, they discovered that a divine tree had already been cultivated there, nearing the fruition stage. Driven by an insatiable desire for the chakra fruit, Kagaya launched a surprise attack on Ishiki. During that confrontation, Ishiki lost half of his body and fled in a severely injured state, ultimately taking refuge within the body of a monk named Jigen. For millennia, Ishiki yearned to utilize the vessel for his reincarnation to restore his injuries. However, the resurrection process through the vessel comes with a significant drawback. It demands exceedingly precise conditions for the vessel. Should an unsuitable vessel be used for reincarnation, full restoration cannot be achieved, and the reincarnated individual may find their lifespan reduced to a mere 2 or 3 days. Over the course of 1,000 years, Ishiki failed to locate a suitable vessel, and his injuries remained unhealed. It was not until the era of Boruto that he encountered Kawaki and Boruto. Regrettably, these two fitting vessels eluded his grasp. The latter was transformed into a vessel by another ill-fated Otsutsuki, while the former escaped and found sanctuary within Konoha. He was later betrayed and gravely injured, compelled to resurrect through the body of Chisien, with his lifespan entering a countdown, ultimately succumbing to mortality during a confrontation with Konoha. However, that was the original historical trajectory. In this utopian ninja realm, the narrative diverges significantly. His resurrection occurred nearly 2 decades earlier than anticipated. Sheila followed the trail of his emergence, discovering his lair and witnessing him unearth a vessel perfectly suited to adapt to the powers of the Otsutsuki, completing his reincarnation and achieving a full revival. Interestingly, the timing of his discovery coincided with the arrival of Arel and her companions shortly after their appearance in Konoha. If there isn't something amiss here, one would be hard-pressed to believe it. Sheila departed the simulated world, casually casting a line into the lake of the QA machine, inquiring, "What do you say, my original self?" "Not interested," replied Sheila's original, standing at the historical moment of Arel's trio's emergence, furrowing his brow as he analyzed the powers involved in the entire process. When he heard the question about the clone, he merely responded with a flat tone. Meanwhile, the clone of Sheila reeled in a piece of leather, utilizing his privileges to mold it into the form he possessed before his journey across realms. "Original, you've changed quite a bit. It's hard to imagine I would one day become you." The original Sheila chose to disregard the clone's nostalgic musings, rather than indulge in sentimentality. He was more eager to unravel the mysteries of this power from beyond the cosmos, seeking to expand his horizons. Noticing the original's indifference, the clone remarked, "It's precisely because you always isolate yourself that you have become this way." With that, he shifted his focus, following the trajectory of Arel's trio. They were indeed linked to the resurrection of Ishiki. To be precise, the vessel for Ishiki's revival was delivered by Arel and her companions. The artificial beings produced within the paradise exhibit a high affinity for various powers, rendering them suitable as vessels for the resurrection of the Otsutsuki. Their intentions, however, seem to revolve around exploiting Ishiki's power to create chaos and fish in troubled waters. After all, when they first descended, they had yet to be influenced by the complete transformation, not resembling the benevolent figures they now portray. From this perspective, the infinite Tsukuyomi and the complete transformation technique serve as effective defensive measures. Weaker enemies often repent and pledge allegiance before such a technique. Nonetheless, it remains inadequate against formidable foes, with societal issues becoming increasingly apparent and progress not accelerating swiftly enough. If the adversaries were mindless automatons or insectoid creatures, or if multiple entities like Ishiki emerged simultaneously, this utopia would likely struggle to withstand the pressure. Sheila assessed the utopian ninja realm, his visage frequently appearing in the QA space, where he anxiously inquired, "Mr. Responder, how is the second Hokage faring? Has anything happened?" Sheila replied, "He's a Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, having trained for so many years. What could possibly be amiss?" In the utopian ninja world, Uchiha Madara, after becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, has spent 4 or 5 decades ceaselessly engaged in exploration of historical relics, the study of ninjutsu and sage arts, and the intricacies of chakra. His prowess and methods have surpassed those of the original storyline sage of Six Paths Madara. Presently, he is locked in a fierce battle with Ishiki. Although he yearns for peace, Uchiha Madara's essence remains that of a fervent battle enthusiast. Since attaining the Ten Tails, he has not encountered a worthy opponent to unleash his full power. Meeting Ishiki is akin to kindling a fire with dry tinder. It is indeed a thrilling encounter. Tintin, finally relieved, inquired, "Do you know of any means to access that alternate space? You wish to assist?" "It is the first Hokage who seeks entry. I am aware of my own capabilities. Her previous ventures had merely resulted in chaos. There are indeed numerous methods to enter, but I would advise against it. Let them resolve their conflict there." Sheila glanced at Tintin, noting that the consciousness of A within her had already self-destructed. A flash of light revealed a straightforward method to open a portal. In the Naruto universe, manipulating the forces of time and space is relatively feasible, especially for advanced civilizations, where mastery over space-time techniques is commonplace. Even the Otsutsuki clan, who roam the stars, typically possess such abilities, whether to glimpse the future, freeze time, or maintain personal alternate spaces. Sheila's current level allows him to deduce dozens of related techniques with but a thought. Why? Because your second Hokage is a combat fanatic. He is currently reveling in battle. If he truly intends to assist, creating a clone to seek you out would be far swifter than your own efforts. Tintin was momentarily taken aback, as there seemed to be some truth to this, having heard that the second Hokage indeed developed space-time ninjutsu. Nevertheless, she expressed her gratitude and prepared to relay all that had transpired to the first Hokage, allowing Hashirama to make the ultimate decision. Chapter 78. The death of Ishiki on the vast plains, a tempest raged, accompanied by the thunderous wrath that lashed the earth with cataclysmic force. 2 figures, moving at the precipice of speed, collided midair, each impact sending shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere, echoing like thunder upon the ground. "Ha ha ha, come again!" Madara bellowed as he unleashed a slicing bolt of sage lightning that cleaved the world, leaving a deep scar upon the shattered earth as he charged toward Ishiki. Ishiki deftly sidestepped the razor-like lightning, witnessing Madara's escalating momentum and ferocity, resembling a monstrous force that left him with a throbbing headache. With another explosive collision, he was sent flying, stirring a cloud of brown dust upon the ground. "I cannot continue like this. I will be worn down." Despite his expression remaining unchanged, Ishiki had relinquished any notion of swiftly subduing the Ten Tails. He discovered the container far too late. Had it been several decades earlier, those wretched inferior beings would have posed no threat to him whatsoever. A chaotic thought flickered through his mind as Uchiha Madara charged forward, summoning countless massive black cubes that descended like raindrops, their terrifying weight causing the ground to tremble. Is this all you have left? Such disappointment, truly disheartening. The legendary Otsutsuki, or rather, a mere remnant of a dying breed. Madara mocked loudly, effortlessly evading all the falling cubes below. The black rods he unleashed shattered the sound barrier, aiming directly at Ishiki. Yet, just before impact, Ishiki shrank his form to elude the strike. In midair, an abundance of black rods materialized, nearly forming a shroud of darkness. Though the intentions of Otsutsuki Ishiki were unclear, Madara prioritized eliminating the threat, exclaiming, "Senjutsu! Wind release! Great breakthrough!" The shrunken black rods instantly returned to their original size, surging forth like a torrent against the raging wind, directed at Uchiha Madara. At that moment, Madara raised one hand to control the truth-seeking orb, forming a shield. Abandoning his offensive to strike backward, perfectly hitting the shrunken Ishiki attempting a sneak attack. A startling scene unfolded as Ishiki, struck, transformed into a puff of white smoke. A clone. This is bad. Realizing he had been deceived, Madara swiftly summoned the truth-seeking orb to envelop himself, but it was too late. A sharp pain gripped his chest as Ishiki's true form, having shrunk and blended among the previously launched chakra black rods, emerged. Waiting for the clone to divert Madara's attention before launching an assault. The creation of numerous chakra black rods served merely as a distraction. Although he despised the combat tactics of these inferior beings, he deemed it acceptable to occasionally break the rules, successfully infiltrating Madara's body. Ishiki's mind raced with the thought, "It is over." Just as he intended to employ a divine technique to restore his original size and eliminate Uchiha Madara from within, an immense force struck him, and the suffocating darkness momentarily brightened. "You think you can kill me with that?" Madara spat blood, piercing his own body with one hand to extract Ishiki, the intense pain and injuries failing to diminish the manic grin on his face. With a sudden surge, he aimed to crush Ishiki. In a desperate move, Otsutsuki Ishiki employed spatial transfer to escape, observing a newfound wariness etched upon Madara's face. What a madman. The Otsutsuki were a race and civilization that herded the stars, capable of incessantly evolving and gaining immense power through the consumption of chakra fruits and elixirs. Consequently, their combat mentality sometimes faltered when confronted with equally formidable foes forged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Madman. No. I believe that title suits you far better. The Ten Tails chakra rapidly sealed Madara's wounds, who then scoffed, his form shooting forth like a supersonic missile, leaving a widening ring in the air behind him. He had not fought so passionately in ages, ever since he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Even Hashirama had been left in his wake. Thus, Otsutsuki held on a little longer. However, Otsutsuki Ishiki had lost the desire to continue the battle. After deflecting an attack, he swiftly created distance between himself and his opponent, conjuring a pitch-black circular portal behind him, casting a resentful glance at Uchiha Madara. "For now, I shall allow you to live a while longer." Just as he was about to depart, the portal seemed to be interfered with, vanishing abruptly. Ishiki was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation, when suddenly, he received a heavy blow from Madara, sending him flying. The immense force nearly shattered his skull, injuring the very structure of his brain. Damn these inferior beings. The life-and-death crisis was unprecedentedly intense, prompting Otsutsuki Ishiki to unleash all of his power in a desperate attempt to open the portal. Yet, whether due to the injury to his brain or some external force interfering, or perhaps a combination of both, the portal that should have appeared did not manifest. Just then, a lethal voice echoed beside him. Sage art would release, true thousands hands. Buddha at the summit. A terrifying giant Buddha, hundreds, even thousands of meters tall, erupted from the ground, standing majestically. Its fists descended like meteorites, further shattering the already ravaged earth, creating waves of kinetic energy that surged like a tsunami, propelling rocks and soil into the sky, breaking the sound barrier and raining down like a storm. Damned insects. After much difficulty in finding a suitable vessel on this primitive planet to complete my resurrection, am I to perish at the hands of two inferior beings? Do not underestimate me. Ishiki roared, unleashing his final reserves of power, shooting forth a massive barrage of black chakra rods to withstand the onslaught. Making one last effort to open the portal. Unexpectedly, the interfering force seemed to dissipate, and this time, the portal opened with remarkable ease. Just as he felt a moment of joy, the imagery before his eyes suddenly swayed, and a bone-deep pain surged through his brain. A blue-purple lightning bolt cleaved him in two at the waist, blood and flesh flying. "Have you forgotten? I am still here." A black rod shot forth, piercing Ishiki's head with a sizzling sound, as Madara gracefully descended from above. Without allowing Ishiki a final utterance, he decisively crushed his skull. The battle concluded. Uchiha Madara looked up at his friend descending from the wooden Buddha, his tone laced with mild reproach. "Hashirama, you interrupted my fight." Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. "Huh? What will you do about it? Shall I accompany you for another round?" "No need, and thank you." Madara shook his head, although he was displeased by the interruption. He understood that had it not been for the portal's interference, eliminating Ishiki would not have been so simple. Speaking of which, what was that power that disrupted the portal? And when did you learn it? The girl named Tintin inquired of the one who answered, having acquired a low-threshold space-time ninjutsu. In the presence of Hashirama, he clarified that the one who interfered with the transmission of the Otsutsuki was not him, but rather the elderly cyborg from the trio of Ariel who had entered alongside him. Despite the relatively low threshold required for space-time ninjutsu, mastering it swiftly and applying it creatively is no trivial feat. However, the elderly cyborg possesses a supplementary brain from the realm of technology that aids in rapid computation and learning. Consequently, he was the first to grasp the teleportation technique and discern the notion of escape, thereby disrupting the transmission momentarily when Hashirama expanded his reach. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow and expressed his gratitude towards the elderly cyborg. "No, no, no, it is our duty," came the humble reply. Chapter 79. After the modifications to the perfected being, the trio of Ariel, taken aback, gestured in denial, their mouths opening and closing as they hesitated to speak. Uchiha Madara, discerning their thoughts, encouraged, "Speak your mind." The blonde nun exhaled with relief and articulated, "Lord Second, we believe you should reconsider the technique of perfecting beings with greater caution. Although this technique has fostered internal peace within the ninja world, the universe encompasses more than just our realm. There exist other planets beyond which pose far greater threats. To speak frankly, under the influence of the perfected being transformation, while everyone may understand one another, this understanding has exceeded necessary bounds. It has led to a painfully slow progression within the ninja world and a notably poor resilience to crises. Should adversaries immune to the perfected being transformation emerge in large numbers, the ensuing devastation would be catastrophic. Even with your formidable strength and that of the first Hokage, it is unfeasible for you to. As Uchiha Madara listened, his countenance grew increasingly grave. Previously, he had been able to overlook the trio's advocacy for industry and development, understanding their importance. However, the current situation was different. The trio was no longer merely pursuing societal reform, but had now set their sights on the technique of perfecting beings. He immediately admonished sternly, "Enough." The others, aside from Ban, froze in place, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene. "My sincerest apologies. Ban is simply a battle fanatic. Following the fight, his emotions are rather unstable. We will deliberate on the matters you have raised." Hashirama Senju quickly interjected to diffuse the tension, restraining the still fuming Uchiha Ban. Ariel, snapping back to reality, promptly took responsibility. "No, no, no, we comprehend the second Hokage's perspective. The perfected human transformation technique represents the lifelong dedication of both Hokages and is indeed foundational to the peace of the ninja world. We should not have acted so rashly. It was our misstep." However, regardless of how eloquently the pleasantries were articulated, both parties understood that they could not revert to their previous rapport. In fact, had Ariel and his companions not recently assisted in eliminating Ishiki, they might not have even been able to maintain the facade of civility. The awkwardness lingered until they exited the alternate space created by Otsutsuki Ishiki and returned to Konoha. Upon their arrival, the outside world breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of Ariel's trio alongside the two Hokages. "Lord First, Lord Second, you have returned," exclaimed Tenten. "Yes, thank you," and the respondent, Ban, replied. "Oh, no, I did nothing of note. It was primarily due to Mr. Respondent and Mr. Ariel." Tenten hastily waved her hands. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Tenten sensed a peculiar shift in the atmosphere upon mentioning the latter. Had they quarreled? Should she inquire with Mr. Respondent? Perhaps it was best to refrain, as the time for questions was quite precious. Her gaze flitted among the group, conjuring several thoughts, all of which she promptly dismissed, knowing she lacked the means to elongate subjective time. While she could appeal to the second Hokage, She was certain that should she be asked for her reasoning, her request would be denied. After exchanging pleasantries, the group dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. Only Hashirama and Ban remained, tirelessly organizing efforts to assist the villagers injured by Ishiki's assault, tallying the casualties and assessing the damaged areas. They toiled until the dawn of the following day. As the first light of the sun broke through, finally, they found a moment of respite atop the Hokage building. Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Ban stood side by side, their dark, cursed eyes surveying the devastation wrought by Ishiki. Unbidden, the words of the golden-haired nun echoed in their minds. Ban, do you believe we truly need to reconsider the perfected human transformation? Even you think I should abandon the perfected human transformation? The countenance of Uchiha Madara has deteriorated further. It would be one matter if it were merely an outsider, but now even Hashirama begins to waver over such trivial matters. For millennia, the ninja world has never experienced such tranquility and peace. All acts of bloodshed, murder, and violent conflict have vanished, and the oppression and exploitation of the common folk by the nobility and upper classes have been eradicated. Even petty crimes, such as theft, have nearly disappeared. All of this is founded upon the transformation of the perfect beings. It is not the abolition of this transformation, but rather a mere adjustment. Hashirama also shook his head. The transformation of the perfect beings is equally his life's work. If given the choice, who would desire to see the fruits of their lifelong efforts denied or destroyed? Faced with Hashirama's proposal, Madara remained silent, neither refuting nor supporting it. Seeing Madara's stubborn demeanor, Hashirama found it difficult to press further. He merely expressed his feelings. Although Ishiki was formidable, his act of transporting Obito into an alternate dimension to divide the battlefield resulted in minimal destruction in reality. Thus, the commotion was hardly significant, and his sentiments could not be deemed profound. There was truly no necessity to engage in a quarrel with Obito over this matter. In Utopia, time flows with a stillness akin to stagnant water. The anguish inflicted upon Konohagakure by Ishiki was swiftly forgotten by the populace, who resumed their orderly and tranquil lives. It seems that the transformation into a perfect being not only encourages individuals to aspire towards an ideal persona, but also obliterates certain deeper facets of existence. For instance, the capacity to perceive pain. This could be perceived as beneficial, as a dulled sensitivity to suffering might liberate one from the quagmire of the past, allowing them to move forward with ease. Conversely, it could be detrimental, for pain serves as a perilous warning system. Without the ability to sense suffering, humanity might find itself in peril without awareness. Perhaps only time will reveal the truth. The trio of Alol continued to advocate for the importance of production and development as if nothing had transpired, redirecting their focus away from the perfect transformation. They fervently urged the Konoha government, even proposing the establishment of a small experimental zone. Hashirama, surprisingly, supported their initiative. However, the establishment of such a zone was no simple feat. The requisite land, funding, and personnel would need to be gradually procured. Meanwhile, Obito frequently summoned Tenten, encouraging her to seek advice from the West on matters of cultivation. He must continue to grow stronger. If he becomes powerful enough to crush the Otsutsuki like ants, who could possibly shatter his world? Who could dare to disrupt his peace? The tranquil period lasted approximately a month and a half, until Konoha suddenly received alarming news. A severe plague had erupted in the land of water. With a short incubation period and high transmission capability, the afflicted exhibited symptoms of madness and aggression, leading to numerous fatalities. Despite the land of water's utmost efforts to contain the outbreak, vast numbers of individuals were infected. Upon receiving this distressing information, nations, including Konoha, promptly dispatched medical ninjas and healthcare personnel to assist. Yet, they found themselves powerless against this inexplicable plague, with some of their own succumbing to the infection, perishing in quarantine zones. Another month passed. Within a certain quarantine area in the land of water, a tremendous surge of water repelled the crazed ninjas and civilians attempting to breach the barricades. At that moment, a sickened ninja regained a semblance of sanity, gazing outside and then at those around him. With a weak yet resolute voice, he called out to those beyond the barriers, "Kill us. Only in our death can the plague vanish, allowing others to live." Outside the quarantine zone, ninjas clad in gas masks and protective gear were struck by a deep pang of anguish upon witnessing this scene. Yet, they remained powerless. The cure for the disease depended on medical technology, devoid of any connection to human emotions. Just then, a figure descended from the heavens, landing within the quarantine area. Some recognized the identity of the newcomer, their eyes widening in astonishment. It was the god of ninjas, Lord Uchiha Madara. Chapter 80. Trial in the Utopian Ninja World. The division of nations still exists, albeit only nominally. In reality, the governments of various lands function like a singular entity, treating their own citizens and foreign nationals with equal regard, devoid of visas or tariffs. The appearance of Uchiha Madara in the quarantine zone of the Land of Water not only alleviated pressure, but also injected a potent dose of hope. Ordinary people were helpless against the plague, but what if it was the legendary god of ninjas? Madara descended from above, landing in the center of the quarantine zone. With his hands clasped together, an immense amount of chakra transformed into a green radiance, penetrating barriers and illuminating the afflicted crowd. Those who had previously been in a state of frenzy began to collapse one after another, slipping into unconsciousness, their grotesque expressions fading significantly. The miraculous scene left many ninja police officers outside the quarantine zone in awe. Long live the god of ninjas! Someone shouted, prompting the others to join in. Long live the god of ninjas! Long live Lord Uchiha Madara! The jubilant atmosphere lasted no more than 10 seconds before the scene's supervisor interrupted. Stop the cheers. Quickly, go inside and attend to the injured. In the original quarantine zone, they dared not enter, for the frenzied patients within violently assailed one another, and the best they could do was to occasionally deliver medical supplies. However, with the plague now resolved, it was imperative to attend to the afflicted with utmost urgency. Such circumstances were not isolated, as the doppelgangers of Uchiha Madara traversed various regions of the Land of Water. At the largest quarantine zone, the Mizukage observed with a mix of curiosity and concern as medical personnel from various nations, led by Konoha, entered the area. What kind of technique was employed by Lord Uchiha Madara that could truly eradicate the plague? Medical ninjutsu proved remarkably effective in the realm of physical injuries, reducing swelling, sterilizing wounds, halting bleeding, and promoting cellular regeneration. Yet, its efficacy against infectious diseases was significantly limited. It primarily relied on sustaining the patient's physical and mental fortitude, allowing them to depend on their own immune systems to endure. This limitation was considerable. The large-scale healing ninjutsu wielded by Uchiha Madara, specifically targeting the plague, was something the third Mizukage had never encountered. While it would be ineffective against an actual plague, this situation was far from it. Senju Hashirama shook his head, his eyes reflecting deeper concern. The medical ninjutsu developed in the utopian ninja world was predicated upon the stimulation of cells through chakra. To rapidly heal infectious diseases via medical ninjutsu, it was essential for the chakra to distinguish between healthy human cells and viruses. Otherwise, it would inadvertently stimulate the virus, accelerating its proliferation and potentially exacerbating the situation. The level of medical ninjutsu in the ninja world simply did not reach such heights. Although Sheila possessed the technology, the ninja world would find it a daunting task to assimilate such advanced techniques. The fundamental reason Uchiha Madara could swiftly heal the patients in each quarantine zone lay in the fact that their symptoms were not caused by a virus. The third Mizukage was astounded, not a plague. What then have they been infected with? It was a form of negative energy, reminiscent of chakra, akin to natural energy. The voice of Senju Hashirama was slightly heavy. When the Hidden Leaf Village received news of an outbreak of plague in the Land of Water, they promptly dispatched a relief team. However, the plague that emerged in the Land of Water exceeded the physicians' past understanding of all infectious diseases. Strangely, even in completely isolated locations, one area infected with the plague and another devoid of any cases often witnessed the emergence of infections shortly thereafter, despite no direct contact. The scope of infection exhibited a circular spread. This bizarre situation compelled the Hidden Leaf to seek assistance from the trio of Ariel and the enigmatic scholar from beyond the world, Sheila. The answers they received were astonishing. Sheila informed them that the plague in the Land of Water was not caused by bacteria or viruses, but rather by a unique energy that could inhabit living beings, influencing their minds and proliferating incessantly. He provided a method to expel this energy. After traversing the quarantine zone, Ariel and her companions reached the same conclusion, though they lacked effective means to address it. In the name of saving lives, the Hidden Leaf had no choice but to experiment with Sheila's method. It proved remarkably effective, indeed, unimaginable. Upon hearing Hashirama's explanation, the third Mizukage's mouth fell agape. Such phenomena existed in the world. Senju Hashirama remarked, "The vastness of the world always exceeds our imagination." While contemplating this, he felt a deeper uncertainty about whether to persist with the perfect human modification technique. The progress of the ninja world was undeniably slow. Had it not been for the responders' intervention, they might not have resolved the plague so smoothly. The ninja world could have faced tens of thousands, even millions, of casualties. What would they do in the future if the responder departed and they encountered similar crises? A choice between long-term and short-term solutions had to be made. However, Madara would likely oppose the cessation of the perfect human modification. He might prefer to endure the casualties from the plague rather than those from war. Senju Hashirama was filled with concern, unaware that at that moment, Uchiha Madara's will was also being tested. In a small town within the land of water, no quarantine zone had been established. Had it not been for Uchiha Madara's chance encounter with that peculiar energy, he might have overlooked it entirely. Yet, since he had come across it, he could not simply ignore it. Madara descended from the sky, adeptly performing techniques to dispel the foreign energy. However, this time an unexpected occurrence arose. The alien energy residing in the town appeared unusually resilient and was not immediately eradicated. On the contrary, Madara's actions seemed to provoke something. Suddenly, countless youths surged onto the desolate and quiet streets, brandishing kitchen knives, clubs, and other weapons, fervently rushing toward Uchiha Madara. "Who are you?" As Madara soared into the heavens, he gazed down upon them, a slight frown creasing his brow. Although their eyes still bore the patterns of the Rinnegan, their demeanor was entirely devoid of the influence of the perfect beings. In Madara's perception, their minds had undergone a complete transformation, morphing into something altogether different. The once bloodthirsty crowd, witnessing the ascendance of Uchiha Madara, suddenly displayed a shift in countenance. Anguish etched across their faces as they cried out for salvation. "Please, save me. A voice is tormenting my mind. I feel so unwell. They have slain my sister. Noble ninja, I beseech you, save my father. He is on the brink of death." Some fled to the side, shouting for help as they ran. Others remained in place. Those who had not changed charged towards the desperate, brandishing clubs and knives. And in the blink of an eye, several were slain. Yet, Uchiha Madara remained aloft, silently observing the brutal and sanguinary spectacle below, while other ninjas, influenced by the perfected human modification, might have temporarily abandoned their rationality to rush down and save others. Madara did not. In his perception, whether they were the murderers or the victims, their spiritual alienation remained unaltered, all consumed by malice. His cold voice pierced like the chill of winter. "I shall ask once more, what are you?" The crowd on the ground seemed deaf to his words, continuing to slay one comrade after another, then hurling stones and blades skyward in a futile attempt to attack. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan transformed back into his Sharingan, and a powerful mental illusion swept over everyone present, causing them to collapse to the ground. After completing his task, he seized one individual at random and delved into their memories. However, the flood of images that surged forth gradually strained Madara's composure. Chapter 81. Bad money drives out good. Everything will be fine. Soon, help will arrive. The first image that flooded Madara's mind was of a dim, frigid room. A weathered woman cradled a child, huddled in a corner, her rough hands gently patting the boy's back. Her soft words a comfort either to herself or to the child in her arms. An epidemic had erupted in the land of water, and cases had appeared in their small town, prompting an early call from the government urging the populace to remain isolated at home. During the quarantine, officials were supposed to deliver essential supplies such as water, food, and firewood. Everyone was filled with confidence about weathering the epidemic. After all, their world was so harmonious. However, 7 days had passed since the promised delivery of supplies, and it seemed as though the officials from the land of water had vanished without a trace. Though there was still a little food left in the woman's home, they were nearly out of water and firewood. Without water and unable to make a fire, even rice could not be cooked. Just wait a little longer, it should be fine. Perhaps they have encountered some difficulties. Everyone held this belief until, after another week, starvation and thirst began to claim lives. Among the victims was a woman, cradling her son who still clung to life. Driven by hunger, she stepped out of their dim, seemingly sealed home. Many families found themselves in a similar plight. The adults strictly adhered to the rules, daring not to venture outside, and perished within their homes after relinquishing all edible provisions to their children. Adolescents, whose cognitive development remained incomplete, were more susceptible to external influences and thus often transcended the constraints imposed by societal norms. In their quest for sustenance, the survivors stumbled upon a warehouse stocked with provisions, as well as the lifeless bodies of the Water Nation's ninja police, who had been ruthlessly slain while caught off guard. Yet, remarkably, no one paid heed to these grim discoveries. They were overwhelmingly famished. In a desperate struggle for sustenance, a faction of individuals descended into violence, the scene gradually escalating into a gruesome spectacle. Amidst the fray, some inexplicably absorbed a fragment of alien energy, their previously frail bodies swiftly rejuvenating, transforming into avatars of fervor and strength, becoming enamored with the thrill of murder and combat. The effects of their enhancements were slowly being obliterated in this chaotic melee. In the blurred imagery, a few bloodied children wielding knives emerged from the shadows, striving to assert dominance over the others, only to meet their demise in the tumult. Some managed to flee the battlefield, redirecting their malevolence towards those who remained sheltered at home, employing sob stories and feigned vulnerability to elicit sympathy, seizing the opportunity to ambush and eliminate their unsuspecting targets. In doing so, they derived both pleasure and the means for survival. Under the influence of their enhancements, ordinary adults, upon witnessing the torment of others, despite lingering doubts, felt compelled to intervene. Within the town, the sane populace had largely perished under the onslaught of these deranged individuals, with the surviving few concealed in fear. Uchiha Madara, his countenance ashen, continued to delve into the memories of others, discovering that the experiences of these maniacs were strikingly similar. Parents falling victim to starvation, stepping outside their homes to engage in brawls, and developing an obsession with violence, manipulating others through fabricated tales of woe to lower their guard and commit heinous acts. Throughout this ordeal, the authorities of the Land of Water were not oblivious to the local disconnection. They had dispatched personnel to investigate, only to meet a grim fate at the hands of these lunatics, among whom were several formidable ninjas. The tactics of drugging, ambushing, and exploiting the lives of others as leverage proliferated. A myriad of methods arose to extinguish those who ventured into this chaos. Often, it sufficed to merely evoke sympathy to ensnare their victims. The personnel originally stationed by the Land of Water to distribute supplies had also fallen prey to these same treacherous tactics. This band of ruffians. Uchiha Madara ground his teeth in frustration, particularly when he witnessed these lunatics reveling in their victories, mocking those who attempted to assist as fools. The veins on his forehead throbbed. He had devised the method of human transformation to usher in peace for the world, not to see virtuous individuals perish while a horde of villains thrived. Suppressing the fury within, he endeavored to expel the aberrant energies in hopes of restoring these madmen. But the results were dismal. Uchiha Madara chose not to persist. With a sweeping gesture, a multitude of thunderbolts descended from the heavens, obliterating all present into ash. With the elimination of these maniacs, the aberrant energy plaguing this small town would be significantly easier to eradicate. However, this time, Madara did not depart immediately as he had after handling other towns. He entered the settlement and casually pushed open a large door, only to be assaulted by the putrid stench of decaying corpses. The wooden floor was marred by dried black blood. All food and water in the house had been taken, and even the owner of the residence was missing considerable flesh, their heart extracted. With a stoic expression, Uchiha Madara exited and dispatched several clones to investigate other dwellings. Many houses bore witness to bodies or bloodstains. Within a local temple, countless chaotic symbols painted in blood adorned the walls and floor. Human skulls and hearts arranged in a circular formation, suggesting some gruesome ritual had taken place. After a prolonged search, Madara's clone finally encountered a living soul, their transformation not yet profound. As he opened the entrance to a cellar, the person hiding within was startled, but upon recognizing Uchiha Madara, one individual suddenly became overwhelmed with excitement. Are you the god of ninja, Lord Uchiha Madara? Madara replied, Indeed, come forth. The danger outside has been resolved. The individual exclaimed in relief. Thank heavens, I knew you wouldn't forget us. Some were so moved they knelt, weeping profusely. The nightmare had finally come to an end. Yet, they failed to notice the subtle shift in Madara's gaze as he absorbed their words. In the past, he would have shown little reaction. The common folk possessed no power and were expected to obey their leaders, awaiting salvation as a matter of course. However, having witnessed countless memories, Madara recognized that the villagers of the ninja world had been rendered excessively docile through his transformation technique. Even in life-threatening crises, they hesitated to emerge, numbly awaiting rescue. Now, upon hearing their expressions of gratitude for salvation, he felt a wave of discomfort. He was acutely aware that a significant share of the responsibility lay with him. It was his transformation that had molded the residents of the ninja world into their current state. Otherwise, who would have cared about the plague control in the land of water in the face of life and death? Managing the plague was intended to save lives, yet now, with the threat of starvation looming, the very purpose of such control seemed meaningless. Clearly, the populace transformed under his technique had not grasped this reality. Lord God of Ninja, may I inquire about the children outside? What has become of them? Can they be restored? After a fleeting moment of joy, a middle-aged woman inquired. The stunned gaze of the onlookers fell upon her. They were astonished that she still regarded those madmen as children. They have lost their minds. There is no salvation for them. I have put an end to their suffering. A profound silence enveloped the scene, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the news, the survivors did not rejoice. Rather, they grew somber, enveloped in an air of melancholy. They have entirely forgotten the wounds they have endured. Even in the face of countless murderers, these survivors seem unwilling to acknowledge any harm befalling them. Witnessing this scene, Ben suddenly experiences a moment of enlightenment. Perhaps the madness does not solely reside within those deranged individuals, but also among these so-called perfect beings. Chapter 82. False peace. The phenomenon of individuals absorbing alien energy and descending into complete madness is not confined to a single town. Rather, the circumstances across these towns are invariably identical. The perfect beings consistently falter in their competition against the lunatics, resulting in significant casualties. The sole distinction lies in how many individuals manage to conceal themselves and survive. This grim reality compels Ben to contemplate whether he should adjust or abandon his methods for the transformation of perfect beings. It is not that Uchiha Ben has been shaken by the harrowing scenes of devastation across various towns, leading him to question himself. As someone who has experienced the tumult of the ninja warring states period, he has witnessed far bloodier spectacles. Uchiha Ben would never waver in self-doubt simply due to the loss of life. He is not so fragile. His vacillation is solely founded on the realization that the transformation into a perfect being cannot fulfill his aspirations. Had there been even a single town among those that were slaughtered exhibiting any semblance of resistance, Uchiha Madara would have resolutely continued to pursue his ambition of perfection. However, that was not the case. The majority of townspeople were deceived by the hapless theatrics of those madmen and subsequently met their demise. Each scene heightened Madara's blood pressure, simultaneously instilling an extraordinary sense of humiliation, akin to the shattering illusion of a meticulously cherished artifact that is, in truth, a mere counterfeit. Had external adversaries assailed him, presenting tangible opponents, he would have fought valiantly to uphold his ideals of peace until the very last moment. Even in the face of ultimate defeat, death, or obliteration, he would harbor no regrets. Yet now, he confronts an intangible enemy, the societal mechanism of natural selection. It is a simple truth. In an ideal society where the majority consider the welfare of others, the emergence of a singular exception who acts in self-interest can seize a substantial share of societal resources and wealth, exploiting the goodwill of those around them. In this process, the number of perfect beings dwindles while the number of exceptions proliferates, until every individual becomes an exception, resulting in the alienation of society. Previously, the doctrine of transformation into a perfect being loomed overhead, incessantly reshaping the denizens of the ninja world, rendering such alienation nearly non-existent. Madara remained oblivious and indifferent. Even upon encountering similar sentiments, he dismissed them with disdain. He leaned towards the belief that the populace of the ninja world would, during the resource-consuming antics of the exceptions, recognize them and impede their spread. After all, perfect beings are not devoid of intelligence, yet reality informs him that they can indeed be rather foolish at times. And the exceptions are more cunning than anticipated. They conceal, disguise, and perform, striking at critical junctures. This ephemeral peace, lacking in sustainability, does not warrant excessive nostalgia. Accordingly, there is no need to cling stubbornly to a subpar method of transformation into a perfect being. In the land of water's largest quarantine zone, the ninja police were dismantling obstacles that had been set up to block passage, while medical personnel from various nations tended to the injured from violent conflicts within the quarantine area. Senju Hashirama and the 3rd Mizukage were patrolling the various districts together. At that moment, they suddenly sensed something, stepping outside to be greeted by the approaching figure of Uchiha Madara. Hashirama waved in greeting, only to notice from a distance that Madara wore a foul expression, as if he had just lost a fight. Madara, you look rather unwell. Have you encountered some misfortune? Sort of, Madara replied, briefly recounting his recent experiences. In the course of purging the various regions of foreign energies, I encountered some madmen. They killed far too many and could not be salvaged, so I eliminated them all. The two individuals stood with slightly agape mouths, pondering whether this was a touch too severe. What if there were innocents or those whose crimes did not warrant death? However, Uchiha Madara paid no heed to their thoughts, his mind still in disarray. Third Mizukage, he commanded, please dispatch personnel to the locations I mentioned earlier to assess the situation and tend to any survivors. Furthermore, for the patients currently being treated in various quarantine zones, it would be prudent to compile a comprehensive list. Additionally, enlist some sensory-specialized ninjas to meticulously investigate for any concealed lunatics. Once discovered, deliver them to me. If they can be saved, save them. If not, eliminate them. The third Mizukage was taken aback, realizing that the legendary god of shinobi, who had once established eternal peace, could exhibit such ruthlessness. Yet, after some contemplation, he recognized the necessity of eradicating such madmen and nodded in agreement. I shall do so. Now, I need to discuss a matter privately with Hashirama, he added, excusing himself. Without awaiting Hashirama Senju's response, he placed a hand on his shoulder and teleported them to a secluded area. Hashirama looked at him curiously. Madara, what is so urgent that it requires a private conversation? Madara replied, I wish to adjust the perfected human modification technique. What are your thoughts? Hashirama exclaimed, stepping back in astonishment, his gaze fixed on Madara with extreme skepticism and shock. Despite the identical chakra, aura, and appearance, the genuine Madara would never voluntarily propose an adjustment to the perfected human modification. Thus, this must be an impostor. He feigned a stern demeanor and bellowed, who are you? And why do you impersonate Madara? In response, he received a disdainful glance from Uchiha Madara, akin to that of a fool. What are you doing? Oh, that familiar expression. Senju Hashirama awkwardly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. It's not about what I want to do, but rather, why have you suddenly decided to embrace the perfected human modification technique? Weren't you vehemently opposed to it before? Upon hearing that Madara intended to pursue the perfected human modification technique, Hashirama felt a surge of excitement. The most challenging individual had willingly chosen to embark on this path, making the rest of the endeavor seem effortless. Yet, amidst his elation, Hashirama was still more curious about the profound change that had come over Madara. What prompted him? The technique is insufficient. After a moment's pause, Hashirama did not hear Madara's next remark. Was that all? Madara Uchiha retorted, is it not enough? It suffices. Hashirama intended to counter. There exists no flawless technique in this world. A near approximation is acceptable. However, upon reflection, it seemed that his desire for enhancement stemmed from the imperfections of the perfected human modification technique itself. So what modifications do you wish to implement next? Madara inquired. I have yet to determine that, but the qualities of the perfected human must certainly be altered. Hashirama suggested, perhaps we should consult the respondent's opinion. Did he not mention having encountered worlds akin to ours? Although those worlds have perished, their histories could prove invaluable. Madara hesitated. It seemed inappropriate to consistently seek counsel from an entity beyond this realm regarding matters of the ninja world. Yet, as a mere reference, it appeared harmless. Very well. I also wish to inquire about the origins of those foreign energies. Previously, they had solely contemplated how to cure the plague, neglecting to question the origins and birth of the foreign energies responsible for it. This time, they would encompass both inquiries. Fortunately, they had brought Tintin along, who could be of assistance. Chapter 83. Seeking the Roots in the Pixelated QA Space. Sheila observed the reappearance of Tintin and casually offered her a slice of cream cake. I assumed you were not curious about the origins of the foreign energies. Tintin bashfully scratched her head, feeling somewhat shy. I forgot to ask last time. Mr. Respondent, is their origin particularly unique? In a manner of speaking, those negative energies are not natural byproducts of your ninja world. Rather, they were intentionally introduced, only recently ignited. Not a natural product of the ninja world? Tintin echoed, immediately locking onto a target in her mind. Originating from beyond the ninja world, possessing the intent to annihilate it, and wielding formidable power. Only one faction in the ninja world met such criteria. Is it the Otsutsuki clan? Sheila shook his head. It is those three individuals from Morel. Mr. Aurel and his companions. The answer she received was worlds apart from her expectations, causing Tintin's mind to momentarily falter. Yes, precisely them. Yet, how could this be? They had consistently advocated for the development of the ninja world, and moreover, they too had undergone the perfected human modification technique. Tintin stammered in disbelief, unable to accept this reality. The reformist doctrine championed by Aurel and his associates, though not widely implemented in Konoha, had fostered a relatively positive image, provoking considerable contemplation among many. They had undergone the perfected human modification, yet such transformation was not instant, was it? Do you know what they were like before? Sheila casually summoned a display screen, which recounted the experiences of Ariel and her companions in the utopian ninja realm. Ariel, a golden-haired nun, along with a cyborg elder, appeared in this realm more than a month prior to their arrival in Konoha. Upon entering the ninja realm, they were immediately ensnared, their eyes transforming into the patterns of the Rinnegan, rendering them as startled as a bird struck by an arrow, engaging in a battle of wits with the very air around them. It was only upon realizing that others in the ninja realm bore the same Rinnegan patterns that they breathed a sigh of relief. Having grasped the situation in the utopian ninja realm, however, they soon became acutely aware of a more daunting reality. They lacked the means to negate the modifications imposed by the perfected human technique. Even attempts at memory alteration and reset proved inadequate against the pervasive cognitive distortions within the utopian ninja realm. A reckless confrontation could easily lead to madness. The only viable path forward lay in either dismantling the perfected human technique from above or discovering a method to shield themselves from its influence, thus enabling them to function normally. They yearned to discover a means to shield themselves from the art of perfect transformation. Yet, this proved to be a formidable challenge. Not only was the infinite Tsukuyami and the perfect transformation itself inherently resistant to concealment, but another factor was the subconscious resistance exhibited by Ariel and her companions. Since the moment they were ensnared by the technique, their thoughts had inevitably become distorted, leading them to unconsciously disregard potentially successful ideas. The deeper the technique penetrated their minds, the stronger this subconscious neglect became, leaving them with alarmingly little time. The trio was compelled to abandon this path and pursue an alternative. Given that the distortion of thought was unchangeable, they decided to temporarily acquiesce to it and embrace the persona of a virtuous individual. However, the very definition of what constituted a good person was now left to their own judgment. They preemptively adjusted their memories, excising certain sensitive content to prevent their fully aware selves from rebelling against the decisions made by their distorted minds. Coupled with psychological suggestions, they firmly believed that the system of this world was unjust and required reform, ideally inciting the ruling powers to voluntarily abandon the method of human transformation. Once the effects of this cognitive distortion that loomed over the shinobi world dissipated, they possessed the means to restore themselves. In alignment with this objective, the trio of Ariel buried negative energy harvested from other task realms within the shinobi world, the sealing effects of which would weaken over time. Additionally, they strategically dispatched their artificial beings to seek out Otsutsuki Ishiki, allowing these constructs to operate ostentatiously, showcasing their extraordinary affinity for various energies to capture Ishiki's attention. This would ultimately aid in his resurrection, delivering a blow to the shinobi world. After all, suffering and chaos serve as compelling evidence of an unjust system, the most effective catalyst for instigating change. In a certain sense, they succeeded. The screen produced by Sheila displayed rapidly flashing images of Ariel and her companions, who, after orchestrating their plans, gradually appeared benevolent. Tion's gaze shifted from disbelief to a blank stare, eventually morphing into fury as she clenched her fists. Is this truly real? She had never imagined that even Otsutsuki Ishiki's attack on Konoha bore the mark of Ariel and her companions. Before their transformation into paragons, they astonishingly resembled such malevolent beings. Sheila, indeed, it is true. Tion, but why? Why would they undertake such actions? I cannot fathom it. It utterly eludes my understanding. Despite it being their inaugural visit to the shinobi world, why do Ayler and the others harbor such profound hostility towards this place? Sheila cast a glance her way. To fulfill a task mandated by another existence. Task. A task. Sheila nodded. If you were to inquire about the motives of this other existence, I too remain in the dark, yet it surely possesses its own objectives. The Otsutsuki care not for the obliteration of several dozen planets in their pursuit of cultivating the divine tree. The entities behind them, driven by their own ambitions, remain indifferent to the destruction of countless worlds. While observing the utopian ninja realm, Sheila also investigates other galaxies within the universe that encompasses this realm, discovering agents deployed by the Lord of Paradise on numerous life-bearing planets. They each have their own tasks. Tian often feels a sense of suffocation after listening to them daily. Is it distressing? Indeed. Shilu has tempered his cynical demeanor, yet this is the reality. The realm you inhabit, the ninja world, is exceptionally fortunate to have a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki as its guardian. The QA space has chosen you once more, and you have received assistance that should not exist. Without the QA space to facilitate the plans of Ariel and his companions, the probability of Ishiki's escape would be significantly high. A being of unparalleled strength, possessing advanced knowledge of civilization, lurking in the shadows, could undoubtedly disrupt the tranquility of the utopian ninja world. Furthermore, the negative energy sown by Ariel and his companions would exacerbate the pandemic. If even Ishiki were to take note of this negative energy, the convergence of these two forces would spell true despair. Tian fell silent for a moment. Reluctant to continue on this topic, Sir responded, "What are your thoughts on the techniques for adjusting and transforming individuals in the ninja world?" "Quite commendable," he replied. "As long as you do not insist that a perfect being must conform to your own perceptions of perfection." Sheila contemplated for a moment and added, "Please convey a message to them for me." Tian responded, "What would you like me to say?" True peace is a natural byproduct of achieving a sufficiently high level of productivity. While it is indeed possible to forcibly implement a societal structure that transcends the era through physical means when productivity is lacking, it is destined to be unsustainable as long as it does not align with the existing productivity levels. Chapter 84. The Confrontation in the Utopian Ninja World. At an inn arranged by the Water Country, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama listened intently to Tian's account, their expressions grave. "Did the respondent truly say that?" Uchiha Madara inquired. Tian nodded, "Yes." Without a second thought, Uchiha Madara opened the window, preparing to leave. Senju Hashirama, fearing he might resort to violence, quickly called out to him, "Wait, Madara, we haven't fully grasped the situation yet. Do not be so hasty to take lives." "Of course. I will not kill them until I understand what has transpired," Uchiha Madara replied, his demeanor icy. He remained skeptical of Shili's words. After all, both Ariel and Shilu were outsiders to the utopian ninja world, and as things stood, both parties had contributed some form of assistance to the ninja world. He would not act recklessly before comprehending the circumstances. "Will you accompany me?" Hashirama pondered for a moment. Feeling uneasy, "I will go as well." As the two departed, Tian reached out, wishing to follow and observe, but ultimately restrained himself. In the Water Country, within the Isolation Zone's temporary hospital, the cyborg elder had just finished examining a patient. "The negative energy within you has been entirely purged. There's nothing serious. Please ensure you rest adequately and avoid strenuous activities upon your return." "Thank you, doctor," replied the patient, a shy-looking child. "You're welcome." The cyborg elder was preparing to continue calling numbers when a nurse unexpectedly entered, stating that a doctor was needed at the entrance. "Who is looking for me?" he inquired, sensing that it might be someone of significance, though he did not recognize the name. The nurse, slightly embarrassed, admitted that she had only been transferred today and had been too busy to hear about Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama. "Someone of importance?" The cyborg elder found it curious but decided to set aside his current tasks, temporarily assigning a sensory ninja to take over, and hurried to the entrance. Upon discovering the identity of his visitor, he was taken aback. "Lord Second, you seek me?" Uchiha Obito replied, "Indeed, there are matters I wish to discuss with you." "We?" the elder questioned, but Uchiha Obito did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he placed a hand on the elder's shoulder and transported them instantaneously to an open area on the outskirts. It was then that the elder noticed another Uchiha Obito present along with his two teammates and Senju Hashirama. Releasing the shadow clone, Uchiha Obito locked eyes with the three and stated directly, "You have encountered the respondent recently. I just received some information from him. He mentioned that you were dispatched to execute a specific mission. To that end, a great plague was unleashed, and assistance was provided to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki." Ariel and the blonde nun were taken aback, unable to fathom that Uchiha Obito had summoned them to discuss such matters. Amid their astonishment, they hastened to clarify, "We did not intend to conceal anything and indeed belong to a force beyond this world. However, due to constraints, we cannot disclose its name. We do receive assignments from him, but there are also periods of respite, such as this one, where we are free to act according to our own volition. Though they were perplexed as to why the respondent had misunderstood them, they assured with their lives that they were not the kind to relish in the destruction of worlds. They had never acted against this realm. Ariel and the blonde nun spoke earnestly, yet one remained silent. The cyborg elder felt an inexplicable jolt upon hearing Obito's words. The confusion that had plagued him recently suddenly found an explanation. It became clear why, in moments of reflection on his past actions and a resolve to change, he felt a disjointedness in his memories. Indeed, something had gone awry. He even extrapolated, deducing that he might have harbored thoughts in the past. Leveraging his current self and this newfound benevolence to earn the trust of the world strong, all to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Lord of Paradise. It was truly a dire predicament. He was not merely a tool for the master of the paradise, but also for his former self. Madara, indifferent to the arguments presented by Ariel and the blonde nun, shifted his gaze towards the cyborg elder, sensing the immense psychological turmoil the latter had recently experienced. "What memories have resurfaced?" he inquired. "None," the cyborg elder replied, shaking his head. "However, what you suggest is likely true. The Tsutsuki clan's techniques in this plague may indeed be remnants left by our past selves." "What nonsense are you uttering? In this world, we have no mission." Ariel and the blonde nun exclaimed, their disbelief evident on their faces. "Perhaps there is one, but its true nature has been disguised. A distinctive feature of the paradise is its personalized mission panel, allowing for self-editing. Occasionally, some agents deceive newcomers using this tactic. The cyborg elder, designated S, quietly summoned the power of the paradise in his mind to reset the mission prompt panel. Indeed, the hidden true tasks were immediately revealed. Primary mission: the secrets of life's transformation completion rewards. Acquire the bloodline of at least one Tsutsuki clan member and at least one chakra fruit completion rewards. An opportunity for a perfect life transformation. A ticket to a leisure world. And 100,000 paradise points failure penalty. Deduction of 100,000 paradise points. Insufficient funds will forcibly enter one into the endless arena to participate in at least one paradise competition beneath the primary mission. A multitude of side quests were available, some even offering rewards richer than the primary mission, albeit with greater difficulty. Ariel and the blonde nun, initially incredulous, could not help but attempt to reset the mission panel upon witnessing the cyborg elder's serious demeanor, revealing a plethora of tasks issued by the master of the paradise. Among them, certain kill missions had already been completed, and they had unknowingly fulfilled half of the primary mission, having obtained a blood sample from one of the Tsutsuki. "Since this is the case, tell me what you know," Madara commanded, noting their reluctant admission. The cyborg elder sighed ruefully, under the influence of the perfect being's transformation. "We have disclosed all we can. Any further revelations would lead to our demise," Madara retorted, "but your past selves adjusted certain memories. If the past can be altered, surely you should be able to retrieve them now? Who knows what might be omitted from those memories? There will be no omissions. Though my past self misled my present self by adjusting memories, he would not tamper with critical content. Such actions would serve no purpose." Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully. "I refuse to believe that. Retrieve them." The cyborg elder shook his head. "I must decline. All other requests may be entertained, but not this one. My past self must have established a means to ensure that once memories are recovered, my thoughts would temporarily revert, and I do not wish to betray my present self. This is not for you to decide." Uchiha Madara smiled faintly, his eyes transforming into the Sharingan. Chapter 85, Turning Hostile. The moment Uchiha Madara unveiled his Sharingan, the cyborg elder swiftly made a choice, disabling his visual system. With arcs of electricity sparking from his feet, he randomly selected a direction and bolted away in a frenzied escape. The activation of space-time ninjutsu required a certain amount of time, and I needed to create distance. My thoughts had not yet fully crystallized. A streak of lightning shot forth, and the cyborg elder felt a sudden lightness beneath him as his legs were severed. Propelled away by the force of inertia, he fell heavily, leaving a long trace upon the ground. As emissaries of paradise, Ariel and his companions had encountered and mastered numerous remarkable artifacts. If fully unleashed, they could wreak unprecedented havoc. A vivid analogy would be the introduction of the smallpox virus by Europeans to the Americas during the colonial era, which led to the near extermination of the indigenous population who possessed no immunity. This ecological invasion holds the same principle across different worlds and universes. The ecological species and energies of one realm if allowed to manifest in another without any checks and balances, can yield unforeseeable and terrifying consequences. Within the community of emissaries, such ecological phenomena serve as economical extinction weapons, easily obtainable. Many emissaries, while undertaking their missions, are keen to gather local ecological species and unique powers from the task worlds. Although transporting items from these task realms to paradise incurs a fee in paradise points, the cost is negligible compared to the benefits reaped. However, the method of ecological invasion does not always yield success. Sometimes, when the disparities between worlds are too vast or their foundational structures completely divergent, the collected species fall short of effectiveness. Furthermore, there is a downside. Ecological weapons do not enhance the personal strength of the emissaries. Yet Paradise adjusts the mission difficulty based on their overall capabilities, often resulting in challenges that exceed their limits. For instance, in the Utopian Ninja World mission that Ariel and his companions participated in, if we consider the Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails as the first tier, and Hashirama Senju as the second tier, their individual strengths barely qualify them for the third tier, just managing to reach the level of shadows. In terms of average combat power within the Utopian Ninja World, they are relatively competent, yet they remain significantly distant from the top two tiers. An invisible force dragged the upper half of the cyborg elder before Uchiha Madara. He suddenly discovered that the other had breathed their last. Had they taken their own life? This was not surprising, for they hailed from a rather distorted society. The golden-haired nun sighed as she approached her fallen comrade's body. Neither she nor Ariel seized the opportunity to flee. In that place, the degree of alienation was profound, where individuals were mere instruments of value. And as long as the worth was sufficient, everything was subject to trade. He once held a certain skepticism towards this perspective. However, after undergoing human transformation, his mild opposition evolved into a perverse aversion. Therefore, rather than reverting to his former self, which he despised, he would prefer to embrace death as a means of atonement. The golden-haired nun placed her hand upon the elderly man's face, gently closing the eyes of her struggling comrade, and with one hand clasped at her chest. She fervently recited prayers, exuding an air of sanctity. At that moment, a semblance of serenity emerged upon the weathered visage of the old man. Etched by the trials of life, may your soul find rest and return to the true paradise that belongs to humanity, liberated from the anguish and shackles of thought. A remarkably simple ritual to bid farewell to a departed comrade. The golden-haired nun cast a glance at Uchiha Madara beside her. To her surprise, he did not intervene, instead offering a subtle nod, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented tranquility. Thank you for your attentive listening. We express our remorse for all that we have done in the past. As promised, you may take our lives. Uchiha Madara scoffed softly. I hold no interest in your lives. What I wish to ascertain is what contingencies remain for you within the ninja world and how much you know of the outside realm. He felt a twinge of irritation. Although he indeed intended to interrogate and subsequently execute these individuals, it was not his desire to slay them while they were in a state of complete transformation. He could somewhat surmise his past thoughts. The conditions for restoring memory and cognition ought to involve the removal of their enhancements. Uchiha Madara formed a hand seal, lifting the modifications from the blonde nun and Ariel. Instantly, both staggered. An overwhelming tide of memories surged forth, leaving their expressions momentarily bewildered before clarity returned. In that fleeting instant of regained consciousness, as if in perfect synchrony, they fled in opposite directions without hesitation. Their speed was remarkable, yet Uchiha Madara was swifter. At the very moment they made their move, the phantoms within the world of the Wheel of Time struck them down with ease. Before the absolute might he wielded, neither Ariel nor the blonde nun stood a chance to resist. The specter of death loomed ever closer, an unprecedented weight of pressure suffocating them. Both the blonde nun and Ariel internally cursed their transformed selves as fools while harboring a deep-seated loathing for the enigmatic responder who had emerged from the shadows. Had he not intervened, their circumstances would not have spiraled into this chaos. As Uchiha Madara approached, Ariel, though trembling inwardly, mustered a feigned bravado. You cannot harm us. The influence of that negative energy is far more complex than it appears. Without us, no one can save those afflicted. Uchiha Madara's countenance remained impassive. Oh. No sooner had he spoken than he ensnared both in a genjutsu. The expressions of the blonde nun and Ariel transformed from fear to a vacant stare, as if they were mere puppets. Tell me, what contingencies do you have left in the shinobi world? What is the external world truly like? Ariel responded. All preparations have been activated. There are no further contingencies. As for the outside, it is both hell and paradise. What we could share of the past, we have already disclosed. Do you possess a means to transport individuals beyond this world? Uchiha Madara recalled the conversation between the responder and the two, realizing they might not have spoken truthfully. Yes. What is it? Uchiha Madara felt a surge of excitement. Even if not to express gratitude to Shilla, he could certainly find utility in it. The pursuit of power. How unremarkable. It is a task-related artifact that can bind living beings from the task world and bring them forth. Ariel conjured a silver sphere and handed it to Uchiha Madara. Present all your artifacts, and also divulge the method to heal the negative energy. Ariel hesitated, a rare struggle evident on her face, yet ultimately, she did not resist. As she retrieved the artifacts, she replied, "There is no such method. That power was acquired from another world. We ourselves are unaware of the effects or mutations it may cause in an unfamiliar realm. We merely fabricated a narrative to survive." After Uchiha Madara posed several more inquiries and received his answers, he did not hasten to eliminate them. Such individuals, hailing from beyond this world, possess knowledge that can be deemed a treasure. It would be prudent to extract every bit of it before considering their demise. Chapter 86 has been thoroughly analyzed. The matter concerning Ariel and her companions is merely a minor interlude for Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Once under control, it has been temporarily set aside. At this juncture, their foremost priority remains addressing the plague in the land of water and refining the technique of human modification. Although the origins and ramifications of the plague have been elucidated, Uchiha Madara's intentions regarding the human modification technique have not wavered. This technique has already revealed its inherent flaws. Such shortcomings are intrinsic to the very nature of the human modification process and are unrelated to the actions of Oral and his companions. He intends to lower the moral standards imposed upon the populace of the ninja world, as long as they do not regress into savagery. Naturally, prior to implementing this, Uchiha Madara has several matters to attend to. While the ninja world remains relatively harmonious, he aims to establish a united government to mitigate the likelihood of conflicts arising among the nations following the transformation of the perfect human modification technique. After all, he envisions a better ninja world, not one embroiled in chaos. In a separate discourse space, Xia Lu reclined on the ground, idly observing the peculiarities of the ninja world. At that moment, Tian appeared unexpectedly, addressing him as Mr. Responder. With a yawn, he inquired about any questions they might have. Adjusting the celestial screen to display the utopian ninja world, he swiftly perused the unfolding events. Indeed, the second Hokage acquired a device from Ariel and others that allows passage to other worlds. "I must ask you, are you interested?" Tian chimed, her expression brimming with enthusiasm. The moral caliber of the utopian ninja world citizens is notably elevated. She felt quite embarrassed for perpetually troubling Xia Lu without being able to assist him in any way. This time, having secured something that piqued Xia Li's interest, she received permission from Uchiha Madara and hurried over, brimming with excitement. "Ah, I have already obtained it through other means. There are a few issues with it. If you wish to traverse to other worlds using that device, it would be wise to exercise caution." "What? You've already acquired it?" "Indeed." As soon as he spoke, Xia Lu conjured a silvery sphere. The ninja world is merely a single planet within the cosmos. Amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky, other life-bearing planets exist. I have encountered beings similar to Ariel in other realms. Coincidentally, someone among them produced this device, and I replicated it. However, this device does not actually facilitate a complete departure from 1S world. Rather, it bears a resemblance to a lethal weapon. Tian expressed disbelief. "It's useless?" "Not entirely useless. It simply cannot fully detach a person from their world." Xia Lu corrected her perspective, adding, "Of course, this remains merely my conjecture." The essence of Sheila witnessed the return of the agents on distant planets, observing the force that compelled their return within a simulated realm. It appeared less as a means of transporting them back and more akin to their obliteration. Sheila speculated that this might stem from a desire to conserve energy. The transmission of a complete life form into an entirely different grand universe carries far greater complexity compared to merely conveying the information of a complete life. The challenges associated with the former are evidently on an entirely different level. It necessitates consideration of myriad factors, expending more energy. While the process of traversing time and space is fraught with potential mishaps, risking detection by formidable entities within the grand universe. Conversely, the latter merely requires the information to be accurately delivered, after which local materials can be employed for reconstruction, thereby minimizing exposure risks and energy expenditure, while also circumventing issues arising from the variances in fundamental physical principles across different universes. Otherwise, a particle being composed of electrons, protons, and neutrons appearing in a worldview that embodies the essence of all things might find itself unsupported by the fundamental existence of particles, leading to the agent's immediate collapse. During the retrieval process, there is no necessity to extract the individual in entirety. It suffices to recover the information and reconstruct it. Of course, Sheila's conjecture is based solely on observable phenomena. No one can ascertain the precise methods employed. It is equally plausible that this seemingly lethal approach serves to reclaim the agents while evading detection. Sheila advised caution, affirming that he would relay the information to the second generation. Tian felt increasingly fortunate for seeking counsel from Sheila. "No worries, go back to your games," he said. However, Tian hastily interrupted. Wait, dear respondent, I have another question." "Speak." The second generation wished to inquire if there existed any methods to extract Aller's memories, as their previous attempt at recollecting someone's memories seemed to have inadvertently erased her entirely. Sheila instantly comprehended their actions. "With your current capabilities, it is impossible to circumvent the powers embedded within their information. Do not entertain such thoughts." With that, he sent Tian back, appearing somewhat anxious. Just as the questioner vanished, an overwhelming force surged through the entire inquiry space. The world crafted by Sheila was instantaneously erased, with all its life forms, structures, and blocks vanishing without a trace. The inquiry space reverted to its original pristine white state, devoid of distinctions between heaven and earth, left and right, or front and back, with all dimensions intricately woven together, stretching infinitely towards the horizon. "Dear Essence, do let me know before you dismantle the abode. I would like to make a backup," Sheila lamented, casting a reproachful glance at the Essence. The Essence of Sheila remained indifferent to the plaintive gaze of its avatar, as its form transformed once more, exhibiting increased regularity at a microscopic level, manifesting countless intricate geometric patterns. "I have succeeded." "Succeeded? In what regard?" "I have deciphered a portion of the forces beyond this world from their apparatus for reclaiming individuals." "Isn't that contraption a killing machine?" "Indeed. Yet ultimately, he must reclaim the power he has dispersed, which contains a coordinate and a method for decompressing information, requiring an exceptional mastery of mathematics." The Essence of Sheila exudes a hint of buoyancy. Despite the challenges, he ultimately succeeded and reaped significant rewards. "You wouldn't go so far as to dismantle your home, would you?" "It wasn't I who did so." The Essence of Sheila manifested in the original human form. "Upon deciphering the coordinates of that power and the method for decompressing the information, I fulfilled a certain condition and attained advanced privileges within the QA space. During this process, the QA space would reset itself." Having said that, he waved his hand and restored the previous pixelated world. "Advanced privileges? What purpose do they serve?" The avatar of Sheila was momentarily stunned, filled with excitement. "Allow me to synchronize with you." "Soon." The avatar of Sheila felt an influx of knowledge and newfound methods for utilizing the QA space. One could access the historical records of prior respondents, harness the QA space to project actual power outward, and gain a broader perspective. Upon encountering certain content, the avatar of Sheila's heart ignited with fervor, entering an expansive viewpoint. Indeed, beyond the Naruto universe, he discovered numerous other vast universes. Chapter 1. Departing the Novice Village. Silence, void. Darkness enveloped over 99% of the multiverse. If the infinite parallel worlds within the Naruto universe, constructed into a spectacularly grand fibrous structure, epitomized prosperity and congestion, then the multiverse represented an opposing extreme. Here, there was neither the chaotic essence that assimilated all dangers nor perilous void currents, nor the unfathomable rays and pollutants, only vastness. A vastness that transcended imagination. To draw a comparison, it would be akin to existing within a domain of 96 billion light-years, containing merely a single electron. Everything was occupied by emptiness, filled with nothingness. If not for the faint luminescence of several distant universes, Sheila would truly question if he had arrived in the wrong place. This is what lies outside. The avatar of Sheila was utterly disheartened, feeling as though he had painstakingly emerged from the novice village only to be informed that the game had reached its later stages. This is merely how it appears to us. The essence of Sheila observed the scene before him with keen interest. Us, in the eyes of different individuals. Does the multiverse take on varied forms? The essence of Sheila affirmed. You may interpret it that way, though it is not entirely accurate, if one must insist. It bears resemblance to idealism. Only by first acknowledging the existence of other universes and determining their precise coordinates can one discover them within the observational multiverse. It is not a matter of discovering them first to ascertain their coordinates and thus confirm their existence. The causative logic has been inverted, has it not? If one is unaware of existence beforehand, how can one comprehend? How can one seek coordinates? The embodiment of Sheila finds its brows furrowed in confusion, pondering how it has suddenly transitioned from materialism to idealism. Allow me to rephrase. Sheila's essence experiences a tinge of helplessness regarding its past self. When observing objects in three-dimensional space, one perceives a complete three-dimensional entity, yet in a two-dimensional realm, only a singular facet of that three-dimensional object is visible. Similarly, in three dimensions, one can only glimpse one aspect of a four-dimensional object. It is only by ascending to a higher dimension that one can truly apprehend the entirety of existence. We find ourselves in a comparable predicament within the vast multiverse. An infinite number of grand universes exist, yet the current data merely allows us to perceive one facet of this grand multiverse. In this perspective, we can only discern a mere handful of these grand universes. To unveil more, one must gather data. Employing mathematics and integrating transformations within higher dimensional spaces to deduce the relative coordinates of other grand universes, thereby refining our understanding of the multiverse. The embodiment of Sheila suddenly realizes, had you articulated it thus from the outset, I would have comprehended it. Please, next time, elucidate in a more accessible manner. Unbeknownst to it, the essence observes itself through an enigmatic lens. All information has been shared. A mere glance would suffice for the embodiment to grasp the essence's meaning. Yet, is mathematics the only avenue? Are there no alternative methods? Aside from mathematics, one could only resort to exhaustive methods, incrementally adjusting the cognitive model. Painstakingly searching, perhaps enduring the cyclical birth and demise of countless universes, one might fortuitously uncover a couple of grand universes. But that seems rather futile. The embodiment of Sheila promptly dismisses the notion of exhaustive searching. A typical universe, from inception to annihilation, possesses a lifespan of at least trillions of years. To squander hundreds of billions of years in tedious searching would drive anyone to madness. Turning to the grand universes visible, are these the universes observable by the supreme deities behind the three individuals in Ale? Their power seems rather mediocre. A cursory glance suffices to ascertain that the number of grand universes here does not exceed 30. Although each grand universe encompasses nearly infinite smaller universes. Such a limited quantity feels somewhat paltry for a force spanning the multiverse. The essence of Sheila remarks, this is what the QA space can perceive. The information I have deciphered does not encompass its understanding of the grand multiverse. That is the core asset of each multiversal force, and it would not be readily divulged. The embodiment replies, to begin with, being able to see so many worlds is still commendable. The essence of Sheila continues, it is not quite a beginning. The QA space has navigated this vast multiverse for an immeasurable duration. The embodiment of Sheila muses, so, the one who feels inadequate is myself? There is no need for concern. Hesitant to allow the original self to speak, the projection of Sheila sifted through his memories and finally grasped the sequence of events. The grand cosmic coordinates before him indeed represented a mere accumulation of the inquiry space, albeit only a fragment of the whole. One who frequently traverses the river cannot avoid wetting their shoes. The inquiry space, continuously navigating the vast multiverse, inevitably encounters forces similarly adrift in the boundless expanse. Such collisions may arise. Although the core functionality of the inquiry space remains intact, other aspects have sustained some damage, resulting in the loss of a significant portion of previously accumulated data, leaving only a scant few grand universes identifiable. Moreover, certain components of the inquiry space were pilfered by the earlier jailbreakers. It appears that what I inherited was merely real estate. The projection of Sheila struggled to contain his frustration, exclaiming how could the inquiry space resort to enlisting an ordinary individual to address the inquirer's doubts. It seemed there had indeed been auxiliary tools that had been dismantled. Original self, what shall we do now? Shall we seek out those jailbreakers and reclaim our assets? The projection of Sheila was indignant, lamenting their departure while leaving behind the possessions of the home. You could give it a try. The original Sheila was not particularly invested in recovering the fragmented parts of the inquiry space. Firstly, the two most vital functions, data collection and anchor point retrieval, remained undamaged. While certain auxiliary tools could provide assistance, they were not deemed indispensable. Secondly, after such an extensive period, no one could ascertain the whereabouts of those initial answerers. A grand universe is composed of countless smaller universes, and the spatial maneuvering is vast. Furthermore, given the damage to the inquiry space's data, Sheila could not even determine which grand universe the fleeing answerers had retreated to. Attempting to locate them one by one would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It would be more prudent to enhance one's own strength and knowledge. Ultimately, with sufficient capability, one could repair the damage independently. The projection of Sheila did not wholly concur with the original's passive approach. He regarded the recovery of their assets as imperative. Leave this matter to me. The original Sheila nodded, responding affirmatively. Keep a close watch. And pay attention to the advanced civilizations across various grand universes, gathering more data. I shall take my leave. With that, his form collapsed and vanished. Now, he possessed a clearer understanding of the operational mechanisms of the inquiry space, with its secrets and knowledge ample enough to occupy him for an extended period, necessitating prompt utilization. Thus, it is time for me to commence my tasks. Stretching lazily, Sheila began to peruse the historical records of the QA space. Although many entries were incomplete, a wealth of valuable information still resided within. At that moment, the QA space trembled slightly. A questioner had arrived. Chapter 2. A World in Normal Development in 2075. At a manor on the outskirts of neon-lit Tokyo, thick clouds covered the sky, casting a gloomy pall that allowed not a single ray of sunlight to pierce through. A cold breeze swept past the barren landscape outside, where only a few withered yellow leaves remained on the stark trees, and the desolate atmosphere seeped into every corner of the world. In a bedroom on the second floor of the villa, near the window, the nearly 100-year-old Suzuki Yuko trembled as she opened her eyes, propping herself up with her hands against the bed. Her silver hair framed a face marked by age, the weight of years manifesting in the creased skin that no longer bore any resemblance to her youthful self. "Madam, it's time for your medication," a maid said, pushing the door open while carrying a glass of warm water and a bottle of pills. "Just place it there. You may leave for now." "I wish to be alone for a while," she replied in a raspy voice, reminiscent of dry wood scraping against one another. Leaning against the headboard, she gazed quietly at the dismal weather outside. "Very well." Once the maid closed the door behind her, Suzuki Yuko continued to stare out the window, her gaze gradually becoming lost in thought. Her life had been nothing short of perfect, truly perfect. Born into a wealthy family, she had never had to worry about material needs. Upon entering school, she made cherished friends and found a life